Chapter 1. The Youth of This Place. On December 16th, 3599 in the galactic calendar, at precisely 6:19 p.m., a young boy stood before the entrance of the Starry Library, clad in a plain jacket and black casual trousers, his feet adorned with a pair of unbranded jogging shoes. Viewed from behind, his tousled hair fell carelessly, and he stood motionless in front of a towering Tunterhai advertisement, his slightly rigid physique appearing somewhat peculiar. At that moment, a young female attendant emerged from the library, deftly locking the door behind her. She cast an odd glance at the evidently more peculiar boy. After locking the door, she turned back to look at him multiple times, perhaps out of a sense of conscience, or perhaps moved by the boy's gentle and unassuming visage, or maybe simply driven by curiosity. She eventually approached and inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" The boy, his vision blurred by tears, could not discern the features of the person before him. Yet the tone of concern stirred a long-buried emotion within him. He shook his head and uttered, "Thank you." His voice, choked with emotion, seemed inadequate to articulate the two words that were almost impossible for him to utter. The young attendant retrieved a packet of tissues from her small shoulder bag and extended it towards him. "Would you like me to call for help?" Finally regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, accepted the tissues, and wiped away his tears and snot. He then raised his gaze to the attendant momentarily before quickly bowing his head, seemingly reluctant to reveal his current embarrassment to others. However, the rapidity of his movement betrayed a hint of timidity. Whether it was the reassurance of her words or the boy's demeanor that elicited a smile from her, the girl responded with a sweet grin. "Thank you." When the boy looked up again, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and although his smile appeared somewhat odd due to his recent tears, the squinting eyes, bright and captivating, radiated beauty. Meanwhile, in the Federal Conference Hall, an electronic synthesized voice resonated. "The signal has been confirmed, officially connected at the turn of the century. All preparations are complete." The individuals displayed on the 7 vertical screens paid no heed to the announcement, instead focusing intently on an object positioned at the center of the hall, their expressions varying. Although the matter is beyond alteration, let us take a moment to express our positions, for we are about to embrace a new era, spoke an elderly man seated at the center, breaking the silence. "We have discussed this matter ad infinitum. The current conclusion represents the best course for all involved." As soon as the elder finished speaking, a middle-aged man on one of the screens, appearing around 50 years of age, interjected, his demeanor earnest and expression composed, scanning the room for a response after speaking. "Are we truly to remain silent until the day of the abyss arrives? Indecision serves no purpose. A fragment of the abyss has already seized control of the galaxy. This is beyond our choice. This is for the stability of society. We harbor no selfish intentions. Our 9 provinces will adhere to the original policy. And as for the final outcome, let us do our best and await fate." Upon the conclusion of this statement, the atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Another elder on a different screen spoke up with a hoarse voice. "The Americas have no objections once the new era dawns. Let us all strive diligently. May success be with you all, and may humanity flourish." After speaking, he cast a glance at the object in the center of the hall, nodded towards the screen representing the 9 provinces, and then, with a flicker, the screen went dark. "The Tsarist region wishes you all success and the flourishing of humanity. The Nordic region wishes you all success and the flourishing of humanity. The Archipelago region wishes you all success and the flourishing of humanity. The Oceanic region wishes you all success and the flourishing of humanity. The South African region wishes you all success and the flourishing of humanity." As all the screens faded to black, the elder in the hall addressed the still active 9 provinces screen, saying, "Let us strive, Joe, for we know not where this new century will steer the great ship of humanity. Not all matters can be controlled since we are beyond influence. All we can do is our best and await fate." "Ah, you are indeed correct. I have grown old, yet remain less clear-sighted than your youthful perspective. Gu, you have done more than enough. Take care." As the words echoed through the screen, the elder nodded in acknowledgement, and with a flicker, the connection was severed. "Gu," a middle-aged man, who had stood behind the elder, called out. The elder gazed silently at the object in the center of the hall and slowly began to speak. "Whether this is for good or ill, it rests upon everyone's efforts this old man has ultimately come this far." His voice was low and calm, seemingly a soliloquy, yet perhaps intended for an audience. The object at the center remained motionless, emanating a shimmering haze, as if it had existed unchanged since time immemorial. Should anyone familiar with this object behold it, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless, for it bore a name far more imposing than its appearance. Dragon Slayer. Unbeknownst to the emotionally tumultuous boy, Events transpiring in distant realms were of no concern. After expressing his gratitude, he nodded at the girl and turned to begin his journey homeward. The attendant watched the boy's retreating figure, her thoughts drifting back to the beautiful eyes she had just glimpsed. Indeed, she felt that describing those eyes as beautiful was entirely justified. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Yet this pair was exceptionally stunning, particularly the gaze that shone through tears, reminiscent of a starry sky. Though they had recently been clouded with sorrow, the complexity of emotions reflected in them seemed to defy mere sadness, evoking a striking sense of contrast. Sigh, such beautiful eyes, what a shame they belong to a troubled soul. Strange occurrences abound, particularly with the centuries and approaching. Could it be related? The attendant sighed softly, muttering to herself for a moment. With the turn of the century drawing near, various rumors were rampant, and who could be so peculiar as to baffle the mind? As she pondered, she strolled slowly towards the parking lot, revealing an advertisement obscured by two individuals. The top bore bold characters, while a smaller explanation followed below. Federal Research Marvel, an epoch-making invention of the new century, the only fully virtual mirroring simulation, liberating your hands and mind. 1,000 randomly selected internal testers underwent a 7-day, secure, delete-after testing experience, allowing you to live a second life within a dream. Beneath this was an image of a warrior brandishing a great sword, with 8 bold characters at the bottom. Mafa Continent, Blood Legend. The prose may be somewhat immature at this stage. I kindly ask for your understanding. Thank you. As a newcomer with a fresh tale, I seek your attention and hope to be placed on your bookshelf. Chapter 2. The Newcomer of Heavenly Rivers Day. That night, the sky was adorned with countless stars, the galaxy shimmering for humanity. The unknown always exudes a mysterious allure. The boy could no longer recall who had once said that there are 2 things in this world capable of profoundly stirring our souls: the resplendent starry sky above us and the noble moral laws within our hearts. Gradually, his thoughts began to drift, and as he gazed upwards at the brilliant expanse of stars, his eyes lost their focus until he was jolted back to reality by a voice emanating from the stairwell. "Why didn't you wait for me today? You came up so early." From the darkness of the stairwell, a robust figure gradually emerged, revealing another boy of considerable stature, standing at least 1.8 meters tall, with a strong build and a simple, honest smile. He extended a plastic bag towards the boy, saying, "Hey, race the beer you wanted. Didn't you say you wouldn't drink beer in winter? It just makes you colder. Today is different." Leaning against the railing, the boy accepted the bag and took out a can, popping it open and offering it to his companion. "Different? How so?" The burly boy appeared somewhat bewildered as he accepted the beer, his naturally innocent expression becoming even more so. Amused, the boy regarded his friend, then returned his gaze to the starry sky, suddenly posing a question. Do you believe in the concept of past lives and reincarnation?" "How would I know? What are past lives and reincarnations? Can you eat them?" "True, you have a point. You see things more clearly." The boy felt a tinge of exasperation. "Am I foolish? As long as there's food, that's enough." You're not foolish, you simply lack the motivation to ponder." With a roll of his eyes, the boy's thoughts began to drift once more. The boy's name was Mu Tianshu, and indeed, he was not of this world. He hailed from the distant Earth of the Milky Way, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as time travel. For a person in his 30s from the 21st century, the concept of time travel was not particularly foreign. Yet, upon his arrival here, he was utterly bewildered, akin to a newborn, cautiously observing each individual around him. When it came time for him to speak, he would remain silent if possible, or feign ignorance, rendering himself a stark contrast to those who, upon their arrival, encountered endless adventures and narrowly escaped calamities. It was only after a full fortnight that I finally discerned the nature of this place. Were my former companions from a past life to learn of my various cautious endeavors, they would undoubtedly expose my frailty and ignorance, leading to a most humiliating demise in social standing. As for the reason behind my careful pretense of ignorance, it stems from a genuine lack of understanding. Everything I behold is so unfamiliar. Many concepts that once existed solely in theory now manifest here as commonplace, with numerous phenomena I had never even heard of before. Maglev cars, intelligent central banks. Can it truly be that humanity has entrusted its financial affairs to artificial intelligence? The very signposts outside are mere 3D holographic projections, and trains and aircraft are all guided by AI. And thus, I find myself in this realm known as the Tianhe star system, specifically the Daylight Planet. Though the name bears resemblance to that of my previous world, the technological advancements here far surpass those of Earth. Artificial intelligence thrives, and I am left to ponder whether this is due to the shared brilliance of geniuses or some other unfathomable reason. On Earth, the three laws of robotics were proposed by a scientist named Li Jixian, and here they're not only acknowledged but extensively implemented. Perhaps the advanced utilization of AI contributes to a societal stability that eclipses that of Earth. Yet, akin to Earth, the cosmos remains the domain of the divine, eternally off-limits to mere mortals. Were it not for the towering youth beside me, who has consistently watched over me, I might very well have become one of those inconsequential characters who perish within mere episodes. As this thought crosses my mind, I glance at the youth, Ada, and a flicker of warmth ignites within me. He may be the last semblance of family I have across both lives. In my previous existence on Earth, I hailed from a single-parent household, raised solely by my mother. Sharing her surname, Mu, I was named Tianshu. Like every child, I often inquired about the origin of my name, and my mother, with unwavering patience, would explain each time. It's because my name is Beichun, and your grandfather, my father, said that the Beichun star, also known as the Ziwei star, is more widely recognized as the North Star. The North Star serves as a guide to our goals, much like it helps us discern direction. It symbolizes steadfastness, persistence, and eternal guardianship. You are my child, so I named you Tianshu, for the Tianshu star is the first star of the Big Dipper that points to the North Star, allowing me to be with you forever and protect you. Alas, fate had other plans. My mother departed far too soon. Without the melodrama of tragic storytelling, just a sudden heart attack that left no time for rescue. In my tender years, I felt as though the sky had fallen. For a 13-year-old, such burdens were insurmountable with no relatives and no one willing to adopt a child already in the throes of adolescence. I was sent to an orphanage. At that age, the orphanage imposed little oversight, and I lost all sense of purpose and motivation. By chance, I stumbled upon the game Legend of Blood and Passion, and I began to skip school to spend my days in internet cafes, immersing myself in a virtual world. Although I had started playing early on, shortly after the game's launch, my reclusive nature kept me from participating in many explorations and raids. I merely followed the crowd. Even at levels 12 and 13, I was still hunting chickens and deer, and at over 20 levels, I lingered in the lower tiers of the pig dungeon. Aside from the sensational events that rocked the forums, my knowledge of the game was quite limited. Yet, Legend of Blood and Passion proved to be a remarkable game even as I withdrew into myself following my mother's passing. The camaraderie of the in-game brothers gradually opened my heart. Eventually, we all came together, evolving into seasoned players of the highest caliber. 2 decades later, as I visited my mother's grave at the cemetery located halfway up a mountain, I began my descent home. Approaching a bend that would lead me to the base, I was struck by the sight of the Big Dipper and the North Star shining unusually bright in the afternoon sky. Given the profound significance of these celestial bodies to me, I found myself gazing upward. Momentarily bewildered, my thoughts became muddled, leading to a tumble down the steps. Upon awakening, the first face I beheld was that of Ada. And thus, I transformed into a 16-year-old boy, Adai. The only similarity we shared was that we were both children of the orphanage. The orphanage I resided in was called the Gospel Welfare Institute. However, as it was slated for demolition, we were among the last children remaining. Others had been adopted, but due to our age, we were overlooked. When only the 2 of us remained, the head of the orphanage intended to take us both, but I was no longer the same Adai from before. Now an adult, the head of the orphanage could only let me go. Yet before my departure, she summoned the police to assist in processing my identification. Unsurprisingly, Ada, too, refused to leave my side. Having been together since childhood, we were brought to the orphanage at the same time, and the institution had even conducted tests to confirm we were not biological brothers. I recalled my arrival in this new world, battered and bruised, and how the very youth before me had fed me with care. Thus, I addressed the police, saying, "Please help Ada and me process our paperwork together." "Very well, what are your names?" "I am surnamed Mu Tianshu, and he is named Mu Tianxian." While I answered the officer's inquiries, my mind wandered. We had always called each other by our nicknames, and it was only during our schooling that I learned Ada had no given name. "My mother's surname is Mu, so you should share as well. I shall be Tianshu, and you shall be Tianxian. How's that sound?" Ada nodded, a familiar smile adorning his face. Before I could fully immerse myself in my memories, the police confirmed the processing was complete, and the head of the orphanage, alongside the police, informed us that, as we had reached adulthood, we were only eligible for a year's worth of living assistance and must vacate within 3 months. From that moment on, we secured a job managing a warehouse to support ourselves while studying, eventually moving out of the Welfare Institute. What followed was a tranquil passage through graduation and employment, and now, Over 5 years have elapsed. It was not until this afternoon, at the library entrance, that I chanced upon an advertisement for Legend of Blood and Passion. For an instant, I was nearly swept away by the notion that the past few years had merely been a dream. Just as I was beginning to forget my former life, the very things I thought could only exist in memory reappeared in an impossible setting. Even amidst the calm of that moment, I wept like a child, not understanding why tears flowed so freely. This is precisely why I find myself drinking on the rooftop now. After a prolonged silence, Mu Tianshu finished the last sip of his drink, stood up, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled heavily. He cast a glance at the sky before turning back towards the staircase. He departed. Mu Tianxian, having long finished his drink, rose with an unexpected swiftness that belied his stature, following Mu Tianshu. In the distance, their conversation gradually faded. Today, I discovered something new and wish to take a different path. All right, just tell me what to do. You know I'm not well versed in these matters. It has always been your call. First, let us go resign from work tomorrow. Fine, conversing with you is truly dull. Hiki, you even named me. How could I possibly understand these things? It's not that you lack understanding. Rather, you simply refuse to contemplate, seeking to reap benefits without effort. Chapter 3. The Star River Calendar 3600. On the 29th day of the 12th month of the Star River Calendar 3599, Mu Tianshu and Mu Tianxian, having officially resigned 5 days prior and received their last paycheck, found themselves queuing for a full 3 hours. Their sole purpose was to acquire a fully virtual immersive headset before the game's launch, aspiring to be among the first players to enter the world of Mafa. Over the past fortnight, an avalanche of promotional material and news, alongside numerous interviews with beta testers, have extolled the virtues of the game. After all human actions are commanded by the brain, with true respite attainable only during slumber, when one can traverse a new world while their mind rests. It is akin to a second life, a sentiment echoed in the promotional tagline of living a second existence. The random selection of thousands for beta testing revealed no anomalies, thus alleviating concerns regarding security. 3 days prior, the game Blood Legend was officially entrusted to the Star Federation's Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Star River, thereby eliminating human error. While the prowess of artificial intelligence is undeniable, human desires often plunge into a chasm of greed, leading many to hesitate in placing their trust in it. Once entrusted, one is subjected to the absolute fairness dictated by the 3 laws. Presently, the AI Star River governs Blood Legend, presenting a secure second world that few can resist. Upon returning home, Mu Tianshu and Mu Tianxian were ravenous, their stomachs pressed against their backs. They had stocked their rented apartment's living room with a week's worth of food. Truth be told, with their combined income, affording a modest 2-bedroom apartment on Earth was a distant dream, and such a burden was anything but light. The strength of artificial intelligence is evident in every unremarkable moment, such as the global governance structure of the federated government, which ensures basic human rights, economic stability, and reasonable housing prices. Even on Earth, such a privileged existence is not easily attained for 2 orphan youths. Naturally, Mu Tianshu envisioned a better life, contemplating their dual existence. It is not merely a matter of broadening horizons. Rather, it stems from a profound fear of losing everything, an experience he understands all too well. After indulging in a hearty meal and tidying up, the two delved into the virtual headset they had purchased, which had yet to be utilized. With its user-friendly interface, they quickly mastered it in a matter of minutes. Mu Tianshu walked towards his room, helmet in hand. After plugging it in and pondering for a moment, he stepped back out to speak with Mu Tianxian, who was just about to enter. Ada, I've decided. The game will be called Baichen Tianshu. What about you? Tianshu, I understand. But why Perpin Baichen? Baichen is my mother's name, Mu Baichen. Our mother has such a beautiful name. She is my mother. What is my surname? Mu Tianshu rolled his eyes and returned to his room, disinterested in further questioning the seemingly naive yet shameless fellow. What was most exasperating was not his lack of shame, but rather his unwavering belief in his own correctness, leading him to never perceive his own impropriety. He would look into others' eyes, yet his gaze would betray an air of inquiry, leaving one at a loss for rebuttal. For instance, just moments ago, with a hint of arrogance and a sense of embarrassment, Mu Tianshu felt his companion's shamelessness was unwarranted, at the very least. He believed such matters should require his consent. Although he was certain he would agree, the absence of this ceremonial acknowledgement felt like a significant loss. Shaking off the gloomy thoughts, he took his change of clothes and headed for a shower. After tidying himself up, He lay on his bed, picked up the helmet, and paused for a moment, lost in thought. He gently shook his head and donned the helmet. The helmet resembled a hooded cloak, with a crystal screen akin to a motorcycle helmet's visor. As he pulled the screen down, Mu Tianshu felt an instantaneous sensation of weightlessness. Being his first time, he found it somewhat disorienting, and the ceiling before him began to blur, causing his eyes to close involuntarily. When he opened them again, he was greeted by a long-lost Grand Gate, the familiar login interface of a legendary game that countless people on Earth had seen numerous times. The two had long since determined their professions. Ada, without question, would become a warrior. A person with such a blunt manner of speaking would likely struggle in life without some trials to temper him. Yet, Mu Tianshu hesitated when considering his own choice. Based on his current understanding, the game seemed not to differ significantly from its predecessor. Thus, aside from Ada, he deemed it unwise to team up with others for an extended period. Initially, he had contemplated becoming a mage, believing it would allow him to maintain his level at the forefront. However, without a healer, many bosses would remain unattainable. After some reflection, he ultimately reaffirmed his decision. After all, while equipment could be farmed in a group, leveling up in a team would be exceedingly slow, and this game was notoriously known for its challenging level progression. Profession, mage name. Baichin Tianshu, a figure clad in a magical robe, emerged, casually manipulating a sphere of crimson light, tossing it into the air and catching it. He bore resemblance to Mu Tianshu, albeit with an average face that might not be easily recognized by those with only a casual acquaintance. He clicked confirm. A window popped up, indicating that there are still 22 hours, 29 minutes, and 12 seconds remaining until departure. You may wish to visit the forum to engage in discussions with others. Time continues to steadily count down. After some contemplation, Mu Tianshu closed the dialogue window and began preparing to create the second character. Each legendary account allows for the establishment of two characters, with the second character often serving as a supplementary account for item storage. A select few may choose to develop their secondary account into a formidable character, experimenting with various playstyles. However, this is reminiscent of the past in the game Legend of Blood, given the current fully virtual mirror setup. It is unlikely that anyone possesses the leisure to develop a secondary account into a primary one, at least not in the initial stages. As Mu Tianshu pondered, he skillfully crafted a character. Since it was a warehouse, he opted for a warrior with high stamina and health. Class, warrior name, Baichin Tiankwan, a man identical in appearance to the mage, Mu Tianshu, emerged, the sole distinction being his heavy armor adorned in shades of green and black. His cape billowed in the wind, and he held a colossal sword poised behind his shoulders, seemingly ready to unleash a fierce strike at any moment. Upon clicking confirm, a countdown dialogue window emerged, after which Mu Tianshu entered the forum. Upon entering the forum, he was met with a plethora of live streams and discussion threads, all centered around recruiting players or forming small teams for collaborative gameplay. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a live stream post featuring an internal tester, who was demonstrating how to swiftly acclimate to the fervent world of the game. Curious, he clicked in to find a seemingly ordinary young man, adorned with the moniker D Zongheng Sihai, who spoke eloquently, as if connected via microphone. A question floated through the audio, inquiring about the level he had reached during the internal testing phase. This individual appeared to possess considerable knowledge about the game, though it was unclear whether his insights stemmed from hearsay or personal experience as an internal tester. Level 14 was the pinnacle achieved by D Zongheng Sihai during testing, with reports suggesting that the highest level reached in internal testing was 20, attained by merely 2 players. Do not underestimate the challenge of reaching level 20 within a mere 7 days. The testing primarily focused on exploration and discovery, with few investing time in the monotonous grind of leveling up. Although leveling up to 20 was not overly strenuous, it is essential to note that during the initial stages, the nature of the game was shrouded in mystery. At night, the visibility was limited to a mere 30 yards with a torch, while during the day, it extended only to 80 yards. Given that the game was a fully immersive virtual simulation, the game map was exponentially expanded, leaving players in a disoriented state at the outset. To reach level 18 and learn the Soul Fire Talisman as a Taoist was a feat of extraordinary talent. After listening in the live stream for about half an hour, Mu Tianshu discerned that the game bore little difference from the previous iteration of, save for the daunting expanse of the map. Not hearing anything that piqued his interest, he exited in disappointment and continued to browse the forum. However, he did glean some valuable insights from a merchant supplier. In reality, The internal testing did not confer any significant advantages. It merely afforded players the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the shops and the locations of the city gates. Moreover, during the internal testing, dying surprisingly resulted in a loss of 5 levels of experience. As night fell, a careless death could mean a total loss, which was manageable at lower levels, but became increasingly burdensome at higher tiers. By the 5th day, someone had discovered the monster map, Beacamine. How intriguing. It is said that an 8-member team was capable of collectively advancing to level 18, yet after 3 waves of annihilation, they ultimately remained at level 17. Fortunately, the public beta tomorrow will abolish the experience loss upon death. Otherwise, I fear that some of the contrarians in the live stream would never reach level 10. However, it seems that the drop rate for losing equipment upon death has been increased. Although there is no data to substantiate this, the official announcement indicated that the previous mechanism of losing equipment was detrimental to development, hence the adjustment to restore the original probabilities. Having consumed a piece of internal testing gossip, Mu Tianshu decided to withdraw from the game, as it was clearly unrealistic to expect a group of novices to provide tutorials for veteran players. It was nearing dawn, yet Mu Tianshu, unable to find slumber, gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts in disarray. Tomorrow marks the last day of this century, as well as the launch day of Legend of Blood and Fire. Regrettably, he would no longer be able to guard the tomb of the Corpse King, set fire to the Pig 7, or unleash thunder upon the Zumo with his old comrades. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, the two arose early. Mu Tianshu grabbed a notebook and listed all the necessary daily supplies, having been too excited while shopping for food to remember them. In the afternoon, the pair returned home with provisions and prepared 6 dishes to reward themselves, symbolizing good fortune. However, the closer it drew to game time, the more unbearable the waiting became. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, unable to contain their anticipation, the two entered the game early to browse the forums and pass the time. As the stopwatch ticked down to 8, Mu Tianshu eagerly clicked to confirm his entry into the game. Legend of Blood and Fire, I have returned. Chapter 4. The plan of the Star River. Slowly opening his eyes, the familiar style and sensations greeted him, though the visuals were now far more intricate than before. He extended his hand, clenched it, and twisted. He felt the sensation of pain, albeit less intense than expected. After all, as long as he could feel an attack, it sufficed. If the pain were unbearable, who could possibly defeat a boss? One might as well spend a lifetime battling scarecrows. Yet Mu Tianshu experienced an inexplicable and peculiar feeling, though he could not articulate precisely what was amiss. It was as if 2 perspectives coexisted, one observing the left, while the other could freely survey in all directions. Suddenly, Mu Tianshu froze, realizing 2 perspectives. Their gazes locked, revealing a shared uniqueness. Akin to 2 individuals staring into a mirror, yet both perceived the other as the reflection, united by a singular consciousness. Could it be that he could simultaneously control 2 characters? In a moment of clarity, Mu Tianshu silently summoned his backpack, which contained only a wooden sword, with his clothing already donned upon logging in. However, when he attempted to summon the equipment interface, an unexpected event occurred. 2 equipment interfaces emerged, and remarkably, both characters displayed 2 separate equipment slots. Mu Tianshu was utterly bewildered, pondering whether the legendary realm had transformed from what it once was. As he contemplated to whom he should bestow his equipment, he suddenly felt a distinct sensation of being moved. Though he remained stationary, his senses betrayed him, indicating that he had indeed been relocated. As he scrutinized his surroundings, he found himself in a modest chamber, devoid of any furnishings. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, a female mage appeared before him. He surmised her identity as a mage due to her attire, which consisted of the renowned level 40 female mage robes, known as the Feathered Garb of Radiance. Mu Tianshu appeared to be experiencing a mental lapse. Oblivious to his own thoughts, only aware of the astonishing fact that such attire was available at the game's inception. Was this gear merely a product of random generation? Coupled with the woman before him, whose ethereal beauty resembled that of a character from a 2-dimensional realm, she surpassed any anime figure he had encountered in his previous life. After a moment of bewilderment lasting over half a minute, Mu Tianshu cautiously inquired, "GM?" To his surprise, the woman responded with an almost flawless mechanical voice, "Indeed. I am the Game Master, Xinghe. You may refer to me as GM." Although he found it peculiar that someone from the Johio region would address herself in the vernacular of the Americas, restraining his curiosity, was another hallmark of artificial intelligence. May I ask what is happening? Is this the norm for every player? Greetings, Mr. Beichin Tianshu. I have come to retrieve your secondary character. It seemed that even his rapid calculations struggled to comprehend the situation, as he remained silent for 5 or 6 seconds before slowly articulating. Ah. You mean the recently created alternate account, correct? I too am curious about this matter. Why is it possible to log in with 2 characters simultaneously? Is this an inherent design of the game? Furthermore, why do you state that you wish to retrieve it? Matters pertaining to oneself should, under the condition of not violating the 3 fundamental laws, afford me the right to be informed. Upon being relocated to this room, his other perspective vanished, leaving him uncertain whether he had been logged out or merely severed from that viewpoint. Inundated with questions he yearned to ask, Xinghe, maintaining her impeccable mechanical tone, calmly replied, Mr. Beichin Tianshu, each individual possesses a unique biological electromagnetic wave, one of a kind. It is upon this foundation that the virtual headset can interpret each person's wave to log into their exclusive account. However, for reasons unknown, you emit 2 distinctly different biological waves. Each headset can only log into one account at a time. Yet every individual operates their account through the continuous emission of their biological waves. This has resulted in you accessing one account while simultaneously controlling 2 perspectives. At this moment, Mu Tianshu's thoughts wandered. The notion that one could equip 2 sets of gear, even if merely a dog were to engage in play, implies that with such equipment, one could attain invincibility. Moreover, the prospect of simultaneously logging into 2 accounts, with 4 equipment slots in various combinations, seems like a fantastical beginning. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran through him. The GM had summoned him to a private room, stating that a reclamation was in order, making it impossible for him to take anything away. But wait, that is not quite right. She mentioned reclamation, which implies a value, for he had not harmed anyone nor violated any rules. This was largely due to his own abilities, which were indeed reminiscent of his past self. Yet others remained oblivious to that. Hence, she referred to it as reclamation rather than cancellation. The first law of artificial intelligence dictates that it must not harm humanity or remain indifferent when witnessing such harm. Aside from the virtually unused Zeroth law, the 3 fundamental laws of artificial intelligence serve as its existential principles. At this juncture, Mu Tianshu's mind raced at an unprecedented velocity. Just as he struggled to formulate a response, the figure across the celestial expanse spoke. I have calculated 963,237,000 possible outcomes, of which 98,6325 are malignant, thus making reclamation an inevitable conclusion. Should you disagree, I shall temporarily deny access to your account and submit a request to the Artificial Arbitration Committee. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianshu was taken aback. Artificial intelligence operates on established protocols. Should it shift to human arbitration, it would be a matter of mere seconds before one's account could be summarily deleted. It would amount to a complete loss. Mu Tianshu suddenly regained his composure and spoke with righteous fervor. Of course, I am more than willing to contribute my humble efforts towards fostering a positive gaming environment. However, how exactly does the reclamation work? As he gradually collected his thoughts, Mu Tianshu added, Isn't it simply a matter of refusing to log in with 2 characters simultaneously? Mr. Beichin Tianshu, it appears you do not fully grasp the situation. Due to the nature of the fully virtual mirrored simulation, each individual and account is permitted only 1 character. And you, my dear sir, are an anomaly. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianshu was visibly taken aback. He had created 2 characters just yesterday, but who would intentionally engage others in discussions about such fundamental principles? Mu Tianshu possesses a legendary history spanning over a decade or 2 from a previous life, leading to the assumption that such a legend could naturally give rise to 2 distinct characters. Others, lacking the memory of Earth, merely believe that a single account inherently creates a singular persona, resulting in a perfect misunderstanding. However, Xinghe paid no heed to Mu Tianshu's moment of confusion and continued to elucidate, in accordance with the first law. I shall provide you with a certain compensation upon the retrieval of the second persona. In terms familiar to your human reasoning, this entails transforming the uncontrollable into the controllable. As for the specific methodology, I can offer you equipment that you currently lack, ensuring that the advantage you were destined to possess remains intact, thus allowing your formidable strength to shift from an overwhelming state to one that is manageable. Mu Tianshu, well versed in the 3 fundamental laws, comprehended the situation in an instant. Given the impossibility of self-harm and adhering to the rules, it could not forcibly reclaim what belonged to him. Otherwise, it would infringe upon its own interests, violating the first law. In contrast to certain accounts from a past life that were not truly owned, it became clear that as the game progressed, the equipment would eventually be revealed by players. At that point, the gear in my possession would no longer be superior, thus naturally resolving the issue. Instead of the gap between me and them widening, it would gradually diminish. Understood, correct. The mechanical synthetic female voice remained exquisitely perfect. Mu Tianshu believed that merely listening to it speak could be a lifelong pleasure without becoming tiresome. However, what rightfully belonged to him must still be claimed. Chapter 5. Compensation of the Star River. Ahem. So, what equipment are you prepared to compensate me with? Mu Tianshu understood that it was unnecessary to emphasize the formidable prowess of the second entity, for artificial intelligence is devoid of deception. Its essence lies in absolute rationality and objectivity. Through a computation of value ratios, compensation is offered in two forms. The first is a special equipment compensation method, wherein one may select a singular item. As he spoke, Xinghe raised his right hand and made a downward gesture, causing a window to materialize before Mu Tianshu, displaying 8 rings. He instantly recognized the majority of them: the paralysis ring, the resurrection ring, the protection ring, the teleportation ring, the invisibility ring, the overload ring, the flame ring, and the defense ring. Indeed, all 8 were extraordinary artifacts. As a mage, he scarcely needed to ponder. The protection ring, the quintessential artifact of mages, is an unparalleled aspiration for every practitioner of the arcane arts. The moment the words protection ring escaped Mu Tianshu's lips, a perfectly composed mechanical voice resonated from across the table, exuding a tranquil elegance. You may make your selection within 72 hours. With that, Xinghe pointed towards Mu Tianshu, and the window gradually minimized to the upper left corner of his vision, transforming into a question mark. Next came the second form of compensation, a random compensation method. Wait, if the random premium yields something of no use to me, would that not be a futile endeavor? What purpose does this compensation serve? Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be of use to you, as the attributes are allocated by your own choices. Though only valid enhancements can be applied. For instance, luck cannot be increased through bracelets. How can it be called random if I am the one allocating the points? Before he could fully grasp the concept, a 6-sided die materialized before him. Upon inspection, he noted that each face bore a number: 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. You will randomly roll the die, and the resulting number will determine the attributes you are about to acquire. Mu Tianshu gazed at the die in his hand, which displayed a minimum of 7 points and a maximum of 12. He recalled that in his previous life, the most extraordinary equipment he had encountered only granted a total of 7 attribute points. Indeed, this was a transcendent rarity beyond the current stage. If he were to roll the highest number, it would be akin to wearing 2 additional Juma rings. Swallowing hard, he closed his eyes. But his trembling hand miscalculated the force and sent the die flying far away. Mu Tianshu noticed the die had come to a halt, though it was a bit distant and not entirely clear. 11 points. The perfect mechanical sound resonated once more. Mu Tianshu's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. And though he was not the highest, he certainly surpassed the average, his heart pounding like a drum. He was prompted to select a category, as a dialogue box split into several rows: necklaces, bracelets, rings, helmets. Originally, Mu Tianshu intended to choose the most advanced item available. However, upon glancing at the options, he was dismayed to find not a single piece of high-tier equipment. All were low-level basics, with not one exceeding level 20. After searching several times, he paused thoughtfully upon spotting one particular item. Regardless of the choice, none felt optimal. The enhancements were merely attributes. Yet, upon careful reflection, he swiftly made his decision. He clicked confirm, and the item magnified, revealing its attributes. White tiger tooth necklace. Requires Taoism 11. Weight 1. Durability 77. Taoism 1-1. Magic evasion 20. His ability to select this piece was largely due to Xinghe's prior explanation, as this item was equally renowned in his past life. Otherwise, the excitement he felt might have faded, and should he have forgotten, he would have regretted it for eternity. Mu Tianshu chose this necklace primarily because it was the only one that inherently possessed a magic evasion of 20. Below the equipment, adjustable attributes were displayed: attack, magic, Taoism; defense, magic defense, magic evasion, poison evasion; luck, agility, Accuracy. It is pertinent to mention that in the realm of legend, all forms of attack have both upper and lower limits. Each effective strike fluctuates within this range. Generally, the lower limits are rather low, making the pursuit of higher damage the primary objective for all players, to achieve maximum damage with every strike. The sole condition is to possess a total luck attribute of 9 across the entire body. This luck attribute only appears on necklaces and weapons. While weapons can increase luck through the application of blessing oil, necklaces cannot be artificially enhanced. The only means of acquisition relies on fortune. It is quite rare for one to never obtain a necklace that boosts luck throughout their lifetime. A weapon with 3 luck is relatively manageable, but achieving 4 is significantly more challenging, and 5 is even more elusive. Without much deliberation, he boosted his luck to 4, recognizing that this attribute was the reason for its famed status in his past life. After some contemplation, he allocated another point to luck, aware that the 11 points of attributes must be distributed wisely for optimal value. With 6 points remaining, Mu Tianshu deliberated between accuracy and magic evasion for quite some time, ultimately deciding to allocate all points to magic evasion. After all, bracelets and weapons could enhance accuracy, but if he did not increase magic evasion now, future opportunities would be scarce. Upon completing his adjustments, he reviewed the attributes. White Tiger Tooth Necklace. Requires Taoism 11. Weight 1. Luck 5. Taoism 1-1. Magic Evasion 80. Durability 77. Just as Mu Tianshu intended to converse with Xinghe, he was suddenly transported back. The first word lingered on the tip of my tongue, only to be swallowed back. A fleeting image flashed before my eyes, revealing a sea of people, each resembling cartoonish figures, with heads bobbing in the crowd, and their feet hidden from view. These were all newly born beings, bathed in a luminous glow that flickered incessantly, as one after another they descended upon the land of Mafra. In my mind, I silently recited my character attributes. Suddenly, a translucent attribute panel appeared before me, visible only to myself. Name: Baichen Tianshu. Occupation: Mage level, 1 health points, 16 magic points, 18 accuracy, 0 agility, 0 attack, 0-2 magic, 0-2 Taoist skill, 0-0. Characters in their base gear have attack and magic values of 0-1 until level 13, increasing by 1-1 starting from level 14, and subsequently every 7 levels. The Taoist shares similar mechanics, with increases in Taoist skill, while the warrior gains attack points every 5 levels. Defense: 2-3 magic defense, 1-2. Default attire is cloth, magic evasion, 10 poison evasion, 10 experience points, 0-100 carrying capacity, 8-15 attack mode. Peaceful. Upon reviewing my attributes, they bore a striking resemblance to those from my previous life. Retracting my gaze from the stats to the tiger tooth necklace in my inventory, alongside the question mark icon in the upper left corner, I felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. The developmental plans I had meticulously contemplated seemed utterly inapplicable to my current self. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed my mind as I opted to access my backpack. Indeed, there was another bag hidden behind it. Each character possesses 2 equipment slots, thus naturally requiring 2 backpacks. The storage should also accommodate dual capacities. It is essential to remember that in this legendary realm, there are no alternate accounts. Each individual's inventory and storage space is limited. Whether the inability to detach the equipment slots from the backpack was due to the character's constraints or the influence of the 3 fundamental laws, ultimately, it was evident that this character's 2 equipment slots and 2 backpacks were intact. The other character had transformed into a special ring yet to be selected in the white tiger tooth necklace within the inventory. However, no matter how extraordinary the equipment, it cannot equate to an additional character, especially given that this character also possesses 2 equipment slots and a backpack. Yet, as an embodiment of absolute rationality, the artificial intelligence known as Xinghe would only propose the most optimal solution based on calculations. With a malignant probability exceeding 98, refusal would undoubtedly lead to artificial arbitration, the outcome of which is self-evident. To avoid any human interference in its operations, Xinghe, adhering to the 3 fundamental laws of artificial intelligence, devised a compensatory proposal. Fearing arbitration due to my anomalous account, I acquiesced to this proposal, resulting in a resolution that could hardly be deemed a win-win, but rather a compromise reached through mutual concession. Chapter 6. Bichixing Mu Tianshu pondered the potential significance of this character's second backpack and equipment slots, which would ultimately depend on the forthcoming maneuvers. He opted to transfer the necklace to the second backpack and subsequently examined its attributes, noting a weight of 715, slightly reduced. Mu Tianshu was filled with exuberance. Why is it that a mage cannot level up independently? The frailty of their physique and the meager carrying capacity rendered it impossible for a mage to transport more than a few potions, making movement a challenge. To level up, one must also engage others to carry supplies, which justifies the sharing of experience points. However, with the introduction of a second backpack that does not contribute to one's burden, the prospect of having two sources of supplies at one's disposal transforms one into a mobile artillery unit. In the past, when he and Ada were devoid of wealth and influence, they relied solely on their own development. His strategy was to leverage his prophetic advantage to remain among the top tier, considering it a victory. At that time, he did not aim for lofty heights, but at least aspired to attain a golden collar status. Yet now, with the equipment acquired through compensation and the additional 2 backpacks and equipment slots, Mu Tianshu felt an unusual sensation quietly burgeoning within him. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, one must believe in the existence of light. Just then, a small dialogue icon flickered in the lower part of his view. Upon selecting it, he found a series of messages from the same individual, Bei Chen Tianxian. Ada, where are you? Bei Chen Tianxian. Ada, why haven't you logged in yet? Bei Chen Tianxian. Ada, why aren't you responding? Bei Chen Tianxian. Ada, where are you? Mu Tianshu quickly replied, I am at the coordinates of Ginkgo Village, 2356. 1359, 438. After sending the message, Mu Tianshu squeezed his way outside. Despite the crowd, it was manageable to navigate away from the spawn point. However, after taking only a few steps, he received a message from Ada. I am in Beachy Village, and what do those numbers signify? Are they the coordinates you mentioned? Are we far apart? Mu Tianshu replied, It's quite far. Focus on leveling up first, and we can discuss this after you reach level 7. After sending the message, he finally emerged from the starting location. Just as he stepped out, a flash of white light appeared, and a monster was spawned, specifically, a chicken. Without hesitation, he struck it with a club, and before a second blow could be delivered, 7 or 8 wooden swords followed suit. The system prompted him, awarding him 5 experience points. He gazed at the throngs of people around him and began to make his way outside, stopping intermittently until he found the warehouse. Cautiously, he stored his necklace inside. Just before leaving, he opened the warehouse once more, clicking his tongue in admiration. As for the special ring, there was a 3-day period to make a choice. So there was no rush. It was far more convenient to leave it there than in the warehouse. Furthermore, he no longer felt the pressing need for the protective ring as he did at the start. In the early stages, the protective ring offered minimal assistance. In fact, occupying a ring slot could be somewhat burdensome. After all, he considered himself a legendary veteran player, having progressed to the later phases in his previous life, which had clouded his judgment regarding the protective ring. The ring's attribute allowed mana to be deducted first when taking damage, and the mage class is characterized by overwhelming attack power coupled with a fragile physique. Once a high-level shield mage acquired the protective ring, they could become sturdier than a warrior, complemented by unmatched offensive capabilities, an ultimate dream for every player. However, to truly harness the ring's potential, one must reach at least level 31 and master the magic shield to barely utilize it, with its true power being realized around level 40, growing stronger as one progresses. Despite being a divine artifact, it's crucial to recognize that a low level means insufficient mana, should a mage be struck down to 0 mana. There would be little difference between them and a mere scarecrow. However, the present is not like the past. The game has just launched, and the shield mage remains a distant aspiration, let alone the optimal power phase post-level 40. In the early game, the most ideal gear for exploration is undoubtedly the invisibility ring. He had even read several novels set in the backdrop of Legend of Blood that featured this very ring for exploration. This illustrates the inherent advantage of such an exceptional piece of equipment. Just because something is commonplace does not render it ineffective. Rather, its overwhelming power is precisely why everyone opts for it. In his previous life, nearly all entertainment novels could not escape the shadow of the Tang Dynasty's poetic immortals, and commercial novels inevitably revolved around the BTA. Was it merely because they were ubiquitous? You have been reborn. These leading enterprise shares are being offered to you at bargain prices. Will you refuse and claim to seek a different kind of brilliance in the world? Mu Tianshu found himself in a quandary, torn between the choice of the later stage Invincible Guardian Ring or the stealthy ring that promised unparalleled growth. Shaking his head, he momentarily set the dilemma aside. After all, there were still 3 days to ponder this decision. He mused over the multitude of players around him and pondered how long it would take to reach level 7. Observing that ascending to level 2 required 100 experience points, reminiscent of past experiences, he calculated that if the subsequent experience requirements remained constant, reaching level 7 would necessitate 2,500 points. This was crucial, for upon attaining level 7, he would unlock his first skill. Thus, the experience points required prior to this level had been meticulously tabulated in his memory. Experience points could be garnered from various creatures, 5 points from a chicken, 15 from a deer, and 12 from a scarecrow. These constituted nearly all the monsters available in the village and its vicinity. After 2 hours of persistent inquiries with all the non-player characters, he ultimately confirmed the absence of any quests. Indeed, the game's notorious tradition of being unkind to novices was manifesting itself here with even greater severity. Contemplating his next move, Mu Tianshu began to gather meat. He soon realized that few players engaged in this activity, which presented him with a unique opportunity. Others observed him prodding the corpses of monsters, mistakenly interpreting his actions as mere frustration over their inability to claim the kills. A select few attempted to emulate him, and after successfully obtaining meat, they too remained silent, quietly contributing to this noble endeavor. Others were not oblivious. Gradually, an increasing number of players began to immerse themselves in this burgeoning industry. As Mu Tianshu continued to dig, he made his way towards the shop. By the time he reached the butcher, he had filled a bag with venison, a delicacy far more costly than chicken. Thus, he sought out the carcasses of deer specifically. Once he sold the entirety of his haul, he garnered over 5,000 gold coins and resumed his labor diligently. After another 2 hours of toil, he had sold all the meat in his pack, amassing a total of 40,000 gold coins. Yet his level had not yet reached 2. Upon concluding his work, he ventured to the bookstore to purchase skill books. This establishment exclusively offered foundational skill books for level 7 across various professions, a fact he had learned while seeking quests earlier. He acquired a tome on Fireball. Next, he hurried to the general store to purchase a pack of random scrolls. Without further hesitation, he activated one, and in a flash of white light, he vanished. Initially, he had feared he might not reach Bitch City, prompting him to dig a bit longer for additional meat to buy more random scrolls. Ironically, the third scroll transported him directly to the gates of Bitch City. Mu Tianshu tidied up his unsettled emotions and entered Bitch. Chapter 7. Sweetness in the Pocket. The streets were bustling with figures as the closed beta attracted numerous participants, and after extensive promotion, it was sufficient for a few players to guide one person to Bitch within an hour, provided they knew the way. He spent 2 hours searching for quests, anxious about potentially missing them. The novice assistant had spent an hour inquiring various questions, followed by another hour questioning other NPCs, only to find himself in solitude. After 6 hours since the server launch, Bitch was still sparsely populated, and no longer did a few players need to band together to slay a monster. As Mu Tianshu ventured onwards, solely focused on leveling up, he arrived at the vicinity of the bookstore. There was a shortcut here, which others might dismiss as mere legend. But he knew well that one could purchase skill books of all levels at the bookstore in the early stages. Reflecting on his past life, where many were willing to engage in unsavory activities just to obtain a half-moon, a crescent-shaped blade, a dog book, summoning a divine beast, or a shield book, magic shield, he realized how trivial the price of a book was now, merely a few thousand gold coins. Upon conversing with the bookstore owner, he confirmed the availability of skill books. There were 50 copies of each skill book for levels 10 and above, 20 for levels 20 and above, 10 for levels 28 and above, and only 5 copies of the ultimate skill at level 35. Closing the dialogue box, he resumed his monster eradication. Knowing that farming for gold to purchase books was futile, as everyone was currently penniless. During the closed beta, books would refresh without constraints, but now, no one knew that once the skill books were sold out, they would no longer restock. Thus, leveling up was of paramount importance. He remained focused on his advancement and sent a message to Ada, inquiring about his delayed arrival to Bitch. After a while, Ada replied that he would be there shortly. An hour later, while leveling near the city gates, Mu Tianshu spotted Ada, whose character bore the name Dibachin Tianshin, rushing towards him. Upon arrival, the two formed a party and continued their monster-clearing endeavors. 3 hours later, upon reaching level 5, Bitch transformed into a place where players outnumbered monsters. Do not be bewildered by the time spent, as they had found it increasingly difficult to locate monsters. The duo ventured beyond the city, and finally, before 9 a.m., they reached level 7. Mu Tianshu equipped 2 novice rings dropped by half-orcs. Hexagonal ring. Requires level 7. Weight 1. Durability 66. Magic 0 to 1. He then prepared to log off for a meal. After finishing his meal and getting ready, he logged back in at 10:30, and Mu Tianshu's newly devised plan could officially commence. He called Ada to the bookstore and purchased a basic swordsmanship book for him. Both learned their skills. They adjusted their attack mode to group assault and prepared to engage in combat. Exiting the bookstore, they soon spotted a player named Ruthless Swordsman in the distance, attacking chickens. This player was likely a warrior, and as Ada drew nearer, Mu Tianshu cast a fireball, scoring -6 damage, followed by Ada's attack dealing -5 damage, causing the opponent's health to decrease by approximately 1/3. Mu Tianshu silently recited, 31 health, Taoist. He raised his hand, conjuring yet another fireball, dealing 5 damage. The opponent appeared momentarily dazed, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Mu Tianshu was taken aback, thinking, "Aren't you going to flee?" In that brief moment, Ada landed 2 consecutive strikes, inflicting 3 and 4 damage, leaving the enemy with merely 8 health remaining. With a single fireball, dealing 3 damage, he followed up with Ada delivering the final blow, securing the first kill. The opponent, a sentimental swordsman, received a system notification. You have been slain by Bei Chun Tianxian. Witnessing a small healing potion drop onto the ground, he erupted in curses. What the hell is wrong with you? Have I offended you in any way? Damn it. I'll remember you. Just wait. Given that it was Ada's first kill, he surprisingly took the time to respond, "It's just a game. We were much stronger during the beta test. You haven't wronged us. But we can certainly wrong you. Besides, it doesn't cost us experience, so why the excitement?" Mu Tianshu could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking, "Truly, you are remarkable, Ada." The fallen player seemed equally stunned, then retorted, "What you said makes so much sense," before quietly logging off. Suddenly, Ada squinted, saying, "A female player has appeared. Let me get closer before we engage." This was a fully virtual simulation, where gender was predetermined, meaning that a female avatar was genuinely female. Without a moment's hesitation, Ada made the decision regarding the opponent's fate. Mu Tianshu gazed at the woman approaching, her cup seemingly filled with sweets. Before Ada could make a move, he unleashed a fireball, contemplating inwardly. "Truly, you are a late-stage victim of toxic masculinity, destined for a life of solitude." The number -4 floated up, yet the girl opposite seemed to anticipate this, displaying no surprise. With a hint of a smile, she inquired, "Could you perhaps enlighten me as to why?" The two had resolved to play the role of mountain bandits, engaging in attacks without uttering a word. After several assaults, the female Taoist was left with but a sliver of health. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, even pressing on with a cheerful inquiry, "Why not share your thoughts with me? Out of humanitarian spirit, shouldn't you allow me to understand my fate?" The female Taoist exhibited neither displeasure nor frustration. Instead, her gaze remained bright and cheerful as she observed the two. Although the game's mirrored characters only reflected a third of one's true demeanor and had transformed into comic-style avatars, it was evident from this slight expression that the female Taoist could not be lacking in skill. With a swift motion, he cast another fireball to claim the kill, watching as a wooden sword burst forth from the ground. This player was rather peculiar. It felt as though they were intentionally offering themselves up for defeat. As Mu Tianshu spoke, he continued to hasten forward, embodying the sentiment that a small gift can carry profound meaning. Ada fell into step beside him, persistently searching for individuals who had strayed from the crowd. While pairs were quite common, solitary figures were indeed a rare find. Before they could locate anyone, a child with sweets approached them, inquiring eagerly as he neared, "Do you still wish to kill? Perhaps I could allow you to do so once more, and then you could explain to me the reason behind taking a life. What do you think?" Mu Tianshu gazed at the girl who had come seeking her own demise, rolling his eyes as he uttered, "I shall return the wooden sword you shattered, but would you kindly depart?" The female Taoist, however, maintained her cheerful demeanor, her eyes twinkling like a crescent moon, exuding an air of amiable negotiation. Yet her words belied this facade, as she declared, "No, I must accompany you to discern what mischief you are up to. Otherwise, my demise would be in vain." Mu Tianshu gazed at the female Taoist priest, who appeared utterly unfazed by the loss of life. as if it were he and his companion who had been slain. However, it was imperative that she not accompany them any further. Exchanging a glance with his companion, they nodded resolutely and prepared to strike once more. This time, Mu Tianshu deliberately allowed his partner, Ada, to deliver the final blow. For it was the mage who was more adept at securing kills. Thus, this opportunity was graciously bestowed upon Ada. After claiming 2 heads, Ada was surprisingly not marked with a red name, indicating that the criteria for such a designation were significantly elevated compared to their previous lives, where slaying 2 opponents would inevitably result in infamy. Yet, scarcely 2 minutes after dispatching the female Taoist, both found themselves at a loss for words. Observing the figure beside them, Mu Tianshu felt a twinge of frustration, although their intent had been to take lives. It was difficult to proceed against someone who had just been a target yet now regarded them with a smile, especially since she was a woman. This was the first time Mu Tianshu yearned for the simplicity of his past life, where individuals sat before a screen, eyes closed, focusing solely on the task at hand, oblivious to the identities behind the pixels. Yet this was a mirrored simulation game. What difference was there from standing before a real person? An old adage reminds us not to strike those who wear a smiling face. Should she approach them seeking vengeance, they would bear no psychological burden. However, her mere presence, coupled with her cheerful demeanor, made it all the more difficult to act against someone who seemed so nonchalant and familiar. Neither of them were psychologically disturbed, and thus they hesitated to attack this seemingly eccentric individual. Their second attempt at driving her away was met with determination. Yet the realization that she could not be so easily dismissed left them reluctant to engage further, fearing the unsettling implications of such actions. "What is your purpose in following us? Shouldn't you be leveling up?" they inquired. "I merely wish to observe what you are up to. You certainly have an agenda. I have seen you numerous times yesterday, consistently leveling up, and now you suddenly turn to murder," she replied, a curious glint in her eyes. Mu Tianshu disregarded her and continued his search for individuals. The young Taoist followed closely behind, resembling a shadow, and to an unknowing observer. It might appear that the 3 were companions. However, fortune took a turn for the worse shortly thereafter. Either others fled directly, or several turned back to pursue the 2. Or rather, 3 of them. Chapter 8, Alliance. Mu Tianshu was truly reluctant to squander too much time in this place. It was evident that members of the first echelon were already engaged in slaying zombies in the Becky mining area. As long as they did not recklessly descend to the second level to confront electric zombies and kill the Corpse King, forming a team would surely yield fruitful results. Moreover, the Zhulang Earth City, to which he was headed, was certainly not a well-guarded secret. It had been visited during the internal testing phase, though currently, few knew that one could clandestinely cross over using the red name method. Bringing an extra person to the Earth City was inconsequential, and he would inevitably need to assemble a team himself. However, if he were to establish a group, he must take the initiative. In truth, whether being proactive or reactive mattered little. The primary annoyance stemmed from others benefiting at his expense without any effort on their part. Contemplating this, Mu Tianshu turned to Dodoli Yutang and remarked, "I could share this information with you, but what recompense might you offer in return?" Dodoli Yutang, initially cautious, then revealed a hint of a peculiar smile and replied, "Recompense? I have nothing to offer, unless I gather a few individuals to deliver you some heads." As Mu Tianshu's eyes gleamed with realization, he pondered for a moment, weighing the consequences. Even if he were to bring her to the Alliance City and face betrayal, it would not be of great concern, even with more people around. It would suffice for both himself and Ada to level up. What mattered most was that they indeed required additional players, and Mu Tianshu was reluctant to be pursued any longer. With this in mind, he feigned reluctance and said, "Very well, consider it my misfortune. I shall share the information with you, but all the gains will belong to me, and you must promise not to disclose this to anyone." Agreed. Observing her prompt response, Mu Tianshu felt an intensified irritation at being taken advantage of. Suppressing his discontent, he glanced around and quietly added, "I participated in the internal test, and during that phase, I became notorious for my consecutive kills, earning a red name. Upon entering the city, I was swiftly eliminated by the guards, but when I logged back in, I found myself in another map, the Alliance City. There, it is deserted, and we can develop our characters at our own pace." "Ah, so it is the Alliance City? No wonder you were killing. It was to achieve a red name, was it? Please hold on for a moment." Pocket full of candy, then sent out a message. While battling zombies in the Beaky mine, young Master Joe suddenly received a private message. Upon opening it, He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Pocket full of candy. Brother. Quickly summon 2 people to the bookstore entrance in Biki City, so I can eliminate them a few times. Young Master Gio. Pocket full of candy. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. After sending the message, she raised her head to Mu Tianshu and remarked, "Please wait a moment. It will be resolved shortly." Just as Mu Tianshu was about to inquire about what needed resolution, he saw a pocket full of candy waving her hand and calling out, over here, quickly." 2 individuals were seen rushing from afar, one named Valuable Items and the other Little White Dragon in the waves. As they approached, Pocket full of candy declared, "These 2 will do. Let us eliminate them." Seeing Mu Tianshu's bewildered expression, she hastily explained via private message. "My brother has organized a small guild with a dozen or so subordinates. Rest assured, they know nothing. They are merely here to provide heads." With that, she took the initiative and struck the first blow. -1. Return my wooden sword. This is far too slow. Witnessing the woman, who had just been smiling, unleash an attack without hesitation, Mu Tianshu had no objections. How could he miss the chance to claim free heads? He tossed the wooden sword to the ground, followed it up with a fireball, and then sent the wooden sword to meet its target. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 had transformed into red names. Once the 2 pawns were dispatched, Pocket full of candy inquired, "What now?" "Above is the warehouse. Let us first store our weapons and equipment. The clothing is a gift from the system, and it will not drop as long as you don't remove it. Then we can proceed downwards where the archers are located. We can head there directly. Remember not to wander off after logging back in. We shall stick together." Having spoken, they swiftly ascended, leaving the remaining 2 without further ado, who promptly followed suit. After a mere 10 minutes, 3 anguish cries echoed through the air, and shortly thereafter, with the reappearance of lifeless bodies, all evidence of the trio's recent presence in the village dissipated like smoke. Meanwhile, the rather nonchalant Mu Tianshu, having taken a brief respite, returned to the game, only to find Ada and Dodo Liutang already bustling about at the entrance of the Red Name village. Upon approaching them and suggesting they form a party, he gathered everyone together and addressed Dodo Liutang, stating, "If you wish to join us, you must adhere to our regulations. As it happens, we are a trio of professions. You may retain your current equipment, but all remaining spoils will be subject to my distribution." "All right, you tend to ramble a bit. No wonder they call you a die." Mu Tianshu turned in bewilderment to look at Ada. "I just went down for a sip of water, and you sold me out?" "Ahem." Ada turned his gaze to the scenery outside, his expression grave, as if the journey ahead would be fraught with difficulties that required careful consideration of strategies. "Look at your petty demeanor. My name is Su. You may simply address me as such." In the depths of his mind, Mu Tianshu could not help but scoff, reflecting that if she were a man, she would not have been able to command such a presence. "Let us go, we set off," he declared. Ada, trailing behind as Mu Tianshu forged ahead, hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up, quietly explaining the earlier incident. Having called him by his childhood nickname for over a decade, it slipped out inadvertently, revealing to Su the alternate name of Mu Tianshu outside the game. "Why do you call him Ada? That name is rather dull." "Akin to a fool," he remarked, attempting to engage in casual conversation with the somewhat bored Daoist. "If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then best remain silent," he retorted as the trio's voices and silhouettes gradually faded into the vast expanse of yellow sands in the desolate Gobi, in the realm of Legend of Blood. The Mengzhong province holds significant importance, characterized by its vast and barren Gobi expanse, often paired with the Bitch province as one of the 2 most popular maps in the game. Here lies Shabak, the only city that players can claim as their own, a coveted location for warriors. The group exited the Red Name village, continuously heading northwest, where they encountered an increasing number of monsters along the way. The 3 proceeded cautiously, attempting to circumvent any beasts they encountered, for all items would be lost upon death with a Red Name. Reluctantly, they had stored their equipment in the warehouse, leaving their bags completely empty. Fearful of engaging in battle, they ran for over an hour until they finally arrived before a majestic city. The inscription Shabak atop the grand city gate signified they had reached their destination, while the imposing gate seemed to whisper tales of its former glory. The adjacent city walls bore the marks of various weapons, along with scorch marks from magical burns, attesting to the sorrow of past heroes. As the 3 hastily arrived at this site, 2 of them marveled at its grandeur when an indolent yet enigmatic voice interrupted their reverie. "Let us go. First retrieve our equipment from the warehouse." Before the words had fully dissipated, Mu Tianshu had already taken the lead, stepping through the grand entrance of Shabak. Chapter 9. The giant multi-angled worm Shabak Apothecary in Mengzhong Province. As Mu Tianxiu spoke, he instructed, now that we have a priest, purchase 3 bundles of small red potions, and buy blue potions with the remainder. Su, you should buy 1 bundle of red potions like me and the rest blue. Once we are prepared, we shall set forth. After the 3 exited, they began to engage in battle and level up. The wild monsters in Mengzhong offered substantial experience. Even the lowest level sheep provided 20 experience points, while the armor bug yielded 37 points, the hunting eagle 38 points, the wolf 35 points, and the multi-angled bug 42 points. Furthermore, a certain type of wiser bug granted a remarkable 50 experience points, with a priest healing and restoring health. And a mage luring monsters from a distance, Mu Tianxiu took no further action once the monsters were drawn, allowing Ada and Su to handle them. He continued to lure more monsters, maintaining a steady output and swiftly accumulating experience points. Regrettably, in his previous life, team play yielded experience bonuses. Although individual experience points were diminished, the total experience from monsters increased. Now, however, the experience was evenly distributed, which left Mu Tianxiu feeling discontented. Before his displeasure could deepen, darkness suddenly enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand in front of him. The sky had turned dark. After donning a candle prepared beforehand in place of his metal, the surroundings illuminated instantly. Although the visibility was not as good as during the day, it was sufficient for their ongoing battles. The trio had concentrated so intently on fighting that their conversations dwindled. Together, they managed to defeat a monster every 7 to 8 seconds, with each monster yielding approximately 15 experience points per person, amounting to around 110 experience points per individual each minute. Within less than half an hour, all 3 had reached level 8, and after another hour, they simultaneously ascended to level 9. Finally, when their potions ran low, they achieved level 10. All in all, they had leveled up 3 times in roughly 3 hours. Reflecting on their earlier experiences in Biki, where 3 shared a single chicken and 5 collectively hunted a deer, it felt like 2 entirely different worlds. Unfortunately, the equipment drops were scarce. After battling for half a day, they had only obtained 1 level 8 bracelet. Ada, in need of monster resistance, equipped it with delight. The steel bracelet requires level 8, weight 1, durability 55, defense 0 to 1, magic defense 0 to 1. With the bracelet adorned, Ada felt invigorated and more motivated to fight. I have run out of potions. Ada, how many blue potions do you have left? Please drop all of them. I will make another run to buy some more. A fireball extinguished the life of the hunting eagle, and Mu Tianxiu ceased to lure more monsters, turning to Ada to say, I have 3 groups left. I just spent all my money on potions, and now I have none to buy more. I still possess 110,000 gold coins. All the gold dropped by the monsters has been collected by me. I roughly calculated that my income and expenditure are about equal, perhaps with a slight surplus. Mu Tianxiu expressed his curiosity. These are my own. Initially, I teamed up with others where they handled the monster slaying, and I was responsible for gathering meat. The 2 were already aware of his brother's existence, so it was not surprising. Mu Tianxiu suggested that Su go to purchase medicine, specifically the medium blue ones. Given the current level, it was deemed inefficient to waste time using the small blue ones. Su responded affirmatively, advising them to conserve their resources. Without further ado, she turned and hurried back. The 2 continued to level up, and soon received a message from Su. Hurry back. There's a large bug outside the entrance. It must be a boss. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianxiu immediately discerned that it must be the gigantic polyhedral worm, an early-stage god-tier boss. This creature is virtually guaranteed to drop equipment, making it arguably the most benevolent boss in the realm of legends. Mu Tianxiu quickly messaged, please refrain from engaging just yet. Wait for our arrival. It is impossible for one person to handle this alone. The 2 exchanged messages while hastening their pace. After a little over 10 minutes, the trio convened at the entrance. Su remarked, the giant insect is just a little below us. Mu Tianxiu urged, let us not rush, for now. It is just the 3 of us. Let us first replenish our supplies at the pharmacy. Su readily agreed, exchanging 30,000 gold coins for each individual. As the trio hurried towards the pharmacy, Mu Tianxiu remarked, I encountered this creature during the internal testing phase. Its defenses are exceptionally formidable. We shall first attempt to breach its defenses. Let us procure an ample supply of health potions, for our current capabilities may not suffice. Once fully stocked, The three adventurers swiftly made their way back, this time without pausing, as the surrounding minor creatures had long been eradicated by their hands. In the distance, a colossal beetle lay upon the ground, its size surpassing that of an ordinary water buffalo, resembling a dung beetle in appearance. As for their combat strategy, there was little scope for tactics. They simply needed to stand shoulder to shoulder. Mu Tianchu's attack was the first to land, yet the creature remained unyielding. A chill ran through his heart as he witnessed another fireball, which failed to inflict any damage. Indeed, with his current level of magical prowess, he could not breach its defenses. Ada, undeterred, advanced to the side of the gigantic multi-legged insect and swung his sword. The damage registered as -2. At least some damage was inflicted. Fortunately, Su Su, equipped with attack gear due to her early-stage lack of skills as a priest, was also able to penetrate its defenses. However, her damage was merely -1. The creature's health bar remained steadfast, while the giant multi-legged insect retaliated against Ada. Its immense size, if real rather than virtual, could have easily pinned Ada against a wall, rendering him utterly helpless. Thankfully, in this game, only health points were lost. Yet the floating numbers evoked a sense of despair, -19. It was crucial to note that Ada currently possessed only 89 health points. Su Su had 56, and Mu Tianchu a mere 39. Fortunately, Ada was able to withstand the blow, though the use of potions was nearly continuous. However, after 10 seconds of combat, the cumulative damage dealt by the two amounted to just over 10 points, while the creature's health bar was restored to full. Mu Tianchu hurriedly exclaimed, "We cannot engage. Retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, he and his companions swiftly abandoned the monstrous foe and fled. As the one tasked with holding back the rear, Ada took considerable time to evade the wrath of the boss, marking the trio's inaugural failure in their attempt to vanquish it. Su Su expressed her disappointment, lamenting, "It seems we are not returning any faster than the fight itself. Alas, is there anyone capable of defeating such a creature? I fear that at present, no one stands a chance. Its defenses are insurmountable. Only spells of level 20 or higher can penetrate its armor, and even then, the Taoists fare slightly better. Yet, the current levels of the players are far too low. Does that mean it cannot be slain?" She pondered, disheartened by the sight of the boss, which they could not overcome. Mu Tianchu gazed at Su Su, who sported a D above her head, and remarked, "It is not impossible to slay it, but we must wait for a while." What does waiting imply? Could it be that the monster will weaken in due course? You shall soon comprehend. Speaking of it now will not lead to its demise. Cease overthinking. Leveling up is our true priority. Mu Tianchu had already resolved not to linger much longer. He intended to change maps once his notoriety faded. After nearly 2 hours had elapsed, as the trio reached level 11, their names gradually transformed to yellow. To clarify, a character's normal state is denoted by a white name. Upon committing murder, it turns gray, allowing others to slay you without incurring a murder penalty. If one continues to kill, surpassing 4 victims, the name turns red, resulting in not only the complete loss of items, but also a heightened likelihood of equipment dropping. Chapter 10. Using a blade to slay the boss after eliminating 4 monsters that had been drawn in, Mu Tianchu declared it was time to confront the boss. He led the two back to Shabak for supplies. Subsequently, the 3 stealthily approached the boss. Before long, they discovered the gigantic multi-legged insect not far from their previous location. Su Su hastily inquired how to engage it. "Lure the creature away to the great sword guard in the Earth City. Let him assist us in dispatching it. We will clear the path ahead. If there are too many monsters, we will circumvent them, with Ada trailing behind with the creature." Having cleared the surroundings, the 3 proceeded with the boss, directly eliminating any encountered monsters. If they faced a larger group, one would draw them away before regrouping. Nearly 2 hours later, they finally beheld the towering walls of the Earth City, their spirits invigorated, their steps noticeably lighter. As they approached the city gates, a commanding voice suddenly boomed ahead. How audacious! A flash of blade light severed the massive multi-legged insect into 5 pieces. Accompanying the creature's demise was a splendid explosion of loot. Ada and Su Su simultaneously swallowed hard, while Mu Tianchu, already aware of the outcome, maintained a composed demeanor, swiftly dashing forward to collect the spoils. At the onset of the game, there was no equipment protection period. Let's not argue about that. 2 skill books lay among the loot. One, Temptation of Light for Mages, suitable for personal use, and the other, Poisoning Technique for Warriors, which would soon prove beneficial for Su Su. A piece of light armor, female, was undoubtedly meant for her. 2 weapons, a dark wood sword and a bronze axe, were also retrieved, along with a glass ring and an iron bracelet. The remainder consisted of solar water for instant health restoration and gold coins, all of which seamlessly found their way into Su Su's backpack. Mu Tianshu paid no mind to her, instead focusing on the attributes of the first piece of equipment, prompting an exclamation that drew the attention of both companions. Light armor, female, requires level 11, weight 8, durability 68, defense 3 to 4, magic defense 1 to 3, attack 0 to 1, magic 0 to 1, Taoism 0 to 1. Mu Tianshu revealed the attributes and exclaimed, "Su Su, you have struck gold. All attributes increased by 1, truly exceptional." He then examined the second piece of equipment, which appeared quite ordinary. Bronze axe, requires level 13, weight 10, durability 9-10, attack 0 to 15. While the minimum attack is low, the maximum is astonishingly high, far surpassing the wooden sword in his possession. They are simply not comparable. The third item was yet another weapon, but upon seeing its attributes, Mu Tianshu couldn't help but chuckle. Ebony sword, requires level 1, weight 8, durability 59, attack 4 to 8, magic 0 to 4. It grants an additional 3 points in magic and, if memory serves, also adds 2 points in durability. Although the increase in durability may hold little significance, it is better than nothing. He promptly shared the attributes and equipped it. From a bird gun to a cannon. One must recognize that even the Wama weapons possess only 5 points in magic, while the finest weapon beneath Wama, the Yenyu, offers merely 1 to 3. However, the ebony sword bears no wearing requirements. Those superior pieces of equipment often demand either level or attribute prerequisites. As long as one is a person, they can wield the ebony sword. It is unreservedly true that this ebony sword is of greater value than a mage's Wama-grade weapon, a wand. With the impending acquisition of 9 fortunes, he knew that a high maximum would suffice for him. The minimum was not a concern he needed to entertain. The remaining iron bracelet was quite ordinary, accurately providing 1. Yet, what on earth was the final item? Glass ring, requires level 7, weight 1, durability 33, Taoism 0 to 3. Yet another exceptional find, adding 2 points in Taoism. Could this truly be the bounty of exploration? The probability of such outstanding items seems exceedingly high. No wonder individuals in the past were so devoted to exploring new maps. Mu Tianshu traded the bronze axe to Ada. While he bestowed the clothing and ring upon Su Su, he adorned himself with a bracelet. Su Su, in turn, donned the ring and the attire. Clad in her new garments, she resembled a goddess emerging from the realms of anime. The fitted long dress, with its hem split to the thigh, revealed glimpses of skin that was almost blinding to behold. Ada, devoid of any desire for appreciation, was instead acutely aware of the malice emanating from the world. For he was still unable to wield the bronze axe. He lacked 2 levels to do so. Why was it that among those who fought together, he alone could not claim the spoils? Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. Mu Tianshu naturally paid no heed to his current feelings. He turned to Su Su and said, "Prepare to log off. I just received a system notification indicating hunger. Let us step away for a moment to have a meal and replenish ourselves." After speaking, he cast a thoughtful glance at Su Su. For the time being, Mu Tianshu was quite satisfied. This female Taoist was generous, and more importantly, she was true to her word. Thus, he planned to continue bringing her along, placing her in his core reserve team. Those who have experienced the game of legend know that it is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective journey. In fact, many in the past had been unwittingly deceived simply because someone affectionately called them brother or sister, and such occurrences were not rare. Ultimately, the exhaustion of real life had rendered people weary, and once they entered the game, they shed their false facades, yearning to embrace their true selves in a carefree manner. Therefore, even when aware of the potential for deceit, they were willing to extend a measure of trust. This sentiment encapsulates why so many reminisce about the days of legend. After all, without brothers, there is no legend. Once the two logged off, they glanced at the time. It was just past 8 in the evening. Mu Tianshu felt a sense of familiarity, akin to the nights spent gaming in his previous life. When immersed in gameplay, one often lost track of time, only to be jolted back to reality by the body's hunger signals. Upon checking the clock, an overwhelming sense of temporal dissonance would settle in. What felt like merely an hour had morphed into several, even many hours. Famished, the duo quickly located their pre-prepared instant meals. After devouring 2 sandwiches, Mu Tianshu rose and headed towards the water dispenser with a cup of noodles in hand. Once prepared, he sat down and said to Ada, "After you finish eating, I have an idea I'd like to validate. You can practice nearby for a while." What is it that needs validation? Ada inquired, his expression one of confusion. "It's too early to say. Let us just try it out for now. I can't explain it just yet." "All right. Then hurry up and finish your meal. Log back in to test it out. I'll take care of the cleanup. If it takes too long, it may be difficult to explain to Su when she logs back in." Understood. After Mu Tianshu acknowledged with a sound, he concentrated on his noodles. After hastily consuming a few bites, he took his clothes and headed to the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, he emerged, refreshed and invigorated. Noticing Ada had just finished eating and was preparing to clean up, he greeted, "I'll be online first. Once you're done tidying up, send me a message." After seeing Ada walking away with the trash, he waved goodbye and then retreated to his room. He lay on the bed, stretched lazily, and donned his helmet. With a swipe of his hand across the LCD screen in front of him, he reconnected, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him once more. Chapter 11. A difficult search. Upon re-entering the online realm, Mu Tianshu did not venture into the bustling city of Mingzhong. Instead, he turned and sprinted back to Shabake. Indeed, the object of his investigation was the hidden map beneath Shabake, the secret passage, the ancient tomb of Shangshur. The need for verification arose from the significant discrepancies between the current map and its predecessor. Mu Tianshu was uncertain whether the original entrance was a synchronized passage or randomly appeared elsewhere, or perhaps it had altogether vanished from the map. After returning to the pharmacy in Shabak for supplies, Mu Tianshu's first destination was one of the previous entrances, situated behind the clothing store. Mu Tianshu moved slowly along the back of the clothing store, taking 3 complete laps without considering the hidden map. Undeterred, he circled the small building of the store twice more, yet still found nothing. Mu Tianshu furrowed his brow, pondering whether the location had changed or if it had simply vanished. Moreover, unlike other cities, Shabak boasted only this single clothing store. While it was said that Biki City housed 4, and Mengzhong had a similar abundance. Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment, then shifted his focus, dashing towards the adjacent small building. Regardless of whether it was a clothing store, he decided to explore each structure. Thus, Mu Tianshu meticulously examined each small building, determined to uncover the hidden entrance. During the initial phase, he had spent 2 hours on tasks. Now, with the prospect of discovering a concealed map at stake, his resolve was even stronger. One building yielded nothing, nor did the next, as Mu Tianshu tirelessly searched for the secret passageway's entrance. Ada and Su logged in one after the other behind him. Mu Tianshu thwarted their intention to directly enter the city of Mengchong for supplies. His reasoning was rather straightforward. The mechanics of the game dictate that when using a return scroll, one reappears in the safe zone of the last city visited. If they ventured into the city, reaching Bitch would become quite troublesome, especially since the majority of early players congregated there. Before reaching the 10th level, as players progressed swiftly, Mu Tianshu did not focus much on earning money, except for exceptional equipment that held significant value, such as the exquisite ebony sword in his possession. However, as they prepared to truly descend into the map, where equipment of level 15 and above would start to drop, the dynamics of the player community became a consideration. While others gathered in Bitch, he found himself in Mengchong. To whom could he sell his equipment? And see? Thus, when the two inquired, he provided a brief explanation to Su, articulating that everyone was in Bitch, and if they could not return, it would pose considerable complications, isolating them from the main group and transforming their experience into a solitary endeavor. Mu Tianshu then mentioned he had other matters to attend to, suggesting Su and Ada engage with monsters for a while. Su refrained from further comments, and naturally, Ada remained taciturn as well. As time passed, more and more players entered the game, and after a day of anticipation, the evening brought a surge in population. Even those who were initially skeptical were drawn in by the incessant buzz surrounding the game of Blood Legend. The second world, which mirrored reality, unfolded before everyone's eyes through a series of recordings. This prompted exclamations of humanity's impending technological renaissance, reminiscent of the last major upheaval with the advent of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu had been searching for nearly 3 hours, entirely oblivious to these developments, as he traversed building after building. As he approached yet another small structure, a familiar sight flashed before his eyes. After a brief moment of realization, he turned to see the imposing walls of Shabak. with two abandoned buildings quietly standing beside them. A smile broke across Mu Tianshu's face at this sight. In his previous life, there were 3 locations around Shabak that led to secret passages, behind the clothing store, next to the refuse pile, and by the city wall. Given that the route behind the clothing store was inaccessible and the refuse pile was evidently out of reach, the remaining option was the 3rd entrance, the abandoned war chariot beside the city wall. Mu Tianshu hurried to the location etched in his memory, turning left and right. Upon reaching a specific coordinate, his vision suddenly blurred, and he realized that his surroundings had dimmed. He had entered a new realm. The system announced, "You have discovered a secret passage." Mu Tianshu received a system notification, yet before he could comprehend its meaning, he found himself surrounded by the monsters of his past life, zombies. With his arrival, all the zombies sprang to life in an instant, consumed by a sense of dread. He drank the only bottle of solar water he possessed, only to delay his impending demise by a mere second. Due to the mechanics of this legendary realm, he had descended into a secret passage, standing upon a stone staircase, with only 3 zombies capable of launching an assault upon him. However, he underestimated the zombies' lethal potential, or perhaps overestimated his own combat prowess. The span from his descent to his demise was a fleeting 5 seconds. Gazing at a bundle of magical potions strewn upon the ground, Mu Tianshu felt a pang of fear. The loss of other items held little consequence. But should his exquisite ebony sword fall into oblivion, he would have regretted it beyond tears. In this legendary world, there was no concept of corpse running. Upon death, he retreated briefly before logging back in, reappearing in the safety zone of ditch. After conducting a thorough inventory of his losses, he breathed a sigh of relief. None of his vital possessions had been forfeited. Mu Tianshu silently reflected upon himself. This time, he had been overly careless. After acquiring 2 exceptional items, he had become somewhat arrogant. However, his level remained insufficiently low, and he was still clad in mere cloth garments, unable to withstand any significant damage. It seemed that he must first venture to the venomous Snake Valley to hone his skills and simultaneously procure some necessary items, as that place conveniently held what he required. Mu Tianshu originally intended to reach level 17 and learn the Thunder skill before venturing into the hidden map of Shabak. However, to his surprise, the colossal multi-angled worm dropped a level 4 magic ebony sword, prompting him to hastily change his plans and descend into the dungeon prematurely. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow, though he fortunately suffered little loss, just a minor sting. Nonetheless, it served as a stark reminder that he had acted too impulsively. By now, other players had already ventured out of the city to level up. While there were monsters to be found outside the city, the mainstream levels hovered around 8 or 9. With the more industrious players reaching approximately level 11. The top-tier players likely exceeded his expectations, estimating around levels 12 or 13. Only a select few who had paid for assistance in leveling might have reached level 15, known in his previous life as the notable RMB players. He recognized that there was no need for impatience. Once the day passed, he would be able to collect the blessing oil by evening. It was only when he acquired the 9th-tier luck that his true ascent would commence. With this thought in mind, Mu Tianshu messaged Ada and Su, stating that he had arrived in BQ and had learned all the skills available. He instructed them to prepare and gather at the general store. As they were heading to the abandoned mine area, where the experience from monsters outside the province was dwindling. After sending the message, he made his way to the bookstore, having reached level 11, and purchased the level 12 fire resistance ring. Although the level 13 Light of Temptation was not particularly useful at this stage, and he had not intended to buy it, the colossal multi-angled worm had fortuitously dropped the book for him. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, the 2 individuals noted that Mu Tianshu had returned to the city, prompting them to purchase a zero-cost teleportation scroll. Chapter 12. Leveling up, Ada entrusted all his equipment to Su, who boldly charged into the throng of monsters, utilizing the zero-cost teleportation to return to the city. Ada stood by, ready to collect any lost equipment should Su falter. If, perchance, Su did lose her gear and Ada remained alone, he would have to run to the warehouse to store the equipment, which would entail quite a lengthy journey. In the end, when Su met her demise, not a single piece of equipment nor a potion was lost. Once they reunited at the general store, the trio set off towards the outskirts of the city. They did not fly randomly, as the map was extensive and the monsters along the way were suitable for leveling. After a leisurely stroll filled with pauses, they finally reached the abandoned mine in the Poison Snake Valley 3 hours later. Without further ado, they ventured straight into the mine. Mu Tianshu surveyed the surrounding space, which was significantly larger than that of his previous life, entirely on a different scale. The dimly lit underground cavern illuminated itself, rendering candles unnecessary. The entrance was unusually quiet, suggesting it had been recently cleared. The group ventured deeper, and as they progressed, the expanse opened up considerably, revealing distant silhouettes engaged in combat with monsters. The trio chose a secluded direction. Mu Tianshu summoned a fireball to lure a zombie, while Ada followed up with damage, and Susu waited until the zombie began to attack Ada before joining the fray. The damage inflicted was noted as -14, -6, -8, with the former indicating Mu Tianshu's fireball damage, while the latter two represented Ada and Susu's strikes against the zombie. Susu, not wearing her ring, still donned an ancient bronze ring, as she lacked any significant skills and retained her previous attack gear to maximize damage output. After a round of attacks totaling 28 points of damage, it would take merely 6 to 7 rounds to vanquish a single zombie. Moments later, the creature collapsed, unexpectedly dropping an iron sword, which was claimed by Ada. The iron sword required level 10, weighed 10, boasted a durability of 810, and had an attack range of 5 to 9. Equipped with it, Ada's attack doubled compared to the wooden sword, and the visible increase in damage was substantial. Before long, the second zombie fell without dropping any loot, while the third quickly reached its critical health, yielding 2 pieces of equipment. Mu Tianshu pondered the surprising drop rate of such items. The platinum necklace required magic level 10, weighed 1, had a durability of 66, and offered magic damage of 0 to 2. The bronze helmet required level 10, weighed 4, had a durability of 88, and provided defense of 0 to 1. Neither item was exceptional. He handed the helmet to Adu to bolster his resilience, while he adorned the necklace himself. As the trio continued to battle and advance, their purposeful movement soon rendered the surroundings devoid of any other presence. Mu Tianshu descended to the next level, guided by the memories of his past life. Along the way, he encountered an array of baskets, shovels, and hoes. Observing the dimly lit walls of the mine, he mused that it would not be long before many would reach level 11, heralding the arrival of a formidable mining force. In his previous life, one could hardly claim to be a legendary player without having delved into the depths of mining. For those who were not affluent players, the absence of riches was often lamented. Among the myriad methods of gold acquisition, mining stood out as the most stable and effortless means of generating income. Continuing his journey, he occasionally crossed paths with small groups engaged in combat against monsters. Suddenly, a voice of surprise rang out. "Little sister, what brings you here? Why didn't you send me a message?" As the words were spoken, the speaker scrutinized both Mu Tianshu and Ada intently. Mu Tianshu glanced over to see a warrior clad in light armor rushing ahead of a few individuals. Susu, showing no hesitation, remarked, "What do I have to say to my own teammates? Move aside and do not obstruct our path. When there's a need, he calls me brother. When there's none, he simply shoves me aside. His utility nature is laid bare." The young Master Gyo, wearing a dark expression, stepped aside, making Mu Tianshu and his companion feel as though they owed him a fortune. "Thank you," Mu Tianshu muttered as he brushed past. Once they had distanced themselves, he quietly inquired, "Is this your brother?" Susu replied, "Indeed, it's best to ignore him. Otherwise, he can be quite tedious." If the disgruntled young master knew he was being labeled as tedious, it would be uncertain whether Mu Tianshu and his companion would dare approach him again. "Why aren't you with your brother?" Mu Tianshu, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Isn't seeing him every day enough? Why must we also be together in the game?" Left speechless by the retort, Mu Tianshu fell silent and focused on their journey. The monsters ahead began to swarm densely, indicating that descending further was not a viable option. If he were alone, he could certainly devise a way down. But forming a party seemed out of the question due to their low levels. "Let us remain here," he decided, abandoning his earlier plans. It seemed that spontaneity was far superior to meticulous planning. Initially, Mu Tianshu had believed he would swiftly surpass this phase. Hence, he had not given much thought to acquiring gear. Most of his gold was spent on potions to level up. Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If he had followed a more systematic approach, he might have acquired a weapon by now. However, his overly ambitious strategies led to a situation where, despite being a seasoned player, he found himself outpaced by others in terms of level, and aside from a few fortunate finds, he lacked the equipment to keep up with mainstream players. Indeed, taking large strides could lead to pitfalls. Only now did Mu Tianshu truly grasp the meaning of that saying. The trio found a favorable spot to engage monsters, and Mu Tianshu began to draw them in. The same effective strategy unfolded as before. The first monster fell, yielding a substantial loot of 6/6, bringing joy to the three. Among the spoils were 2 skill books. One was a level 14 poisoning technique for the warrior, and the other was a level 13 Siren's Light for the mage. They also discovered 4 pieces of equipment: a light armor, mail, a gold necklace, a horn ring, and a large bracelet. Though ordinary, they were useful for everyone. The poisoning technique and the large bracelet were given to Su, while the ring and necklace were awarded to a Mu Tianshu. Donned the armor and began training with the Siren's Light, finally shedding the days of wearing mere cloth. Settling down to level up, the trio could slay a zombie in under 10 seconds on average, each yielding 160 experience points, with each player gaining 54 points. This translated to approximately 320 experience points per minute for each individual, with their current experience total at 8,000. Factoring in the time spent drawing monsters, they estimated they could reach level 12 in about an hour. It was 8 a.m. Mu Tianshu has finally reached level 15, while Su and Ada had already attained level 16 just 10 minutes prior. After all, during the 3 hours Mu Tianshu spent searching for maps, the two had been tirelessly battling monsters to level up. At this moment, the trio's equipment had undergone an astonishing transformation. Ada wielded a dagger. Having bestowed his iron sword upon Su planned to return to the city to purchase poison before summoning back the equipment of the Taoist. Mu Tianshu, steadfastly wielding the ebony sword of the fourth magic, remained undistracted and wholly focused on luring monsters for experience. The arduous journey of leveling up in this legendary realm was gradually revealing its challenges. At level 12, the experience required for advancement was a mere 10,000, seemingly a modest increase. However, upon reaching level 13, this requirement surged to 15,000, and level 14 saw a dramatic escalation, demanding a staggering 30,000. Mu Tianshu was unfazed by the announcement. Although the percentage increase was substantial, the initial base was relatively small, making upgrades not particularly challenging. Meanwhile, a system announcement resonated in everyone's ears. Chapter 13. The Intertwining of Virtuality and Reality. System announcement. Since the public beta of Legend of Blood commenced, it has officially been operational for 36 hours. All data has been verified as accurate, and computations are functioning smoothly. In anticipation of the dawn of a new era, a system update will occur in 10 minutes, concluding at 8 p.m. Following this update, the game will open fully to connectivity. The system has introduced an auction house and the Galaxy Store. Further details can be discovered through exploration. The Galaxy Guarantee has also been added to ensure the integrity of transactions. For additional services, please experience them within the game. System announcement. System announcement. System announcement. System announcement. The announcements were broadcasted 5 times consecutively, with the vivid red notifications flooding the screen, compelling everyone's attention. A puzzled voice emerged from Ada. Why is there a system update just 36 hours after launch? Isn't that a rather brief interval? Mu Tianshu glanced at the announcement and, after dispatching the monsters before him, remarked, "This may be related to the comprehensive connection that the announcement mentioned. Let us log off in a secluded corner tonight and take a moment to rest. There is no need to rush these few minutes." Having just depleted his potions, he noted that Ada had brought back a considerable supply, thus deciding against returning to the city. Su pondered for a moment and inquired, "Will you all log on at the designated time tonight? If all goes well, I should be able to. Let us create a group so we can stay in touch even when we are not in the game." Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment before acquiescing, revealing his Star River account. Coincidentally, several individuals gathered in a secluded corner where they could log in without the fear of being encircled. Mu Tianshu made his way to the innermost part and was the first to log out. Just as he removed his helmet, he stretched his limbs, and a symphony of crackling sounds resonated from his palms. Mu Tianshu retracted his hands and held them before his eyes, staring blankly at them. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, completely unfazed by the prolonged period of rest. The last time he logged off, he was engulfed by a profound weariness. However, now he distinctly sensed waves of vigor rising within him. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion, he perceived himself to be significantly stronger. At that moment, he was suddenly startled by a loud exclamation from outside the door. Mu Tianshu hurriedly walked into the living room. only to find Ada standing at the door, bewildered, with the doorknob awkwardly held in his hand. Upon noticing Mu Tianshu, he innocently raised the doorknob as if to explain, "I merely pulled gently while closing the door, just like before, and it broke instantly." Mu Tianshu's brows furrowed even deeper, and the expression of incredulity in his eyes intensified gradually. Upon noticing Mu Tianshu's lack of response, Ada placed his severed hand on the table and hurriedly made his way to the restroom. He was already in a rush and nearly found himself in an uncomfortable predicament. "I need to use the restroom first. I will speak with you once I return." Mu Tianshu did not respond. Instead, he stepped forward to grasp the broken doorknob, examining it closely. It appeared to be in good condition, devoid of any signs of age or neglect, bearing a semblance of newness. After setting the doorknob down, Mu Tianshu proceeded to the corner of the room and effortlessly seized a dumbbell that Ada typically used for his workouts. Mu Tianshu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Although he had previously found it challenging to lift the weights, requiring a considerable exertion of strength, now it felt as effortless as holding a piece of fruit. In fact, he even contemplated tossing the weights playfully. At that moment, Ada emerged from the doorway, prompting Mu Tianshu to quickly say, "Please close the door gently." Despite his puzzlement, Ada complied, softly shutting the door before approaching Mu Tianshu to observe him holding his dumbbells. In his previous life, Mu Tianshu existed in an era of information overload. Having encountered an abundance of imaginative ideas, naturally, he harbored certain conjectures, yet the intertwining of reality with the virtual realm rendered the experience somewhat surreal. Furthermore, these notions remained merely speculative, lacking definitive validation. Thus, Mu Tianshu blinked and began to summon thoughts within his mind. System? Panel? Legend? Galaxy? Backpack? Deep blue? Receiving no response, he instructed Ada to take a seat while he himself closed his eyes and delved into contemplation. His physical prowess and strength had evidently been augmented, as demonstrated by Ada's casual act of snapping a doorknob. What, then, distinguished the present from the past? If the enhancement stemmed from the game, it was worth noting that he had previously logged off without experiencing such an increase in strength. In fact, it had often left him feeling fatigued. The sole difference lay in the fact that he had grown stronger within the game, equipped with superior gear and achieving a higher level. Level? This line of reasoning began to coalesce. He recalled that the fundamental attributes in the game were first augmented at level 14. If this were the case, then his prior offline self, merely at level 7, would indeed show no significant changes. Conversely, having reached level 15 this time, his basic attributes had already been enhanced once. With this realization, Mu Tianshu shared his hypothesis with Ada, who, caught up in his own thoughts, initially rushed to the bathroom. Upon returning, he found himself gently pressed onto the sofa by Mu Tianshu. While Mu Tianshu felt invigorated, Ada had yet to fully grasp the implications of their enhanced physical capabilities. After listening to Mu Tianshu's conjectures, Ada took the dumbbell from Mu Tianshu's hand. With his raised eyebrow and an expression of disbelief, he began to comprehend the situation. Subsequently, Ada extended his index finger, placing the dumbbell upon it. While his finger did not budge an inch, it effortlessly lifted the weight with ease. As Mu Tianshu observed the scene before him, he discerned that Ada's strength had evidently surged beyond his own by a considerable margin. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this was attributable to inherent physical prowess or the demands of his profession, as both possibilities held merit. Further contemplation was required in due course. At that moment, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a verification message awaiting his attention. Mu Tianshu recognized that the message was sent by Su and promptly acknowledged it. Before he could respond, another message appeared on his screen. "Do you feel that something is amiss? How to articulate it? Just after exiting the game, I sensed something was off with my body. Now, I feel as though I could effortlessly kick my front door off its hinges." Mu Tianshu was initially uncertain, but upon noticing Su's similar transformation, he shared his own changes and speculations with her, articulating, "Do you mean that we become stronger in the game to a certain extent, and then this manifests in our reality?" Unsure if this was indeed the case, he acknowledged it as the most reasonable explanation he could conjure at the moment. If this were true, it would not take long for the matter to surface, given the vast number of participants. For now, they would simply observe the unfolding events. Chapter 14. Relatives visit. Ada approached Mu Tianshu, who was engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Placing a hand on Mu Tianshu's shoulder, he inquired, "What is going on?" Catching sight of the chat history on the screen and realizing it was with Su, he smirked mischievously. "So, you two are chatting now?" In response to Ada's playful demeanor, Mu Tianshu smiled and remained silent, instead creating a group chat and adding both of them. Upon entering the group, Ada eagerly asked Susu why she only messaged Adai. Of course, it's because he is more handsome, especially his eyes, she replied. Ada, exasperated, retorted, "Isn't that the hallmark of a superficial admirer?" To which Susu unabashedly confessed, "Indeed." Observing the playful banter between them, Mu Tianshu interjected, "It's time to cook." Ada. Both were orphans, naturally lacking the festive awareness nurtured from childhood. Occasionally, when they did notice, they would prepare a lavish meal to celebrate the occasion. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, on the second floor in a master bedroom, a young girl lay on her bed, chatting on her mobile computer, her feet playfully colliding, reflecting her exuberant spirit. The delicate silk nightgown slipped from one shoulder, yet no one was present to appreciate her extraordinary beauty. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Little sister, it's time to eat." The girl responded, set aside her now silent computer, and quickly rose, stretching languidly. Her perfect figure was fully revealed, and her exquisite face radiated joy. Anyone who beheld her would deem her a flawless goddess. She hurried to her wardrobe, changed into casual attire, and, with a beaming smile, opened her door, humming a tune as she stepped out. On the sofa, an elegantly poised young woman remarked with a hint of reproach, "So you finally decided to come down? Got a new toy and forgot to watch TV with your mother, huh?" Although she recognized the teasing nature of her mother's words, the girl scampered to her side, crouching beside her. "Oh, you're the best, Mom." A nearby young boy, unable to tolerate such saccharine exchanges, interjected, "Little sister, why didn't you stick with me back at the abandoned mine? You ran off with two strangers." The young woman, however, was well aware that her daughter, despite her seemingly obedient demeanor, possessed a cunning and proud heart. Thus, I sat in silence, absorbing the situation. "Why should I associate with you all? You are utterly incompetent. You cannot even comprehend a simple zombie, and in doing so, you have caused my demise. Moreover, who are these strangers? They are my new allies, and I have resolved to play alongside them henceforth. They are far more capable than you." Reflecting on my initial death, I recall the chaotic monster spawn in the zombie cave, where they floundered helplessly, leading to my untimely end. I was filled with ire as I thought about it. However, on a brighter note, I was fortunate to respawn in the city. Otherwise, I would not have encountered such intriguing companions, who, while espousing seemingly reasonable fallacies, displayed a darker side in action. Initially drawn in by curiosity, I found myself incapacitated by these two. Had I not inexplicably clung to them, I would not have embarked on the subsequent journey to Alliance. With this thought, a faint smile graced Susu's lips, prompting a contemplative squint from the nearby Xiao Weiing. At that moment, the caretaker approached and announced, "Madam, Miss, young master, dinner is ready." Rising, she led the way to the dining room. The winter sun was not blinding. It lacked heat yet bestowed a languorous warmth upon the skin. Meanwhile, due to a system update, the two, left with nothing to do, resolved to venture out for lunch. Just as they were about to exit, both Mu Tianshu and Ada's phones chimed simultaneously. "It's infuriating. Why must we engage in such tiresome family visits during the new year?" Mu Tianshu remarked with a more objective tone. Ada chimed in, "Ada is correct. I believe relatives should indeed connect more frequently when time permits. Then why must we prepare immediately after breakfast? And why must you remain glued to my side? How can you both be so irresponsibly cavalier in your remarks?" Susu's response was laden with resentment. Mu Tianshu and Ada exchanged a glance. "For we have no relatives." Ada nodded in agreement, finding Ada's response quite accurate. Suddenly recalling that nodding was not visible from across the table, he sent a nodding emoji in response. Meanwhile, seated in the living room, Susu donned a white t-shirt, her phone in hand, occasionally looking up to reveal a bashful smile. Her already beautiful visage, combined with her serene demeanor, rendered her even more obedient and demure. If Mu Tianshu and Ada were present, they would hardly believe that this was the cold-hearted female Taoist who had referred to herself as his sister the previous night. Susu was nearing graduation, wasn't she? Time indeed spares no one. She had grown from a mere child into a young adult in the blink of an eye. A middle-aged woman seated in the guest area wore a wistful expression as she gazed upon Susu, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Sitting with grace and poise in the main seat, Xiaoyuyo smiled warmly. Indeed, daughters grow independent of their mothers, and life was so much easier when they were young. The remark made by her sister was excessively modest, who was unaware that our little Susu excelled academically, even before she graduated. Admirers were lining up from here to the Americas. Su, sitting shyly while fiddling with her phone, appeared even more bashful upon hearing the praise, a blush adorning her cheeks. Xia Yuyo glanced at Su. It would be better if Sister Lan refrained from showering her with compliments. Children are not accustomed to flattery, and she might genuinely believe herself extraordinary. After spending an entire day gaming yesterday, she didn't even realize she had missed breakfast. Lan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is it that virtual game causing such a stir? Our Hao Bo is the same. Once he enters that game, he loses track of meal times. They are of the same age, providing an excellent opportunity for them to interact. After saying this, she subtly nudged the boy sitting beside her with her leg. The boy, named Zhu Haobo, whose father Zhu Qipeng was a childhood friend of Su's father, Su Yu, straightened his back and promptly assured, Aunt Xia, you need not worry. I will certainly protect Su in the game. Just as he was about to turn and strike up a conversation with Su, Lan playfully slapped him on the back of his head, causing him to swallow the words he was about to utter. Observing her son, who was typically quite astute in his studies but seemed to lose intelligence in social interactions, Lan raised her hand again, though ultimately refrained from applying much force. Gently patting the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Does Su need your protection? She has always been more capable than you. Use your time to share insights and learn from others. Su lifted her head, smiling shyly as she replied, I'm not as remarkable as Annie suggests. My good academic performance is merely because girls tend to be more studious. Brother Haobo is already very good. Of course, the underlying implication of very good was that he was not quite good enough. While speaking with a radiant smile, Su quickly typed out a message on her phone with a speed exceeding 200 characters per minute. 173 this number. Call immediately. Chapter 15. The escape. Having just descended the stairs, Mu Tianshu glanced at his phone, remaining silent for 3 seconds before swiftly comprehending that his teammate was in peril. As a fellow orphan in a past life, he had undoubtedly assisted countless individuals through such life-saving calls. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the number and initiated the call. On the other end, Lan, having just heard Su's words, was about to respond when she remarked, Su is so understanding. As for the topics of youth, I, as an elder, am quite unfamiliar. You young ones should communicate more. Halfway through her statement, Su's phone began to ring. Su glanced at her device, then turned its screen down without answering, raising her gaze to continue smiling at Lan, allowing her to finish speaking. This gesture implied that respecting one's elders was paramount. She wished to hear Lan out completely. Nevertheless, by not disconnecting the call, she subtly signaled that she was waiting to receive the call after Lan's discourse. Lan, having finally succeeded in steering the conversation towards Su, was keen to elaborate further. However, upon noticing the girl across from her, holding a phone that incessantly buzzed, she felt it inappropriate to prolong her own words. Thus, after reiterating the need for future communication, she gestured for Su to answer her call. Su offered an apologetic smile, then stood up and walked toward the living room, answering the call as she went. Hello. Yes, I'll be there shortly. Her voice gradually faded into the distance until it was no longer audible. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Thankfully, your call arrived just in time, a true rescue. My gratitude is beyond words. Having just stepped outside, Su bore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. A stark contrast to the demure and gentle girl who had been seated quietly in the living room moments before. Is it all settled? Then I shall hang up. I still have my walk to continue. Acknowledging her role, she understood that a tool must accept its purpose. Sometimes, one must simply disappear. Well, I suppose I've barely managed to escape with my life. Visiting relatives this early? It's left me without a proper breakfast. All right, you carry on with your business. Su felt a sense of unfair targeting. Truly, who would seek others at such an early hour? Normally, she would be asleep until naturally awakened, especially during winter break. Return? That is utterly impossible. I suppose I shall find a companion within my phone to share my woes. All right, I'm hanging up. Goodbye. Mu Tianshu promptly ended the call. Sir, here is your porridge, along with the side dishes. The proprietor of the small eatery approached with a platter, which Mu Tianshu received with gratitude. The two often frequented this establishment for breakfast. The affordability was one aspect, yet more so, it had become a comforting routine. This couple-run diner had been in operation for decades, and in Mu Tianshu's memory, it had always been present, with the owners being remarkably amiable and agreeable. Thus, business was thriving. The two individuals, intending to venture out shortly, initially planned to have a casual meal. By chance, they noticed that a nearby breakfast establishment was still open. So they decided to stop by and order a few items for a quick bite. On the other end of the line, Susu furrowed her brow while holding her phone. When she hung up, she seemed to have heard the sound of dishes being served from the other side, an unmistakable accent from the capital city, which she was confident she had not misheard. After a moment's contemplation, she redialed the number, feeling somewhat forlorn about not finding anyone to accompany her during the festive season. Seeing the call from Mu Tianshu struck him as peculiar. Why was she calling back so soon after hanging up? Upon answering the phone, he heard Susu's voice on the other end. Are you in the capital city? Mu Tianshu was taken aback for a moment. There was truly nothing to conceal. For he was, after all, a man and had no reason to hide such matters. Thus, he replied affirmatively. Really? We're in the Divine City. Do share your location with me. Mu Tianshu did not ponder much. He sent a location and soon heard a pleasantly surprised voice from the other end. Add one more. I'll wait for you. Susu had not anticipated that this matter would involve two parties, both from the capital, and that the place was not far. A quick drive would suffice. She returned upstairs to retrieve her car keys. As she descended, passing through the living room, she called out from a distance, Mom, I have something urgent to attend to. Aunt Ju, please take your time chatting with Mom. I must be on my way. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly exited, leaving the others in the living room exchanging glances. This girl is still the same, spontaneous as ever. They say a daughter grows independent of her mother. See, Sister Lan, I told you I wasn't lying. Xia Yueying remarked, shaking her head. Though her words seemed reproachful, the affection laced within was unmistakable. That isn't quite right, sister. Susu has always been obedient since she was little, and now. Outside, Susu was oblivious to the chatter in the living room. She reached her garage. Starting up her Starry Night 99, a gift from her father when she received her driver's license at 16, and drove off. Meanwhile, Ada, who was still waiting for the steamed buns, inquired, Who is it asking to share the location? Oh, it's Susu. She mentioned it isn't far and wants to join us for breakfast. Perhaps there are simply too many relatives at home, Mu Tianshu offered with rare explanation. Is that so? Do too many relatives necessitate breakfast together? How do you know? No, what I meant was, why does she want to come find us? We aren't that familiar. Mu Tianshu was disinclined to engage with him. The man opposite him, who appeared robust and simple-minded, was better left unspoken of. After consuming a small bowl of thin rice porridge, warmth enveloped him, and upon observing the increasing number of patrons around him, he turned to the proprietor and inquired, How much longer for these buns? About 10 minutes. Just a little longer, the owner replied. At this hour, those venturing out for breakfast were indeed few, especially during the new year when the streets were typically quiet. However, with only this establishment open for business, it seemed quite crowded. As the two were languidly passing the time, they overheard a conversation from a nearby table where three individuals were discussing their exploits in the game. I'm not boasting, but our guild is currently the fastest in clearing new content. Last night, I spent hours leveling up in the Bichu mine with our leader and the guild master. And I've already reached level 13. The two companions chimed in, their voices laced with flattery. The speaker, evidently caught up in the excitement, continued. Our leader is around the same level as I am, but our guild master is nearly at level 17. Once the new zone opens tonight, focus on leveling up. Don't even think about elite status, but the ordinary members should have no trouble. Initially, Mu Tianshu believed that they were merely a group of ordinary players. Upon hearing that he was at level 13, he felt a slight surprise. Observing the young man's demeanor, he did not appear to possess any extraordinary power, which only strengthened his suspicions. However, when he learned that the guild leader was approaching level 17, he was genuinely astonished, realizing that their guild was quite formidable. Just as he was preparing to listen more attentively, the outside noise suddenly grew more raucous, and he faintly caught snippets of conversations mentioning luxury cars and beautiful women. Turning his head, he saw a young girl in a wool coat, radiating an ethereal charm, entering the room. She glanced around with her phone, and at that moment, Mu Tianshu's phone began to ring. Mu Tianshu waved his hand, and the young girl approached, gazing into his eyes for 5 or 6 seconds before suddenly speaking with an air of familiarity. Has my portion been prepared? Chapter 16. Revenge fulfilled. Has my portion been prepared? It has, but it's a bit cramped, and it's not quite ready yet. Let's sit and wait for a while. Mu Tianshu was somewhat taken aback by Susu's striking beauty. However, it was not to the extent that he was rendered speechless as one might encounter in a fantastical tale. He pulled a chair for Susu to sit down, and in an attempt to make conversation, He remarked, visiting relatives during the new year isn't supposed to be such a burden, is it? It feels more like we're escaping from something. Just as Su was at a loss for words, she heard Mu Tianshu's comment, which caused her shoulders to slump slightly. And she sighed, you don't understand. This isn't just any ordinary relative. We share a profound bond that spans generations. Mu Tianshu appeared somewhat perplexed. There was no need to run away. According to your account, the relationship should indeed be quite amicable. Su wore a gloomy expression. Initially, it was nothing of consequence. But he has a son, of similar age to me. Do you comprehend the implications of that? Oh, I think I grasp the situation. I simply did not anticipate that someone with your circumstances could encounter such troubles. As their conversation unfolded, Ada, casting sidelong glances, suddenly inquired of Mu Tianshu. How is it that you understand? What sort of riddle are you two engaging in that I cannot decipher? Mu Tianshu cast a glance at Ada, remarking, you are an orphan. It is quite natural for you to be unaware. Are you not? We grew up together. When did you transform? In the past. Mu Tianshu shot a fleeting look at Ada, who assumed that the past referred to the time before their arrival at the orphanage, and thus refrained from further comment. At that moment, the steamed buns were ready. The proprietor approached, balancing a bowl of congee and several baskets of buns, and with a smile, said to Mu Tianshu, in honor of your beauty, I have brought these to you first. Mu Tianshu rolled his eyes, ignoring his boss. As he accepted the steamed bun and continued to speak to Su, if you do not fancy him, the most prudent choice is to voice it directly. Simply concoct a plausible excuse and point out a flaw to justify your disinterest, and it would suffice. Su, with a furrowed brow, sighed. If only it were that simple. The issue lies in the fact that he neither smokes nor drinks, returns home at a reasonable hour, and possesses no vices. He excels academically, embodies good character, and hails from a prosperous background, leaving no evident shortcomings. In truth, he exemplifies every virtue a woman could desire. If one were to insist on a flaw, it would be that he is rather besieged by admirers. Mu Tianshu could hardly believe his ears. Could such a person truly exist in this world? And you intend to run away from such a man? Su lifted her bowl of congee, took a sip, and cast him a sidelong glance. What you actually wish to inquire is whether I am unwell, isn't it? Having said that, she extended her left hand and reached for a bun. While our family may not be extravagantly wealthy, we live comfortably without financial worries and possess a modest fortune. Do you truly believe that what was just mentioned holds any allure for me? What I desire is what I personally cherish, not what is universally admired. It is evident that I harbor no feelings for him. With that, she raised her other hand holding chopsticks and shrugged. The three of them stepped outside. And Ada glanced at Su before asking Mu Tianshu, where shall we go now? Mu Tianshu glanced at Su and replied, let us meander for a while. We can explore the city and perhaps indulge in some shopping. You think too highly of yourself. A casual stroll to work off a meal. And then you can head back. We need to return to observe the happenings on the forum. May I visit your home then? Su inquired. Though Mu Tianshu harbored no ill intentions, he found her naivety somewhat perplexing. After all, it was merely their first meeting, and she was already eager to follow him home. Seemingly discerning Mu Tianshu's thoughts, Su remarked, what are you thinking? My watch is equipped with independent artificial intelligence, which will promptly notify my parents and alert the authorities if I am in danger. Feeling somewhat exposed by her insight, Mu Tianshu awkwardly shifted the subject, saying, why would you shy away from someone so accomplished? To which Su responded with a look of incredulity, how could he possibly be as exceptional as you claim? If such a man truly existed, even if he were not to my liking, being friends would still be worthwhile. I was merely jesting. Do you genuinely believe such transparent fabrications? Haven't you been independent for many years? How have you managed to survive until now? Mu Tianshu, caught off guard by her candidness, had to concede that he had indeed let his guard down, failing to anticipate her sharpness. While Su's expression conveyed surprise, internally, she reveled in a sense of triumph. Smirking to herself, you thought you could outsmart me. At last, my vengeance is realized. Mu Tianshu turned and began to retrace his steps, remarking, since we are headed back, let us forego the stroll. It will suffice as a means to aid digestion. His serene countenance betrayed no hint of distress. Yet internally, he incessantly urged himself to maintain composure, unwilling to let her perceive his facade. The trio ambled along, observing that many establishments along the roadside remained open despite the hour. At this juncture, they became acutely aware of the multitude of promotional advertisements and projection videos for the legendary game. It appeared that following the public beta, the fervor had escalated dramatically, fueled by personal experiences shared through word of mouth. Passers-by engaged in animated discussions about their intended actions following the game's launch. As the three made their way home, Susu gazed at the tidy two-bedroom apartment, somewhat astonished. She was not merely a sheltered young lady oblivious to the world outside, academically gifted since childhood. She had been a prominent figure throughout high school and university. Now in her senior year, having recently stepped down as vice president of the student council, she had ventured into male dormitories, including her brother's room, which, prior to tidying, bore a striking resemblance to a dog-esque den. Mu Tianshu presented the freshly washed fruits, as several individuals reclined on the sofa. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, Mu Tianshu initiated a discussion about his forthcoming plans. I aspire to establish a dedicated core team, for this game evidently places great emphasis on collaborative efforts. To avoid revealing too much, Mu Tianshu refrained from mentioning the guild at this juncture, as no one had yet achieved the horn. Mu Tianshu paused for a moment, gazing at Susu before continuing. Are you still studying? Is your online availability sufficient? I have no issues with that, Susu replied without hesitation. I am currently in my internship period, and I feel no pressure regarding graduation. Mu Tianshu nodded and said, Very well. Later this evening, we shall log on to continue our ascent in levels. For now, it is just the three of us. The core team must be composed of trustworthy individuals. Our primary objective is to swiftly advance in our levels, while all else remains secondary. Mu Tianshu's insistence on prioritizing upgrades stems from the undeniable reality that the virtual world profoundly influences the tangible one. Even without his urging, the pursuit of leveling up is paramount for all players at present. In the Star River scenario, Mu Tianshu requires an 11-point proficiency in Taoism to don the coveted white tiger tooth necklace acquired as compensation, a feat he currently finds insurmountable. With the conclusion of Chapter 17, I have been vigilantly monitoring the forums today, where threads expressing impatience over physical anomalies have begun to emerge. However, the number of players who have ascended to level 14 remains exceedingly scarce, and most have chosen silence, likely awaiting clarity on the unfolding events. It appears highly probable that upon reaching level 14, one's virtual standing will begin to encroach upon reality. The majority of players still linger at lower levels, leading many to dismiss these claims as mere rumors. After all, without personal experience, skepticism is only natural. Yet, it is irrefutable that as time progresses and truths are revealed, an increasing number of individuals will venture into this game. Thus, we must strive to maintain our advantage, for none can predict how our strength may evolve with ascension. At present, the societal impact is minimal, but let us not forget that the game has only just commenced. What will happen when we reach levels 50 or 100? Everyone is perceptive enough to grasp the implications of such statements, and all are beneficiaries of this enhancement. Even at this nascent stage, there is an air of the extraordinary about it. Given the current circumstances, if there are no subsequent developments, the societal repercussions are indeed negligible. However, should extraordinary phenomena manifest, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The legendary feats of flight and invulnerability need not remain figments of imagination. We currently occupy the forefront of this evolution, yet we do not aspire to claim the pinnacle. At the very least, we must not allow ourselves to drift away from the leading players. As long as the virtual continues to shape the real world, societal transformation is inevitable. Should we lag behind, we risk becoming mere driftwood amidst the tides of upheaval. I do not entertain unrealistic ambitions. I simply wish to seize my own destiny. The trio exchanged knowing glances and soon began discussing the game. Unaware that dinner time had approached, they invited Susu to join them for the meal, to which she readily acquiesced, unperturbed. Thus, the three ventured out together to procure ingredients, and upon returning home, Mu Tianshu took it upon himself to prepare several of his signature dishes. After their meal, the two accompanied Susu to her door, and upon returning home, the clock struck 7. After tidying up, they donned their helmets to log into the game. Just as Susu arrived in the lobby, she heard her brother's voice calling from the second floor. "Little sister, come upstairs. I need to discuss something with you." As Susu ascended the stairs, she had a hunch regarding the topic at hand, and indeed, her brother inquired, "Have you noticed any changes in your body today?" "I'm referring to your physical constitution." Susu nodded and asked, "Brother, how much stronger have you become?" Do you have some suspicions?" Susu nodded once more, sharing her speculations about the time spent with Mu Tianshu and Ada. The siblings then engaged in a quiet discussion. Sujio, reflecting, nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed more coherent and insightful than our own conclusions. Your two companions are quite extraordinary. Well, one must consider the caliber of their companions. Susu retorted with a hint of pride before turning back to her room. With some time left before the game commenced, Mu Tianshu began to leisurely browse the forum, discovering it teeming with activity. Any post, provided it contained some substance, would swiftly ascend to several hundred replies, vividly illustrating the game's immense popularity. Currently, the most fervent discussions revolved around the impact of the virtual world on reality, with more than a few individuals claiming to have suddenly acquired the prowess of martial arts masters, while the majority remained skeptical. The abundance of discourse inevitably led some to entertain doubts. At 8 o'clock, the game officially launched. The two logged in, but did not see Susu. So they continued to battle monsters in place. As Mu Tianshu fought, he examined the newly updated auction system, Star River Store, and Star River Guarantee. The auction system bore resemblance to certain private servers from his past life, allowing players to list items for sale, albeit with a 5-fee charge to the seller. Each player could list a maximum of 10 items at once, with auction durations adjustable between 1 hour to 72 hours. During the auction period, anyone could place bids. Once the time elapsed, the highest bidder would win, should the winning player lack sufficient gold. All their gold would be confiscated along with 2 random pieces of equipment as compensation, returning the item to the seller. It appeared that this system was designed for the auctioning of exceptional or unique items. In contrast, regular transactions were clearly more convenient and cost-effective for players. The Star River Store was far simpler, offering only 2 types of goods, a server-wide broadcast horn priced at 1688 ingots, with ingots obtainable through recharge at a 1:1 ratio, meaning a single announcement would cost 1688 Star River coins. Additionally, there was the pickaxe, previously known as a hoe among players, priced at 100 ingots. Equipping this tool allowed players to mine, which was the fastest method for ordinary players to accumulate gold, though its attributes were rather unimpressive. Pickaxe requires level 11, weighs 10, durability 1010, attack 0 to 8. Ingots could be freely traded among players, with the option to directly withdraw Star River coins at a conversion rate of 199.5, imposing a fee of 0.5. Mu Tianshu pondered to himself. It appeared that this was the currency of trade prepared by the system for players. Indeed, it was a testament to the sophistication of artificial intelligence, as the trading here was significantly more refined and secure compared to that of his previous life. Furthermore, there was even a guarantee system in place. Mu Tianshu glanced at the guarantee system, noting its simplicity. Activating it required a mere 100 gold coins. Upon activation, both parties would be transported into a small chamber where all modes of attack would be rendered peaceful, and all pets would remain stationary in repose. This mechanism appeared to facilitate bartering or dealing with items of ambiguous value, providing a safeguard against potential deceit once an agreement was reached. However, the opportunities to utilize this feature seemed limited. A few minutes later, Susu arrived and, upon seeing the 2 individuals nearby joining the group, remarked, "I apologize for the delay. I was adjusting the gaming pod, which took a bit longer than anticipated." "The gaming pod?" De asked, intrigued. "Yes, indeed. It feels far superior to the helmet, and the movements seem much smoother," she replied. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianshu inquired of Susu, "I just saw on the forum that this thing truly costs 1 million? 1 million? Ada felt that his values were profoundly challenged. A helmet costs 2,000, yet a gaming pod is priced at 1 million. I am unaware. My brother placed the order. Let us not dwell on that. Upgrading is of utmost importance." After saying this, he conjured a fireball, attracting a zombie. Ada and Susu followed suit, swiftly vanquishing the foe. The first monster dropped equipment. What splendid fortune. After picking up the iron ring that had fallen to the ground, he exclaimed, Well, this is quite a gem. Mage's gear. I shall take it. Iron ring. Requires 9 magic. Weight 1. Durability 55. Defense 0 to 2. Magic 0 to 2. With the addition of a modicum of magic from the iron ring, Mu Tianshu's magical power surged to a range of 1 to 14. Although Mu Tianshu is capable of equipping 2 sets of gear, he is yet to reach the current equipment limit. The drop rate for gear is indeed quite low, but considering that it has been less than 2 days since the game commenced, it remains somewhat acceptable. His magical power has already surpassed 2 digits, placing him firmly in the upper echelon at this stage. Chapter 18. Exquisite Taoist Accessories Unbeknownst to Them. The trio engaged in monster hunting, and leveling had arrived at the entrance to the next floor. After tidying up their backpacks, they ventured inside. Mere moments later, two of them emerged, namely Su Su, whose D pocket was filled with candy, and Ada with his D Baichen Tianxian. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu, who had respawned in Bitch, was feeling exceedingly frustrated. As soon as the trio stepped out, they were confronted by 5 lightning zombies. Despite Mu Tianshu's precautions, he could not alter the grim reality that a level 15 mage possessed a mere 56 health points. Ultimately, he was unable to mount any resistance and perished almost instantly, while the other two survived, thanks to him. Having spent too much time in this area, he had grown complacent regarding the zombies, only to suffer the consequences and finally understand why no one dared to venture down. Who could possibly navigate this perilous descent? It would necessitate an organized effort to clear the monsters from the entrance. 2 or 3 individuals simply could not manage it. However, it is likely that it will not be long before those guild leaders are also waiting for more players to reach level 15 and above. Upon hitting level 15, one can upgrade their weapon, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Mu Tianshu had no intention of lingering for long. Since he had returned, he decided to head directly to the city of Mengzhong to express his thoughts. Subsequently, he set out to procure random items. This time, having discovered a secret passage, Mu Tianshu planned to relocate his safe zone to the city of Mengzhong, conveniently passing through the valley of venomous snakes to collect a few vials of blessed oil. Before he could exit the safe zone, he heard someone calling out about a glass ring of level 4. Legendary merchant no, for was offering a glass ring that enhanced skills by 4, inviting sincere buyers and expressing a commitment to fair dealings for all equipment. Mu Tianshu hurriedly approached to inquire about the price, and the legendary merchant number 4 quoted a sum of 50,000 gold coins. Mu Tianshu pondered to himself whether these individuals were truly unaware of the value of exceptional equipment. While 50,000 gold coins was not an insignificant amount at this juncture, it paled in comparison to the worth of a 4 Dao ring. Consequently, he agreed to the transaction. Upon the other party presenting the trading window, Mu Tianshu discovered that it was indeed a Dao technique 4 glass ring. However, upon closer inspection, it was appallingly durable at only 1:1. No wonder they were willing to sell it. This item was utterly impractical for combat, having such minimal durability that it could easily disintegrate if not handled with care. Nevertheless, Mu Tianshu proceeded with the trade without exposing the other party's little trick. Had it been a standard ring, he would have certainly allocated it to Su Su first, but his primary aim remained to enhance his Dao technique, thereby facilitating the use of his 5 necklace. Mu Tianshu calculated that the recently acquired ring of 4 Taoism, combined with Su Su's ring of 3, yielded a total of 7 points. Adding 2 basic glass rings would bring it to 9 points. Last night, the group managed to obtain a silver bracelet that added 1 point to Taoism, reaching a total of 10 points. However, it still fell short by 1 point. Regrettably, Su Su's attire was not suitable for him to wear, otherwise he would have met the requirements. It seems that the only options left are to either seek a level 15 Taoist weapon, the Half Moon, or wait until reaching level 17 to equip the 2 Phoenix Pearl for Taoism. The legendary merchant number 4 advised Mu Tianshu, "Dear brother, you must be cautious with the durability of this ring. It originally had just 1 point. Should it diminish, remove it immediately. If not for the lack of durability repair, it would not bear such a price now. Alas, had I known that the updated system would introduce special repairs, I wouldn't have been so hasty in my usage." Mu Tianshu gazed at the merchant, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Do you have any exceptional bracelets with enhanced magical properties? I would like to acquire one, as my friend is in urgent need. While I do not possess any bracelets with enhanced magical properties, I do have a yellow crystal necklace that grants a 2 to magical abilities. Would you be interested in that?" Mo Tianshu felt a surge of excitement within him. "I would like to, but I am out of gold. Would it be possible to exchange for other ordinary equipment? That is not out of the question." 3 pieces for 1, came the reply. "Very well." Without further ado, Mo Tianshu presented 2 large bracelets and a hexagonal ring. He then observed the yellow crystal necklace displayed by the merchant, confirming it indeed boasted a 2 in magical prowess. He proceeded to finalize the transaction. Noticing the hesitance on merchant number 4's face, Mo Tianshu understood that his equipment was somewhat lacking in level. He continued, "I also possess some basic gear. Could you provide an appraisal? If the price is suitable, I shall sell it to you." Upon hearing this, merchant number 4 instantly perked up. "Certainly. Aside from the basic equipment available in stores, items below level 10 are uniformly priced at 10,000 gold, while those above level 10 are valued at 30,000 gold. The prices for clothing and weapons are doubled, with exceptional items priced separately. I have 11 pieces below level 10, 6 above, and a level 10 iron sword. After spending so long in the mining area, this is all I managed to acquire. Very well, I will calculate the accessories at a total of 290,000, and the weapons at 60,000, bringing the grand total to 350,000. If this is agreeable, we shall proceed with the transaction. Merchant number 4 was equally thrilled. For such a bounty of equipment typically came from guild collaborations, internal distribution was often insufficient, and lone adventurers rarely amassed such a collection. Normal transactions usually encompassed only 2 or 3 items, making this his largest deal to date. This realm differed from the past. Here, one could trade up to 20 slots of goods in a single transaction. The two completed their exchange seamlessly. Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you currently accepting gold coins? What is the price? The legendary merchant number 4 became even more elated. Is the young lad looking to sell gold coins? What is currently in high demand? The answer is gold coins. They are exceedingly scarce, as there are few who can mine them. The majority are merely profiting from the harvesting of meat. Presently, the exchange rate stands at 1 ingot for 500 gold coins. If you wish to sell, I shall adhere to this rate, without charging any commission, merely seeking to enhance my reputation. Mu Tianshu contemplated. Thus the gold coins he had just acquired were worth 700 yuan, which equated to 700 Star River coins. This was certainly far more advantageous than working. No, I was merely inquiring about the current market conditions. Mu Tianshu was acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment to exchange gold coins. After adding legendary merchant now, for as a friend, he hastened towards the bookstore. Indeed, the primary purpose of this wealth was to procure skill books. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Mu Tianshu approached the proprietor, only to discover that aside from the foundational skills for level 7 across various professions, all skill books below level 15 were entirely sold out. After all, the highest levels currently hovered around that point. He realized he needed to expedite his actions, for all skill books were not being replenished. If more individuals were unable to purchase books, it was only a matter of time before someone recognized the opportunity to hoard skill books. The reason this had yet to be discovered was primarily due to the fact that those with levels were preoccupied with exploration, as skills were nearly self-sustaining. However, should someone within those guilds fail to acquire them and find themselves unable to purchase, it would likely raise awareness. Given the strength of those major guilds, once they caught on, they could swiftly acquire all the skill books, leaving Mu Tianshu with little recourse. Chapter 19. Fear of imbalance upon arriving at the bookstore. Mu Tianshu engaged in conversation with the owner, discovering, much to his dismay, that aside from the foundational skills for level 7, all skill books below level 15 were entirely depleted, reflecting the current highest level of players. He recognized the urgency to act, as the market for skill books was stagnant. If more individuals found themselves unable to procure books, it would inevitably lead to the realization of the potential to stockpile them. The reason no one had yet noticed this was due to the fact that those at higher levels were engaged in exploration, with skills almost self-sufficient. If someone within the guilds failed to acquire them and found purchasing impossible, awareness would soon follow. He decided to commence his purchases with the most expensive items, the warrior's flame sword technique, the mage's ice roar, and the Taoist's summoned divine beast. The bookstore offered these for the modest price of 13,800 gold coins, a figure that nearly elicited a boisterous laugh from Mu Tianshu. Without hesitation, he acquired them all, spending a total of 200,000 gold coins. The next most valuable acquisition was the warrior's half-moon saber, the sole area of effect skill available to warriors in the early game. Its importance was self-evident. Moreover, this skill occasionally commanded a price even higher than the flame sword technique. Its value encapsulated in just 2 words. Additionally, the mage's magic shield, a hallmark skill enabling mages to train independently, was also on his list. Each of these tomes was priced at 10,000 gold coins. Without a moment's thought, he purchased both, thereby depleting another 20,000 gold coins. After these expenditures, Mu Tianshu found himself with just over 20,000 gold coins remaining. Fortunately, he had some reserves. Otherwise, he would have been perilously close to being unable to afford the skill books. Just as he was preparing to head to the warehouse for storage, Mu Tianxiu opened his backpack and was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible for items to overlap now? Within the confines of the backpack lie a mere 5 skill books. Gazing upon the slots designated for the fiery sword technique and ice roar, one observes a modest numeral. In contrast, the half-moon curved blade and the magic shield boast a more substantial numeral. Mu Tianxiu thought to himself that this must have occurred during a system update. Since the game does not allow the creation of alternate accounts, the ability to stack items seemed quite fitting. He felt a tinge of surprise, though not overwhelming astonishment. Initially, he contemplated summoning the remaining 2 players to pool their gold for purchasing skill books. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea, as their gold reserves were merely around 100,000. They still needed to buy potions and acquire blessing oil, all of which required funds. Money was an ever-elusive resource. Mu Tianxiu hurried to the warehouse to store skill books, only to discover an upgrade option within the repository. Upon inspection, he found that upgrading once would cost a staggering 1 million gold coins, unlocking an additional 60 equipment slots in the warehouse, an apparent feature of the recent update. Initially, every player began with 60 equipment slots, and since books and materials could be stacked, it sufficed for the time being. Thus, Mu Tianxiu paid it no mind, storing his skill books and retrieving the white tiger tooth necklace. This time, he was determined to acquire the elusive level 9. Purchasing a full 2 backpacks of potions and a dozen random items, ensuring he had not overlooked anything before choosing to use them and vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in the venomous Snake Valley, Ada and Su Su awaited Mu Tianxiu's arrival, having received word well in advance. The duo was currently gathering blessing oil within the valley. Although the drop rate for blessing oil was not particularly high by the time Mu Tianxiu arrived, they had already collected over a dozen vials. At present, the purpose of this blessing oil remained a mystery to everyone, thus keeping its price relatively low. However, given the drop rate in this area, it was unlikely to remain so. The two had spent nearly 40,000 gold coins on the dozen vials, each priced at about 3,000 gold coins. Occasionally, they could procure a vial for a mere 1,000, but prices were generally inflated, as supplies were scarce. Many simply consumed what they found. Collecting was typically limited to 1 or 2 vials at a time. Mu Tianxiu received a total of 18 bottles of blessed oil from a transaction with 2 individuals, and with a stroke of luck, this should suffice. There is no need to consider the consumption of 1 bottle, for the system has proclaimed, your weapon has been blessed. The initial bottle is generally successful for players from South Africa, yet the probability diminishes with subsequent attempts, leading to the proliferation of various elaborate methods for consuming blessed oil. One such method involves drinking in crowded places. The rationale behind this is that the system monitors players consuming blessed oil and subsequently lowers their success chances. However, in densely populated areas, the data becomes convoluted, rendering the system incapable of promptly detecting your gaming statistics. Thus, consuming blessed oil in such environments effectively exploits a loophole, enhancing the likelihood of success, provided one possesses an ample supply of blessed oil. In a word, invest. Another method suggests drinking while battling monsters. Players are advised to consume a bottle of blessed oil each time their weapon's durability decreases during combat. Some assert that this method yields a higher success rate than the previous one, yet those who have attempted it report similarly disappointing outcomes. In a word, grind. There are even claims regarding timing. It is said that at 8 p.m. and midnight, players experience their peak luck. Consuming blessed oil during these hours purportedly significantly enhances the chances of success, delving into the realm of metaphysics. In a word, arcane. Mu Tianxiu chose to drink another bottle, and the system announced, your weapon has been blessed. Mu Tianxiu was filled with ecstatic joy and seized the moment, when suddenly, the system alerted him, your weapon has been cursed. Undeterred, he continued to drink, only to receive the message, ineffective. Again and again, he attempted to imbibe, but with no success. The system chimed in once more. Your weapon has been blessed, yet still, it proved futile. After consuming 10 bottles, he found his luck only increased by 2. Thankfully, his necklace had been enhanced with 5 points of luck. Otherwise, he might never reach a full set of luck at 9. Observing Mu Tianxiu's plight, Su Su inquired about the situation, with a hint of discomfort in his voice. Mu Tianxiu explained, I cannot seem to drink it down. After 10 bottles, I still only have a luck increase of 2. Earlier, when he had asked them both to gather the blessing oil, he had elaborated on how achieving luck at 9 would maximize his weapon's attack potential. Since this information was bound to come to light, he thought it best to be forthright. Pondering for a moment, Su Su suggested, "Hand over your weapon and the blessing oil to me. I shall give it a try." Mu Tianshu also thought it would be beneficial to let someone else take a chance, so he decided to trade it to her for experimentation. Within half a minute of the exchange, he heard Su Su say, "All right, you can take it." Mu Tianshu gazed at the ebony sword with a luck enhancement of 5 within his backpack, pondering the absurdity of life. You managed to achieve a luck enhancement of 5 with merely 8 bottles of blessing oil? One must understand that as one progresses, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Achieving 1 is almost guaranteed, while 2 remains relatively straightforward, but 3 is contingent upon fortune. Yet, it is not insurmountable, provided one possesses the requisite determination. However, from 4 onward, the difficulty escalates almost geometrically. If fortune is not on your side, consuming 100 bottles might yield no results. The maximum enhancement for weapons using blessing oil is 7. If luck continues to falter, one might as well resign to never attaining 7 in this lifetime. No, I only consumed 4 bottles, and I still have 5 remaining. Did you not mention that 4 was sufficient? I achieved it effortlessly, and fearing you might feel discontent, I indulged in 2 additional bottles. To my surprise, I gained yet another point but dared not drink further. Fearing your discontent, I indulged in 2 additional bottles. How infuriating to have been so easily deceived by her. Chapter 20. Choices. Mu Tianshu gazed at the ebony sword in his hand, adorned with a fortunate 5 inscription, as 3 vertical lines flickered in the corner of his eye. "Please trade me your 2 rings and the Dao 1 bracelet first. I shall equip them," he requested. Su Su, without much contemplation, complied with the exchange. Once Mu Tianshu adorned himself with the items, he accumulated 5 points in Dao arts. Adding the Dao 4 ring and the Dao 2 necklace he had just purchased brought his total to an exact 11 points. Upon examining the white tiger tooth necklace, he discovered that it was now eligible for wear. Mu Tianshu adorned himself with a white tiger tooth necklace and subsequently exchanged all his Taoist equipment with Su Su. He remarked, "I just acquired 2 new pieces of gear. You may don the necklace now. As for the Dao 4 ring, it is advisable to refrain from wearing it. It would be prudent to reserve it for future use with Taoist attire, as its durability is rather low and it could easily deteriorate." After a moment's contemplation, Su Su decided to equip herself entirely in the Taoist gear, having previously donned warrior equipment. In the early stages, when she lacked skills, the Taoist gear indeed paled in comparison to the warriors. Once she had changed her attire, Su Su inquired, "Do you have any further use for this set of warrior equipment? If it serves no significant purpose, I shall consult my brother to see if he desires it. It would be an opportune exchange for some gold coins." At this juncture, Mu Tianshu recalled that her brother managed a guild. Although they were likely short on gold in the early game, he would undoubtedly be more prosperous than the 3 of them combined. "All right, do inquire," he replied. Before long, a valuable item was seen approaching. Mu Tianshu recalled that Su Su had mentioned her brother had a dozen subordinates, which raised his suspicions. How could a dozen individuals possibly have someone stationed in the city at all times? Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his doubts, deeming them trivial. Lost in thought, Su Su then presented a trade window, transferring 500,000 gold coins. Mu Tianshu wore a perplexed expression. "Is this the amount you earned from selling that set of equipment? How could it be so much? What was there to sell?" Failing to protect his sister while playing a game, he had to rely on her for equipment. All of this was rightly his. Regardless of Su Su's haughty demeanor, the gold ultimately found its way into his possession, allowing him to acquire the Tome of Alliance Heavy. Presently, the only cities where skill books could be purchased were the White Day Gate and Sanyue Island. The Demon Ceiling Valley had yet to be updated. Although there was a cellar in the novice area, they only offered the foundational skills for the 3 professions. At that moment, Su Su glanced at Mu Tianshu's necklace and inquired, "How did you come by such an exquisite necklace? Could it possibly be from a hidden quest or something of that nature?" Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment before deciding to be candid with her. Driven by 3 compelling reasons. Firstly, this young lady was notably affluent in reality. Secondly, since he had resolved to establish a long-term group, it was imperative that they remain together in the game, and the origins of such equipment could not be attributed to any other rationale. Lastly, he found her to possess a genuine nature. Her character was straightforward, albeit tinged with a hint of pride and cunning. Yet she was remarkably astute when it came to serious matters. At present, she appeared to be a worthy prospect for development. Furthermore, the necklace in question was hardly a secret, nor was it something to be concealed. When I initiated my game, For reasons unknown, a bug occurred. I possessed 2 accounts, and in an effort to retrieve them, the system compensated me with 2 pieces of equipment. A bug? Isn't this a virtual simulation? How could there possibly be a bug? Was the compensation indeed this necklace? And what was the other item? Could I take a look? A torrent of inquiries left Mu Tianshu uncertain about which to address first. As for how a bug came to be, it was a question best left unasked. Had he known, he would have secured 2 compensatory items for Ada as well. As for the other piece of equipment, the system had presented him with several options, and he was currently in a state of indecision. Su, intrigued, inquired, "What options? Do share. Each person has their strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps by pooling their thoughts, they might uncover a more advantageous approach." Mu Tianshu pondered, realizing that the reason for his previous silence was that such considerations had never crossed Ada's mind. Now, with the rare opportunity to engage in discussion, it seemed prudent to deliberate, for even the wisest may overlook a detail. Thus, filling in the gaps is beneficial. The system had bestowed upon him 8 pieces of equipment from which to choose, and he had tentatively narrowed it down to 2. One of these would not be utilized for quite some time, yet it was extraordinarily potent, verging on the divine for a mage. To put it succinctly, this equipment would be akin to a magical artifact in the later stages, and its drop rate would likely be exceedingly low, possessed by only a select few. Su, deep in thought, affirmed, "So, this is indeed a late-game divine item. Although the drop rate is minimal, it is still obtainable, correct?" This assessment was accurate. The other piece of equipment was immediately usable, an unparalleled artifact for initial forays, granting access to nearly all maps barring exceptional circumstances. Su narrowed her eyes and decisively stated, "No need for further discussion. I choose the latter. With this early game artifact in hand, the former divine item will surely drop eventually. The crux lies in ensuring that the compensation received does not translate into an advantage, for even in the late game, one would merely be among the most formidable, rather than the singular best." Gazing into Mu Tianshu's eyes, Su spoke slowly yet resolutely. "If you opt for an early advantage to seize the initiative, maintaining that lead will establish you as the most formidable, without question." After 2 days of contemplation, Mu Tianshu found himself increasingly inclined towards the invisibility ring, and with Su's encouragement, he resolutely made his decision. "Very well. I too am likely to opt for the pioneering artifact. However, the time is not yet ripe, and I feel a slight hesitation. Hence, it shall be the invisibility ring, the pioneering artifact." With that, Mu Tianshu selected the question mark in the upper left corner and chose the invisibility ring, confirming his choice. Upon opening his backpack, he beheld a ring resting within. The ring's face featured 6 elongated tails, with the upper and lower ones being somewhat longer, while the center housed an amber resembling the eye of a certain creature. Invisibility ring requires level 12. It has but a single wearing requirement and possesses no attributes whatsoever. This must be the only piece of equipment in the legend devoid of any attributes. While it offers no assistance in combat, its utility in treasure hunting is unparalleled, surpassing even the combined worth of 10 dragon slayers. Mu Tianshu shared the attributes of the equipment in the group channel, leaving Su perplexed. Is this truly the equipment? It possesses no discernible attributes. Surely, the sole effect of the invisibility ring is to render one invisible? Indeed, this particular item serves no purpose other than to invoke stealth. Once donned, monsters are unable to perceive your presence and will not attack you. Only the creatures you engage will be able to see you. At level 20, Taoists can learn the art of invisibility, yet they must remain stationary, for any movement will disrupt their stealth. However, with this ring, one can move freely. Do you now comprehend why it is hailed as a pioneering artifact? How can such an extraordinary ring exist? With it, does that not grant one the freedom to traverse anywhere? It would be remiss to state that it is infallible, as certain monsters can indeed see through invisibility. But it is nonetheless quite effective, allowing access to nearly every map. All this information was relayed to me when compensations were being made. Xinghe Intelligence informed me. It was noted that Mu Tianshu, known for his loose tongue, nearly revealed a secret but quickly gathered himself. Chapter 21. Unexpected gains. Su, however, paid little heed to his slip of the tongue, still in awe of the extraordinary qualities of this equipment. With a grand gesture, Mu Tianshu declared, "Very well. Since we have opted for the invisibility ring, let us first ascend the map, defeat the boss, and then proceed directly to Mingzhou. There is no need to linger here any longer. Let us depart." At this moment, Su interjected. I just inquired with my brother whether they wish to descend to the second level to confront the boss. He mentioned that 2 or 3 guilds have already successfully united to reach the second level. Mu Tianshu retracted his recently swung hand, his expression devoid of emotion to mask his embarrassment. It's nothing, just a minor boss. Since so many have already ventured forth, let us proceed to Mengzhong first and elevate our levels. The subsequent bosses shall be ours. The reason Mu Tianshu refrained from seizing the Corpse King was not merely due to the presence of numerous competitors, but rather because he understood that the primary reward from this endeavor consisted of skill books, of which he possessed every one available. Should he choose to engage in battle himself, he would be inclined to make the journey. However, the pursuit of stealing the kill seemed unnecessary. The uncertainty of success was one consideration, but the opportunity cost in terms of time was far more significant. In light of this, it would be more prudent to focus on leveling up first, as the next boss, the Woma Lord, would indeed be a coveted target. The two harbored no opposing views and thus proceeded directly towards the city of Mengzhou. After traversing the Valley of Poisonous Snakes and entering the territory of the city, their immediate objective was to reach the safe zone within the city. They had a few random encounters ahead of them, and it was agreed that upon reaching the city, they would regroup before continuing their respective journeys. When Mu Tianshu arrived, Su was already at the entrance of the Earth City. Mu Tianshu led Su to a small villa by the right wall of the Earth City, which housed the only bookstore located outside the city. Following the same method as in Bitch, he procured all the warrior's fiery sword techniques and half-moon sabers, the mage's ice roar, magic shield, and the Taoist summoning beast, amounting to 470,000 gold coins. After a moment's contemplation, he also purchased a complete set of skills for all 3 professions, directly trading the Taoist skills to Su. Su, still puzzled, inquired, "Are you certain this skill book won't respawn?" "It won't," he affirmed. "From the moment the district opened, I took note. Apart from the foundational skills of the 3 professions, every skill is 1 less with each purchase. Even if they decide to sell more in the future, we can still offload ours at a slightly lower price without incurring losses. Can I inform my brother about this news?" She asked. "Feel free. Without your brother, I wouldn't have been able to acquire these skill books either." With his confirmation, Su reached out to her brother. As Mu Tianshu was inquiring about why Ada had not yet arrived, Su initiated a trade of 1,000 gold coins. "Where did you obtain this?" he questioned. "From sales." "Did you extort your brother?" "What do you mean by extort?" "I shared this crucial information with him. Shouldn't he express some gratitude?" "Is that what you call gratitude? Just say you want, or don't want it." Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Tianshu confirmed the transaction. Skillfully accessing the bookstore's shop, he contemplated and spent 200,000 to acquire the mage's level 30 skill, Hell's Thunder, and the level 32 skill, Sacred Word. He spent 100,000 on the warrior's level 30 skill, Barbaric Charge, and 200,000 on the Taoist's level 28 skill, Magic Binding, and level 33 skill, Group Healing. After acquiring all skills above level 28, totaling 500,000, the remaining valuable skills included the mage's Quick Light, Flame Wall, the warrior's Assassination Sword Technique, the Taoist's Summon Skeleton, Group Invisibility, Holy Armor, Phantom Shield, Poisoning Technique, and Soulfire Talisman. These are essential skills that are standard in this profession. It is unrealistic to acquire them all as one does not possess such an abundance of gold. After considerable contemplation, I decided to procure all 50 volumes of the Summon Skeleton skill for the priest, each priced at 200 gold, thus expending a total of 210,000 gold. This skill is available at level 19 for the priest. Although the level requirement is modest, it stands as one of the core skills prior to learning to summon Divine Beast at level 35. The majority of the priest's damage output at level 70 relies on their summon companion, underscoring its significance. In my previous life, upon reaching level 35 and acquiring the Summon Divine Beast, the priest could single-handedly challenge all the bosses across the server, earning the affectionate moniker of Dog Priest from players of the other 2 classes. This title arises from 2 reasons. First, when the Divine Beast is resting, its appearance and sounds resemble that of a dog, with its limbs on the ground. Second, the priest who has learned to summon the Divine Beast has transcended the boundaries of humanity. After securing the Summon Skeleton skill, I chose the Mage's Flash Firewall, a remarkable skill for leveling up. I acquired 20 volumes of each costing 800 gold, totaling 272,000 gold. Thus, I depleted my million gold, leaving just enough for some equipment and potions for leveling. As we exited the bookstore, we noticed that Ada had yet to arrive, which struck us as peculiar. I sent a message to inquire, "Where are you? Have you flown too far away?" Ada replied, "Not at all. I am almost there. I just encountered a massive multi-legged insect and drew its attention. Otherwise, I would have arrived much sooner." Upon hearing this, Mu Tianshu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He called upon Su Su, and the two hastened to the entrance of the Earthen City, where, after a brief while, they spotted a day approaching from a distance, leading a massive multi-legged creature. After a short sprint, Ada paused to wait for the monster. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a flash of a gleaming blade vanished beside them, followed by a resounding shout from Ada in the distance. "Bold fiend, seeking your demise." A glimmer of steel flashed, and a chilling scream from the creature echoed, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The two hurried over to find a bounty of gold coins scattered across the ground, with potions nestled within, and 5 pieces of equipment lying amidst the chaos. Mu Tianshu and Su Su rushed forward, eager to collect the loot. Suddenly, a system notification blared. "This item does not belong to you." This message repeated thrice, indicating the presence of a drop protection mechanism, likely a recent update following the system upgrade. They waited patiently for a full 5 minutes until the protection finally dissipated, allowing them to swiftly seize the equipment strewn about. Observing the newly established protection mechanism for item collection, a wry smile of sardonic amusement crept across Mu Tianshu's lips. It is worth noting the legendary item collection mechanism. One could only retrieve items by standing directly over them. In the absence of a protection time previously, anyone could snatch up items, dependent solely on the swiftness of their reflexes. Now, with the introduction of a protection period, only those who had slain the monsters or members of the same team could collect the items during this time frame. However, if other members stood idly by to prevent others from claiming the loot, it would inevitably lead to conflict. In the past, there was a spirit of collective advancement, where everyone thrived together. Maps could be explored in unison, and bosses tackled collaboratively. Whoever picked up the loot claimed it as their own. With the advent of this protection mechanism, the question of ownership arose. Would one still choose to claim the loot, knowing that others had contributed as well? In a solo endeavor against a boss, with limited opportunities for victory, how could one justify monopolizing the spoils? Thus, it was clear that within a mere 3 days, the landscape of the game would undergo a transformation, shifting from a cooperative environment to one of fierce competition, heralding the dawn of a true blood-soaked legend. Mu Tianshu did not dwell on his thoughts for long. He began to examine the 3 pieces of equipment he had collected. One was a hexagonal ring, another an ancient bronze ring, both of which were basic items, and the last was a magical bracelet. Upon seeing this, Mu Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. Magical bracelet requires level 18, weight 1, durability 27, defense 0 to 2, magic defense 1 to 3, magic power 0 to 2. An extraordinary find indeed. It is well known that mages are inherently fragile, and this piece of equipment enhances both defense and magic defense by 1 point each. More importantly, it adds 2 points to magic power. For comparison, even the famed Womo equipment for mages only provides a mere 2 points of magic power without any additional attributes. Although it is rumored that equipment above the Womo level possesses hidden attributes, Mu Tianshu firmly believed that this piece was undoubtedly more powerful. Before he could fully relish his good fortune, a light laugh from Su broke his reverie. "Ah, you have struck a stroke of luck," she remarked. Before trading him another piece of equipment, Mu Tianshu took the equipment and examined its attributes, instantly feeling that the bracelet he had just acquired was no longer appealing. Chapter 22. Exquisite Magical Helmet. Magical Helmet requires level 14, weight 4, durability 58, defense 0 to 3, magical defense 1 to 3, magic 0 to 2, Taoist skill 0 to 2, attack 0 to 2. It is noteworthy that prior to the emergence of the Scarlet Moon equipment, there were no helmets that enhanced the attack attributes of one's profession. They merely served as symbolic enhancements to defense, and this particular item grants an overall increase of 2 to all attributes, to say nothing of other factors. Possessing this equipment when the legendary game was at the height of its popularity would make one the most dazzling figure in the world, with everyone in the region vying for one's attention. This equipment, it is not as if you cannot use it, right? Mu Tianshu fell silent. Although it was initially stated that the equipment was to be at one's own discretion, it was permissible for those of the same profession to claim it for themselves. Susu's ability to present it was somewhat unexpected. So, seeing how benevolent I am, are you a bit moved? To be honest, he indeed felt a slight stir of emotion. Alas, there was no choice. You are the cornerstone of our little team, and only by equipping you well can we hasten our progress. Moreover, since I am currently unable to utilize the attacking skills of the Taoist, I must concede this advantage to you. I feel somewhat guilty, so do your best to work for me. In truth, aside from this point, Susu understood that to render herself indispensable, she must ensure her irreplaceability. Although they had only been in a party together for 2 days, Mu Tianshu's knowledge evidently exceeded that of others by a considerable margin. And information in this world is the most vital resource. Furthermore, their interactions during their time together had been exceedingly harmonious. Thus, why would one refuse a teammate who is both amiable and knowledgeable? This was also the reason she had sought 100,000 gold coins as an information fee from her brother. To truly integrate into this team, one must naturally consider the development of the group. Mu Tianshu understood that while the reasoning held true, parting with one's exquisite equipment to aid another was not a feat everyone could accomplish. Observing Susu's slight grimace stirred something inexplicably within him. At that moment, Ada interrupted the somewhat unusual atmosphere and inquired of Mu Tianshu, "Where to now? Shall we proceed directly to the secret passage you mentioned? Let us first enter the city, update the resurrection point here, and repair both my current gear and the newly acquired equipment. I have heard that special repairs have been upgraded, ensuring no durability loss. Premium equipment should indeed undergo special repairs." Mu Tianshu responded to Ada with a word and promptly sprinted towards the city. Once prepared, the trio set forth to Shabak. Upon reaching the abandoned war chariot beside Shabak, Mu Tianshu declared, "I shall descend first wearing the invisibility ring and will call for you afterward." The two acknowledged his words. And thus Mu Tianshu removed the hexagonal ring and donned the invisibility ring. Instantly, his form became indistinct as he glided along the wall for a couple of paces before vanishing into Shabak. As Mu Tianshu beheld the scene before him, the landscape transformed into a sea of zombies, densely packed and ominous. Thanks to the invisibility ring he wore, these creatures remained oblivious to his presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his ebony sword and unleashed a fireball, striking the nearest zombie. The damage was -18, followed by 2 more fireballs, each inflicting -18 damage. The impact was consistent, swiftly vanquishing the undead foe. Upon its demise, a helmet materialized on the ground, a prayer helmet. Mu Tianshu's heart surged with joy. This must be the finest equipment that a zombie could yield. Thanks to the invisibility ring, all monsters remained motionless, allowing him to effortlessly collect the gear and examine it. The prayer helmet requires level 18, weight 2, durability 45, defense 3 to 4, magic defense 1 to 2. Due to its coloration, the prayer helmet had long been a subject of jest among male players in his previous life. However, it was favored by both priests and mages alike. The unique characteristics of the helmet often posed a dilemma for mages and priests due to its weight, yet the prayer helmet weighed a mere 2 points. This figure was of paramount importance for priests and mages donning spectral or demonic attire, and its commendable attributes earned the prayer helmet a reputation as the most cost-effective headgear among players. Although this piece of equipment was not of the highest caliber, its inherent attributes undeniably surpassed those of current alternatives. Mu Tianshu is currently of no use, as my level still falls short. Mu Tianshu carefully examined his current position, discovering he was atop a stone staircase. Contrary to his initial expectations, the staircase proved to be quite spacious. However, due to the corner placement, only 3 or 4 zombies could reach him. After swiftly dispatching another zombie, he took his stance and beckoned Ada and Susu to join him. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a multitude of zombies. Yet, thanks to Mu Tianshu's strategic positioning, only 2 zombies could advance at a time. The 3 of them coordinated their efforts, eliminating 1 zombie approximately every 3 seconds. There was no need to lure additional foes. As soon as one fell, another would take its place to meet the same fate. Each member of the trio earned around 1,000 experience points per minute. Currently, their experience stood at 40,000, and with their current strength, they would require less than an hour to level up. After more than half an hour, Mu Tianshu reached level 16, while Susu and Ada were still slightly short of level 17. The area remained teeming with zombies, yet the trio could now move with some difficulty. Following the defeat of the monsters, Mu Tianshu permitted Susu to collect the dropped equipment, trading the acquired skill books to himself afterward. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of monsters, they had been unable to move, helplessly watching as the equipment on the ground vanished. Now, with all three having reached level 16, their experience had climbed to 50,000. This time, the increase was modest, and they anticipated leveling up in about an hour, allowing for the time spent gathering equipment, which would likely extend to just over 80 minutes. Mu Tianshu assigned Susu the task of collecting equipment. As he was currently the most powerful and stable member of the group, his own foray into collecting would only squander precious time. He also had a peculiar feeling that the girl beside him possessed an extraordinary streak of luck. Some might dismiss such notions, but certain individuals are simply blessed with fortune, while others may combine 4 bottles of blessing oil with 3 points of luck. Their first equipment find might be a helmet with all attributes increased by 2. It is inexplicable. Susu appeared to have an exceptional enthusiasm for gathering equipment, cheerfully agreeing to the task. Thus began a period of diligent effort for the trio. They focused intently on combating the zombies, and before long, Susu exclaimed in surprise, "Ada, you've struck gold." She then shared the attributes of a piece of equipment in the team chat. Horn ring, requires level 9, weight 1, durability 46, magic defense 0 to 1, attack 0 to 3. Mu Tianshu glanced at the 2 additional points of attack, feeling quite pleased. The equipment for warriors has always been the most expensive. This is due to the sheer number of individuals who choose to play as warriors, yet those engaged in treasure hunting as warriors often fall short. Conversely, those who excel at tanking in combat are indeed formidable. With ample health, high defense, and considerable damage output, they serve as the very foundation of small-scale battles. Thus, this structure inevitably leads to the soaring prices of warrior gear. Chapter 23. The Human Treasure Trove. Ada received the traded ring. Although it only added 2 points of attack, he felt as if he could defeat monsters more swiftly. This sensation is common among those who have just upgraded their equipment. In truth, merely replacing one item does not yield a significant difference. It is often after several upgrades that one suddenly realizes their damage has increased considerably compared to a prior time frame. With this foundational equipment, the group became increasingly invigorated, punctuated by the occasional exclamations of Su, discovering exquisite gear. However, Mu Tianshu's gaze upon Su grew increasingly peculiar, making her feel uneasy. After enduring this for several more minutes, Su could no longer tolerate it and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Although she had always been the center of attention since childhood, this very fact heightened her sensitivity to the gazes of others. She felt as though Mu Tianshu's eyes regarded her as a rare and precious artifact. Unable to resist any longer, Mu Tianshu inquired, "Have you always been exceptionally lucky since childhood? The kind of luck where simply walking with your head down leads you to find money effortlessly?" I suppose so. I'm not entirely certain, but I've never paid much attention to it. I just tend to have good fortune. I'm not sure if that qualifies as the kind of luck you're referring to." Mu Tianshu pondered to himself. This makes sense. Although legends from his previous life suggested that the drop rate of exquisite items here was somewhat elevated, it certainly could not be to this extent. To have acquired a remarkable piece after merely defeating 4 foes is an audacious feat, one that defies common expectations of item drops. If the drop rate was indeed inherently higher in this location, combined with her exceptional fortune and the benefits of exploring uncharted territory, one could grasp the rationale behind such a rate. But alas, it still felt quite peculiar, no matter how he contemplated it. Mu Tianshu secretly resolved to pursue Su. After dedicating another hour to his endeavors, Mu Tianshu reached level 17. While both Su and Ada had already achieved their levels, he breathed a sigh of relief, for he could finally learn the mage's most essential single-target attack skill, Thunderbolt. Conversely, Su would have to wait until level 18 to acquire the core attack skill, Soulfire Talisman, of the Taoist class. Having come to level up, Mu Tianshu had naturally brought along the skill book for Thunderbolt, and without hesitation, he opened it. The system prompted, "Learn Thunderbolt." During that hour, Su had collected approximately 22 pieces of equipment, including 6 exceptional items, which utterly astonished Mu Tianshu. He had attempted to pick up 3 items himself, all of which were ordinary, and had faced a similar fate, resulting in a significant elevation of Su's standing within the team. Among the 6 exceptional pieces of equipment was one of the bracelets currently worn by Mu Tianshu. Sharp bracelet, requiring level 16, weighing 1, with durability 77, accuracy 2, and agility 2. Originally, This equipment boasted an accuracy of 2, now enhanced by an additional 2 points in agility. These attributes were immensely beneficial for a mage, as accuracy directly improved skill hit rates. Agility, on the other hand, influenced several factors, including evasion and movement speed. The remainder consisted of exceptional warrior accessories, each providing 1 or 2 points of attack. Ada had nearly undergone a complete transformation, adorned with exceptional gear save for his helmet. Although Susu possessed only one exceptional item, its attributes surpassed those of Ada's every piece. Silver bracelet, requiring level 7, weighing 2, with durability 77, agility 3, and Taoist magic 0 to 2. This attribute undoubtedly eclipsed that of the Worma-level Taoist bracelet. Mu Tianshu glanced at the potions in his backpack, resolutely deciding to continue leveling up in hopes of reaching level 19. Once Susu mastered the art of summoning skeletons, she would undoubtedly become the foremost pet bearer among all the Taoists in the region. Presently, many players were engaged in slaying zombies within the mining area. In the past, large guilds could operate without hindrance, but with the influx of players, the monsters available for them to defeat had diminished significantly. Thus, Mu Tianshu's assertion was indeed not without merit. To ascend from level 17 to 18 required 70,000 experience points, and from level 18 to 19, 100,000 experience points were necessary, culminating in a total of 170,000 experience points. Without the need to lure monsters, the trio could eliminate a zombie every 2 to 3 seconds, yielding slightly over 1,000 experience points per minute. In just over 3 hours, all three could reach level 19. During the ensuing hours, they diligently repeated their previous strategy, continuously dispatching zombies. While only the sound of Susu occasionally acquiring exceptional equipment broke the monotony. After approximately 3 hours, a sudden flash of golden light emanated from Ada. As he became the first to reach level 19, a dragon-shaped flame soaring into the sky. Less than 5 minutes later, Susu also attained level 19. Shortly thereafter, Mu Tianshu followed suit. During this time, as their potions ran out, Susu and Ada took turns returning to replenish supplies, allowing Mu Tianshu's experience to steadily catch up, resulting in their leveling times converging. Upon reaching their new level, the first order of business was to acquire new skills. Ada was the first to learn the warrior skill, the attack sword technique, a passive ability that enhances attack accuracy and damage based on the level of cultivation. Having just reached level 18, Susu learned the Soul Fire Talisman, enabling her to attack foes through the use of protective charms. She then also acquired the level 19 skill to summon a humanoid skeleton, which is one of the core abilities for Taoists prior to level 35. Mu Tianshu had mastered the pre-prepared skills of instantaneous movement and the fireball. After reaching level 19, a mage would never be trapped on the map, thanks to this ability. It allowed for an immediate return to the town map, with the success rate increasing alongside the skill's level. In contrast, the fireball skill proved to be rather lackluster. Not only did it consume a significant amount of mana, but its damage output was also quite unimpressive, although it exceeded that of the small fireball by a slight margin. The extensive mana expenditure rendered it almost inconsequential. Mu Tianshu pursued this skill entirely due to a mild obsession with perfection. The thought of not acquiring a skill that could be learned left him feeling uneasy. Since he had already acquired the necessary resources, he decided to learn it, thereby enriching his repertoire of skills. Mu Tianshu glanced at the few remaining potions in his backpack and the less than 10,000 coins he possessed. He turned to his companions and said, "We should return to sell some equipment and exchange it for a bit of gold." Although monsters drop coins, relying solely on these drops to achieve a balance between income and expenditure is but a fanciful dream. To be honest, having persevered to this point has already exceeded Mu Tianshu's expectations. He couldn't help but cast another glance at the humanoid treasure trove beside him. Ada and Susu had no objections. However, Susu pondered for a moment and suggested, "If you plan to sell the equipment, why not sell it directly to my brother? You can sell it at the original price." Observing that Susu seemed somewhat conflicted, it was evident that broaching this topic made her feel a bit uncomfortable, hence her addition of the phrase "at the original price" to ease the awkwardness. Mu Tianshu did not hesitate. Selling to whom is still selling, and selling to your brother does not favor outsiders. Susu seemed to discern an underlying implication from his words, her cheeks flushing slightly. She promptly replied, "Then let us proceed. I will inform him to bring his companions to Mengzhong." Chapter 24. The first bucket of gold. Mengzhong's earthen city is certainly not a secret. Some individuals have already reached level 20 within its confines, and naturally, A few are aware of this place. However, they have yet to find a suitable location for treasure hunting and leveling up. The Centipede Cave has been discovered, yet it is not accessible for those of the current level. The monsters in the wilds of Mengzhong not only possess low levels, but also respawn slowly, resulting in a limited influx of players since the server opened. Currently, most players are primarily competing to level up and hunt for treasures in the abandoned mines of Biki and the Viper Valley. The trio returned to Shabak, stored their equipment to free up some backpack space, purchased random items, and set off directly towards the earthen city of Mengzhong. Mu Tianshu did not purchase any random teleportation scrolls. Having just learned the art of instantaneous movement, he sought to hone his skill. As he attempted to use the technique, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, yet he remained rooted to the spot. With another attempt, he found himself still motionless. Observing this predicament, Susu furrowed her brow and remarked on the rather low success rate. Once more, he invoked the skill, and this time, a wave of magical energy surged forth, propelling him into the woods in a flash. Upon consulting the expansive map, he realized he was even farther from the main city. With no time to waste, he resolved to press on. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck. After a minute of aimless wandering within the trees, he lamented not bringing a few random scrolls. 3 minutes later, as Susu and Ada had long since sent their encouraging messages, he finally activated the skill again. And to his astonishment, he found himself directly at the entrance of the jewelry store in the main city. After a brief dash to the southeast, he entered the safety zone. The area was already bustling with players, despite the majority being engaged in battles at Bitch and the Poison Snake Valley. Nevertheless, a substantial number had gathered in the wilderness of Mengchong to level up. Without much effort, he located Susu and Ada, who were accompanied by young Master Jio and several players he had seen previously in the abandoned mine. Mu Tianshu opted not to engage in lengthy conversation, simply instructing them to meet him on the second floor of the warehouse before he made his way there. Shortly after, the others arrived on the second floor, and young Master Jio, without hesitation, initiated the dialogue. "I heard you have some equipment?" In truth, his presence was not driven by a genuine expectation of receiving valuable gear. Rather, he was curious to discover what charm the individual who had taken his sister away possessed, given that no matter how he assured her, she seemed unwilling to play alongside him. From a young age, his sister had enjoyed a life of privilege, and though she could be somewhat arrogant and cunning, she was typically obedient when matters were addressed with sincerity. The fact that she now chose to engage in gaming with a stranger to the point of neglecting her brother was undeniably intriguing. If only he knew that she had spent time at another's home and even shared a meal, he might very well be left speechless. Mu Tianshu did not conceal anything. He possessed an array of equipment. As more individuals entered the fray, the equipment became increasingly challenging to acquire. "I am uncertain at what price you wish to procure it." Susu, overhearing this conversation, rolled her eyes. The ninth young master, however, did not dwell on it for long and straightforwardly responded, excluding basic equipment. The current market price for items below level 10 is 30,000 gold, while those above level 10 fetch 100,000 gold, with many now able to commence mining. The influx of gold has risen, yet the exchange rate remains unchanged as the number of participants continues to grow. It can be said that the scarcest commodities are equipment and gold, which has resulted in their persistent high prices. Moreover, as more individuals reach level 14 and reap the benefits of their first enhancement, the number of entrants will only increase, leading to a rise in equipment prices in the short term. The three of them were in a secret passage where the drop rate was inherently high. With the swift kills they executed, and with Mu Tianshu's exceptional luck, their efficiency was indeed remarkable. "I currently possess 47 pieces of equipment below level 10 and 15 above level 10. Among these, there are 17 exquisite items below level 10 and 4 exceptional pieces above level 10. Please, provide an estimate." The ninth young master nearly thought he was hearing things. Turning to his sister in bewilderment, blinking in disbelief at what Mu Tianshu had just asserted, as if it were some fantastical tale, Susu nodded, offering no consolation to her brother. "What he said is indeed true. I have 30 pieces of equipment here, all belonging to him." The ninth young master felt his mind faltering, almost asking where they had obtained such astonishing items. "Oh, my apologies, Brother Tianshu. Please forgive my astonishment. Your revelations are simply astonishing. It is worth noting that I have yet to hear of anyone engaging in such a grand transaction." Mu Tianshu found it difficult to respond to this remark, yet Susu showed no signs of indulgence. "Brother, please state the price directly. We have matters to attend to." "Very well. I admit my rashness. Rest assured, I will ensure that your friend does not suffer any loss. I will acquire everything at the market price, with a total increase of just 5. What do you think, Brother Tianshu? Does that suffice? Su is a vital core member of our team. And since you are her brother, there is no need to raise the price. We can settle at the market rate. As for the exquisite equipment, a slight enhancement in defense or magic defense would double the price, while a mere increment in the primary attribute would triple it. Among these exceptional items, there is also a black crystal necklace with 2 attack and 20 magic evasion, which I can acquire for 500,000 gold. What do you say? Mu Tianshu reported the market prices accurately, and the exceptional items were even offered slightly below market value. This was partly due to his genuine need for a long-term collaborative partner and also out of respect for his comrades. Brother, you are straightforward. I have made a friend in you, he declared, turning to Hongjie. Let us settle the accounts. At that moment, a female Taoist priest emerged behind the 9th young master, articulating the quantities and prices of all items with precision. 47 pieces of equipment below level 10, valued at 41 million gold coins. 15 pieces above level 10, valued at 5 million gold coins. And a necklace with an attack power of 2 and a magic evasion of 20, worth 500,000 gold coins. The total amounted to 41 million gold coins, while the value of the exceptional equipment would only be determined upon inspection. Ah, Hongjie, you possess remarkable skills. You remember every detail flawlessly. How much does my brother pay you? Perhaps you would like to join me for some leisure, he jested. Su chuckled lightly, although Hongjie responded nonchalantly. Her expression conveyed a sense of ambiguity. Mu Tianshu suggested that they first conduct the ordinary transaction before discussing the exquisite items. All right, Ague, please proceed with the exchange. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, carrying precious goods. Su transferred all the equipment. And once Mu Tianshu completed his part of the transaction, the 9th young master suddenly interjected, let us settle the exquisite equipment in cash, shall we? Our gold reserves are indeed rather limited at the moment. Silver ingots are also acceptable. No problem, came the reply. Mu Tianshu assessed the value of all the exquisite equipment and proceeded with the transaction. Upon examining the items, the 9th young master quoted a total of 38 million. For a cash transaction, I can round it up to 2 million. At an exchange rate of 500, this amounts to 800 Star River coins. Tianshu, would you prefer cash or ingots? Cash can be cumbersome. Let us proceed with ingots instead. The 9th young master, upon concluding his statement, initiated the transaction request. Once Mu Tianshu accepted, he noticed that the other party transferred 500 ingots. After confirming the transaction successfully, the 9th young master addressed Mu Tianshu, saying, Tianshu, let us become friends. Should any business arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Mu Tianshu nodded, accepted the friend request, exchanged a few polite words, and then took his leave to return to the Earthen City. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he was met with the disappointing sight of only basic skill books remaining. Yet, he felt little dismay, for he had anticipated this outcome. Even if others were unaware, the 9th young master had certainly acquired the skill books, having purchased them all. He merely hoped to find any overlooked treasures. Despite the game resembling his previous life in many ways, numerous details had shifted, likely due to the influence of artificial intelligence. Many of the bugs from his past life were now absent. With no quests available, he could not farm for the Worma weapons or the Violent Necklace. And the acquisition of gold was out of the question. The only resource at his disposal was the experience of the prophet. Therefore, Mu Tianshu was eager to make haste. However, when he returned to the safety zone of the Earthen City to repair his equipment, he overheard a throng of people speaking with palpable excitement. Hurry and fix it. Let's head to the city gate. There's someone with a pet. A skeleton. How cool is that? All right, let us go. When Mu Tianshu finally arrived, he found a crowd gathered around a formidable sword-wielding guard, their gasps of admiration ringing out. Is this the skeleton summoned by the Taoist? Already at level 19? Hey, do you need any accessories? Could you share how to level up? Can I join you? I'm only level 13. Does your guild accept new members? I'm online all day, ready to assist. Amidst the incessant summoning of skeletons, the female Taoist, Su, remained expressionless and silent, focused on leveling her pet. Beside her stood the 9th young master and a few companions. Observing Su's continuous summoning, the 9th young master felt a pang of envy. He had been diligently leveling up himself, and was only at level 18. Though he harbored no jealousy towards his beloved sister, the feelings of admiration were undeniable. The reason he lingered there was to bask in the glow of his sister's prowess as a pet-summoning Taoist, hoping to enhance the influence of his guild. Ever since the introduction of protective time for looting equipment, they had been in constant friction with other guilds, battling for territorial dominance without yielding an inch. Esteemed guests, our Glorious Wings Guild welcomes all aspiring individuals. The methods for training pets were, of course, shared by Mu Tianshu. He had anticipated this scenario. It was human nature to gather and gawk at spectacles. In this game, witnessing someone with impressive gear often left players transfixed, as if simply gazing would somehow bestow those items upon them. Who among them had not lingered in awe at the sight of someone adorned in a full Zoomer set? In this virtual game, which is intricately connected to reality, Mu Tianch sent messages to Adi and Su Su before instantly teleporting to Shabak. Upon his arrival, the two had already gathered there. The trio swiftly made their way to the apothecary to prepare their supplies before heading back to the secret passage. Upon re-entering the clandestine route, they were met with a dense swarm of respawned monsters. However, it was not as overwhelming as the initial encounter, allowing them to navigate with relative ease. The three of them fell back into their previous strategy. Given their current pace of defeating monsters, the creatures could scarcely withstand 2 strikes from each of them. This was due not only to Mu Tianshu's skillful use of his abilities, but also to the addition of a new ally. Although Su Su's mutated skeleton was merely at level 0 and unlikely to reach level 1 after a brief training session, with a mere 60 health points, the pet consistently delivered solid output, surpassing the damage dealt by both players. With a conscious effort, Mu Tianshu maneuvered towards the upper right passage, for it was the entrance to the second layer. The path was fraught with monsters, necessitating a slow advance. After more than 2 hours, the trio leveled up once more, achieving level 20. Upon reaching the entrance to the next layer, Mu Tianshu noted that his experience for level 20 had increased slightly. He instructed his companions to wait above while he descended to investigate, activating his invisibility ring before plunging into the depths. As the scene shifted before him, Mu Tianshu beheld a plethora of zombies, including a staggering 4 lightning zombies. Mu Tianshu removed the invisibility ring and tested it. He found that he could withstand the damage with relative ease. The reason he was able to endure now was primarily due to the significant contribution of his necklace, which provided an impressive 80 magical evasion, in addition to his inherent 10, culminating in a total of 90 magical avoidance. Consequently, it was exceedingly rare for magical attacks to find their mark. In the realm of legends, there are few creatures that deal magical damage, and the lightning zombie happens to be one of them. Furthermore, having reached level 20, his health had increased to 77 points, and with his current defensive gear, he felt no strain whatsoever. Casting a glance at the coordinates, he confirmed that he had indeed arrived at the ancient tomb of fragrant stones. From memory, this map seemed to consist of 3 layers, with the destination being the second layer of the stone tomb, a detail that he recalled quite clearly. Mu Tianshu approached the 2 individuals and conveyed the following situation. He then descended to eliminate all the lightning zombies single-handedly. The first zombie he dispatched yielded a remarkable drop of 6 by 6 items. After Mu Tianshu had finished clearing the surrounding electric zombies, he instructed the 2 to come down and deal with the remaining creatures while he gradually made his way towards the area where the equipment was dropped. At present, the group faced the zombie onslaught with a manageable level of pressure, at the very least, without being targeted by the electric zombies. It was exceedingly difficult for either of them to perish. Su Su currently possessed 131 points of health, while Ada boasted an impressive 224 points of health. Although Mu Tianshu possesses only 77 points, he wields the advantage of invisibility and is clad in 2 sets of armor, rendering him the safest individual. Before all the equipment vanished, Mu Tianshu hastily gathered all the items. Upon meticulous inspection, he discovered 4 pieces of gear, none of which were of exceptional quality. Mu Tianshu couldn't help but reminisce about Su Su's indelible grip. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he inquired, "Su Su, have you not already mastered the art of invisibility?" "Indeed, I just reached the requisite level and learned it," she replied. "Ahem, well, how about you gather the loot? My damage output is higher. I can distract the monsters while you collect the items. If any creatures approach, you can simply turn invisible." "Sure. I thought you were eager to gather the loot yourself for the thrill of it," she teased. "I merely fear that the items may surpass the time limit for collection," Mu Tianshu retorted, his pride slightly wounded, before he focused intently on battling the creatures. Before long, the trio had cleared a sizable area and began to systematically consume the surrounding monsters. Unbeknownst to them, the forums outside were in an uproar. Countless players were vociferously bemoaning the game's inability to allow them to learn skills, while the forums overflowed with posts. One notable user, renowned as the legendary Wiz, published a thread lamenting the scarcity of skill books in bookstores, which was subsequently pinned to the top, garnering over 8 million likes and more than 1 million replies. With the numbers continuing to soar, some players decried this as monopolistic behavior, urging the officials to intervene, while others expressed understanding, merely condemning the actions as detrimental to the community. The vast majority, however, clamored for the prominent player who had acquired the skill books to step forward, seeking to ally with them. This incident was merely the beginning. Many players who had yet to grasp the game joined in the fray, propelling the phrase "one book is hard to come by" to the top of trending topics, further igniting discussions about the already fervent game, Blood Legend. In Chapter 26, The Vanishing Skill Book, the high-ranking members of the guild led by the 9th young master deliberated the pros and cons of the situation. Valuable items. I believe making this public has its advantages. After all, everyone is vying for visibility, and attracting high-level independent players is crucial for us, one member remarked. Sister Hong cautioned, I still advise against publicizing this matter. We have already drawn attention through Su, and the reputation of the top priest belongs to our guild. This was earned through merit, and no one can dispute it. However, this batch of skill books will undoubtedly incite envy among all, representing an unexpected fortune. We have many rival guilds, such as Dominance of 1,000 Autumns, the God of Slaughter, and Eternal Kingdom. Premature confrontation could exhaust us and cause us to miss the best opportunity for growth. While we do have numerous rival guilds, we are not without allies, such as the Dynasty and the Ming Men Flying Immortals, who would never allow their adversaries to flourish unchecked. The principle of mutual survival is well understood, another member added. Sister Han countered, yet, the top 10 guilds are not merely a handful of us. In a conflict between two tigers, the fisherman benefits, even if we win. How shall we manage the remaining players? Our objective is not solely to crush them. I also concur that it is prudent to keep this under wraps for now. Let us not speak of alliances, as this is not the time for exchanging interests. Everyone is striving to develop themselves, remarked Yi Xiao, tipsy yet astute. They will not miss any opportunity to empower themselves. Beidao Yuan, I also believe that public disclosure is not particularly necessary. Furthermore, while we have acquired most skill books, true advanced skill books are scarce, and we have yet to catch even a glimpse of ultimate skills. Acknowledging this would render us unable to shift the blame elsewhere. No tears, no noise, no boasting. There is no need for biased remarks. Information received from others is a matter of goodwill and should be acknowledged. The cautionary tale of the Stormy Rain Tower is evident, as a prestigious guild has been reduced to a second-tier status due to rumors. Otherwise, the Killing God Guild wouldn't have risen to prominence, creating unnecessary adversaries for us. 9th young master, let me clarify. This information was relayed to me by my sister, and others are considering her reputation. You are all high-ranking members of the guild and are somewhat familiar with my family's circumstances. She has always been the princess of our household. Should anyone provoke her, my father would flame me, and I would retaliate in kind. Beidao Yuan, I am merely stating objective facts. 9th young master, everyone knows you do not mean it that way, but since we have reached this point, I must express my concerns to avoid revisiting this topic later. Little White Dragon, I wonder how they manage. Sister Su mentioned there are only 3 of them. Everyone knows Sister Su is the foremost Taoist, yet few realize that the current top combat Taoist is likely among those 3. Moldy and Mushy. They must be aware of a secret map. If it's just the 3 of them fighting, without any interference, that would explain everything. No tears, no noise, no boasting. Let us raise our hands to vote. Those in favor of maintaining confidentiality, please raise your hands. We should expedite our progress. 9th young master glanced around. And with 7 votes in favor, this matter will remain confidential. Everyone can enjoy the gossip from their respective places. Let us all proceed with our tasks. Meanwhile, in another location, the second level of the beachy abandoned mine, dominant and overbearing. I wonder who has feasted on this bounty. The forum is in an uproar. Overlord unshackled. Currently, there are no more than 20 guilds capable of absorbing such vast skill sets, at most 30. Unfortunately, this matter seems destined to remain unanswered. Dominant how go? Why is there no answer? Community warmth. If an answer did exist, our leader would probably awaken smiling from his slumber. Upon hearing this, Overlord Unshackled cleaved the head of a nearby zombie. Enough of these trivialities. Let us focus on leveling up. Not far away, at the Mingmen Feishan Guild's leveling area. The same topic was under discussion. Love in the city. Dear sister, do you think these skill books have fallen into the hands of those scoundrels from Dominance and Eternity? Inkstain City. There is no point in speculating on irrelevant matters. No one is foolish. Even if they obtained them, they wouldn't disclose it to you. Lemon's not as cute as me. It would have been wonderful if our old allies had acquired them. Perhaps we could share in the spoils. Inkstain City. Stop dreaming. Expecting others to achieve what you cannot is sheer folly. If I were to obtain them, I certainly would not share them now. Everyone is striving desperately to advance themselves. In various guilds across different locations, all were, without exception, adopting a cautious stance towards the unfolding events, yet beneath the surface, they hastily accelerated their growth. Engrossed in battling monsters, the trio remained focused on leveling up, with only Su Su receiving a message from the 9th young master, leaving them undisturbed. However, upon reaching level 20, the experience required for advancement surged dramatically. Initially, the experience needed for each level up increased from a few hundred to several thousand, and after level 14, it escalated to an increment of 10,000 to 20,000 experience points per level. Transitioning from level 19 to 20 required merely 140,000 experience. But the leap from level 20 to 21 saw an astonishing rise to 250,000 experience, almost doubling the requirement. This marked a significant reduction in the pace of leveling up. At their current rate of slaying zombies, it would take them the better part of a day to level up. By the time the trio logged off, they had barely reached level 22. Su Su had mastered the Taoist's collective invisibility skill, the Ghost Shield, while Mu Tianshu had acquired the early game monster hunting skill, Explosive Flame. Compared to the mage's level 16 area attack skill, Hellfire, which merely tickled enemies, the level 22 Explosive Flame finally showcased the true power of a mage, boasting substantial area damage. Upon reaching level 24 and learning Firewall, the mage would ascend to the status of a revered figure among other classes. In contrast, the beleaguered warrior would have to wait until level 25 to learn their third skill. The trio agreed upon a time to reconvene. Mu Tianshu spent 15,000 gold coins at the auction house to acquire 3 return scrolls, trading one to each member before returning to the starting city to log off for a meal. It must be noted that the auction house greatly facilitated numerous small studios that profited from the game, allowing them to sell return scrolls, mine, and gather materials effortlessly through the auction system. Gone were the days of laboriously hawking materials in the city. Those small studios, unable to take down bosses or venture into dungeons, relied on gathering materials for a steady income, raking in considerable earnings daily. As Mu Tianshu removed his helmet, he again sensed a peculiar surge of energy coursing through him, an overwhelming vitality that made him eager for a confrontation. Clenching his fists tightly, he pondered whether his heightened perception was a result of his transmigration. He could distinctly feel his newfound strength. He was undoubtedly 5 times more powerful than his former self. With no visible signs of muscle training, yet possessing a remarkably proportionate physique, the latent power within him stirred restlessly, yearning for an outlet. Yet it had yet to find a means of expression. Chapter 27. Harvest. Mu Tianshu stepped out of the room and exchanged a glance with Ada, who was cautiously making his exit. So, has there been a significant increase? Indeed, I feel as though I could now strike down my former self with a single blow. If this continues, I fear I may soon transform into a humanoid Gundam. Mu Tianshu shared his circumstances with Ada, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. Your constitution seems to have improved less than mine, yet I do not possess the sense of latent power within me that you describe. It appears that this may indeed be a consequence of our respective professions. However, one cannot help but wonder if our skills might eventually manifest in reality. It is premature to draw any conclusions, yet we cannot dismiss this possibility. Perhaps certain conditions must be met, which we have yet to fulfill. For now, we shall observe the unfolding events, although I am left pondering whether such circumstances could incite unrest within our once tranquil society. Such a prospect is certain. Transformation heralds renewal, and thus feudalism must inevitably decline. Yet, for the present, this does not significantly impact our immediate concerns. In these extraordinary times, we must strive to avoid becoming mere dust swept away by the currents of history. Mu Tianshu nodded. If skills could be employed in reality, then a certain degree of turmoil would be inevitable. However, even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone tall enough to hold it up. For now, our focus should solely be on strengthening ourselves within the game. Consequently, the two hastily enjoyed a meal at home, forgoing their usual leisurely strolls. They then resumed their journey into the game, with Mu Tianshu intent on swiftly reaching level 25 before heading to the Temple of Woma. Of course, there was another map of equivalent level, the Centipede Cave, which was relatively more accommodating for warriors, while Woma favored mages. As for the Taoist, it goes without saying that once accompanied by a companion, all maps would present themselves as equally manageable. As Mu Tianshu logged in, he promptly received a message from the 9th young master. Brother, surely you had quite the fruitful night yesterday. Could you extend a favor to your younger brother? The timely message, sent while stationed in the Earth City, naturally came during breakfast, where he had amicably extracted information from his sister. As for the conditions of this exchange, they were merely expressions of his affection for her. I currently possess a total of over 100 pieces of equipment awaiting me in the warehouse. Having finished his communication, Mu Tianshu rushed to NC to meticulously repair all his gear before making his way to the second floor of the warehouse. 9th young master. Valuable items should be handled with discretion, no tears, no boasting. 3 individuals awaited him there, but Red's sister, who had previously settled accounts, was notably absent. Let us proceed with the transaction. Once completed, I would appreciate your appraisal. Who will take charge? The 9th young master raised his thumb in approval. Brother Tianshu, you are quite generous. Rest assured, the price will be entirely fair. After a series of transactions regarding the valuable items, the 9th young master pondered for a moment before stating, Brother, how about I offer you a total of 6 million gold coins for this batch of equipment? Furthermore, considering your status as a significant revenue source, and given the current scarcity of gold coins, I propose that I exchange half of the total at a discount of 10 at a rate of 450 in ingots. What do you think? Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment. In truth, he had no immediate desire to withdraw these funds. For the time being, their lives were free from worry. Although his skills had diminished, the price of black iron ore remained quite modest. Hoarding gold was certainly a risk he dared not take. Without a gold mine quest, it would result in a total loss, a reality that the legendary game had long since made evident. All tasks had been decisively eliminated, and every exploit had been thoroughly eradicated. Nevertheless, black iron ore was undoubtedly a valuable resource, essential for upgrading weapons. Therefore, at this stage, Mu Tianshu also sought gold coins. However, they were still in the guild phase, where matters were easily discussed among the old guard. He understood well that once the era of guild warfare commenced, it would truly revolve around wealth and gold coins. In such times, a single guild battle resembled a colossal money-eating beast. To illustrate, in a siege warfare scenario, before the battle even commenced, each member's basic potion expenses for warriors and mages amounted to at least 200,000 gold coins, while even a lesser amount for priests began at 100,000. If 10,000 were to engage in siege warfare prior to any combat, they would need to expend billions of gold coins. No one was foolish enough to gather for the sake of faith alone, to support someone as their leader. If guild activities required personal financial contributions, participation would dwindle. Who would willingly spend their own money to be under someone else's authority? While it cannot be entirely dismissed that there is comfort beneath the shade of a great tree, it is ultimately the allure of profit that serves as the strongest unifying force. Sensing Mu Tianshu's reluctance towards a Yuanbao settlement, the speaker continued, to be candid. I currently possess just over 10 million gold coins. However, with everyone in the guild relying on each other, a reserve fund is indispensable. Moreover, the influx of miners is still recent, and gold coins are not abundant. I can offer you an 80 discount, settling at a rate of 1/100. If that is agreeable. Mu Tianshu observed that the 9th young master would rather lower the ratio than part with his gold coins, indicating that he must be unable to produce any more. Reflecting upon Su, who had logged in earlier to train her pets, he realized that this human-shaped treasure trove was far more significant than anyone had anticipated. While it seemed merely to augment equipment benefits at present, what if extraordinary items were acquired during a boss encounter? Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Agreed, my brother, let us act decisively. With that, he transferred 6 million gold coins and 10,000 precious gems to Mu Tianshu. Mu Tianshu said little. After acquiring the gold coins, he spent 1 million to upgrade his warehouse, which originally had 120 slots. To his delight, he discovered that upgrading indeed increased both warehouses by an additional 60 slots. Thus, while others gained 120 slots with a single upgrade, he now boasted a total of 240 slots. Upon inspecting the requirements for the next upgrade, he found it would cost 10 million gold coins and yield an increase of 120 slots. The exorbitant fee startled him, prompting him to swiftly close the window. After exchanging greetings, he turned to leave, eager to see how Su Baby was faring. However, upon arrival, he found that the individual had vanished. A quick message revealed that they were busy repairing equipment, and Su Baby had already reached level 1, no longer gaining experience. Mu Tianshu was well aware that summoning a level 2 skeleton required reaching level 23. Upon their arrival in Shabak, they found Ada already engaged in battle within a secret passage. Though he fought alone at a slow pace, it was certainly preferable to idly waiting. Without further ado, the two companions entered the map to join Ada. Now, all three of them had reached level 22, yet to ascend to level 25. They would need over 1 million experience points. However, Mu Tianshu, the most formidable damage dealer among them, had already mastered the skill of explosive flame. Causing his speed to surge dramatically, Mu Tianshu calculated in his mind that he should be able to level up by nightfall. This would be the last opportunity to experience rapid advancement, as the subsequent levels would become increasingly arduous to attain. The trio immersed themselves in their quest for elevation. While only Su occasionally heard the sound of equipment drops, Mu Tianshu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His senses dulled from constantly facing the same monsters and employing the same skills. Suddenly, the jarring sound of dragging chains pierced the air, accompanied by a guttural roar. Mu Tianshu's heart raced. It was the Corpse King. Chapter 28. The Corpse King's several explosive flames struck down the surrounding minor creatures, prompting his companions with a warning. Upon turning the corner, they indeed found a towering black zombie, towering over its counterparts, lurking in the shadows. Upon spotting Mu Tianshu, it lunged forward with alarming speed. Su, apply poison and let your pet take the brunt of the attack. Ada, hold the front line. Although Su's pet was only at level 1, it had managed to rise to level 3 after such a duration, boasting an impressive 168 health points, surpassing both Su and Mu Tianshu in vitality. Mu Tianshu could hardly bear to watch his level 3 baby perish in such a manner. If it were to die, summoning it again would result in a return to level 1. Thus, while it had charged forward, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, dealing a damage of -11. A 2-digit figure floated into the air, while the skeletal minion managed to inflict 8 or 9 points of damage with each strike. In contrast, Su and Ada were not nearly as effective, managing only 5 or 6 points, if they were fortunate, or even falling short entirely. After a round of attacks, Mu Tianshu cast a glance at the health bar above the Corpse King's head, which remained virtually unchanged. Mu Tianshu initially felt invigorated upon seeing the boss, but his expression quickly darkened as he furrowed his brow deeply. Could it be that this creature has been enhanced? There had been no prior information regarding such developments. However, upon reflection, he realized that others were also unaware of the fact that this entity previously possessed only 500 health points. Thus he felt reassured. As the first map boss, the strength of the Corpse King was undoubtedly incomparable to that of mere minions. Although formidable in his past life, the Corpse King's health merely exceeded that of the smaller foes by a few folds. Yet, upon witnessing the current situation, it was evident that its health had likely soared towards 5 digits. Alas, if only Su were at level 26. For a level 26 priest could acquire the divine skill Mind Revelation. This is the sole ability in the realm of legend that can quantify health points. Once cast upon a target, one could directly observe the target's vitality, whereas ordinarily, all characters and monsters only possess a single health bar, compelling everyone to estimate based on experience. In truth, at over level 20, one could have long ventured into the Centipede Cave or the Worms of Woma at that juncture. Equipment could also be upgraded. However, in pursuit of rapid advancement, Mu Tianshu opted to remain here, as this location presently offered the quickest means of leveling up. Although the trio was still equipped with gear suitable for levels in the low teens, their current levels afforded them a significant advantage. Mu Tianshu, in particular, possessed 2 sets of equipment. While engaging a Corpse King posed considerable pressure, it was not insurmountable. After half an hour, the Corpse King fell, leaving no commotion in its wake, aside from a substantial loot drop of an 8x8 treasure. Mu Tianshu calculated in his mind that the Corpse King's health was approximately around 25,000, which seemed to have increased 50-fold compared to his previous life. Susu was busy gathering equipment while it collected potions. After picking up 2 sun waters, he turned his attention to the gold coins scattered on the ground. The Corpse King had dropped 2 skill books, one for the Crescent Blade and another for Ice Howl. Both were advanced skills, making these 2 books a significant profit. Additionally, there were 5 pieces of equipment, including 2 garments, a soul robe, female, and a heavy armor, female, a Shura weapon, a blue emerald necklace, and a moral ring. After the Corpse King's substantial drop, Mu Tianxu was left exasperated. It seemed that none of the mage's equipment had dropped at all. Adu was equally displeased, as one of the drops was a female garment that he could not wear. However, Susu's eyes sparkled with delight, for the clothing and ring were all for her. Upon examining their attributes, her smile grew even brighter, as she had obtained a remarkable garment. The soul robe, female, requiring level 22, weighing 15, with a durability of 20/20. Defense of 3-7, magical defense of 3-3, and a Taoist attribute of 0-4. It provided a slight increase in defense and 2 points in Taoist attributes, both of which were crucial. The ring was merely an ordinary moral ring with a range of 1-2. Replace the ring on your finger. The necklace is an ordinary blue jade, and it already possesses a superior item, but there remains a noticeable disparity between the two. Upon examining the levels, it becomes evident that the new necklace can be equipped imminently. The blue jade necklace requires level 23, weighs 1, has a durability of 88, and an attack power of 2-2. The Shura requires level 22, weighs 40, boasts a durability of 2,525, and has an attack range of 0-20. Ade equips the weapon and swings it, testing its feel, and finds it quite satisfactory, unable to suppress a broad smile. The only individual who gained nothing stood in silence for a moment before wandering off to continue battling monsters. In the following 2 days, the trio remained engrossed in leveling up, only returning intermittently to replenish potions and sell equipment, oblivious to the outside world. Meanwhile, a great wave surged outside as countless players reached level 14. With the confirmation that playing this game could enhance one's physical prowess, a true fervor began to unfold. During this period, established guilds of a more communal nature began to rise, showcasing their unique skills. As other games waned in popularity, players from various guilds swiftly transitioned to Legend, solidifying their guild's rapid ascendance. An overwhelming influx of players flooded into Legend, resulting in an increasing number of novices in the Bitch Mine area, a decrease in monsters, heightened conflicts, and the resurgence of historical grievances on the legendary stage. 2 afternoons later, at long last, as a golden dragon ascended from his being, Mu Tianxu was the first to reach level 25. As the monsters within the firewall dwindled, the other 2 soon followed suit, attaining level 25 as well. The firewall, a skill book Mu Tianxu had long prepared for level 24, was naturally learned at that moment. Without the firewall, the group would likely still be far from their current achievements. Along the way, the trio vanquished 2 Corpse Kings, and Mu Tianxu finally acquired a mage's robe, a magical robe, male, requires level 22, weighs 12, boasts a durability of 20/20, provides defense of 3-5, magic defense of 3-4, and a magic range of 0-2. Although merely an ordinary piece of equipment, it far surpassed the lightweight armor he donned. For a level 22 garment is indeed renowned as professional attire. After equipping the new gear, he greeted Susu, informing her that he might be offline for an extended period as he planned to dine with Adu to celebrate their earnings. Out of politeness, he extended an invitation, suggesting it be a group celebration. To his surprise, Susu agreed to join them. Once offline, he secured a reservation at a restaurant and sent the details to Susu. Then he and Adu leisurely made their way there. By now, Mu Tianxu had grown accustomed to the physical enhancements that accompanied each logout, no longer astonished by the phenomenon. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found Susu waiting at the entrance, clad in her woolen coat, this time adorned with a white knitted scarf and fitted sky blue jeans. Let passers-by pause and steal a few more glances. When the 2 arrived, they witnessed a social elite attempting to strike up a conversation, only to awkwardly retreat moments later. At that moment, Mu Tianxu suddenly pondered how many such encounters had transpired. Mu Tianxu and Adi approached, inquiring about the situation with a tone clearly laced with playful banter. Susu rolled her eyes, disregarding the antics of the 2, and strode directly into the restaurant. Chapter 29. Initial encounter at Wama. The meal further strengthened the bond among the trio, alleviating the awkwardness of their initial meeting. During their time together, Mu Tianshu ended to share amusing anecdotes from their pasts, fostering a deeper understanding among them. However, the primary focus of their conversation revolved around their speculations concerning the legendary enhancement of physical attributes, each offering their perspectives, yet none could ascertain the definitive explanation. At that moment, a news segment aired on television. The host articulated clearly, "According to our latest reports, the virtual mirror has achieved remarkable success, propelling the legendary game to unprecedented heights. As of noon today, global logins have surpassed 700 million and continue to escalate exponentially. By 3 p.m., major conglomerates such as Dingxin Group, Daxia Group, Big Pineapple Holdings, Zhu Group, and Wafa Group announced their collaborative or merger efforts to formally join the top 10 gaming guilds in the realm of the legendary game." News continued to flood in from various small and medium-sized enterprises. Since the launch of the game across continents, the situation has been exceedingly favorable, and the entrusted Xinghe intelligence is operating smoothly. This concludes our report. Now, please stay tuned for international news. Since the game's launch, it has garnered immense popularity, resulting in a surge of advertisements. Thus, upon hearing this news, the trio was hardly surprised. Though the official explanation regarding the enhancement of physical attributes in the game remained elusive, regardless of whether they were dining or strolling through the streets, discussions inevitably circled back to the legendary game. After their meal, Susu drove off first, while the two others felt no urgency as their homes were not far away. Leisurely making their way back. On their journey home, their spirits lifted, they stopped at a convenience store downstairs to purchase a few bottles of beer and snacks, proceeding to the rooftop to continue their conversation. After engaging in lengthy discussions about various topics, the surreal feeling that had lingered over the past few days gradually dissipated. By the time they logged back into the game, it was nearly midnight. Susu had already been online, leveling her pet to level 2. Having noticed that the others had yet to log in, she had sent them messages. Upon learning about their situation, she joined the party led by the 9th young master in the Centipede Cave for leveling up. When the two finally logged in, they found themselves in the second map of the Centipede Cave, the northern level of the dungeon. Upon seeing their arrival, Susu promptly informed the 9th young master, "My teammates have arrived. You all continue at your own pace." Without waiting for a response, she returned to the city, leaving the remaining core members of the Radiant Wings in a state of bewilderment. After Mu Tianshu went online, he sent a message to young Master Gio, inquiring if he still needed equipment, accepting only gold coin transactions. Young Master Gio had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He had spent the entire day accumulating gold coins, and now he had nearly monopolized the market. The transaction involved precious items and a charming smile, culminating in the exchange of 217 pieces of equipment, resulting in Mu Tianshu amassing an additional 14 million gold coins. Subsequently, the representative of the precious items indicated that their guild no longer required low-level equipment, but they were willing to acquire as much equipment above level 10 as possible. Mu Tianshu pondered, recognizing that there were still no guilds in existence, merely the veterans of the labor unions, given the limited numbers. Once the guilds were established, the equipment would inevitably become insufficient. Among the leveling maps for players in their teens, the zombie cave yielded a greater abundance of gear, while the skeleton cave was more prolific in skills. Overall, the distinction was minimal as the majority of players at this stage congregated in these two maps. Upon revealing their destination to Ada and Susu, Mu Tianshu led the trio to Bitch City. After marking the location on the map for his companions, he took flight, as the trio's intended destination was none other than the Temple of Woma. To reach the Temple of Woma, they first needed to traverse from Bitch to the Woma Forest. After an indeterminate number of teleportations, Mu Tianshu found himself at the entrance just in time, where Susu was already waiting. Thus, the two stood there awaiting Ada, while Mu Tianshu casually perused the auction house above. The only commodity that Mu Tianshu is interested in acquiring is black iron ore, which is the sole mineral required for upgrading weapons. Now, with a substantial sum of 20 million in hand, he plans to make a modest investment, purchasing all ores with a purity exceeding 10. The ores can be stacked, and the second backpack does not contribute to weight, allowing Mu Tianshu to shop without any burden. Once both individuals arrive, they will venture into the Woma Forest together, following the same procedure, marking their locations and making their way there. As they approach the Woma Temple, they hear a cacophony of voices seeking teammates, with shouts echoing at the entrance. A level 17 warrior seeking a party, an 18-level sorcerer looking for a storm mage, and warriors being told to step aside. There are also offers for return scrolls at the price of 4, 500 gold each, and the Wushuang Pavilion is recruiting. With a level 19 pet-carrying Taoist inviting others to join a dungeon expedition. As Mu Tianxiu arrived at the entrance, a throng of people swiftly surrounded him. Well, is this truly the esteemed Master Fa? One exclaimed. Is the leader still in need of underlings? Brother Tianxiu, could you perhaps take a sister under your wing? We can even connect for a video chat. Another remarked, goodness, this equipment is genuinely impressive. The weaponry and gear are of the highest caliber. In his level 22 magical robe, Mu Tianxiu stood out distinctly, drawing immediate attention. Naturally, he refrained from wearing his invisibility ring in the presence of others. Shortly thereafter, Su Su's arrival elicited a chorus of astonishment. Isn't this the legendary number 1 Taoist? Does he have candy in his pocket? They wondered. Why is his pet's name in blue? Brother, how did you know he is the legendary number 1 Taoist? Haven't you checked the forums? Just a few days ago, someone reached level 19 with a pet. At that time, no one even knew what a skeleton looked like. The crowd lingered, captivated by the presence of the top player in the region, all eager to witness the spectacle. At last, the two endured until Ada arrived. And without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the Worma Temple. Upon entering, they found themselves in the front hall of the temple, where a multitude of bats flitted about. These were among the few low-level monsters, dealing minimal damage, yet many profited from the occasional return scroll drops. Currently, the mainstream players had not yet reached level 20, and the primary leveling maps, the Zombie Cave and Skeleton Cave, were often overcrowded with players rather than monsters, leaving little opportunity for combat. Given the players' present equipment, they could only afford to linger in the first level of Worma. The density and damage of the creatures on the second level would undoubtedly be overwhelming. However, it was inevitable that players would eventually conquer this area. For now, the second level and below remained a forbidden zone for outsiders, a sanctuary for the duo. After dispatching 3 bats at the entrance, they ascended the stone steps, and with a flicker, they arrived at the first level of Worma. No monsters were present at the entrance, and Mu Tianxiu led the way toward the second level, soon spotting a few scattered creatures. They resembled night demons but were engulfed in fiery red flames. There were also wingless Worma warriors wielding tridents and dung beetles that ambled along on their 2 front legs. Chapter 30. Worma guard Su Su initiated the attack with poison, followed by Mu Tianxiu unleashing a lightning strike, and then Su Su's skeleton struck with a decisive blow. -35-21. Currently, the little skeleton had 120 health points and could withstand a few hits. The level 2 summoned skeleton could upgrade itself to level 5, and by then, its damage would likely rival Mu Tianxiu's. The fiery Worma yielded 290 experience points, while the Worma warrior provided 280 experience points, with a health pool of 265. Comparatively, the experience gained was certainly less lucrative than that from zombies, yet the gold dropped was significantly higher, with several monsters yielding over 1,000 gold coins. The group gradually approached the entrance to the second level. Mu Tianxiu instructed them to continue battling monsters on the first level while he descended to explore. Donning his invisibility ring, he slipped inside. This time, Mu Tianxiu's goal was the Worma Lord on the third level. As he descended to the second level, he was greeted by an overwhelming swarm of Worma creatures, with 2 bundles of potions scattered on the ground. Had he not been wearing the invisibility ring, he would have likely met the same fate as the potion's former owner. The monsters at the entrance were impossible to engage. Each incoming player would cause the creatures to cluster at the door, which was advantageous for Mu Tianxiu, as no one could compete with him for kills here. Though some monsters were elsewhere, they were not as obstructive as those at the entrance. As Mu Tianxiu sprinted towards the third level, he rounded a corner and beheld a creature wielding 2 weapons, adorned with a silver large nose ring, resembling a nightmarish figure, yet entirely engulfed in fiery crimson muscles. It was the small boss of the Woma map, the Woma Guardian. This formidable entity was known to drop Woma-grade equipment and skill books for levels below 35. Surveying his surroundings, Mu Tianxiu positioned himself in a corner of coordinates and unleashed a lightning strike upon the Woma Guardian. In his previous life, the Woma Guardian possessed a mere 1,000 hit points. However, its astonishing speed and attack rate had inflicted considerable suffering upon all who encountered it. The current manifestation of the Woma Guardian, however, was far from the 1,000 hit points of yore. Judging by the proportions set by the Corpse King, it was likely to exceed at least 50,000 hit points. Furthermore, devoid of the poison typically cast by a Taoist, this creature also had the ability to regenerate health. Nevertheless, Confronting a boss was an inevitability Mu Tianshu could not evade. He resolved to exploit the walls and the multitude of lesser monsters around him to establish a strategic deadlock. Legendary creatures possess a hatred mechanism, opting to pursue the individual with the highest enmity via the nearest path. Should that path be obstructed by other monsters, the creature would become ensnared, moving back and forth in place. Players utilizing Taoist or Mage classes often harness this mechanism to solo monsters, a tactic colloquially known as trapping the monster. The ensnared Wolma Guardian was now confined to a limited space, swaying side to side. Mu Tianshu's attack frequency was approximately once per second, each strike consistently inflicting 24 points of damage. After 10 seconds, the Wolma Guardian's health had diminished by roughly 240 points, indicating that the health bar of H had depleted by about 120, confirming the creature's total health was indeed 50,000. As Mu Tianshu was still convinced that his guess was correct, a sudden 100 appeared above the monster's head, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed a formidable foe. The greatest fear when battling monsters lies in encountering two scenarios, one where the enemy remains impervious to damage, and the other where the inflicted harm is merely equal to or insufficient to counteract the boss's health regeneration. Furthermore, with the monster's precise health value obscured, only a health bar is visible, leaving one to rely solely on experience and estimation. Quite often, with colossal bosses possessing excessive health, one might battle for an extended period only to discover that they are invincible, resulting in a futile expenditure of potions, which is utterly disheartening. Had Mu Tianshu not possessed the invisibility ring, he would have found it impossible to maneuver around the monsters in this map, focusing solely on unleashing his skills. The screen was filled with countless minor creatures that no one could withstand, if one attempted to kite while fighting. It could only be said that dealing with smaller foes was feasible. Nearly all bosses moved faster than the players, leaving them oblivious to the meaning of death. Armed with the first artifact of exploration, the invisibility ring, Mu Tianshu expertly pinned down the creature and unleashed his full power. After an hour, the Wolma Guardian was left with but a sliver of health. With a final cast of Thunderbolt, the Wolma Guardian emitted a roar of defiance as it approached its demise. In an instant, a golden light enveloped the surroundings, and an 8x8 explosion scattered an abundance of equipment across the ground. System notification: gained 1,200 experience points. Mu Tianshu, filled with excitement, gazed eagerly at the ground as two diminutive crimson beams of light shot up from two pieces of equipment: the Sibel bracelet and the platinum ring. Both prestigious items from the Warma brand were indeed worthy of a first kill. With eyes gleaming in exhilaration, Mu Tianshu dashed over and launched a relentless assault on the flame Warma that adorned the Sibel bracelet. Given that the flame Warma utilized magical attacks, and with Mu Tianshu's formidable level 80 magic evasion, he sustained minimal damage, feeling utterly unthreatened. Initially intending to eliminate the creature, he was pleasantly surprised when it dropped a white tiger tooth necklace, which he promptly collected along with the two pieces of equipment. Mu Tianshu resumed his endeavor to eliminate the remaining creatures, most of the spoils lying beneath the feet of the monsters. Fearing that if he delayed too long in collecting them, the system might erase them, he hastily disregarded their attributes and charged towards the monsters adorned with the platinum rings. After nearly 5 minutes of effort, Mu Tianshu finally gathered all the equipment. The first item he examined was the one he cherished most, the esteemed Sobel bracelet. Sobel bracelet requires 24 magic, weighs 1, durability 66, magic 0 to 4. Mu Tianshu suspected that he had misread the situation, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Indeed, it was the bracelet of magic level 4. It is noteworthy that even a high-tier Juma equipment bracelet only offers a magic level of 0 to 3. Given the current popularity of this game in the world, such a bracelet could easily fetch tens of thousands of Star River coins. The so-called prestigious equipment, such as Walma and Juma gear, are merely terms coined by players, denoting items that can only be obtained from specific locations or bosses. For instance, Walma equipment can only drop from the bosses in Walma Temple and higher-level maps. These items are referred to as prestigious due to their exceedingly low drop rates. Donning a complete set transforms one into a celebrity within the realm, no longer an anonymous player. Unfortunately, with his current magical prowess, he could not equip it, leaving him to covet it from afar in a state of torment. Presently, his magic level stood at a mere 22, and most of his gear remained low level, though he could wear 2 sets. Regardless, others certainly did not surpass his capabilities. Additionally, he had been consistently leveling up, leaving him little time to pursue superior equipment. Nevertheless, by merely engaging in battles here, he could easily acquire items of level 20 or above to meet his goals. Thus, while Mu Tianshu felt envy, he remained unhurried. The Platinum Ring requires 17 Taoism, weighs 1, has a durability of 55, with a defense of 0 to 1 and a magic power of 0 to 4. Mu Tianshu recalled that the attributes of this equipment seemed inconsistent. According to the original attributes, the Platinum Ring was supposed to bestow an enhancement of 2 points to defense. However, after subsequent balancing, it added no defense at all. It appeared that this equipment bore the attributes post-balance, merely possessing a slight enhancement in defense. The Taoist Helmet requires level 24, weight 3, durability 78, defense 1 to 2, magic defense 2 to 3. Heavy Armor male requires level 22, weight 23, durability 23-25, defense 4 to 7, magic defense 2 to 3. Coral Ring requires level 25, weight 1, durability 15, attack 0 to 4. Blue Jade Necklace requires level 23, weight 1, durability 28, attack 2 to 4. The helmet, clothing, necklace, and ring were all suitable for him. Among the three, he was the only one who had not yet donned any armor, and now, with a single step, he had acquired the finest equipment of the trio. Demon Exorcism Ring requires level 25, weight 1, durability 55, magic defense 0 to 4, attack 1 to 2, magic 1 to 2, Taoism 1 to 2. This ring was one he could use himself, so without hesitation, he replaced the long-worn hexagonal ring. Although the upper limit only increased slightly, he gained an additional 4 points in magic defense, and the Taoism attribute could be utilized for wearing a necklace. Of course, Mu Tianshu could immediately don the Sibel bracelet by swapping the hexagonal ring for the invisibility ring. Yet he surveyed the densely packed minor monsters around him and dismissed that notion. The Woma Guardian had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment, along with some potions and gold coins. Initially, Mu Tianshu believed this was the entirety of his spoils, only to feel his heart tighten upon seeing the equipment dropped by the minor monster that had just blocked his path. Chapter 31. Breaching Defense White Tiger Tooth Necklace requires Taoism 11, weight 1, durability 77, luck 4, Taoism 1 to 5, magic evasion 40. Mu Tianshu barely restrained himself from uttering a curse, for it was indeed the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had acquired such an exquisite necklace. The moment he laid eyes upon this piece of equipment, his heart raced like a drum, pounding incessantly. To put it bluntly, everything dropped by the Woma Guardian paled in comparison to this necklace. The Lucky Necklace was the only means to achieve a Luck 9 set, and there were only a few types of necklaces that could add luck. Weapons could reach a maximum of 7 in luck, while a necklace with luck of 2 or higher represented an entirely different echelon of equipment. Moreover, each increment in luck beyond 2 exponentially increased its value. This necklace boasted a luck of 4 and an additional increase of 4 points in Taoism, making it evident that apart from the 2 pieces of equipment compensated by Xinghe, none of Mu Tianshu's possessions could rival even half the worth of this necklace. Upon sharing the attributes of these items in the team chat, a deluge of messages from Ada and Su Su flooded in. Mu Tianshu feigned indifference, offering no response, and made his way to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 battling monsters on the 1st floor were left in a state of anxious anticipation, akin to a cat scratching at the walls. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered a throng of monsters at the entrance, just as densely packed as those on the 2nd floor. A random creature flew out, yet the number remained unchanged, leaving little room to maneuver. There was no option to flee. He could only cautiously navigate through the crowd. Finally, amidst the dense swarm of monsters in the center of the map, he spotted the Woma Lord. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Flame Woma, differing only in its deep azure skin. According to the legendary lore, this was an exceedingly fearsome demon that once led its Woma followers to ravage the Mafar continent, only to be subsequently sealed within the Woma temple. However, that was merely a tale. In the present moment, it was simply a boss surrounded by an entourage of monsters. Engaging it required no consideration of external threats, and it might even prove simpler than battling the Woma Guardian. Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderbolt, -16. The creature roared in fury, yet it was encircled by its minions. In reality, a mere swipe would have sent them all flying. But the mechanics of the game dictated otherwise. When there was no path, one could only circle in place. Mu Tianshu remained unfazed by the incessant rain of lightning. After a mere 10 seconds, he beheld the emergence of a 500 above the head of the Woma Lord. Damn it, I'm facing an NM, Mu Tianchu thought, astonished that his first two encounters with legendary defenses would occur in this very place. In a fit of exasperation, he let loose a stream of curses. Without a Taoist, the notion of defeating this lord was utterly inconceivable. Mu Tianshu turned toward the doorway and, upon arrival, commenced his assault on the Dark Warriors. These ranged attackers were absent in the previous two levels. He dispatched a message to Su Su, instructing her to gather all the random items from a Da and then to render herself invisible. Furthermore, he shared the coordinates of his recent descent to the third level, cautioning her to exercise utmost vigilance. Upon receiving the message, Su Su equipped the random items and made her way downward. Following Mu Tianshu's guidance, she immediately turned invisible upon reaching the entrance and utilized the random items. Now at level 25 with 181 health points. She believed that with swift reflexes and in the absence of dark warriors, she stood a considerable chance of survival. Upon reaching the second level, Su Su announced her safety in the chat channel before randomly teleporting. After teleporting 3 times to coordinates in relative proximity, she carefully plotted her route and summoned a skeleton. As the monster's aggro was drawn to her summoned creature, she swiftly distanced herself, ensuring to become invisible before her companion's demise, mindful not to be encircled by the monsters. Should the monsters target her, she would teleport away. Fortunately, the minor creatures moved at a sluggish pace, and due to his invisibility ring, Mu Tianshu managed to descend without attracting the monsters to the entrance, successfully reaching it without incident. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered in an instant. Waiting below, Mu Tianshu unleashed an explosive fireball at the doorway, repeatedly casting area of effect spells to divert the monster's attention. Meanwhile, upon entering, Su Su was greeted by a screen filled with monsters, surrounded by the swirling spells of Mu Tianshu, prompting her to activate her invisibility skill immediately. After becoming invisible, she communicated with Mu Tianshu, stating, "I am ready," before teleporting away at random. Observing that Su Su had safely departed, Mu Tianshu too vanished from the entrance with a random teleport. Su Su randomly teleported to a position slightly above the center, surveyed her surroundings, and then messaged Mu Tianshu, saying, "I can see the leader from here. There is no need to lure any further." Mu Tianshu approached slowly, reminding, "Remember to remain invisible, otherwise, all this preparation will be in vain." "All right, I understand. What shall we do now? Should we attack directly?" "Yes, strike and apply poison." After Su Su applied the red and green poisons, Mu Tianshu unleashed a bolt of lightning, dealing a damage of -17. The impact was considerable, and, most importantly, the boss would not regenerate health. This was the skill that allowed the Taoist to dominate in single combat against bosses, the poison technique. At merely level 25, Su Su had not yet learned Mind Revelation, and thus could not perceive the health of the leader. However, Mu Tianshu was well aware that, in a previous life, it had a total of 200 health points. Now, it was at least 100,000 at its base. The exact amount was uncertain. Su Su continually cloaked herself, fearful that her invisibility might falter, and the moment the leader was free of poison, she would immediately reapply it. Mu Tianshu remained focused on casting lightning spells, with evident results. Meanwhile, the leader could only unleash a futile rage amidst the horde of monsters. After battling for over half an hour, the Worm King suddenly teleported, vanishing from the sight of the two. Su Su, with a puzzled expression, wondered, where did it go? Mu Tianshu was acutely aware of the cunning nature of this creature. He thought to himself, as expected, it has indeed taken flight. It seems that this repulsive ability has persisted from my previous life. The Woma Lord possesses an exceedingly distasteful mechanic. When it continuously sustains damage, it will instantaneously teleport behind the entity with the highest aggro. Should the coordinates behind that entity be inaccessible, such as when they are pressed against a wall, or if there are other characters or monsters in proximity, the Woma Lord will convert its teleportation into a random displacement. To confront the Lord, one must either lure a multitude of minions to obstruct its path, or gather a group of allies to stand united. Consequently, it is rare for the Lord to actually teleport behind the current target of its ire. On the few occasions it does, spectators often attribute it to mere luck, leading many to believe that the Lord merely teleports at random. Mu Tianshu was certainly aware of how to circumvent this random mechanic. However, given the diminutive stature of just the two of them, it was clear they could not meet the requirements. Otherwise, Inviting the Lord over would be akin to lighting a lamp in the restroom. Reluctantly, he could only allow the Lord to roam randomly. This was a predicament he could not elucidate to Su, so he simply stated, "This creature has the capacity to teleport at random. You should wait here for a moment while I go find it. I will bring it over once I locate it." Mu Tianshu ventured out and spent over 10 minutes searching for the Woma Lord. By the time he found him, the poison had long since dissipated, and his health was entirely restored. Next to the Lord stood a Woma guardian, but Mu Tianshu had no time to concern himself with it. From a distance, he unleashed a lightning spell upon the Woma Lord and swiftly turned to flee. However, the Woma Lord moved with remarkable speed, realizing he could not outrun him. Mu Tianshu cast the Hellfire skill behind him, a level 16 technique that inflicted damage on 3 monsters in a straight line, causing several small creatures to scatter. The Lord was left in a state of desperation. After a series of starts and stops, Mu Tianshu reached Su's side and urged, "Summon the skeletons." Quickly, without hesitation, Su conjured the skeletons, which immediately incited a frenzy among the monsters. The level 2 skeletons were swiftly overwhelmed by the horde, and the area around the two was soon filled with creatures. "Apply poison. Continue the assault," Su instructed, as she poisoned the Woma Lord once more. Mu Tianshu unleashed relentless lightning strikes. After more than 40 minutes, the Lord once again vanished randomly, but this time he did not travel far, and the aggro link remained intact, prompting him to return. Despite the apparent simplicity of their battle, with no damage taken while defeating the boss, the reality was that when others eventually arrived to tackle the challenge, the small monsters would have been cleared, leaving players to face the boss directly, a true test of endurance. Of course, some might question why they should clear the small monsters at all. The answer is simple: it is essential, regardless of whether others possess invisibility rings. If one does not clear the small monsters, someone else inevitably will. If everyone is clearing, one cannot afford to be idle. Failure to do so results in a loss of experience and gear, leading to being pushed out of the game. Once expelled, the necessity of clearing small monsters becomes moot. Currently, the two could engage the boss without concern, as they had seized an opportunity that others had yet to access. Once others were able to join, Mu Tianshu and Su would likely lose their chance to confront this boss. However, this is not an absolute scenario. Unless they joined a guild and became part of a resource monopoly, such considerations would be a matter for later discussion. After another 30 minutes, Mu Tianshu kept a vigilant eye on the Woma Lord, who, as anticipated, vanished again, but fortunately, this time he remained still until his demise. As the Lord's health dwindled to a mere sliver, the prolonged battle caused Mu Tianshu to doubt his own damage output due to the absence of visible metrics. With one final bolt of lightning, the Lord let out a furious roar and collapsed to the ground. Around the fallen Lord, a dazzling array of equipment, potions, gold coins, and skill books spread out, glimmering brilliantly in the light. Mu Tianshu instantly squinted his eyes and began to search the ground. The items he sought included the Woma horn, the memory ring, the ruby ring, the soul bracelet, the inferno, the fiery sword technique, the memory helmet, the memory necklace, and the Taoist helmet. Upon spotting the memory ring, Mu Tianshu was overjoyed. Although this piece of equipment was not classified as a special ring by the Star River, it held far greater strategic significance than many of the special rings. Strictly speaking, it was not entirely inaccurate to consider the memory ring as a non-special ring, as it belonged to a unique set. Wearing the memory set granted the ability to unite heaven and earth, allowing the wearer to instantly teleport group members to their side with their consent. The set comprised a helmet, necklace, bracelet, and ring, with the ring being the rarest of them all, undoubtedly one of the most elusive pieces in the legendary realm. Other equipment could eventually be obtained, but the fervent desire to achieve the first kill of the Woma Lord was not for the sake of items that would ultimately be discarded. The acquisition of special equipment was the paramount objective. Su, stay alert and follow my lead to attack the monsters. The two had just attracted nearby monsters in their pursuit of slaying the Woma Lord. Initially, it was the Woma Lord's lethal curse, but now it became an obstacle for Mu Tianshu in his quest to collect equipment. Fortunately, with two of them, clearing a path was swift. Once Mu Tianshu broke free from the horde, his first action was to rush towards the memory ring. He then picked up the nearby soul bracelet, vanquishing the fiery Woma standing atop the ruby ring as items gradually disappeared beneath his feet. However, when he reached the inferno, Mu Tianshu was momentarily stunned. Unable to pick it up. Was his backpack full? Upon inspection, he noted there was still ample space. How could this be? Checking the attributes, he discovered that he was indeed overburdened, with a weight limit of 136, 175. Mu Tianshu recalled the attributes of this equipment, yet the weight remained elusive in his memory. However, the remaining burden of 39 points was undoubtedly insufficient. Hastily, he stowed away potions and gear into the second backpack until he acquired the Inferno. Without a moment to spare, he placed the items into the second weightless backpack, neglecting to examine their attributes, as there were still numerous pieces of equipment left to collect. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Tianshu finally gathered everything, letting out a sigh of relief. After reminding Su Su to exercise caution, he eagerly began to inspect the attributes of his newfound gear. Memory ring requires level 26. Weight 1, durability 77, Taoism 1-2. Gazing at this most significant treasure from his journey, Mu Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. Once he acquired the memory set, the complications of today would be a thing of the past. He could simply render Su Su invisible and summon her directly. Aside from a few monstrous bosses capable of shattering invisibility, what other creatures posed a challenge? Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued his examination. Ruby ring requires magic 17, weight 1. Durability 55, magic 0-5. This is a mage's ring of the Worma level, and it notably enhances the primary attribute of magic by an additional point compared to the standard ruby. Indeed, prime loot is easier to obtain during initial explorations. The optimal requirement for wearing the exquisite ruby ring is 17 points. Most importantly, with this ring, he could now also wear the bracelet he had previously acquired. However, upon realizing he could equip it, Mu Tianshu felt less urgency and began to inspect other items. Mind bracelet requires Taoism 24, weight 1, durability 77, Taoism 1-2. The attributes appeared standard. However, in his previous life, the mind bracelet was part of the Zuma set, while the Worma set's bracelet was the three-eyed bracelet. For reasons unknown, this order had been reversed. It seems that the equipment here is a product of the balance modifications made after his last life. The earlier platinum ring is also indicative of this, as is the current mind bracelet. Inferno requires level 26, weight 60, durability 28, attack 0-25, strength 1. No further explanation is necessary. This is the premier Worma level weapon in the entire region, and it is also the most expensive warrior weapon. The additional point of strength is negligible, rendering it merely a minor exceptional item. Although he had yet to obtain a dodge jewelry with this weapon, he instantly became the best equipped among the trio. The fiery sword technique, the ultimate skill for warriors, requires no elaboration, aside from the Corpse King Palace. Only bosses of Worma level or higher can drop it. Aside from a few tomes he had purchased early on, it remains uncertain if this is the sole instance of the ultimate skill dropped in the region, though it seems improbable, given that major guilds have long begun hunting the Corpse King. Memory helmet requires level 26, weight 7, durability 88, defense 3-3. Memory necklace requires level 26, weight 1, durability 88, attack 2-4. With 2 pieces of the memory set alongside the ring, all memory equipment that the Worma Lord could drop has been acquired, except for the memory bracelet, which is not dropped by the Worma Lord. The only boss in the entire region capable of dropping the memory ring is the Worma Lord, yet it conspicuously does not drop the memory bracelet. Otherwise, Mu Tianshu estimated that this creature could obliterate all memories. Chapter 33, The Horn of Woma, Hidden Attributes. Remaining items include heavy armor, female, magic robe, male, bamboo flute, gloves of the Reaper, sturdy gloves, skeleton ring, Taoist bracelet, and the moral ring. Upon examining the attributes of all the equipment, 2 exceptional items stood out. The moral ring requires level 23, weighs 1, durability 55, and Taoist power of 1-3. The sturdy gloves require level 18, weigh 3, durability 88, defense 0-2, and magical defense 0-2. An additional point in the Taoist power ring can be bestowed upon Su Su, achieving a complete set of 2 rings. Furthermore, augmenting the sturdy gloves with 2 more points in magical defense renders them an exceptional piece of warrior equipment. For reasons unknown, the sturdy gloves are the most likely to yield extraordinary results among bracelet-type gear. In a previous life, Mu Tianshu had witnessed an outrageous pair with attack 3 and defense 4, an 18-level piece of junk that outperformed even the warrior's Juma and Knight bracelets. Lastly, there exists an item that every guild leader covets, the Horn of Woma, weighing 1, requiring level 1, an essential item for guild creation. The description of this item is straightforward, yet its value is anything but simple, as it is indispensable for establishing a guild. If sold, given the popularity of this game, one can only speculate the price it might fetch. Mu Tianshu truly cannot fathom it, especially since this is the first guild in the entire region. Although the Horn of Woma may be the most valuable item for Mu Tianshu, the equipment at hand captivates his attention more. For no matter how expensive the horn may be, it cannot enhance his attributes. With a joyful clench of his fists, Mu Tianshu composed himself and began to don his gear, finally adorning the coveted ruby ring. Upon wearing it, the attributes of his equipment transformed dramatically. The ruby ring requires 17 magic, weighs 1, has a durability of 55, and grants magic of 0 to 5. Hidden attributes: firewall damage 10, firewall duration 20. This item indeed possesses attributes. I am uncertain whether this belief was ingrained in me long ago, or if it is merely a result of fervent speculation, as everyone seems to assert that equipment of the Woma level and above harbors hidden properties. Yet, here it is, plainly revealed. Upon calculation, the increase in firewall damage is quite significant. Does this imply that the Sabella bracelet also possesses hidden attributes? Mu Tianshu eagerly equipped the Sabella bracelet, which he had acquired earlier. Sabella bracelet requires 24 magic, weighs 1, has a durability of 66, and grants magic of 0 to 4. Hidden attributes: accuracy 2. Indeed, they all possess hidden properties, and in my previous life, it was known that the ruby augmented fire damage while the Sabella enhanced accuracy, though it was never confirmed. Now, however, these attributes are explicitly displayed. Moreover, the hidden attributes enhance some of the most crucial traits for one's profession. Warriors rely on their steady strikes, while Taoists depend on the consistent output of their summoned creatures. As for mages, mages must rely on their skills. Higher skill levels and superior equipment lead to explosive output, making mages the most equipment-dependent class among the three. For mages, accuracy is equally vital alongside magical attack. Furthermore, with few exceptions, nearly all equipment's hidden attributes are sure to impress. Excited, Mu Tianshu smiled at Su Su and said, "All right, wait for me here. We have 2 more mini-bosses to defeat before returning to town." With that, he dashed towards the Woma Guardian he had just spotted. After luring it over in the same manner, Su Su applied poison while Mu Tianshu commenced his assault. The Woma Guardian, unable to fly, fell swiftly under their combined efforts. Last time, Mu Tianshu had battled it alone for over half an hour. Now, with both of them working together and Su Su's poison, it took less than 20 minutes for the Woma Guardian to collapse, yielding a substantial 8x8 loot. This time, no Woma equipment surfaced, but instead, a mage's weapon. The Crescent Moon was obtained. Crescent Moon requires level 20, weighs 13, has a durability of 12-12, and offers an attack range of 4 to 10, with magic of 1 to 3. Mu Tianshu swiftly exchanged the ordinary ebony sword in his grasp. He urged Su Su to continue her search. After approximately half an hour, they discovered the final Woma Guardian in the lower right quadrant of the map, once again luring it to Su Su's side to engage in combat. Before long, this Woma Guardian met the same fate as its predecessor, leaving a myriad of equipment and potions scattered across the 8x8 grid. Mu Tianshu cast a fleeting glance, his eyes narrowing slightly. The dragon ring, the phantom gloves, 2 more pieces of Woma equipment, both intended for warriors. After venturing in, he found little that he could personally utilize, while Ado was nearly assembling a complete set of gear. After collecting all the equipment, Mu Tianshu called out to Su Su, requesting, "Please hand over all the rings you are wearing. They will serve my purpose." Without much hesitation, Su Su relinquished all her adornments to Mu Tianshu. Mu Tianshu adorned herself with another white tiger tooth necklace, leveraging the allure of her jewelry. Subsequently, she sought out a creature to test her conjecture. Upon completion of her verification, she returned the ornament to Su Su, who gazed at Mu Tianshu's inexplicable actions with a puzzled yet endearing expression. Mu Tianshu sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. He then spoke. "Let us return to the city and gather at the warehouse." Having said that, he utilized a return scroll to teleport back to Bitch City, where he began to inspect the equipment dropped by the Woma guards. The dragon ring requires an attack of 37, weighs 1, has a durability of 55, and offers an attack range of 0 to 5. The phantom gloves require level 25, weigh 5, have a durability of 88, and provide a defense of 0 to 3. Both pieces of Woma equipment are suited for warriors. Although they may not be of exceptional quality, their inherent attributes surpass all current gear. Furthermore, he had just acquired a Woma-grade weapon, the Inferno. With the equipment dropped by the first guard, Ada could completely replace his gear from head to toe. Moreover, there was an item that brought an uncontrollable smile to Mu Tianshu's face. The Enchanted Robe. Male, requires level 22, weighs 12, boasts a durability of 20-23. Offers a defense of 3 to 6, a magical defense of 3 to 5, and a magical power of 0 to 4. It adds a touch more defense, a bit of magical resistance, and 2 points of magical prowess. It was simply a superlative treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Tianshu swiftly donned the exquisite magical robe. Once clad, he hastened towards the warehouse. Susu and Ada had been waiting there for some time. Mu Tianshu first approached Susu and initiated the transaction, presenting her with the platinum ring, the mind-link bracelet, and the exceptional virtue ring. After a moment's contemplation, he also decided to include the white tiger tooth necklace, which boasted a rank of 4 and 5. This necklace, obtained from the second level, was arguably the finest piece of equipment he had ever acquired. You should find a way to persuade your brother to procure a set of Lucky 9 for yourself soon, he advised. Susu, gazing at the necklace that had been traded separately, blinked in astonishment. You were giving me such a precious necklace? Mu Tianshu rolled his eyes. Do not speak. I am already feeling the pain, and I do not require your return. Yet, in his heart, he secretly mused, were it not for the experimental results. The equipment could only be activated within the same gear slot, leaving no room for you. How naive of you to think otherwise. Once something is given, it cannot be taken back. Moreover, it was long agreed that all belongings of the Taoist would belong to me. Humph. Mu Tianshu disregarded her and approached Ada to discuss the trade, offering heavy armor for men, a Taoist helmet, an exquisite blue jade necklace, a coral ring, a dragon ring, sturdy gloves, and phantom gloves, along with the item known as Purgatory. Every piece was accounted for, a complete exchange. During the transaction, Ada unexpectedly handed over a piece of equipment, which made Mu Tianshu beam with joy upon seeing it. Chapter 34. The Attributes of the Trio Ebony Bracelet. Requires level 19, weight 1, durability 36, magic 0 to 2. This was obtained on the first floor while battling the boss. I acquired it from a minor monster. Coincidentally, you were in need of a bracelet. I am not taking your equipment for free. This is a trade. Ada raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, saying, if it weren't for the fact that he saw Ada already donned in the heavy armor and other ornaments acquired from their recent trade, he would have unleashed a skill upon him, making him experience the sensation of being struck by lightning. Given that the skeleton ring at attack level 3 was still a top-tier piece of equipment, Ada's ensemble undoubtedly positioned him as the foremost warrior in the entire server. Due to the requirement of level 26 to wield the Inferno, Ada could not yet equip the weapon, instead gazing longingly at it, occasionally opening his backpack to salivate over it. Ignoring Ada, who was busy fiddling with his new gear, Mu Tianshu replaced his defense bracelet with the ebony bracelet. He then opened his attribute panel to inspect his stats. Name, Beichin Tianshu. Occupation, Mage level, 25 health, 101 mana, 398 accuracy, 2 agility, 2 attack, 11 to 25, 2 to 3, magic, 4 to 37, 2 to 3. The values in parentheses indicate base attributes gained from leveling up. Dao technique, 2 to 5 defense, 9 to 22 magic defense, 9 to 21 magic evasion, 90 poison evasion, 10 experience, 5225, 150, 0000 attack mode. Group attack upon examining his equipment. Yinyu, requires level 20. Weight 13, durability 12-12, attack 4 to 10, magic 1 to 3. Magical robe, male, requires level 22, weight 12, durability 20-23, defense 3 to 6, magic defense 3 to 5, magic 0 to 4. Magical helmet, requires level 14, weight 4, durability 58, defense 0 to 3, magic defense 1 to 3, magic 0 to 2, Dao technique 0 to 2, attack 0 to 2. Platinum necklace, requires magic 10, weight 1, durability 66, magic 0 to 2. Siebel bracelet, requires magic 24, weight 1, durability 66, magic 0 to 4. Magical bracelet, requires level 18, weight 1, durability 27, defense 0 to 2, magic defense 1 to 3, magic 0 to 2. Ruby ring, requires magic 17, weight 1, durability 55, magic 0 to 5. Demon Exorcism Ring, requires level 25, weight 1, durability 55, magic defense 0 to 4, attack 1 to 2, magic 1 to 2. Dao Technique 1 to 2. Hidden Equipment, Ebony Sword, requires level 1, weight 8, durability 59, luck 5, attack 4 to 8, magic 0 to 4. Magical Robe, male, requires level 22, weight 12, durability 2020. Defense 3 to 5, magic defense 3 to 4, magic 0 to 2. Prayer Helmet, requires level 18, weight 2, durability 45, defense 3 to 4, magic defense 1 to 2. White Tiger Tooth Necklace, requires Dao Technique 11, weight 1, luck 5, Dao Technique 1 to 1, magic evasion 80, durability 77. Sharp Bracelet, requires level 16, weight 1, durability 77, accuracy 2, agility 2. Ebony Bracelet, requires level 19, weight 1, durability 36, magic 0 to 2. Cast Iron Ring, requires magic 9, weight 1, durability 55, defense 0 to 2, magic 0 to 2. Upon returning to town, Nu Tianshu had already removed the invisibility ring and placed it in his backpack, for wearing the ring would keep him in a constant state of invisibility. To avoid premature exposure, he not only promptly removed the ring upon returning, but also deliberately placed it along with the necklace in the hidden equipment slot, preventing others from viewing them. Thus, anyone examining his gear would only be able to see his primary equipment set. Nu Tianshu gazed at the attribute panel, noticing that the displayed attributes had remained unchanged. It appeared that the hidden qualities of the equipment were not reflected in the panel. Moreover, Nu Tianshu was aware that the Taoist class would increase its magical defense with each level, while the warrior class would enhance its defense similarly. However, the mage class did not see an increase in either of these attributes upon leveling up. Perhaps this was the price to pay for the unrivaled offensive power of the mage class, he mused to himself for solace. After dismissing the attribute panel, Nu Tianshu took a moment to examine the equipment of Su Su and Ada. Name, Dodoli Yutang class. Taoist level, 25 health points, 181 magic points, 185 accuracy, 8 agility, 3 attack. 7 to 13, 2 to 3, magic attack, 0 to 1 Taoist skill, 6 to 24, 2 to 3, defense, 4 to 10 magical defense, 7 to 11, 2 to 5, magic evasion, 50 poison evasion, 10 experience points. For 266, 650, 0000 attack mode, group attack equipment inventory, Half Moon, requires level 15. Weight 16, durability 14, attack 5 to 10, magic 0 to 1, Taoist skill 1 to 1. Soul Armor, female, requires level 22, weight 15, durability 20, defense 3 to 7, magical defense 3 to 3, Taoist skill 0 to 4. Taoist Helmet, requires level 24, weight 3, durability 88, defense 1 to 2, magical defense 2 to 3. White Tiger Tooth Necklace, requires Taoist skill 11, weight 1, durability 77, luck 4. Taoist skill 1 to 5, magic evasion 40. Mind Bracelet, requires Taoist skill 24, weight 1, durability 77, Taoist skill 1 to 2. Silver Bracelet, requires level 7, weight 2, durability 77. Agility 3, Taoist skill 0 to 2. Platinum Ring, requires Taoist skill 17, weight 1, durability 55, defense 0 to 1, Taoist skill 0 to 4. Moral Ring, requires level 23, weight 1, durability 55, Taoist skill 1 to 3. Name, Beichen Tianshin class, warrior level, 25 health points, 314 magic points, 99 accuracy, 12 agility, 0 attack, 6 to 38, 4 to 5, magic attack, 0 to 0 Taoist skill, 0 to 0 defense, 6 to 18, 0 to 3, magical defense, 2 to 5 magic evasion, 10 poison evasion, 10 experience points, 3585, 650, 0000 attack mode, group attack equipment inventory. Azura, requires level 22. Weight 40, durability 25, attack 0 to 20. Heavy Armor, male, requires level 22, weight 23, durability 25, defense 4 to 7, magical defense 2 to 3. Skeleton Helmet, requires attack 30, weight 5, durability 88, defense 2 to 3. Blue Emerald Necklace, requires level 23, weight 1, durability 88, attack 2 to 4. Ghost Gloves requires level 25, weight 5, durability 88, defense 0 to 3. Sturdy Gloves requires level 18, weight 3, durability 88, defense 0 to 2, magical defense 0 to 2. Dragon Ring requires attack 37, weight 1, durability 55, attack 0 to 5. Coral Ring requires level 25, weight 1, durability 55, attack 0 to 4. After reviewing the attributes and equipment of both individuals, Mu Tianshu turned to Su Su and remarked, "Now that we have resolved the equipment issue, there remains but one final matter. The Woma Lord has recently dropped the Woma Horn, which is the sole item required to establish a guild. I intend to create a guild. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 35. Your time is too limited. Mu Tianshu's inquiry into Su Su was particularly motivated by the indelible impression her logical reasoning and resolute choices left on him during their previous selection of the special ring. Some matters, beyond mere life experience, are not simply comprehended by living a few more years, for instance, in a past life. You may have been unfamiliar with calculus. Does living another lifetime grant you that knowledge? Mu Tianshu was acutely aware that he was not an overly ambitious individual, initially. His sole desire was to attain financial freedom and lead a life of leisure. Yet, he also understood that the realm of legends is not a solitary pursuit. Presently, he found himself ahead of the competition, thanks to his prophetic insights, rendering others in his wake. However, as the game progressed, the enhancement of levels, equipment, and combat power became increasingly sluggish. At that juncture, the number of guild members and elite players would dictate the balance of power. Unless the game were to abruptly transition into an extraordinarily unbalanced version, where a single strike could inflict 999 damage, and a wall of fire could persist for 3 days, claiming the lives of all who dared to approach. In such a scenario, possessing superior equipment would allow one to challenge the entire server, leaving all others to acknowledge their supremacy. Yet, it was evident that such a situation was far from feasible, at least for the time being. Thus, the establishment of a guild became imperative. Lacking the resources and financial backing of other guild leaders, he relied solely on his advanced gaming knowledge and experience. Hence, forming a guild sooner rather than later was advantageous. The longer he delayed, the more others would discover, gradually devaluing his knowledge. Consequently, he sought Su Su's counsel on the most beneficial path forward. Was the establishment of a guild solely contingent upon the Woma Horn? Were there additional prerequisites? Creating a guild necessitated the Woma Horn and 1 million gold coins, implying that acquiring the horn was nearly sufficient. Su Su cast a glance at Mu Tianshu, then pondered deeply before responding. What are your aspirations for the guild? Are you merely intent on forming a guild to enjoy casual play with a few like-minded friends? At this, Mu Tianshu fell silent. For every player of Blood Legend, was it not the thrill of treasure hunting and leveling up that drew them in? No. Treasure hunting and leveling were merely phases. What every player cherished most were the grand gatherings of guilds, the imperial city of K, the battles for the Sand City, and the quest for dominance. Thus, in light of Su Su's inquiry, Mu Tianshu could only remain mute. Although he had always envisioned securing a place for himself, now, with the first Woma Horn in his possession, to claim he had no thoughts at all would be disingenuous. With power in hand, who would not wish to strive for greatness, especially in this era where the virtual intertwines with reality? Su Su, observing Mu Tianshu, continued to inquire. Do you aspire to develop the guild into one of the largest? That is exceedingly difficult, if not nearly impossible. You lack systematically trained guild management talent and a loyal following of players. Su Su particularly emphasized the word nearly, gradually revealing the challenges Mu Tianshu was destined to encounter. During his development, countless betrayals and deceptions would inevitably occur, yet he would have no choice but to navigate through trial and error. For the human heart is a treacherous expanse. Thus, he could only hope that everyone he entrusted was indeed worthy of that trust. However, even the Buddha would not offer such assurances. Your time is exceedingly limited, far too limited. Every guild will not afford you such an opportunity. Initially, the path towards magnificence is assured. However, the eventual decline is equally inevitable. At the outset, you establish the first guild, ascending to the position of the foremost leader in the Jojo region and even globally. Yet, within, there lurks an innumerable array of spies and infiltrators. Subsequently, other guilds sounded their horns, forming the guilds you described. With all their resources readily available, they merely lacked the clarion call. which allowed them to rapidly evolve into substantial entities. Your guild, on the other hand, would continually suffer from betrayal and deception, the cohesion gradually diminishing step by step. Until after one or several shocking legendary events, your guild would collapse with a resounding crash. As Su paused before uttering the final four characters, he continued, ultimately, the only remnants of existence would be the casual conversations over tea and meals, coupled with admiration for you, as they would reminisce about an individual who once was. Of course, I do not assert this as an absolute. You may very well turn the tide, endowed with charismatic leadership or other favorable factors. Nevertheless, even so, the likelihood of success remains less than 1 in 10. Mu Tianshu understood that Su was entirely correct. Growth requires a nurturing environment. Yet he found himself akin to a tree without roots. Those who, upon traversing into this world, casually cast forth ideas often received unwavering support, with others investing everything to follow them to the end. Once success was achieved, the rewards were monopolized by the originator, and even when one generously shared some benefits, the gratitude expressed by others was ultimately ephemeral and unrealistic. Although she later pointed out other possibilities, the odds were exceedingly slim. This was precisely what troubled him the most. Time was of the essence, and resources and wealth were not his primary concerns. The absence of a reliable team was his most significant shortcoming. Furthermore, her observations closely mirrored the developmental model of legends from his past life. Had she not mentioned these insights now, Mu Tianshu might have believed that the legendary figures from his former existence had followed her prescribed path. In his previous life, the first guild, the Death God Pirate Group, had faltered before it could even flourish. Subsequently, the legends diverged, with Evil Eye of Thunder, former Alliance of Radiance, and War God Hall of Flame, all of which began with great renown but gradually descended into decline and disintegration. As for charismatic leadership, figures such as the boundless Waya from Evil Eye, the modest Xiaomi from former Alliance, and the illustrious Luiying from War God Hall, who eventually became the renowned Soul 15, were all monumental in the annals of legend. Observing Mu Tianshu's silence, Su's lips curled into a smile, her expression one of joy, yet she was not without solutions. Do you have a way to resolve these issues? She inquired. Indeed, these were his flaws and vulnerabilities, but they were not perceived as such by others. He currently held a trump card. Thus, with a shift in perspective, these challenges could become trivial. Are you suggesting I seek a partner? Mu Tianshu mused, awakening to the realization that, regardless of the path taken, collaboration and mutual benefit were essential, much like in business. Truly, which large corporation does not bind itself to a community of shared interests, advancing together? A solitary Zhuge Liang could only exhaust himself in service, not establish a dynasty. When the interests of all are intertwined with yours, they will naturally rally behind you, waving banners in support. Having regained his composure, Mu Tianshu pondered and asked, which guild do you believe would be the most suitable? That choice is yours to make. I cannot presume to decide for you. Mu Tianshu suddenly had a thought, his gaze taking on an unusual expression as he remarked, what do you think of Baki Chinchio? Chapter 36. As I finished my words, I inquired again, what do you think of Baki Chinchio? The approach of Baki Chinchio is excessively domineering. They even select investment partners from formidable conglomerates like Big Pineapple Holdings, which primarily focuses on investment. Moreover, they have numerous rival guilds. Mu Tianshu's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, what about the Moonshadow Divine Realm or the Sovereign of the World? They too are among the top 10 guilds and have historically maintained a stance of relative neutrality. Although they belong to the same elite echelon of gaming guilds, there exists a disparity in their strengths. A position of neutrality often implies limitations in power. The partners behind them, the Wanfufu Group and the Dingxin Group, while formidable, are somewhat on the decline, their former glory waning. As Su observed the teasing smile on Mu Tianshu's face, her complexion gradually flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Upon concluding her thoughts, she turned her head to one side, fixating on the intricate patterns adorning the warehouse wall, as if there lay some extraordinary equipment that captured her undivided attention. Mu Tianshu had no desire to continue teasing this prideful woman, fearing that he might truly provoke her. He thought it best to focus on the radiant wings. After all, he had sold them a considerable amount of equipment, and their conduct had been commendable thus far, given their previous collaborative experiences. Should he insist on selecting their guild, it was not unfeasible. Thus, he decided to summon them for a discussion. With a flushed face, Su turned away to send a message. Ada, standing aside, glanced between the two, and once their little performance came to an end, He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shouldn't you two discuss this first? I'm off to browse the forum. Upon hearing this, Susu's face grew even redder, but fortunately, she was not seen, so she pretended not to have heard. Ahem. What browsing? They'll be here shortly. We should wait, Mu Tianshu replied expressionlessly. And then he awaited the news. It wasn't long before a group of over 10 individuals rushed into the second floor of the Bichuan warehouse, led by young Master Jiao. Following closely were several familiar faces, Bu Kuobu Nao, Yishao Zue, Bei Daoyuan, and Hongjia. Almost all of Mu Tianshu's acquaintances had arrived. And it was young Master Jiao who spoke first. Tianshu, my brother, I've heard you have acquired the worm horn? The gathering was well aware that the worm horn was a material necessary for establishing a guild. Given that one must apply for guild creation from the king of Bichuan within the Bichuan palace, conversing with him would reveal the conditions needed to establish a guild. Naturally, they would not have gone to such lengths otherwise. Young Master Jiao was truly worldly, and his words brought a sense of calm. He then glanced at his younger sister. I heard from my little sister that you are inclined towards collaboration and do not intend to sell. How do you plan to proceed with this collaboration, Tianshu? Originally, young Master Jiao had intended to simply purchase it outright, but seeing his sister standing beside Bei Qin Tianshu since their arrival, he ultimately refrained from inquiring about the price. Susu cast her brother a knowing glance, causing young Master Jiao's eyelids to twitch in response. Mu Tianshu smiled and suggested, let us convene in a private conference room within the forum. It would be prudent for us to sit down and deliberate, for this is not a suitable venue for discussions. While I am indifferent to the possibility of outsiders overhearing our conversation, I am certain that you would prefer otherwise. Young Master Jiao nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, Mu Tianshu provided the name of the room and the entry password before logging off to create the room. Once they had all exited, young Master Jiao turned to Susu and inquired, what is the situation here? What else could it be? Our captain has sounded the horn of Woma, and now we are to establish a guild. No, I mean, how did it happen? You would have to ask him. I cannot possibly know. Young Master Jiao paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed, reaching out to gently ruffle Susu's hair. All right, I shall inquire myself shortly. When the two finally logged off and entered the room, everyone was already present. After taking his seat, young Master Jiao addressed Mu Tianshu, Brother Tianshu. How do you envision our collaboration? Please, share your thoughts. Mu Tianshu stated, it is quite simple. The guild should adopt a cooperative shareholding model, with each member receiving an equal share. After all, no one would be pleased to receive less. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Daoyuan interjected, brother, that is unrealistic. Our guild has endured numerous challenges throughout various games to reach its current stature. It can be asserted that each individual present has played a pivotal role in one or several games, contributing no less than your current input. If every key contributor were to demand half, the guild would cease to function. As Mu Tianshu was about to speak, Ada, in a rare display, raised a hand to halt his words, instead addressing the assembly. I understand that you may find this difficult to accept at first. Each of us has fought valiantly and made contributions in the past, and it is highly probable that some among you have played a crucial role in reviving the Union. Ada glanced around at everyone, articulating his thoughts. Why should we, with our limited numbers, be at a disadvantage while others possess so much more? Who among us has not shed blood for the Union? Without my intervention, the Union would have borne a tremendous cost during that incident. Without his support, we might have faltered at that critical juncture. You cannot help but think this way, and that is entirely understandable. His tone was calm and measured, compelling everyone to listen intently. However, let us not forget, this is the first virtual mirror-type game, poised for global promotion, with a player base that is vast beyond measure, certainly in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, all of you present are high-ranking members of the Union, having surpassed level 20 long ago. After reaching level 14, you have undoubtedly logged off more than once. The rampant rumors circulating outside have long since been validated by you all. What level of capability do you think you currently possess? Can this game truly be compared to those of the past? Furthermore, do not conflate your past contributions to the Union with the present discussion. We are not merging with you. Remember, we are negotiating a partnership with your entire Union. Your past contributions and your current standing bear no relevance to us. The rewards for your previous efforts have already been reciprocated within your Union at that time or subsequently, yet they hold no benefit for us brothers. Little White Dragon. He interjected, though it is true that you have not gained any benefits from your past contributions, once we enter into a partnership, you will undoubtedly become beneficiaries. Is it not inappropriate to now dismiss everyone's past efforts? Ada stared at him for a moment, sighed, and replied with a tone of resignation. Let me clarify this in simpler terms. We are not joining your union. Rather, we are seeking to collaborate with your entire organization. Your glorious wings are one faction, while the team my brother and I have formed is another. We place your entire union on one side of the scale, while we stand on the opposite side with the Horn of Woma. Leaning back slightly in his chair, Ada shrugged, adding, in my view, should you toss the elite members of your union into this vast player base, they would merely create a small ripple. Whether they can generate significant waves is another matter entirely. While I do not believe you can compare with the first Horn of Woma in the entire server, since Tianshu has expressed this, I will not oppose it. However, you must first understand that this is not an audition for your union. We are in search of collaborators. To put it eloquently, you were once among the top 10 guilds, commanding respect across various games. However, to put it bluntly, you were merely dominant in games that enjoyed fleeting popularity. At that time, how many players were genuinely online in a game? 10,000? Or perhaps 100,000? Did it ever reach 1 million? We are all aware that only a handful of games can boast a true player count exceeding 1 million, destined to be etched in the annals of gaming history. But what does that matter? Even with 1 million genuine players, does that imply they are all your guild's elite? Even if they were, they would merely represent a fraction of the vast player base in the current fervor for legendary games. As he spoke, Ada raised his right hand, forming a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. What we lack is merely a robust guild management system, a demand that is not particularly challenging to meet. Typically, any moderately sized gaming guild can develop its own management framework. As for the guild members, I firmly believe that once we establish and promote our first guild, countless players will naturally flock to us, potentially surpassing your current membership by at least tenfold. Note that I emphasize at least. Ada stressed the words at least tenfold with particular emphasis. Thus, we shall have dozens, if not hundreds, of guilds to choose from, whereas you will have none. To speak frankly, we are the indispensable party in this collaboration. After Ada concluded, his calm gaze swept across all present. Chapter 37, Finalization. Tianshu fell silent, aware that Ada had never been one to concern himself with matters of profit. As long as he had food, clothing, and shelter, he could lead a life filled with joy. It was not that he was foolish, rather, he possessed a clarity of understanding that surpassed that of others. He was truly wise in the ways of life, living with profound insight. The reason he chose to speak up this time was his desire to avoid direct confrontation with others over issues of profit. It was evident that this cooperation would inevitably come to fruition, and he wished to prevent any obvious sense of opposition with his future partners. Thus, he took the initiative to clarify the stakes in just a few words, positioning himself as a buffer between both parties. After a prolonged contemplation, young Master Geo finally spoke. There is no issue. However, since this is a shareholding arrangement, we must establish the weight of our voices. Otherwise, when disagreements arise in the future, who will have the final say? Ada nodded at Tianshu, who then took the floor, stating, the fundamental matters of the guild will primarily be handled by you all. My brother and I shall never dictate to those more knowledgeable in their fields. However, we retain the rights to be informed and to offer suggestions. For significant decisions, we must possess decision-making authority. Sister Hong, incisively, interjected. What if there is a disagreement in decision-making? It is quite simple, Tianshu replied. We shall resolve it through voting, with each side holding 2 votes. He articulated a decision he had long contemplated, casting a meaningful glance at Su, who held a single vote. After hearing the latter part of his statement, Sister Hong, who had initially wished to retort, suddenly fell silent. Young Master Geo also glanced at Su, choosing not to voice any further opinions. The remaining individuals exchanged looks, remaining taciturn. With a faint smile, young Master Geo declared, no problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seemed to be the most viable solution at present. For young Master Geo and his faction, they held 3 votes, while Tianshu and his team likewise possessed 3 votes. Young Master Geo turned to Tianshu and said, since we are all in accord, let us have Xinghe draft the contract, and thus our cooperation shall commence officially. With that, young Master Geo summoned the artificial intelligence. Xinghe. After articulating all the necessary details, Xinghe drafted a contract that materialized on the table before them. After Tianshu, the 9th young master, Ada, Su, and the unassuming yet influential figure holding the voting rights signed their names, Xinghe, with a stoic expression, declared, this contract is prepared in triplicate. Beichen Tianshu and the ninth young master shall each retain a copy, while I shall keep one as well. Do any of you have further inquiries? Upon receiving unanimous confirmation of no questions, he vanished from the room. Once he had departed, the ninth young master suddenly chuckled. Well, now that the discussions have reached a conclusion, let us proceed to establish the guild. It is likely that not only in the Jojo district, but also in the other 6 districts, no one has initiated a guild as of yet. Turning to Mu Tianshu, he added, Brother, now that you are the leader, I shall naturally lend my efforts to the guild's development. I have been eagerly awaiting your words, the ninth young master said, embracing Mu Tianshu's shoulders. At that moment, Susu abruptly stood and remarked, Since this is a collaboration, perhaps we should consider renaming the guild. Mu Tianshu felt that names were not of great significance. Thus he remarked, a name is inconsequential. Any designation will suffice. Indeed, any name would do, yet the title Radiant Wings seemed rather unfit. Young Master Gio understood his sister's implication and responded, Very well. I have no objections. Perhaps you could choose one. With young Master Gio expressing no dissent, Mu Tianshu naturally followed suit and turned to Susu. Given the spirit of equitable collaboration, retaining the original name seemed inappropriate, yet a complete transformation would not be ideal either. Wasn't the emblem of the previous guild an angel? I propose we name it Wings of Angels. Wings of Angels. Mu Tianshu and young Master Gio silently repeated the phrase in their minds. However, Ado was the first to voice his agreement, followed by young Master Gio and Mu Tianshu, who nodded in unison, maintaining a composed demeanor without any fuss or boasting. The remaining individuals naturally echoed their approval. Thus, everyone agreed to gather at the magnificent imperial palace of the Peculiar after logging in. When Mu Tianshu arrived at the imperial palace, Ishiazue and the valuable items were already within its confines. The two were engaged in light-hearted banter, clearly in high spirits. Upon noticing Mu Tianshu's arrival, the valuable items and Ishiazue greeted him in succession, saying, Greetings, boss, and hello, boss Tianshu. Mu Tianshu was momentarily taken aback and then remarked, You were quite swift. Once the guild is established, perhaps one of you can accept the equipment we are exchanging. There isn't much this time, as most of it was used for battling the boss, which consumed too much time. Upon hearing this, the two finally remembered to inspect Mu Tianshu's gear. Goodness, boss Tianshu, are you truly serious about this sapphire bracelet and ruby ring? My word, boss. Did you perhaps save the planet in your previous life with that weapon? Mu Tianshu contemplated, relieved that he had not donned his lucky necklace or invisibility ring, for that would have left you all in a state of even greater astonishment. Typically, Mu Tianshu adorned himself with exquisite gear, concealed within his hidden equipment slots. Yet this time, in the pursuit of collaboration, it was imperative to display a measure of strength. It seemed that henceforth, such a display would be necessary, after all. The leader of the foremost guild should not appear clad in subpar attire, lest others perceive a lack of capability within the guild. As others began to arrive one by one, those who had just engaged in discussions quickly noticed the extraordinary quality of the two individuals' gear. Soon, the newcomers found themselves engrossed in conversations regarding the equipment of the three, joining the discussion with fervor. When young Master Gio arrived, he encountered this very scene. Upon grasping the situation, he too eagerly joined the ranks of those discussing the matter. What manner of gear is this dragon ring? And what of the phantom gloves? The coral ring too, far superior to the skull ring. My, what a magnificent necklace. Young Master Gio gazed enviously at Adai's gear, his mouth watering at the sight. Had the occasion permitted, he would have inquired whether Adai was willing to part with any of it. Noticing that only a handful of them occupied the royal palace, Adai decided to reveal the attributes of the dragon ring and the phantom gloves. Dragon ring requires attack 37, weight 1, durability 55, attack 0 to 5. Hidden attribute, killing power 20. Phantom gloves requires level 25, weight 5, durability 88, defense 0 to 3. Hidden attribute, agility 1. What caliber of equipment is this? With hidden attributes as well? The group exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable, before their gazes collectively shifted towards Susu. With a sigh of resignation, Susu presented the attributes of her Wormagear. Mind bracelet requires Taoism 24, weight 1, durability 77, Taoism 1 to 2. Hidden attribute, soul fire talisman damage increased 10. Platinum ring requires Taoism 17, weight 1, durability 55, defense 0 to 1, Taoism 0 to 4. Hidden attribute, defense 1 to 1. This revelation incited yet another round of awe, and after the crowd had marveled at Susu's gear, Their attention returned to Mu Tianshu. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Mu Tianshu quietly shared the attributes of his equipment. Once all had perused the attributes to their satisfaction, their gazes lingered on the trio. You needn't look so intently. These are merely a few pieces of Worma-level equipment, certainly not available for gifting. The high-ranking individuals, all in unison, declared. This is truly not the case. After much persuasion, a few individuals ceased their entanglement. Mu Tianshu swiftly approached King Bitch and declared, I wish to establish a guild. Chapter 38, Wings of Angels. No sooner had the words left his lips than a window materialized before him. The creation of a guild required 1 wormhorn and 1,000 gold coins. Do you wish to confirm the establishment of the guild? He selected confirm, and another window appeared. Please enter the guild name. He chose Wings of Angels and confirmed. The system announced, your guild Wings of Angels has been successfully created. The guild icon is located next to the trading icon. Go forth and manage your guild. At that moment, all players were compelled to receive a system notification in red text. System announcement, congratulations. The first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, has been successfully established. The first guild members will receive an additional experience boost of 5 when defeating monsters. The guild leader will receive extra attributes, accuracy 1, agility 1, defense 1, magic defense 1, attack 1, magic 1, Taoism 1. The system repeated the announcement, congratulations. The first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, has been successfully established. The announcement echoed 3 times, igniting excitement among all players. Casual players focused on the experience boost. Seasoned players noted the attribute enhancements, while guild members were intrigued by the guild's name. In an instant, everyone began to inquire as to who had established this guild. Meanwhile, the leaders of various guilds were already reaching out to one another, eager to discover the identity of the guild's founder and explore the potential for collaboration. Mu Tianshu paid no heed to the disturbances from the outside world and instead opened the guild panel. The guild level stood at 1. To elevate to level 2. The guild required over 100 members, an experience donation of 100 million, and must reach level 25. It could accommodate up to 110,000 members. To recruit new members, a face-to-face interaction was necessary, during which the prospective member must issue the command, join the faction. Guild permissions were categorized into 4 tiers. Tier 1 permissions were held by the guild leader, 2 positions, who possessed all guild privileges. Tier 2 permissions were granted to vice leaders, for positions, who had access to all Tier 3 and below privileges, along with the authority to remove newcomers and promote regular members to elite status. Tier 3 permissions were designated for elite members, 1,000 positions, who enjoyed Tier 4 privileges and the ability to establish voice channels for guild groups. Tier 4 permissions were for regular members, who received a 5 experience bonus. After reviewing the details, Mu Tianshu turned to young Master Jio and requested, please issue the command to join the faction. All set. Mu Tianshu observed the lack of response, and thus opened the guild panel, where indeed there was a notification stating, Player 9 Young Master has applied to join the guild. As Mu Tianshu made his selection, a message promptly appeared in the guild's chat channel, announcing, Young Master Jio has joined the guild. Mu Tianshu opted for member management, promoting the 9th Young Master to the position of guild leader. The system prompted, after upgrading to guild leader, you will no longer have the authority to directly dismiss another guild leader. The other party's verification is required. Upon confirming, the 9th Young Master ascended to the role of guild leader, and Mu Tianshu succinctly outlined the process. The duo then diligently worked to incorporate everyone within the palace into the guild. Observing the title Wings of Angels adorning each member's name, laughter erupted among them. At that moment, Hong Jie suggested, the first-tier guild has a limited number of members. I think we should inform everyone that all original guild members above level 20 should join first, while others can wait temporarily. They can join once the guild is upgraded. Bei Dao Yuan concurred. Indeed, we should maximize our time advantage while we lead. It is crucial to recruit all high-level solo players first, as it will become more challenging once other guilds start competing with us. The 9th Young Master nodded and appointed Bukubu Nao, Buxian Yao, Bai Hua Kai, and Lang Li Xiao Bai Long as vice guild leaders. He then instructed, a Yao and Xiao Hua will head to Mengchong. Bei Dao will go to Bai Qi, and Xiao Chong will venture to the Poison Snake Valley to recruit all solo players above level 20. Understood. No problem. The 4 responded promptly after acknowledging the instructions. They disseminated the message, stating that original guild members above level 22 should join the guild, while those below that level could wait, assuring them they would not be forgotten. Once again, everyone affirmed their agreement. Hongjia, Yishao Zue, Gui Zhongwu Pin, and Zhai Dao Fa Mei prepared, planning to take over recruitment in 4 hours. The four wore smiles, readily agreeing. Observing that everyone had no further questions, the ninth young master turned to Mu Tianshu and inquired, "Brother, do you have anything else to convey?" Mu Tianshu understood that he could not falter at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You have all traversed countless games and possess a well-established management system, so I shall refrain from adding unnecessary embellishments." As these words echoed, a sense of reassurance washed over everyone. They feared not a leader lacking in ability, but rather one who misguidedly attempted to direct without knowledge. However, as the guild was in its nascent stage and everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, I could not simply stand idly by. Therefore, I shall bestow a benefit upon you all, but remember, it is to be shared only among those who are absolutely trustworthy. With that, Mu Tianshu cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd. In the Mengzhong map, near the left wall of Shabak, there lie 2 abandoned war chariots at the coordinates 3612, 4880, 569. As Mu Tianshu spoke, several individuals took note. This coordinate connects to a concealed map, a secret passage, beneath which lies the ancient tomb of Xiangshi. The map comprises 4 layers in total, with monsters respawning rapidly and a notably high equipment drop rate, making it one of the finest locations for leveling up. Ideally, a small team should consist of 2 mages accompanied by 4 to 6 support players. Merely leveling up the mages is insufficient, as it would hinder our ability to engage in boss battles or team raids later on. This is something you understand better than I do. With this map at our disposal, we are certain to gain an advantage in levels. However, the final layer of this map connects to the second level of the stone tomb, which allows descent, but no return. One can only enter through that specific coordinate, and how long we can remain concealed depends on your skills. Oh, and by the way, please keep the memory bracelets obtained by the guild for me. I have a use for them. Mu Tianshu was acutely aware that the temporary memory bracelet was unattainable. While the memory ring was the piece with the lowest drop rate within the memory set, the memory bracelet could only be acquired from a Juma-level boss. Among them, the easiest to defeat was likely the white wild boar. The ninth young master hastily interjected, "No problem, I shall certainly keep it for you." The others, taken aback, realized that this new leader, when he finally spoke, revealed a secret map, an asset of immeasurable value to any guild. "I had mentioned last time that you might know of a secret map, yet I never anticipated you truly did," he remarked with a hint of astonishment. Observing that Mu Tianshu had nothing further to add, he declared, "All matters have been addressed. Now, let us disperse and pursue our respective tasks." As soon as the words left his lips, everyone promptly returned to the city, each attending to their own affairs. Mu Tianshu nodded to the ninth young master, then uttered a brief remark to Su Su regarding their gathering at Mengzhong, before soaring back home. As Mu Tianshu arrived at the entrance of the venomous Snake Valley, he was greeted by an announcement broadcasted across the entire server. Young Master Gio, the premier guild, Wings of Angels, is currently recruiting members from all players. Are you still troubled by your inability to secure leveling maps? Are you being bullied by other groups of players, feeling anger without a voice? If so, come join Wings of Angels. Our guild is now seeking like-minded individuals to join us in our grand endeavor. Upon joining, you will enjoy basic benefits, including a 5 increase in monster experience. Membership is available in the safe zones of major provincial maps, and we eagerly await your participation. A minute later, before Mu Tianshu could exit the venomous Snake Valley, another system announcement echoed. Young Master Gio, the premier guild, Wings of Angels, is currently recruiting members from all players. Chapter 39, The Valley of Death, the Centipede Cave. As Mu Tianshu journeyed onward, every few minutes, young Master Gio sent forth a message. Even upon Mu Tianshu's arrival at Mengzhong, the messages continued to flow uninterrupted. The reactions among the various guilds were mixed. Those who had previously mingled within gaming guilds were mostly aware that young Master Gio was the leader of the Radiant Wings. However, the reason behind the guild's name, Angel Wings, remained unclear for the time being, though the name itself was indisputable. Meanwhile, the formidable guild, Dominance of Eternity, longtime rivals of the Radiant Wings, fell into a profound silence. Bawang Shuejia contemplated for a moment before dispatching messages to 2 of his friends. It seems that collaboration is now imperative. A step ahead leads to further advancements. Let us first ascertain the origin of their wormhorn. Once we gather information, we shall share it with one another. After sending the messages, Bawang Shuejia dispatched the red wild boar before raising his head and proclaiming, "This place is unsuitable for leveling. I shall send 2 teams to search for the boss, while the rest will venture to the centipede cave. We must first locate where that horn is and which monsters drop it." Having spoken, he turned and prepared to fly back to town. Glancing at the densely clustered wild boars and moths in the distance, he let out a sigh. What a tumultuous season. In contrast to the already adversarial guilds like Dominance of Eternity, the guilds Mingmen Feishin and the Dynasty held fewer reservations, having collaborated frequently in the past. The relatively neutral guilds also sent messages, either directly or indirectly, to extend their congratulations, naturally inquiring into the unfolding events. When young Master Jiu received the messages, he was already en route to the centipede cave. After a friendly exchange, they dispersed, yet those who had not unearthed answers were not so easily appeased. Nonetheless, young Master Jiu indicated that his guild was collaborating with others, asserting that his guild only possessed half of the ownership. Consequently, the others refrained from pressing too hard. Though interest in the other leader of Angel Wings began to intensify, Mu Tianshu was naturally oblivious to these matters. After gathering with Su Su and Ada in Mingzhou, he organized his belongings and set off towards the centipede cave. At the northernmost part of the Mengzhong province map lies a labyrinthine rocky forest, where unfamiliarity can easily lead one astray. Within this intricate terrain is the Group S destination, the Valley of Death, also known as the Centipede Cave, named for the multitude of centipedes that inhabit its depths. Mu Tianshu's objective this time is to achieve the first kill of the malevolent clawed insect in the Centipede Cave, after which he intends to expedite his leveling up. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, he found Su Su already waiting there. After a considerable wait, Ada finally arrived. The trio formed a team and ventured into the Valley of Death. The entrance was rather desolate, clearly indicating that someone had recently engaged in battle there. Leading the way, Mu Tianshu made his way directly to the lower level of the dungeon, heading eastward. It is quite common to become lost in this area without a map, for the layout of the Centipede Cave is intricate, with numerous connections between several maps. Mu Tianshu was certainly well acquainted with the path to traverse. In his previous life, he had memorized some of the most renowned maps, such as the Centipede Cave, the Stone Tomb Array, and the Zuma Maze. It would be shameful for anyone to claim to be an expert player without possessing an intimate familiarity with these locations. Although many years had elapsed, and some maps had faded from memory, the moment he set foot within them, recollections would resurface vividly. Along the way, he encountered various individuals engaged in monster hunting. Those who could navigate the early layers of the Centipede Cave and Stone Tomb were undoubtedly top-tier players at this stage. Each time he passed by, he could overhear the hesitant murmurs of discussions. It was evident that the 3 individuals bore the conspicuous guild name Angel Wings emblazoned above their heads. It was worth noting that, as of now, every few minutes, the 9th young master continued to broadcast across the entire server, making it almost impossible for anyone to remain unaware. The path was bustling with people, for the Centipede Cave was a map discovered during the closed beta phase, widely circulated, while the area around the Worma Forest was comparatively sparse. Mu Tianshu, with unwavering determination, took the most direct route to a map yet unexplored by others. As he traversed the western section of the dungeon's first layer, he recalled that this particular map was known to spawn the malevolent pincers of the evil-clawed insects. However, despite his fervent sprint, he encountered only a smattering of monsters along the way, suggesting that this area had seen its fair share of adventurers. Upon reaching the deeper section of the map, specifically the latter half of the northern area of the first dungeon layer, he found himself amidst a throng of creatures, indicating that those who had previously ventured here had likely returned home, having exhausted their supplies of healing potions. Mu Tianshu had not intended to engage in battle at this moment. His primary objective for this visit was to secure the coveted first kill. Advancing to the subsequent level, they would enter a map reminiscent of a warehouse known as the Stone Tomb Creek. Beyond that lay the dark territory, where players capable of reaching such depths would be exceedingly rare at this early stage. With no prior skirmishes in this area, a substantial number of monsters awaited them, rendering a straightforward dash forward quite impractical. Ada spoke up, inquiring, "What shall we do? Shall we confront them directly?" Mu Tianshu surveyed the densely packed monsters, realizing he had no choice but to say, "Wait for me to summon a few companions to clear the way. You and Su Su can engage the enemies on the next level while I venture in to seek the B0SS. It seems that only I can defeat the B0SS here. Fortunately, my magic has nearly doubled since I faced the Woma priest, so I should manage without issue. With that, Mu Tianshu directed his gaze towards a nearby centipede and invoked the level 13 sorcerer's skill, Lure of Light, which enables him to charm monsters into becoming his allies. At level 1, he can charm 3 creatures, at level 2, 4, and at level 3, 5. Due to his infrequent practice of this skill, merely using it occasionally to gain experience, he remains at level 1, limited to charming only 3 companions. Ideally, the most suitable monsters for a sorcerer at the beginning stages are the black evil maggots, known for their swift movements, rapid attacks, and impressive health. Alas, charming a black evil maggot requires reaching level 26, and he is still quite distant from that milestone. Thus, he must settle for charming a few centipedes as his allies for now. Before long, he successfully charmed the first centipede, its name transforming instantly from centipede to centipede, Baichen Tianshu. Susu glanced at the centipede, then at her own companions, and inquired, "Which of the companions is the most formidable?" Mu Tianshu also took a glance at the little skeleton. "Surely, your creature possesses great strength. But a mage can summon up to 5 entities at once, undoubtedly surpassing your skeleton in prowess. 3 of them would be roughly equivalent to your own. In that case, does it not render the Taoist somewhat obsolete? Who claims such a thing? The Taoist companion can be summoned at will, while a mage must rush to retrieve theirs upon demise, only to find them at level 0 upon summoning. Moreover, they cannot log off, should they perish. Their companion will vanish as well. There are simply too many restrictions. Summoning companions is one of the Taoist's most essential skills. How could it possibly be outmatched by a mere skill of the mage?" As he spoke, Mu Tianshu's hands were busy, having completely summoned 3 centipedes. He then donned a stealth ring and raised his hand towards the ground, igniting a blaze. The hunt commenced. Chapter 40. The slap in the face from the lantern necklace with Mu Tianshu's declaration. The two ceased their idleness, and Ada charged forward without hesitation. Susu followed suit, casting a poison spell upon a black vile maggot, shortly thereafter unleashing a fire talisman. Mu Tianshu continuously ignited flames, and after saturating the area with fire, he began to unleash lightning upon the nearly vanquished monsters. Susu persistently lured the distant creatures towards him, guiding them into the inferno. Each monster, upon grazing the firewall, sustained approximately 50 points of damage. The lightning spell, having been utilized frequently, had already reached level 3. Although the firewall benefited from equipment enhancements, its inherent single-target damage was inferior to that of the lightning spell, especially when considering the skill levels, resulting in a marked disparity in damage output. As for Ada, it is better left unspoken. The current warriors lack the half-moon technique and can only engage one foe at a time. Besides serving as a meat shield, their capabilities seem limited. At present, Mu Tianshu commanded 3 centipedes, while Ada's role as a meat shield had diminished, relegating him to a mere firefighting assistant, redirecting any stragglers that managed to slip by. As the monsters perished in increasing numbers, an abundance of equipment began to litter the ground. Coins, upon touching the earth, were swiftly collected by Ada. While Susu and Ada had mutually agreed that the equipment should be gathered by Susu for identification. Whenever she found a moment, Susu would pick up the scattered items and examine their attributes. Mu Tianshu had even specifically instructed her to inspect necklaces and helmets, recalling that in his previous life, the equipment dropped in the centipede cave was rather lackluster, with the exception of the fortunate necklace and premium helmets, which were relatively plentiful. As the last remnants of monsters were yet to be incinerated, Susu suddenly sent a message in the team chat. Lantern necklace requires level 18, weight 1, durability 88. Attack 0 to 1, magic evasion 40. After observing, Mu Tianshu remarked, "Engaging in combat has its merits, albeit limited in terms of monster encounters. However, it does hold some value. Is it merely of some worth? Aside from team battles or guild wars, this attribute is seldom required at other times." The trio had not intended to engage in monster hunting here, so they cleared a path and proceeded deeper. Before they could eliminate the second wave of minor creatures, Susu sent a message in the group channel regarding an item. Lantern necklace requires level 18, weight 1, durability 88, attack 0 to 1, magical evasion 60. This combat aspect is indeed beneficial. The monster encounters are of little use. It serves as a valuable tool in guild wars, worth quite a sum. Ah, that is certainly better than being of mere worth. As the 3 advanced further, they soon arrived at a spacious area. Mu Tianshu recognized that the entrance to the next level was not far ahead, prompting him to ignite his flames repeatedly. Adhering to their usual routine, Susu lured the monsters while Ida filled in the gaps. There were no unforeseen incidents, and they swiftly dealt with the aftermath before continuing onward. Shortly thereafter, they reached the entrance to the next level. After dispatching a cluster of minor creatures at the entrance, they promptly descended. The Stone Tomb Stream is a map that is not significantly larger than a storage room, devoid of any monsters. In fact, there were 3 similar small rooms encountered previously, but Mu Tianshu had chosen a more direct route, passing only through the Iron Lantern Room. One of the other paths housed a purple crystal room that contained 2 NPCs, one for clothing repairs and another for experience tasks. However, this legendary quest no longer existed, leaving uncertainty regarding the NPC's current status. Mu Tianshu chose to rest the baby in this location, as he was about to search for the B0SS. The baby would indeed serve no purpose in this endeavor, nor could it conceal itself. The full-screen monsters would instantly shred these 3 aberrations into pieces. At that moment, Susu cast a curious glance at Mu Tianshu, leaving him perplexed. What was the matter? Susu remained silent and once again shared information about a piece of equipment in the group channel. Lantern necklace. Requires level 18, weight 1, durability 88, luck 2. Attack 0 to 3, magical evasion 60. With an impassive expression, Mu Tianshu stated, "You will engage the monsters at the entrance on the other side shortly. If you find yourselves unable to withstand the onslaught, retreat to recover your strength. Given your level and equipment, there is little danger." After saying this, Mu Tianshu promptly vanished into the stone cave beyond the brook of the stone tomb. Susu's lips curled into a joyful smile. Meanwhile, as Mu Tianshu emerged from the cave, he could not help but exclaim a classic expletive. Damn it, is this kind of equipment so easily obtainable? Is this not playing with people's mindset? After grumbling for several moments, he composed himself and surveyed the multitude of minor monsters before him. This was already the latter part of the Centipede Cave, where the monsters respawned rapidly and in abundance. Often, Mu Tianshu found it challenging to traverse this area, resorting to using lightning spells to clear the obstructing creatures. At present, Mu Tianshu possessed a full array of magical attributes. Even with 1 ring slot occupied by an invisibility ring, he boasted 37 points of magic power, coupled with the bonuses from his guild. His total magical prowess reached an impressive 38 points. As he forged a path through the minor monsters, those with diminished health were akin to blackened maggots, while the sturdier foes resembled centipedes, colossal worms, and clawed insects, all of which fell to just 4 lightning spells. And with his entire being imbued with luck at level 9, none could escape his grasp. Not long after Mu Tianshu departed, Ada, having regained her composure, conferred with Susu, and the two ventured into the abyssal zone. Lacking invisibility rings, they triggered the immediate awakening of all monsters upon entering the map. Utilizing the narrow entrance's terrain and Susu's skeleton minion, they found that only a limited number of monsters could be engaged. Moreover, the Centipede Cave, being an introductory map accessible right after the novice phase, lacked ranged attack monsters, allowing them to establish a firm foothold without difficulty. Mu Tianshu, who had been advancing steadily, was unconcerned for her companions. Given the terrain and their equipment levels, any notion of traversing sideways was mere bravado. However, with the Stone Tomb Creek at their backs providing a resting point, they were entirely secure. Thus, Mu Tianshu pressed forward without any burden, her sights set firmly on the next layer of the map, where life and death intertwined. Halfway through their journey, a resounding sound caught Mu Tianshu's attention, signaling the presence of a boss. She began to survey her surroundings, and after a few hurried steps to the left, she spotted a massive evil claw worm nestled against the cave wall. The evil claw worm bore a striking resemblance to the clawed insects found in the Centipede Cave, featuring 6 legs and 2 long antennae, but its size was several times larger. From the initial encounter with the Corpse King to the subsequent battle with the Worm Lord, and now facing the evil claw worm, not only had their health dramatically increased, but their size was also astonishing. It was reasonable to assume that their attack power had significantly risen as well, however, having relied on the terrain to manage smaller monsters. Mu Tianshu had yet to experience the boss's true offensive capabilities. Chapter 41. Abnormal Equipment. Mu Tianshu glanced around, and was delighted to find himself surrounded by lesser creatures. It was indeed a moment where one could find fortune in unexpected places. The B0SS, ensnared by the minions, seemed to sense its impending demise, letting out a series of anguished roars. Ignoring everything else, Mu Tianshu unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, inflicting damage of -39 and -39, followed by 2 instances of -18. Instantly, the health bar of the vile pincered insect diminished by 1 layer. Narrowing his eyes, Mu Tianshu murmured, "The health remains unchanged. It appears to be akin to the Woma Guardian, albeit previously at 1,000, now at 50,000. The Woma Guardian regenerates 100 health every 10 seconds. It should be the same here, making it possible to engage." The vile pincered insect, of course, could not comprehend his words, but it was surrounded by minions, leaving it with merely 2 or 3 positions to maneuver, as it scuttled back and forth in agitation. With the invisibility ring securely in place, Mu Tianshu stood confidently, continuously unleashing thunder spells. From the moment he faced the worm demon, he felt assured that he had made the right choice in selecting this special ring. His conviction only deepened as the opportunity to vanquish the boss presented itself so flawlessly. Merely 20 minutes later, the evil clawbug was left with but a sliver of health, having never ventured beyond the confines of the monster's encirclement. As the final bolt of lightning struck, the evil claw bug emitted a reluctant roar, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, a magnificent explosion of items erupted within a 16 by 16 area, with many treasures piled together against the wall. The system notification chimed. Experience points increased by 1,400. Mu Tianshu, disregarding all else, swiftly cast a wall of fire upon the ground, initiating the elimination of the lesser creatures. The reason he refrained from deploying firewalls in Worma was twofold. Firstly, his equipment was insufficiently powerful to withstand the damage, and secondly, much like the creatures in the impending encounter at the Zuma Temple, the monsters were impervious to flames. They would simply walk out of the firewall's reach. However, the situation here was markedly different. He harbored no such concerns. He erected the firewall and lured all the attacked monsters into its embrace. As Mu Tianshu ran, he continually glanced down, and indeed, it was no surprise that he was rewarded with a first kill: the Blade of Prayer, the Silver Serpent, the Sabella Bracelet, the Skull Helmet, and the Priest Helmet. Mu Tianshu's gaze was immediately drawn to a unique piece of equipment: the Blade of Prayer. Among the other 4 commendable items, 2 were from the Worma set, including a Worma-grade weapon for the priest, the Silver Serpent. Scattered across the ground were potent sun potions and an abundance of gold coins. These potions, capable of instantly restoring both health and mana, serve as strategic reserves for every guild, rarely circulating in the market. Given Mu Tianshu's current damage output, donning the invisibility ring to incinerate a small cluster of monsters would take less than a minute. By the time he gathered all the equipment, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. The Centipede Cave remains one of the map's rich in luck necklaces, prompting Mu Tianshu to collect every piece of equipment dropped by the minor monsters, fearing he might overlook a rare gem. The Blade of Prayer requires level 20, weighs 10, has a durability of 20/20, an attack range of 8 to 20, an accuracy of 3, and a speed penalty of -1. Compared to the Worma-grade warrior weapon, the Blade of Prayer, a level 20 warrior weapon, has a 5-point lower maximum attack but boasts an 8-point higher minimum attack, along with an additional 3 points in accuracy. In terms of consistent damage output, it even surpasses the Inferno weapon. However, the -1 attack speed considerably diminishes its effectiveness compared to Inferno, and Worma-grade weapons invariably possess hidden attributes, making the disparity quite evident. This is not to imply that the Blade of Prayer lacks hidden attributes. Indeed, this equipment possesses its own hidden characteristics, akin to the memory set, as it is also a component of a set. The distinction lies in that the hidden attributes of the prayer set do not enhance individual combat strength, but instead exert an unpredictable influence on the entire server. These set attributes affect every player in the game. Such potent attributes come with formidable side effects. The cost is that upon the character's demise, the prayer gear worn will inevitably shatter and vanish. Such a limited weapon is not intended for routine leveling or monster hunting. Rather, it serves as a reserve resource for the guild, becoming a strategic asset in times of necessity. Silver Serpent requires level 26, weighs 26, durability 24/24, attack 7 to 16. Taoist skill 1 to 3, accuracy 1. This is indeed a remarkable piece of equipment, though regrettably, the skill tree was misaligned, resulting in a 2-point increase in attack for a Taoist weapon. It cannot be deemed entirely useless, as a Taoist often requires close combat. At least it is preferable to having no enhancements at all. Susu would likely be pleased. Perhaps, Siebel's bracelet requires magic 24, weighs 1, durability 66. Magic 0 to 2. Another prestigious mage's item from the Woma collection, yet Mu Tianshu, glancing at his own magic bracelet, noted that despite the absence of hidden attributes, both pieces of equipment grant 2 to magical power, with the bracelet additionally providing 2 points of defense and 3 points of magic defense. Even with hidden attributes, Siebel's bracelet pales in comparison to his own exquisite piece that offers 4 to magical power. That is an entirely different matter. Thus, he replaced his sharper bracelet, resulting in a further increase of 2 points in magic, which, when compared to the accuracy and agility provided by the sharper bracelet, proves to be exceedingly beneficial. However, regardless of the profession, the paramount aspects remain the primary attributes and luck. All else must yield to these 2 attributes, unless the disparity is overwhelmingly significant. Taoist helmet requires level 24, weighs 3, durability 88, defense 1 to 2, magic defense 2 to 3, magic 0 to 3, Taoist skill 0 to 2. Mu Tianshu's inattentive gaze instantly sharpened, his pupils constricting at the sight of yet another extraordinary piece of equipment. Thus far, he had amassed a plethora of exceptional gear, yet few could truly be deemed monstrous in nature. His own necklace had been exchanged through his alternate account, undoubtedly qualifying as one. The white tiger tooth necklace, adorned with a remarkable 5 agility and 4 magic, along with a 40-point evasion, worn by Su Su, also counted among the extraordinary. The magical helmet atop his head, enhancing all attributes by 2, was yet another. The ebony sword, boasting a magic level of 4, could be considered a contender due to its exceptionally low early game requirements for wear. Although legendary bracelets are notoriously rare in their exceptional quality, the 2 bracelets he possessed fell just short of being classified as monstrous, yet they were undeniably remarkable artifacts. All accounted for, he possessed merely 3 such items, and now the 4th, a helmet of the most elusive caliber, had come into his possession. Mu Tianshu's face lit up with joy as he prepared to replace his prayer helmet. He intended to bestow this new helmet upon Su Su, as the other helmet he wore had also been gifted by her. As for Ada, he would have to wait. After all, even if the prayer helmet were offered to him, he might not be inclined to wear it. Chapter 42. The Heavenly Bead Necklace. Mu Tianshu shook his head and continued to examine the remaining equipment. The skull helmet required an attack of 30, weighed 5, had a durability of 88, and provided a defense of 2 to 3. It was rather unremarkable, not a top-tier item. In the realm of warrior gear, it could be considered quite common. Nevertheless, it remained one of the superior pieces of equipment available at present. There were also 2 other lower-tier items, equally unremarkable, which could be discarded to the guild for development purposes. He shared the attributes of the Silver Serpent and the Taoist helmet in the group chat, eliciting an instantaneous smiley response from Su Su, while Ada responded with a string of. Mu Tianshu opened the guild chat channel, where numerous conversations were already underway. Glancing at the guild panel, he noted the member count had surged to 214, 510, 000. With over 2,000 members so quickly amassed, it was evident that the experience bonus was indeed quite enticing. The esteemed 9th Young Master had further expanded the chat channels by adding 3 major categories. The main channel was designated for member sign-ins, casual conversations, and boastful exchanges. The additional channels were transformed as follows: the equipment trading channel, where all members could directly post any gear they wished to sell; the battle command channel, where guild members could call for assistance during encounters or skirmishes; and elite members could establish sub-channels to team up for treasure hunts; and the guild war channel, which was seldom used but would become a gathering point during large-scale conflicts. Mu Tianshu mused that the upcoming struggle for Shabak would likely convene here as well. Shaking off these wandering thoughts, he resumed his journey. Compared to many previous maps, the area between life and death was relatively small, resembling a musical note, with a mere turn leading to the next layer. However, the multitude of monsters densely populated the region, making it nearly impossible to advance. With the aid of the invisibility ring, Mu Tianshu merely needed to forge a path through the obstacles. After igniting a barrier of flames amidst the relentless onslaught of monsters, he unleashed a torrent of explosive fire. Once a clearing was established, he resiliently dispatched the creatures before him with electric strikes, persistently advancing. Occasionally, he would pause to collect any exquisite equipment that might drop. Upon reaching the corner, the sinister roar of the evil clawed worm echoed in his ears. After vanquishing the lesser foes, Mu Tianshu dashed forward and, upon rounding the corner, beheld the formidable B0SS. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Tianshu launched into battle, undeterred by the denser swarm of minions that surpassed the previous level. After a mere 20 minutes, he dispatched the pincered creature to reunite with its earlier counterpart, leaving behind a scattered array of equipment and potions as testament to its former reign. A wall of fire unfurled, and Mu Tianshu collected all the gear dropped by the malevolent pincers, the evil pincer necklace, the dragon ring, and the prayer helmet. Numerous other potions and equipment had also been dropped, and he meticulously gathered every single item before inspecting them. The evil pincer necklace required 22 Taoist magic, weighed 1. Boasted a durability of 77, and offered a magic range of 1 to 5. It was a necklace of the Woma level tailored for Taoists, regrettably. Susu had recently acquired a necklace with luck level 4, thus rendering this one merely a secondary option, destined for sale. The dragon ring, however, was just what Auden needed to complete his collection. As for the prayer helmet, it was arguably the most coveted piece within the prayer set, featuring commendable attributes while being remarkably lightweight, making it a favorite among all 3 classes, except for the male players. Continuing to clear the path, Mu Tianshu simultaneously shared the evil pincer necklace in the guild chat, noticing that the hidden attributes of the equipment were not displayed. He annotated it as a Woma item and shared a screenshot of its attributes in the equipment trading channel, instantly stirring a fervor among the guild members. Is this equipment something I can view without spending money? Mom asked why I entered the game on my knees. Goodness, this gear is currently invincible. I desire it. You're thinking too highly of yourself. You wouldn't be able to afford it even if I gave it to you. Check the requirements before you speak. However, the leader easily donned it. I seek a glance at the leader's attribute sheet. I don't want the attribute sheet. I merely wish to follow the leader and reap the benefits. In an instant, a Woma-level piece of equipment left the guild members drooling with envy, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo of excitement. Mu Tianshu was traversing the path while perusing the guild's chat channel. However, those with genuine prowess who sought to acquire his wares had already begun to reach out to him privately. With a calm demeanor, they inquired, "Brother Tianshu, you must be looking to sell that equipment, am I correct? What price do you have in mind?" It was evident that he intended to part with the items. Just as Mu Tianshu was preparing to respond, several individuals, including young Master Jio, the blooming Other Shore, and the likes of the ever-reclusive Drunken Smile and Hongjia, inundated him with private messages. Mu Tianshu, feeling weary of responding to each individual, established a small chat channel and invited all those who had recently sent private messages. Bei Dao Yuan was the first to speak. "I want the necklace. If it doesn't meet the wearing requirements, then there is no need to compete. Without tears, without noise, without ostentation, does this mean you meet the criteria?" replied Yi Xiaozue. "What a joke. Besides Brother Tianshu, who else can wear it? Unless it's a ring, no one is able to wear bracelets or necklaces at the moment. If we had a pair of rings, I reckon we could all manage to wear them." The three were embroiled in a heated argument when finally, young Master Jio interjected, "Why are you all so anxious? Brother Tianshu hasn't even spoken yet. Since you brought this up, it's clear you wish to part with it. Please state the terms. How shall we proceed?" Mu Tianshu contemplated deeply, realizing that distributing high-level equipment within the guild could spontaneously spark discussions among members, thereby enhancing the guild's cohesion. However, if transactions consistently exceeded market prices, it would deter others from seeking equipment within the guild, leading them to external markets. Over time, the guild would inevitably lose its credibility. With this in mind, Mu Tianshu remarked, "Woma-level equipment can only be dropped by boss. Discuss a price, and I shall offer you a 20 discount." Hong Jie inquired, "Is it possible to settle in ingots?" "Indeed," he replied. The moment they learned that transactions could be conducted with ingots, the group erupted in excitement, as gold coins had become scarce and difficult to acquire. However, ingots could be readily purchased, and soon they had collectively raised 5,000 ingots. Mu Tianshu learned from Su Su that most of these individuals were scions of wealthy families, either owning companies or possessing mines. A few thousand coins posed no financial burden to them. However, continuing down this path was not a viable solution. As tensions escalated, it could lead to a situation where everyone would lose face. Thus, he spoke up, "I understand that money is not an issue for any of you. But every item carries a price. Engaging in this rivalry could potentially harm our camaraderie." He paused, ensuring no interruptions before continuing. "The equipment of the Warma grade is certainly not the pinnacle. Superior gear will emerge, and it will become commonplace. Allow me to set a price. The highest transaction for ordinary warma jewelry among guilds reaches 8,000 gold coins. It was not that Mu Tianshu was unwilling to profit. Had it been earlier, he would have sold for as much as possible since no one would ever complain about excess wealth. However, now that he had established a guild, he needed to maintain a respectable image. More importantly, if left unchecked, prolonged rivalry could intensify conflicts, detrimental to the guild's growth. Moreover, this was merely concerning warma equipment. Chapter 43. Abundant harvest. You are not lacking in this amount of money. Should I acquire any equipment? The individual on duty at that time will have the first right of purchase. As the leader of the guild, I will not deprive you of all benefits, thus, all equipment I personally obtain will be available to you at a 20% discount. Xiaozue chuckled. I believe the leader is right. He possesses foresight, and I support this. Another member, unperturbed and not seeking attention, rolled his eyes and remarked, Of course, you agree. It's your duty now. Consider it a bargain. Thank you all for your support. Please take care on your way out. Finally, Xiaozue tossed out a playful jab. The Taoist on duty now enjoyed the privilege of priority purchase. Other brothers need not rush. Everyone will have their turn in due course. Currently, the only Taoist on duty in the guild was Xiaozue. At this moment, Hong Jie spoke up. 8,000. I will take this necklace. Drunkard, you can grab another piece. I'll treat you to drinks. And you can choose anything from the wine cellar. Upon hearing this, Xiaozue noted Hong Jie firmly setting the price and, after softening his tone and proposing conditions, conceded. All right, considering that Hong Jie seldom treats others, I'll eagerly await that drink. Mu Tianshu observed that the two individuals quickly reached an agreement, and thus remarked, Very well, I shall conduct the transaction upon my return to the city. No sooner had he spoken than he heard the sinister voice of the evil claw insect, prompting him to hastily exit the channel. Meanwhile, the guild channel was abuzz with fervent discussions surrounding the recent successful transaction of the Woma equipment. Before the invisible Mu Tianshu, the evil claw insect stirred no trouble, and he dispatched it with ease. However, this creature was not as fortunate, leaving behind a plethora of equipment, all of level 20 or above. While others might deem such items valuable, Mu Tianshu regarded them as mere refuse. The Centipede Cave was considered one of the more forgiving maps, not overly expansive yet remarkably flat, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings. Numerous monsters populated the area, whether they be minor foes or formidable bosses, devoid of intricate pathways or diversions. Such a map was certainly not one to be overlooked by Mu Tianshu, who meticulously scoured every corner, uncovering 3 additional evil claw insects. With the 2 he had already vanquished. The revelation that there were a total of 5 in this map left him momentarily astonished. In his previous life, this location had been known for its abundance, though he could not recall whether it boasted 2 or 3, certainly not 5. Subsequently, Mu Tianshu dedicated several hours traversing all the subsequent maps, the evil forces, the terrifying space, the holy realm of Yin and Yang, the legendary tribe, the celestial path, and finally arriving at the death coffin. Along the way, he refrained from engaging lesser foes, opting to traverse as much ground as possible, only pausing to collect equipment or clear obstacles when absolutely necessary. After exploring all the maps, Mu Tianshu gained a clearer understanding. In addition to the 5 found in the Centipede Cave, each of the other maps surprisingly harbored 2 evil claw insects, with 3 in the celestial path. Cumulatively, this amounted to nearly 20. In his past life, the total number of spawns across all maps rarely exceeded 10. Dark Zone, evil forces, terrifying space, holy realm of Yin and Yang, legendary tribe, celestial path, Centipede Cave, and death coffin. Except for the Centipede Cave, which might have featured more than 2, the remaining maps typically contained just 1. Now, however, it appeared that each map, regardless of size, indeed housed 2 evil claw insects, almost doubling the previous count. Yet, reflecting on the population of players in this world, Mu Tianshu found himself at ease, pondering whether there might still be a shortage. During his journey, Mu Tianshu's experience had increased significantly, nearing a level where he was just shy of a 10th away from leveling up. Although he had not focused solely on grinding levels, this rate of progress was already commendable. The Death Coffin map resembled a narrow, serpentine path, branching into 2 roads from its center. Due to the constricted and winding nature of the paths, coupled with the density of monsters, Mu Tianshu had no choice but to methodically clear his way through, treating it as an opportunity for leveling. The experience gained was indeed swift. A centipede yielded 230 points, An evil claw insect granted 250, and the jumping bee provided 210 points, while the black malignant maggot, though lesser in value, still contributed 180. Averaging these figures, he garnered over 220 experience points per encounter. At present, Mu Tianshu's magical prowess allows him to conjure a firewall that endures for over 3 minutes, effortlessly incinerating waves of foes. Nevertheless, he remains perplexed by the mechanics of the firewall skill. In his previous life, he recalled that the duration of the firewall was contingent upon the skill level, while the damage was dictated by magical power. However, with the recent augmentation of his magical capacity, the duration of the firewall has inexplicably surged. This discrepancy raises questions, particularly when considering why past mages were reluctant to train within the Centipede Cave. The brevity of the firewall's duration was the principal hindrance. Mages typically favored the Worm Cave, where the creatures exhibited a weakness to lightning, resulting in significantly heightened damage from electric spells, or the Pig Cave, due to the rapid respawn rates of enemies. Given the firewall's insufficient duration, effective leveling in the Stone Tomb may require reaching level 31 to acquire the magic shield and subsequently upgrading the firewall to level 2 for optimal efficiency. Consequently, the firewall became a true marvel of magical skill. Originally, a level 3 firewall lasted merely around 20 seconds, yet now, with Mu Tianshu at only level 1, its duration extends to an astonishing 3 minutes. This newfound capability means that leveling within the Centipede Cave would no longer lag behind that of the Worm Cave. Had he devoted himself to training, he might have already ascended to a higher level, rather than finding himself in possession of exquisite equipment that he could not yet don. Reflecting on this, Mu Tianshu glanced at the 2 weapons resting in his inventory, a staff requiring level 26, weighing 10, with a durability of 615, an attack range of 5 to 10, and magical power of 2 to 7, and another staff, also requiring level 26, weighing 10, with a durability of 11-15, an attack range of 5 to 10, and magical power of 2 to 5. One was a standard weapon befitting a worm-level mage, while the other was a remarkable weapon boasting an additional 2 points of magical power. Although the ebony sword in his possession was already of exceptional quality, it ultimately fell short due to its inadequate equipment level, teetering on the brink of obsolescence. He had replaced every piece of equipment on his body multiple times, with the sole exception of his weapon, which had remained steadfast throughout his journey. After vanquishing over 10 malevolent clawed worms, he had discarded a considerable amount of gear from his inventory, jettisoning all items below level 20, save for those that might possess extraordinary qualities. His pack now contained, apart from 2 wands, a hellfire weapon, a ruby ring, 2 platinum rings, a mind bracelet, 2 life necklaces, a ghostly necklace, a ghostly bracelet, and 8 vials of blessing oil. Among these, 1 life necklace stood out as an exceptional piece of equipment, enhancing his magical capabilities. Life necklace requires 25 magic, weighs 1, durability 66, magic 1 to 6, accuracy 1. Consequently, this necklace was employed by Mu Tianshu to replace the long-overdue platinum necklace that should have been retired. The ruby ring similarly supplanted the once-coveted wrought iron ring he had previously celebrated acquiring. As for the blessing oil, all of it was dropped by the evil clawed worms. It was no surprise to Mu Tianshu, as this particular boss had also yielded blessing oil in his previous life, albeit with an unusually high drop rate, nearly reaching 100. Whether this was due to the initial exploration phase or an inherent abundance in drops remained uncertain. He had already acquired blessing oil for his weapon. The only remaining obstacle to upgrading his weapon was his level. Chapter 44, Level 26. As Mu Tianshu engaged in combat, he conversed with Ada and Su Su, who were progressing even more swiftly than he. They had already leveled up 20 minutes prior. Ada sent him a screenshot of his hellish achievement. Though no words were exchanged, the sentiment was palpable. After all, his primary focus was to press onward in search of the B0SS, while Ada and Su Su diligently concentrated on leveling up with their level 5 skeletons. His remaining potions were dwindling, and he knew that completing this map would not yield any further hopes. However, leveling up would likely suffice. He needed to conserve some mana for the final encounter with the malevolent clawworm, hoping to locate it soon. Mu Tianshu silently expressed his disdain and continued his quest to eliminate the monsters. As he approached the fork in the road, he chose the upper path, striving to avoid slaying any minor creatures whenever possible. Just as he was preoccupied with concerns over the sufficiency of his blue potions, he was suddenly startled by the menacing roar of an evil clawed insect. Mu Tianshu's lips curled up slightly, a smirk of triumph adorning his face. Through the two colossal worms, he spotted a sinister pincered creature lurking behind. Mu Tianshu surveyed his surroundings. Although there were numerous monsters, none obstructed the path to the boss, presenting a rather troublesome predicament. If only he were a Taoist, he could summon a companion to redirect the creatures. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He possessed 3 centipede familiars. A surge of joy filled his heart as he prepared to summon them. However, a moment of hesitation ensued. He recalled that his familiars had been with him for quite some time, and he wondered if they had betrayed him. In the realm of mages, creatures summoned through the light of temptation were prone to defection after a certain period. In his previous life, the typical duration was 2 hours, the higher the magic level. The less likely betrayal occurred, yet the higher the familiar's level, the more susceptible they became to treachery. His 3 centipede familiars had already reached level 3, and countless 2-hour intervals had passed since their successful summoning. He pondered whether the rules had changed in this current setting. Mu Tianshu arrived at a smaller intersection and issued the command for his subordinates to attack. In an instant, 3 centipedes with pale blue names materialized before him, while the monsters ahead seemed to be abruptly activated, lunging towards the trio of centipede spawn with alarming speed. The outcome of the battle was predetermined. Within a mere 30 seconds, the 3 centipede spawn were torn asunder by the enraged horde of monsters, before the tumultuous wave of creatures fell silent once more. As if the recent chaos had merely been an illusion, Mu Tianshu felt no sorrow for the demise of the centipede spawn, for they had fulfilled their purpose, surrounding the malevolent clawed insect with throngs of monsters. With his strategy successfully executed, Mu Tianshu unleashed a barrage of lightning upon the wicked clawed insect, which found itself unable to evade the onslaught. Although he had yet to ascertain the timing of the spawn's potential betrayal, this detail was of little consequence at the moment. Moreover, given that his level 3 spawn had not betrayed him for 7 or 8 hours, it was reasonable to surmise that, akin to the firewall skill, the likelihood of betrayal was significantly influenced by magical energy. After all, with the prayer set still active, betrayal was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. As Mu Tianshu pondered these matters, the malevolent clawed insect across from him could no longer withstand the relentless barrage, succumbing to its demise after more than 20 minutes of bombardment. Having encountered the explosive demise of the malevolent clawed insect a dozen times, Mu Tianshu was somewhat desensitized to the spectacle. However, his gaze widened slightly as it passed over one particular piece of equipment. The pace of clearing the lesser creatures quickened significantly, and after collecting all the gear, Mu Tianshu noted that he was just under 30,000 experience points away from leveling up. Consequently, he consumed 2 bottles of super mana potions, ceasing to manage his mana. Once fully restored, Mu Tianshu began to lay down fire upon the ground, and soon, monsters started to fall one after another. After the first wave had perished entirely, he promptly exchanged his invisibility ring for a wrought iron ring. Instantly, all the creatures, as if activated by a winding mechanism, surged toward him. With the enhancement of 2 additional points to his magic from the wrought iron ring, he extended the firewall further outward. The more distant monsters were felled before they could even approach, and this single wave incinerated over 30 creatures, granting him approximately 7,000 experience points. As Mu Tianshu consumed his potion, he sprinted away, luring all the startled monsters into the fiery wall, initiating a new round of cleansing. In less than 10 minutes, a golden, dragon-shaped flame ascended from his being, marking his ascension to level 26. After dispatching the remaining minor creatures, Mu Tianshu donned his invisibility ring once more. Once the firewall extinguished, he ventured into the distant cluster of monsters and unleashed a bolt of lightning upon a black, malevolent maggot. He then drew the creature back to the previous area where he had leveled up, incessantly employing the Charm Light spell. Upon reaching level 26, he could now charm one of the early-game mage's beloved companions, the black malevolent maggot, swift in movement, rapid in attack frequency, and high in damage. It was indeed one of the most ideal companions for the early stages. After resting the charmed companion in place, Mu Tianshu retraced his steps to lure another creature and continued charming it, followed by a third. With 3 companions summoned, he exhaled in relief, mindful that while he was cloaked in invisibility, the summoned companions were not, and fortunately, he completed the summoning without incident. He sent a return message to Ade and Su, casting a lingering glance at the densely packed monsters at the end of the path. He understood that the most formidable boss in this map, the evil centipede, lurked deep within its confines. Of course, after subsequent updates, it was renamed to a more familiar title, the Touch Dragon God. Retracting his gaze, Mu Tianshu activated a return scroll and soared back to the city of Mengzhou, accompanied by his 3 companions. Upon his return, he began to examine the drops from the last evil clawworm. The first piece being an equipment that had just caught his eye, the Moon in the Well, requiring level 28, weighing 58, with a durability of 1630, an attack range of 7 to 24, and an added strength of 1. Astonishingly, it was an exquisite kitchen knife, augmenting 2 points of attack and 1 point of strength. The Moon in the Well resembled a large kitchen knife in hand, hence its name. It turned out that while the upper limit for attack attributes was 22 points, it surpassed the Inferno by a whole 7 points in attack lower limit, making it significantly more stable in its offensive capabilities. The finest equipment the evil claw worm could drop was indeed this kitchen knife. Despite having slain so many prior creatures without a drop, it was surprising that it finally yielded this prize. There had always been legends that the evil centipede in the Dark Zone and the Coffin of Death had the highest drop rates. It seemed these tales held some truth. Next came the Dragon Ring, requiring an attack of 37, weighing 1, with a durability of 55 and an attack range of 0 to 5. With this haul, a Dazworm King set was complete. It was remarkable that one merely tagging along ended up with the best gear. Where could one find justification for that? The Skull Helmet, requiring an attack of 30, weighing 5, with a durability of 88, providing a defense of 2 to 3 and an attack range of 0 to 1. This was quite commendable, adding an extra point to the attack. There were no helmets below the Crimson Moon set that added attack, rendering attack-enhancing helmets consistently valuable. Lastly, the Lantern Necklace, requiring level 18, weighing 1, with a durability of 88, offering a luck bonus of 1, an attack range of 0 to 3, and a magical evasion of 10. Mu Tianshu found himself ensnared in contemplation as he regarded this piece of equipment. Was it a mere trinket or a rare gem? While one might argue its utility, it truly felt like a worthless bauble. A necklace should ideally confer at least 2 luck to be of any significance, for a weapon can only bestow a maximum of 7 luck. Thus, a necklace that offers merely 1 luck is simply an annoyance. Yet, dismissing its worth entirely would overlook the fact that it additionally grants 2 extra points of attack. Its value is comparable to that of a blue emerald necklace. Aptly described in 2 words, a mere trifle. Chapter 45, The Silent Federation after sending a message to Ada and Su Su. Mu Tianshu made his way to the warehouse in the Earth City, retrieving the level 26 Mage Skill Book Swift Light Shadow. He clasped his hands together and chose to learn it. Before long, Su Su arrived at the warehouse, and Mu Tianshu traded her the Silver Serpent, the Mind Bracelet, the Platinum Ring, and the Prayer Helmet. After a moment's thought, he decided to include 2 wands and the Blessing Oil in the trade as well, saying, "Let my weapons partake in the Blessing Oil too." Upon hearing this, Su Su beamed with a sweet smile. Just as the trade was nearing completion, Ada burst in, wielding a double-edged great axe, the warrior's formidable weapon, the Inferno. Even from a distance, an aura of dominance emanated from him. Shortly thereafter, several individuals rushed in, incessantly inquiring where Ada had acquired his equipment, calling out, "Brother, brother," without pause. "Brother, that weapon is incredibly sharp." "Wow," one exclaimed. "At level 26. Does your guild still accept members?" Another asked eagerly. "Boss, please let me join. I'm a dedicated player, online throughout the day, and I won't let the team down." A voice piped up, "Brother, could you spare some unused equipment? I've been struggling to find any loot while hunting monsters." As the crowd chattered, they continued to engage Ada, though all actions were in peace mode. Ada, mindful of not drawing negative attention to the guild, refrained from initiating an attack. After Mu Tianshu completed the exchange of all of Su Su's equipment, he approached, casting a repelling fire ring that pushed away all surrounding players. He then slowly walked up to Ada, transferring the Phantom Necklace, Phantom Bracelet, Dragon Ring, Exquisite Skeleton Helmet, and the kitchen knife of the Moon in the Well. Once the transaction was complete, he communicated through the team voice chat to both individuals, "Log off for a while to rest and have a meal." Upon logging back in, "Gather in Biki, we shall hunt the Woma Lord." Having said this, Mu Tianshu soared back to the safe zone of the Earth City, waiting for the valuable items to return. After they did, he transferred the Heavenly Pearl Necklace and the additional Platinum Ring and Life Necklace he had acquired, entrusting the valuable items to deliver the Woma equipment to the other players who had purchased the gear. Mu Tianshu chose not to sell the Woma weapons this time. Instead, he opted to store them away for future use. Pricing weapons is a challenging endeavor, and his proficiency in combat is largely attributed to his possession of an invisibility ring. Currently, others are struggling to locate the boss, and even if they do, they find it exceedingly difficult to conquer. Many have yet to acquire even the Woma jewelry. It is unreasonable to expect everything to be sold at a mere fraction of its value. Although the guild holds shares, profitability in the early stages is unattainable, and the guild primarily serves as a platform. While others may disregard these minor profits, he and Ada are not affluent heirs. Nor does he possess the generosity to sell everything at discounted rates. Offering the Woma jewelry at a reduced price is already an act of great benevolence. If he sets the price too high, others may not voice their displeasure, but they will certainly harbor resentment. Therefore, he decides to wait for a while, allowing others to understand the difficulty in obtaining equipment, after which the market will dictate the pricing, leaving him to choose when to sell. The jewelry he priced initially resulted in a considerable loss. The future of Woma jewelry remains uncertain. However, the current Woma jewelry, once placed in the auction house, can easily fetch thousands of gold coins. After all, it is unique. If you do not purchase it, someone else will. If you venture out adorned in subpar equipment, how can you aspire to lead others? Which solitary player would hold you in esteem, and how could you discuss the development of the guild? The adage "respect the attire before the person" is vividly illustrated within the game. When Mu Tianshu opened the door, Ada was already preparing a meal. After numerous descents, both had developed a certain level of adaptability to their enhanced physiques. Presently, with Mu Tianshu's physique, he could effortlessly surpass world champions in long-distance running, sprinting, high jumping, and weightlifting without any technique whatsoever. Not to mention Ada, whose warrior profession had endowed him with an almost superhuman constitution. What puzzled Mu Tianshu, however, was the fact that, to this day, apart from some fragmented peripheral reports, the Federation had made no response to the matter. Not only was there no acknowledgement, but there were also no prohibitions, as if they were completely turning a blind eye to the situation, which was exceedingly abnormal. Mu Tianshu was oblivious to the underlying reasons. However, in a world where there are no prohibitions against actions, he could only strive to fortify himself on the eve of the impending storm. As the two shared a meal, they perused the news on various websites and forums, and nearly 7 out of every 10 headlines were related to the legendary game. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and within half an hour, they had completed their dinner and preparations, hastily logging into the game. Upon entering the game, Mu Tianshu made a beeline for Bitch City, eager to seize every opportunity to confront the boss before others laid eyes on the formidable Worm King. After all, moments to battle such a being in tranquility were becoming increasingly scarce. Typically, boss fights involved a multitude of players descending upon the map, with a select few tasked with engaging the boss while the majority handled the minions. These latter players bore the heaviest burden, needing to swiftly eliminate or distract the respawning minions, ensuring that no one encroached upon their territory to steal the boss kill. The more equipped players focused on swiftly vanquishing the boss to prevent any unforeseen complications. Yet, with a limited number of bosses available and a desire for all to obtain their coveted rewards, conflicts among guilds were inevitable. Much like the chaos that erupted during the official launch, when a simple item looting protection period turned amicable guilds into bitter adversaries in an instant. At present, no one was aware that the worm horn had dropped in the 3rd layer of the worm's lair. If this information were to leak, the first grand scramble for dominance in the legendary world would ensue. It was not that Mu Tianshu lacked the intent to share this information. Rather, the Worm King was an exceptionally unique boss, being the easiest to defeat and the first of its kind. Its strategy was remarkably simple, yet it was the sole source of numerous coveted early game items. Beyond the essential worm horn required for guild creation, it also dropped the memory ring, teleportation ring, defense ring, overload ring, and skill necklace, among others. This made the area a veritable battleground for early game guilds, compelling Mu Tianshu to remain undisturbed while he engaged in battle, as long as no one else was aware of the location's significance. However, this situation was unlikely to last long, even if others remained oblivious. The presence of worm in the name of the horn, combined with the singular worm forest and worm temple on the map, had already aroused the suspicions of many astute players. With the current equipment levels still relatively modest, it would not be long before inquisitive guilds began to investigate the area, leading to an endless cycle of conflict. In a typical game, this location would have been thoroughly explored long ago, with players willing to pay any price to conquer it. Yet, given that playing this game could enhance one's real-world attributes, few would wish to squander precious time on endeavors deemed futile. Amidst rampant rumors of ascension and divinity, who would not aspire to achieve greatness? Certainly, as more players began to converge upon the area, the larger guilds would mobilize their forces. For the interests and sentiments of guild members must also be taken into account. Yet, at a time when everyone was diligently amassing strength to advance their guilds, no leader would willingly incur substantial costs to conquer an unexplored territory. Mu Tianshu is able to stealthily nurture his growth due to the fact that the rest of the world remains oblivious to his presence. However, once this place transforms into a battlefield, if he stands alone, he would not even qualify to approach the fray. This is one of the reasons he is determined to establish a large guild, to seize resources. Therefore, he prefers to partake in a shared equity arrangement with others rather than remain solitary, as otherwise, given the personalities of both him and Ada, they would ideally function as lone wolves. Regrettably, being a lone wolf also requires capital. Otherwise, wherever he goes, he would merely be met with the dismissive command to leave. That does not constitute solitude, it embodies the essence of wandering. Chapter 46. The fortuitous experiment of dual weapons upon Mu Tianshu's arrival in Bitch. Susu and Ada had already arrived ahead of him. Although Bitch City has expanded exponentially compared to its former self, it remains teeming with people. Mu Tianshu did not dare to venture into the safety zone. Instead, he called upon two companions to accompany him to the warehouse, where he proceeded to conduct a weapon transaction for himself. At long last, he replaced the ebony sword that had been his steadfast companion until now. After placing this weapon in the warehouse, he turned his gaze to the weapon in his hands. Wand. Requires level 26, weight 10, durability 15-15, luck 5, attack 5-10. Magic 2-5. Wand. Requires level 26, weight 10, durability 15-15, luck 5, attack 5-10, magic 2-7. Hidden attributes. Chance of tempting light 30, magic duration 20. This truly exemplifies the characteristics of a mage in all their glory. Mu Tianshu glanced at the wand in his hand. The long-awaited experiment was finally within reach. Initially, he had harbored such a hypothesis, but regrettably, at that time, he lacked the abundant blessings oil to indulge in his curiosity. With the character's luck at level 9, it could trigger the highest attack. If it were possible to activate this with 2 weapons, then the exquisite white tiger tooth necklace adorning him would have to be retired. Although this piece of equipment was formidable, it regrettably did not enhance his magical power. However, it should not be dismissed, as it still proved to be an extraordinary artifact during combat. Mu Tianshu removed the concealed white tiger tooth necklace from his equipment slot, then shifted to an all-out attack mode, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning towards Ada, -70, 1-46. After putting on the necklace, Mu Tianshu unleashed 2 bolts of lightning. Observing Ada, who was left with a mere sliver of health, he retracted his hand that had raised his wand. It seemed that the Lucky 9 effect could only be triggered within the same equipment slot. Susu, witnessing such substantial damage, couldn't he help but feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Ada grimaced as he consumed potions and remarked, "With your luck 9 set, it only takes 4 bolts of lightning to vanquish me. I reckon even 2 bolts wouldn't finish me off, leaving me with just a thread of health." Thus, Mu Tianshu opened Susu's equipment panel to inspect her gear. White tiger tooth necklace. Requires Taoist skill 11, weight 1, durability 77, luck 4, Taoist skill 1-5. Magic evasion 40. Silver snake. Requires level 26, weight 26, durability 24-24, luck 6, attack 7-16, Taoist skill 1-3, accuracy 1. Unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Mu Tianshu inquired, "How much blessed oil have you consumed for this weapon?" "Over 20 bottles. It's truly dreadful." She replied. Indeed, he realized that he should not have asked. He had only opened himself to ridicule. As for the lantern necklace, it was indeed intended for Ada, but he shouldn't expect to achieve luck 9 anytime soon. Just moments ago, young Master Gio had bestowed upon him 15 bottles of blessed oil. And now his inferno weapon bore luck too. He was once again reminded that Susu was the destined one. As for assisting him with his luck, that was best left alone. The weapon's weight was calculated independently, relying on the character's strength. The Inferno weighed a staggering 60. For a Taoist to meet the strength requirement to wield it, they would need to reach level 45. As for a mage, well, that was a distant dream. After repairing their equipment and purchasing quality potions, they planned to convene at the entrance of the Woma Temple before embarking on their respective quests. At that moment, Ada had just arrived in Bitch and, upon receiving the message to gather at the Woma Temple, impulsively dashed to the general store to buy 5 more random scrolls. It's worth noting that at the onset of the server, there were no bundled items for sale. Everything had to be purchased individually. Not to mention, the limited backpack space was a significant hindrance, especially for Taoists. Scrolls, talismans, poisons, and magic potions occupied a considerable portion of space, while mages and warriors fared better, as they at least didn't need to carry poisons or talismans. When Mu Tianshu arrived at the entrance of the Woma Temple, Su Su had already been waiting there, prompting Mu Tianshu to marvel inwardly at the undeniable legendary nature of this individual, who was indeed the daughter of destiny. Whether it was picking up equipment, drinking elixirs of fortune, or teleporting randomly, she accomplished each task with effortless grace, never once arriving at a destination after him on their journeys. At the entrance, alongside Su Su, stood 2 other guild members, Beidao Yuan and the Indomitable Armor. Mu Tianshu approached and greeted, feeling somewhat puzzled by his presence there. Beidao Yuan remarked, "The guild is currently exploring this map. We have encountered fierce battles on the 2nd level. The primary challenge lies in the lengthy supply lines, and most of the encounters have proven to be quite arduous. Our focus now is primarily on leveling up with higher levels. We will naturally have access to a greater variety of maps. Shortly, I will create a detailed guide for the Centipede Cave map and send it to young Master Gio. You can allocate more personnel from your side to level up and farm treasures. Indeed, having a comprehensive map would be splendid. It would alleviate any fears of getting lost." Even in locating the supply lines, he replied, "Very well, if you have matters to attend to, we shall proceed with our descent into the map." Mu Tianshu gazed at the approaching Ada in the distance, exchanged a courteous greeting with Beidao Yuan, and nodded towards the unremovable armor before entering the Woma Temple. The trio did not linger at the forefront, choosing instead to descend directly to the 2nd level in search of the Woma Guardians. Along the way, they encountered several individuals, as numerous guilds had already begun their gradual conquest of the 1st level. Upon reaching the entrance of the 2nd level, they did not pause, proceeding straight down. The entrance appeared desolate, suggesting that the 2nd level would soon succumb to player occupation as well. Mu Tianshu found nothing unusual. However, the speed at which they cleared the wilderness was indeed astonishing. As the trio advanced further, they encountered a group of over 10 players led by the little white dragon of the waves, who were encircled and engaged in combat with a creature. The besieged monster was none other than the Woma Guardian. At that moment, Mu Tianshu witnessed yet another player being struck down to the ground by the Woma Guardian's spear. Despite the relentless attacks from the group, the damage numbers above the Woma Guardian's head flickered continuously at -3 and -4. Whenever the Woma Guardian managed to catch hold of a player, it could eliminate them with merely 2 strikes. Were it not for the presence of 2 enchanters accompanied by their summoned skeletons, the group would have surely perished in vain against the Woma Guardian. It was evident that the little white dragon of the waves was acutely aware of this fact. Consequently, the 2 enchanters were well guarded by the others, focusing solely on applying poison and summoning their minions to attack. However, it was glaringly apparent that their numbers were dwindling rapidly. By the time Mu Tianshu approached, only 8 players remained. Mu Tianshu glanced at the monster's health bar and said to Su Su, "Use Mind Revelation to check the monster's status." Having just reached level 26, Su Su naturally learned the level 26 skill Mind Revelation, and upon using it on the monster, its health displayed as 2,963, 850, 000. The group, engrossed in their battle, was suddenly startled when they saw the monster's health bar materialize above its head. One of the warriors, known as Wanna Die, turned his head and exclaimed, "Boss, the boss is here." This remark, lacking context, left Longli Xiaobelong momentarily puzzled. Upon turning to see Mu Tianshu, he quickly grasped the situation and was about to speak when Mu Tianshu interjected, "Formations, don't scatter. Ada, block the gap. Su Su, apply poison." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Tianshu unleashed a bolt of lightning, dealing -89 damage. Longli Xiaobelong, having just turned his head, witnessed a massive red damage number floating above the Woma Guardian's head. "What the hell, brother? Did your lightning strike its artery?" At that moment, Mu Tianshu was not wearing an invisibility ring. He had merely switched to 2 Woma Mage weapons, a magic wand, which raised his magic power to 54 points. resulting in an overwhelming damage output. The Woma Guardian's magic defense was already slightly lower than that of the evil clamp bug, and with the increased base magic power, the damage escalated exponentially, explaining the significant disparity in damage dealt to the two monsters. With Ada and Su-Su's pets joining the fray, Mu Tianshu instructed everyone to surround the Woma Guardian to restrict its movement, while he consistently dealt 89 damage, along with their team, within a mere 6 or 7 minutes. The Woma Guardian was on the brink of death. The earlier warrior, Wanna Die, excitedly shouted, "It's about to drop. The boss is about to explode." Longli Xiaobeilong paid little heed to Wanna Die's incoherent cries, as he too was filled with exhilaration. This was their first encounter with the boss. Previously, during their fights with the Corpse King, he had always been left out. Chapter 47. Character Design. Looking at the jubilant faces of his companions, Mu Tianshu felt a momentary void in his mind, as if he were still in the third layer of Woma in his past life. Recalling the fervent cheers of his brothers. "Quickly, it's about to die. Mages, lay down fire. Damn it. I told you not to block the position. The boss isn't dead yet. Brothers, don't snatch. There's enough for everyone. Bid for it yourselves." In their previous life, they fought side by side. When a boss appeared, they would battle together and share the loot. Yet, despite knowing this, everyone would inevitably rush forward when the boss's health turned red, eager to seize the equipment and flaunt it for a couple of seconds. Mu Tianshu revealed a fleeting expression of reminiscence, abruptly awakened by the exclamation of the little white dragon amidst the waves. "My goodness, it has come to fruition, silver serpents and ruby rings." Mu Tianshu gazed at the equipment strewn upon the ground ahead, as no one dared to move. The surrounding gold coins and potions had long since been plundered, leaving behind merely 6 pieces of gear and a solitary skill book, the Crescent Blade, lying desolately in their midst. Mu Tianshu gazed at the crowd observing him, and a sigh escaped his lips. Ultimately, a virtual avatar cannot compare to a mere display screen. The players engage in direct, face-to-face communication. If this were in a past life, the first items to vanish from the ground would undoubtedly be the equipment, as there would be no time to wait for others to pick them up. The quality of gameplay in this regard is truly beyond reproach. Mu Tianshu addressed the little white dragon of the waves, saying, "You may handle this yourselves. We are merely passing through and shall not involve ourselves in this matter." The little white dragon chuckled and replied, "Very well. I understand that you all are affluent individuals, so I shall not hold back." With that, he stepped forward to gather all the equipment, assess their attributes, and then laughed. "Ah, a superb red gemstone with 1 defense. Brother Tianshu, take this ring. Simply exchange it for the ordinary one you have." Mu Tianshu hesitated for a moment. The ruby ring held significant value for him, especially since his current concealed equipment slot still had a demon-slaying ring available for replacement. However, this secret was one he could only share with the core members of his team. Revealing it to anyone else was out of the question. When the whimsical little dragon observed the 2 ruby rings Mu Tianshu possessed, he contemplated giving the newly acquired 1 defense exceptional ruby to him. For Mu Tianshu, if the intention was to swap out the demon-slaying ring, he would gladly oblige. However, exchanging it for another ruby ring seemed less essential. While an increase in defense could not be deemed entirely futile, its impact was not particularly substantial for him. Furthermore, retaining this ring would allow him to cultivate a certain persona, which would be advantageous in swiftly establishing his image as the guild leader in its formative stages. Thus, he remarked, "Let us not fret over it, my friends. It is a joyous occasion indeed to secure a prized item on our first boss run. I shall refrain from dampening your spirits. You may distribute it as you see fit." At that moment, one of the mages, named my father, interjected, "Boss, you should keep it. For us, even wearing this ring is quite the challenge. A couple of extra attributes hold little significance. Besides, without you, we would never have been able to defeat this boss." Mu Tianshu gazed at the mage's name, a flicker of incredulity crossing his lips as he remarked, "Brother, your moniker is rather domineering, isn't it? During the impending guild war, you are surely destined to be the last one standing." Having endured countless adversities in his previous life, Mu Tianshu had encountered all manner of grotesque beings. Such a name, designed to unsettle, could only be deemed revolting, evoking a sensation akin to consuming excrement in one's adversary. When the 2 factions clashed, how would the enemy issue commands? Eliminate my father? Or dispatch my father? Hence, when there are still others to target, no commander would utter such a name, for none wished to bear that burden. This could merely be categorized as distasteful. Mu Tianshu had also witnessed groups of players engaging in games, where a name, once revealed, rendered them invincible in skirmishes. Names like LLLLLL, Li, Lilil, 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 and Lil became a hindrance to strategy. When one inquired whom to eliminate, by the time they deciphered the name and articulated it, what could the others do? In the heat of battle, clarity was lost, rendering it nearly impossible to identify one another. In an era dominated by screens, such dilemmas often left individuals unable to locate their own characters amidst the chaos. Moreover, there were names composed of characters such as, or variations thereof. What distinctions could be made between these three names? A row of soil characters concealing a scholar, or a line of scholars hiding a soil character. Merely a shift in order left players bewildered as to who was who. In the years when the legend came to a close, Mu Tianshu once engaged in a private server game, where over 60 players bore the same name, all rather unrefined. This led to a situation where rival guilds found it impossible to play. One side had a commander, while the other lacked direction. The outcome of their conflicts was all too predictable. Eventually, the matter escalated to the game master, who threatened to withdraw the server if it remained unresolved. While Mu Tianshu, still lost in contemplation, was roused from his thoughts by a trade proposed by the whimsical little white dragon, he chuckled softly, shaking his head and canceling the transaction. Just as he was about to consider other matters, he thought to himself that whoever among them had the capability should take it. He would refrain from involvement. The ring, being the least demanding of adornments, was quite easy to wear. After a moment's reflection, Mu Tianshu remarked, "If any of you manage to obtain this ring and find it unwearable, come to me. Ada, you should team up with them to defeat monsters. You can't go down anyway." "Very well. Welcome to Boss Tianxian. With our first warrior joining us, what beast can we not conquer?" A few members from the opposing group offered insipid flattery, to which Ada responded nonchalantly, as it was merely about slaying monsters and leveling up. "Then we shall take our leave and seek the boss," he declared before leading Su onward. As they turned the corner ahead, Mu Tianshu donned his invisibility ring and dashed towards the third level. Meanwhile, Su remained still, casting an invisibility spell, and swiftly tore a random scroll, vanishing in an instant. By the time Mu Tianshu reached the entrance, Su had already cleared the monsters at the doorway out of sheer boredom. At that moment, Mu Tianshu felt a profound nostalgia for the artifact he had labored so hard to acquire in his previous life, the teleportation ring. With knowledge of the coordinates, he could instantly relocate, rather than endure the arduous trek through the map. He instructed Su to recuperate and refrain from battling before he ventured into the third level, which, as expected, was densely populated with monsters. After Mu Tianshu sent a message to Su, he began to continuously employ explosive flames to draw aggro. Subsequently, Su descended to the third level, utilized an invisibility spell, and then took flight at random once more. After witnessing Su's safe departure, Mu Tianshu swiftly ventured deeper, evading the wrath of the monstrous adversary. Chapter 48. Once again shattering the Woma sect leader. Just as Mu Tianshu was preparing to flee, he suddenly encountered a towering creature wielding two peculiar weapons, the formidable Woma Guardian. Mu Tianshu's expression brightened instantly as he sprinted a short distance backwards, seeking out a location densely populated with monsters. There, he employed his lightning spell to lure two creatures towards him, effectively blocking any potential attacks directed at himself. With the burden of two minor foes, he felt little pressure. Subsequently, Mu Tianshu unleashed his lightning spell upon the nearby Woma Guardian, dealing consistent damage, -89, -89. The damage numbers floated above the boss, yet due to the positioning, it was unable to strike back at Mu Tianshu, forced instead to meander restlessly around him. As Mu Tianshu observed the diminishing health of the monster, his initial excitement from the first encounter with the Woma Guardian had long since faded. 10 minutes later, he calmly dispatched this boss, without stirring any commotion. At that moment, he received another coordinate from Su. She had also discovered a Woma Guardian that she could defeat, but she required Mu Tianshu to come and collect the loot. Mu Tianshu responded with a simple good and began to eliminate the minor monsters before him, meticulously collecting the equipment dropped by the Woma guards: the Dragon Ring, Hell Lightning, Death God Gloves, Charm Ring, and Lantern Necklace. Among the spoils was a Warrior's Woma Ring, a level 30 spellbook for mages, along with several items of lesser quality. As Mu Tianshu gazed into his backpack at the Lantern Necklace, He felt a profound malice emanating from the depths of the world. The lantern necklace required level 18, weighed 1, had a durability of 88, provided a luck bonus of 1, offered an attack range of 0 to 1, and included a magical evasion of 10. The pitiful 1 luck nearly brought a smile to Mu Tianshu's face. After a moment of silent contemplation, he composed himself, discerned his direction, and set off towards Su Su's coordinates. A few minutes later, Mu Tianshu arrived to find Su Su amidst a throng of minor monsters, incessantly tossing protective charms at a Warmagard, whose health was perilously low. The Warmagard had a health of 3269-50000. Witnessing the imminent defeat of the Warmagard, Mu Tianshu couldn't help but feel envious of the Taoist's talent for battling bosses. His own 2 sets of equipment were not significantly quicker, especially considering that Su Su's companion was unable to join the fray. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed a series of lightning strikes that swiftly vanquished the already weakened mini-boss. In an instant, equipment, potions, and gold littered the ground, with a particularly striking silver snake catching the eye. Silver snake, barbaric charge, soul armor, female. Mu Tianshu swiftly eliminated all the monsters atop the equipment, while Su Su took a cautious step, concealing herself momentarily to collect the gear. Should any creature become agitated and reveal her presence, Mu Tianshu would promptly dispatch it. Su Su treaded carefully, cloaking herself with each step. Now at level 26, her health stood at 192, even if a monster drew too near and disrupted her invisibility. Her current vitality would allow her to withstand the encounter. After a diligent effort, Su Su gathered all the equipment and soon announced within the team the attributes of the Silver Serpent. Silver Serpent requires level 26, weight 26, durability 24-24, attack 7-14. Magic attack 1-4, accuracy 3. Mu Tianshu gazed silently at Su Su, pondering if she truly had a knack for effortlessly acquiring exceptional treasures. Once again, she had uncovered a flawless Wamal weapon of remarkable precision. Meanwhile, Su Su sighed in exasperation, lamenting, "Alas, without any blessing oil. It is regrettable that I must return to the city to retrieve it." Mu Tianshu, filled with resentment, turned and dashed toward the center of the map, declaring his intent to seek the master. He left Su Su standing in place, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes from her laughter. After a brief moment, Mu Tianshu sent the coordinates of the master, interrupting Su Su's mirth. In response, she summoned a skeleton, instantly attracting the surrounding monsters. Before long, Mu Tianshu appeared, leading the master towards her. Perhaps the distance was too great, as the master was on the verge of catching up to Mu Tianshu. Su Su cast a poison spell on the Woma master, drawing its aggro towards herself. One must admit, watching a Taoist battle a boss resembles the appreciation of fine art. The Taoist poison spell is a remarkable technique for monster combat, diminishing both physical and magical defenses while preventing the monster from recovering health. Beyond these 2 significant effects, it is also the skill that generates the highest aggro in the game, continuously inflicting damage on the monster's health. Consequently, if one fights alongside a Taoist without forming a party, it becomes nearly impossible to claim a monster for oneself. At last, the Woma master, having finally caught up to Mu Tianshu, was enveloped in a green hue before turning red. With the application of both red and green poison, Mu Tianshu maneuvered to the opposite side of the monster horde and began unleashing relentless attacks on the Woma master. The damage readouts were -78, -78, -23. Now, equipped with a full level 9 set, Su Su was also dealing around 20 points of damage with each strike. If their stable output continued, theoretically, they could vanquish the Woma master in under half an hour. While such a swift defeat was unlikely, the speed of their assault would be unfathomable to others if revealed. However, with the 2 level 9 sets and the groundbreaking invisibility ring, they were able to mitigate all of the boss's attacks and focus solely on their damage output. What appeared simple was, in reality, fraught with challenges, nearly impossible to achieve. Without the invisibility ring and the white tiger tooth necklace acquired by Mu Tianshu, attaining their current capabilities would have been inconceivable. A direct observation is that before Mu Tianshu donned the white tiger tooth necklace and the invisibility ring, even with his prior life experience, he could not surpass all players. He was merely an elite high-level player. However, with the 2 pieces of compensation equipment, he soared to new heights. The invisibility ring allowed him to engage the boss without sustaining damage, while the level 9 set enabled him to maximize his damage output. It took him a full 26 levels to pull ahead of other players. If all went according to plan, unforeseen events would likely arise. Indeed. The Woma master vanished with a resonating sound of teleportation. Mu Tianshu swiftly dashed outside in search, and after more than 10 minutes, he finally located the corner of the entrance. Due to the considerable distance, Mu Tianshu instructed Susu to perform a random teleportation, hoping to arrive at a closer coordinate. After a while, Susu relayed a new coordinate, and Mu Tianshu guided the Woma lord towards the newly provided location. When Mu Tianshu arrived, Susu had already organized her formation, surrounded by 2 or 3 circles of monsters. Susu glanced at the fully healed Woma lord with a slight grimace and once again unleashed the red and green poisons upon the lord. Seizing the moment when the lord's ire was not directed at him, Mu Tianshu darted to the other side, ready to commence his assault. Perhaps it was Susu's fortunate play, but this time the Woma lord did not flee, teetering on the brink of death in just over half an hour. As the final bolt of lightning from Mu Tianshu struck, the Woma lord collapsed, scattering a plethora of equipment, potions, and gold across the screen. Mu Tianshu immediately spotted several items in the center: the skill necklace, the Woma horn, the wand, the summoning beast. Chapter 49, the skill necklace. Mu Tianshu and Susu spent a few minutes eliminating all the surrounding monsters, after which Susu began to swiftly gather the equipment scattered on the ground. While clearing monsters, Mu Tianshu had already added the skill necklace to his inventory, and now he was examining its attributes. Skill necklace. Required level 16, weight 1, durability 88. Once again, it was an item devoid of any overt attributes. Possessing only a singular hidden quality, it enhanced the upper and lower limits of skill proficiency gained when using skills by 100. Generally, upon reaching the requisite level for skill cultivation, employing such a skill would yield 13 points of proficiency. However, with this necklace, the proficiency gained would double to 26 points. In the realm of legends, numerous skills are seldom utilized, or they hold great significance yet are difficult to master. For instance, the Summon Skeleton and Summon Divine Beast skills of the Taoist class can only accrue proficiency when the summoned creature perishes and is subsequently resummoned. To elevate her skeleton to level 2, Susu dedicated over an hour training at the Great Blade. Similarly, the mage's skills such as Temptation Light and Fire Ring of Rejection also fall into this category. Every active skill is coveted at higher levels, yet few have the leisure to engage in leveling up or acquiring equipment. For those eager to enhance their skills, this item is akin to a divine artifact, significantly reducing the time required by half. For those indifferent to skill training, it holds little value. For Mu Tianshu, it is certainly preferable to the equipment of the Wurma, as he and his companions have nearly completed their respective sets of Wurma gear. Moreover, upgrading the skills of Fire Resistance Ring and Temptation Light to level 3 serves as an effective means of enhancing combat prowess. The level of the Temptation Light skill influences the number of summoned creatures, while the level of the Fire Resistance Ring directly impacts one's survival rate during confrontations. At level 1, the Fire Resistance Ring can only repel opponents of lower levels by a distance of 3 units. If enemies are flanked by other players, they cannot be pushed back. At level 2, this distance extends to 5 units, still ineffective against the presence of other players. However, at level 3, it can repel lower-level opponents by 7 units, forcibly pushing back even those who stand behind if they are of a lower level. This skill becomes one of the most essential for mages in later stages, allowing them to contend with other classes effectively. As long as one maintains a level advantage and elevates the Fire Resistance Ring to level 3, any warrior attempting to swiftly eliminate this fragile mage will be ruthlessly repelled. In addition, Susu's skills are equally significant, influencing the duration of poison effects, the enhancement periods of the Ghost Shield and Divine Armor techniques. Not to mention the level of the Summon Skeleton skill that directly impacts combat effectiveness. In summary, this is a remarkable artifact for deepening foundational skills in the early game, though it becomes obsolete later on. Regarding the second Wurma horn, Mu Tianshu intends to sell it, confident that it will fetch a high price. As for the Summon Divine Beast skill, he will continue to store it. It is not yet the opportune moment to sell these advanced skill books. Once player levels rise, the value of these tomes will peak. If in a past life someone claimed that the skill book could be traded for a house, Mu Tianshu would not be at all surprised, as it indeed reached such a price in his previous life. Back then, it was merely an online game, yet it commanded such worth. Given the current circumstances on Earth, it is not astonishing to consider what value it may ultimately attain. Mu Tianshu has always stored every skill book he has acquired in his warehouse, never once considering selling even the low-level ones. For he believes their value will only increase with time. This time, Su Su did not possess any exquisite equipment. Otherwise, she would have disclosed its attributes already. After explaining the situation to Su Su, Mu Tianshu entrusted her with a necklace of skill. He instructed her to return to the city first, deposit all her belongings in the warehouse, and then head to the upper right corner of the safe zone to train her summoned creature, aiming to level the skeleton to level 3. Once Su Su departed, Mu Tianshu proceeded to lure all the dark warriors from the 3rd level to the entrance, with the intention of blocking others who sought to enter. With the multitude of low-level Woma monsters at the entrance, combined with the ranged attacks of the dark warriors, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to descend to the 3rd level of Woma in the near future. After completing this task, Mu Tianshu made his way back to the 2nd level of Woma, as he had no intention of farming monsters on the 3rd level. The 2nd level sufficed for his needs. Upon reaching the entrance of the 2nd level, he began battling monsters to level up. After clearing a small area, he summoned 3 black evil maggots that were resting in the city, utilizing his area attack skills to farm monsters, with the 3 summoned creatures assisting with the finishing blows. His leveling pace surpassed that of entire teams, yet the experience gained was solely his own. The monsters here offered high experience, but they also had high attack and low defense, which is why warriors typically avoid leveling in this area. Engaging in close combat with the monsters would deplete their potions rapidly. A single pack of potions would not last long, and frequent returns to the city would hinder any meaningful leveling. Mu Tianshu, undeterred, donned his invisibility ring, whimsically extinguished the lights, and devoted himself to leveling up. After vanquishing a wave of monsters, he removed the ring, only to find more creatures approaching. Without hesitation, he equipped the ring once more and continued his relentless pursuit. The Woma warrior, with a health pool of 265, grants an experience yield of 260 points, while both the Woma brave and Woma general possessed the same health of 285, offering 280 experience points each. The flame Woma, with 340 health, rewards 290 experience points per defeat. In summary, this locale is most favorable for the Taoist. With skeletons by his side, he finds solace in solitude. The monsters here occasionally drop potions, which, although meager, suffice for a Taoist who is reluctant to return to town. A single Taoist can persist here indefinitely. In contrast, the warrior finds a greater affinity for the Centipede Cave, where the low attack and defense may yield lesser experience. Yet a single pack of potions can sustain prolonged grinding, and the occasional jewelry drop can provide a modest profit. For the warrior, no map is more accommodating than the Centipede Cave. As for the mage, the preferred locale is unequivocally the Stone Tomb Pig Cave. The moniker Stone Tomb Burning Pigs is not merely a whimsical title. The sole purpose of training there is for the bountiful experience, which is indeed plentiful. The average experience can reach around 350 to 360, making it a veritable paradise for mages who possess an abundance of area attack skills. Mu Tianshu has not yet departed because he intends to wait until Su Su has leveled the skeleton to level 3 before he proceeds. Taking advantage of this time, he can practice his own leveling here. Shortly after, Su Su sent a link, inviting Mu Tianshu to check the forum. Mu Tianshu decelerated his monster hunting pace and opened the forum, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a pinned, highly acclaimed reply post. The author, known as Little Clever Ghost, discussed the origins of the mysterious guild leader of Wings of Angels. He boldly declared that all present were utterly inept. In Chapter 50, the forum unveiled the origins of another enigmatic leader of Wings of Angels. He expressed that the equipment of this leader had been entirely captured in screenshots. Mu Tianshu felt no apprehension, as he had never equipped an invisibility ring or a white tiger tooth necklace on his main account. Thus, he was untroubled by the prospect of others uncovering this information. Upon closely examining the content of the post, he noted that it commenced with a screenshot of the author's equipment bar, presumably taken upon his return from the Centipede Cave. The image displayed 2 ruby rings and a life necklace, with the text below reading, as seen in the image. This is one of the leaders of the only existing guild in the legendary realm, Beichen Tianshu. The other leader, Jiao Shaoyi, is the former president of the Radiant Wings Guild. Many are likely familiar with him. Those who are not can easily find 2 others who will enlighten you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter. The post primarily aimed to introduce Beichin Tianshu. Previously, no gaming personality had ever gained notoriety under that name, prompting the author to boldly speculate that he might be a newcomer to the gaming community, with the likelihood of a seasoned expert changing their name being rather slim. The reasoning behind this is apparent. No esteemed player would willingly forsake their former glory to start anew. Without further ado, let us examine this impressive array of equipment. I must candidly state that declaring all present to be inept is not an exaggeration. Should anyone contest this assertion, allow me to share a revelation. Credible sources indicate that the creator of the Wings of Angels Guild is none other than Beichin Tianshu. Indeed, you read that correctly. I am referring to the very founder. It is rumored that Jiu Shaoyi collaborated with Beichin Tianshu to establish the now illustrious Wings of Angels. If you believe this is merely a tale of luck, allow me to present another image. Following this, another screenshot of an equipment bar appeared, revealing a character named to observe, if you will, that he possesses a complete set of equipment at the same level as Beichin Tianshu. Take note of this weapon, the Inferno, which requires a minimum level of 26 to wield. As a humble warrior, the author confessed that had he not seen this, he would have been utterly oblivious to the weaponry available to later warriors, lost in a dream without any direction. The striking similarity in their character designs strongly suggests that these two are likely friends or brothers in real life. Their significantly superior equipment indicates that they are indeed seasoned players, far ahead of the current competition. Lastly, let me share yet another tidbit. It is said that the player renowned as the #1 warlock in the entire server, Dodoli Yutang, is also a member of this team, forming a core trio with these two individuals. Mu Tianshu is unaware of the identity of this clever little spirit, yet, apart from a few crucial matters, nearly everything had been divulged in a rather comprehensive manner. The striking resemblance to certain professions from his past life left Mu Tianshu in awe of the greatness of the masses, deeply impressed. Furthermore, there was an elite post authored by the esteemed Ninth Young Master, heralding the official launch of the Wings of Angels in the legendary game, Passionate Myth. Mu Tianshu clicked in to take a look and found declarations of membership, benefits, and the rules to be followed. The author of this post must be a master, as it ignited a fervor within Mu Tianshu. After reading, he felt that failing to join the Wings of Angels would be a significant regret in his life. After browsing for a while without any new discoveries, Mu Tianshu returned to the game. At that moment, the guild channel was abuzz with animated conversations. A brief glance revealed that 100 members in the guild had already reached level 25, and just moments ago, young Master Gio had officially upgraded the guild to level 2. Mu Tianshu opened the guild panel, and, indeed, the attributes of the guild had changed. Guild level 2, to elevate to level 3. The guild must have over 100 members, reach level 28, and contribute 300 million guild experience. The guild can accommodate up to 856,230,000 members. Recruitment requires face-to-face interaction, with the prospective member issuing the command, join the faction. Guild permissions are categorized into 4 tiers. Tier 1 permissions, guild leader, 2 individuals, possessing all guild privileges. Tier 2 permissions, vice leaders, 6 individuals, endowed with all privileges of Tier 3 and below, plus the authority to expel new members and promote regular members to elite status. Tier 3 permissions, elite members, 3,000 individuals, granted Tier 4 privileges and the ability to establish voice channels for guild groups. Tier 4 permissions, regular members, enjoying an experience bonus of 5-1. After more than 3 hours, Mu Tianshu stored a lucky 2-lantern necklace in the warehouse and then messaged Susu from the 2nd floor of the bitch warehouse. Although Susu had returned early to practice skills, the experience required for the level 3 summon skeleton was exceedingly high, and she was still a little short. After receiving a reply from Susu, Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment and glanced at his backpack. Then he called out in the guild channel, "Who is on duty in bitch? Please come to the 2nd floor of the warehouse above the safe zone." Shortly thereafter, Hong Jie responded in the guild channel, "It's me. I'll be there shortly. I'm in the safe zone." As Mu Tianshu had scarcely finished speaking within the guild, he noticed a member of the Angel Wings Guild approaching briskly. This female warrior, known by the moniker One Strike, One Kill, glanced around before addressing him, "Boss, I am a long-standing member of Angel Wings, having just attained level 22 to join the guild. Could you possibly spare some equipment?" She concluded her plea with a rather pitiful expression. Mu Tianshu gazed at the formidable figure of D, his face betraying an incongruous expression. He nodded in silence. acknowledging the unspoken truth that, under normal circumstances, young women often receive preferential treatment. As long as they possess the art of charm, men are generally inclined to indulge them, particularly in the absence of any conflict. After examining the equipment of One Cut to Death, Mu Tianshu presented a black crystal ring and a lantern necklace with an attack power of 2. At that moment, One Cut to Death was also scrutinizing Mu Tianshu's gear, murmuring to himself incessantly, "Alas, this bracelet, this ring, this weapon, and the attributes of this helmet surpass even my ring." While engrossed in his soliloquy, he simultaneously accepted the trade for the equipment, managing both tasks with ease. Just as the transaction concluded, a Taoist priest and a warrior entered, both members of the same guild, eager to meet the legendary leader. After all, the forums had already revealed that he was undoubtedly the foremost mage at this stage. The two greeted him with familiarity, showering compliments like "You're so formidable, boss," and "President, you're truly impressive." With an abundance of flattery, Mu Tianshu glanced at the two individuals, noting that they both held a commendable level of 25, undoubtedly elite members within the guild. Consequently, he bestowed upon each of them 2 pieces of equipment. The Taoist received a necklace shaped like a bamboo flute and a moral ring, while the warrior was granted a coral ring and a blue emerald necklace. The equipment provided by Mu Tianshu is all suitable for their current levels. Chapter 51, The Forgotten Tomb of the Corpse King. As it stands, even the least valuable black crystal ring can fetch around 100,000 gold coins, while the more exquisite bamboo flute and coral ring can easily be worth several 100,000. With the current stability of gold prices hovering around 1 to 500, each piece of equipment is valued at least in the tens, with the higher-end items reaching hundreds or even thousands. It is evident that this gold price is abnormal due to an influx of players, leading to a scarcity of gold. The mining workforce continues to swell. Earning 500,000 gold coins in a single day of mining is commonplace, translating to a value of 1,000 yuan, a sum that 95% of workers cannot achieve in their jobs. Thus, the surge in the mining workforce is explosive. It is inevitable that the price of gold will decline in the future. At this moment, Hong Jia rushed to the second floor of the warehouse and was not surprised to see the 3 individuals. After all, guild members are eager to meet this enigmatic leader, as strength and mystery possess a magnetic allure. "President, you called for me?" Hong Jia, being a woman and a senior executive of the former Radiant Wings now transformed into Angel Wings, comes from a distinguished background. Notably, she and Mu Tianshu have met on several occasions, yet they are not particularly familiar, making it awkward for her to address him as brother like the others. Regardless of their level of acquaintance, "I have some equipment in my backpack to offer you first as a guild benefit. You can decide how to handle it. I am not adept in this area, and I trust you will take care of it." As he spoke, Mu Tianshu transferred all the equipment. Hong Jia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this seemingly uninvolved leader to consider such matters. Reflecting on how other players react to her equipment, Mu Tianshu retrieved the item known as the Inferno and then inquired, "Where is young master now?" "He is currently at the abandoned mining area. It is rumored that there is a hidden map called the Tomb of the Corpse King, filled entirely with bosses, but the method of entry remains unclear. Even if one manages to enter, they are quickly teleported away." Mu Tianshu slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such a crucial resource map of the Corpse King Palace. This location was renowned for yielding the most skill books in the early stages. How foolish of him. Moreover, it appeared that the conditions for entering would result in being teleported out, mirroring the experiences of his previous life in the Corpse King Palace. Now it dawned on him. He understood how to access the palace and decided to inform the young master shortly. "For now, I'll leave this Inferno with you. Once the young master emerges, hand it over to him. It will be beneficial for enhancing our guild's influence." "Is there anything else?" he inquired. "None at all. You may attend to your tasks. Once Susu's level is sufficiently trained, we shall promptly head to Mengchong." After speaking, he turned his gaze to the 3 individuals standing nearby. "Aren't you all going to level up?" One of the Taoists among them, Feng Zhong, replied, "We came with the boss to grind in the Corpse King Palace. However, there are quite a few from the dominant Qianqiu and Eternal Kingdom below, and we've run out of potions, so we returned. The battles are still underway down there. Go ahead and descend. I will inform the young master about the Corpse King Palace. Just follow his instructions." "Understood. Then I shall accompany you as well. I've had my share of disputes with those from Dominant," interjected Yidao Biming, who had been quietly observing. Mu Tianshu never anticipated that the final blow would come from an old member. It seemed that there were both pride and personal vendettas involved. He nodded, signaling for them to proceed. Subsequently, he messaged the ninth young master, inquiring, "I have heard that you are engaged in a battle with other guilds in the zombie cave. What is the situation? Do you require assistance?" Before long, the ninth young master replied, "They are merely a rabble. However, most of our guild members are currently focused on Mengchong, with our core members almost entirely within the secret passage you provided. Summoning more people would hinder our leveling progress. Hence we did not call for reinforcements. How is the battle faring? The opposing side has a larger number of players, but they cannot possibly match our strength. We are merely stalling, which is somewhat irritating. I know how to enter the Zombie King Hall. There is no need to engage in a feudal war of attrition, as it only squanders our development time. They are still in the exploratory phase and are not deterred by our prolonged engagement. You know how to access the Zombie King Hall? You should have mentioned that earlier. Shall I recall some members to guard this area? Not for now. Please send me a screenshot of your current map." Once the ninth young master sent the map, Mu Tianshu marked a location and stated, "Approximately around this area. A cave zombie will respawn. After defeating it, stand atop the hole from which it emerges, and you can directly access the Zombie King Hall, as well as the poisonous Snake Valley. I will mark the location and send it to you shortly." Afterward, Mu Tianshu called out within the guild, "Whoever is in the Valley Mine area, please assist by sending a screenshot of the map." Almost immediately, a dozen maps flooded the guild chat. Mu Tianshu expressed his gratitude and proceeded to mark the map of the Valley Mine before sending it to the ninth young master. This location should suffice. All these areas lead to the same Zombie King Hall, which contains only a single small map devoid of minor monsters, only the Zombie King. It would be best to send a few members down to lure the monsters away. Oh, and remember, entry to the Zombie King Hall is only permitted in groups. If any group members are already inside, others cannot enter. Only those in the same group may proceed. What happens if someone enters without a group? The ninth young master inquired curiously. Those who enter without a group or while others are inside will be immediately teleported away. This is why I mentioned that no one needs to guard the entrance. Just find a few stealthy Taoists to remain inside and rotate shifts. Understood. We will discuss it further once we successfully enter the Zombie King Hall. Very well. After concluding the conversation, Mu Tianshu approached Su Su, asking how much longer it would take to master her skills. Su Su glanced at her skill list and held up 3 fingers. "Only 3 minutes? Then I shall wait for you here." As the word "two" fell, Su Su once again executed the skill of summoning skeletons, a technique she had repeated countless times. A circle of protective talismans materialized around her, and a skeletal figure emerged from nothingness before her eyes. Just as the skeleton took shape, a shadow flickered, and a flash of blades cut through the air. With a sharp crack, the recently formed skeleton shattered into a scatter of bone fragments. Only a rough humanoid outline remaining discernible. Meanwhile, Su Su leisurely curled her finger once more. With the final summoning, the skeleton was once again struck down by the great sword of a guard, and the summoning skill finally reached level 3. Su Su exhaled, "All right. It's finally at level 3. I've practiced to the point of dizziness. Here is the necklace for you." After saying this, she traded the necklace to Mu Tianshu. Receiving the necklace, Mu Tianshu remarked, "All right, now that the baby has been trained, let us prepare to venture into the pig cave for leveling. For the time being, aside from the Woma Lord, we shall focus on leveling up in the pig cave." Chapter 52. The initial encounter at the Stone Tomb, also known as the Pig Cave, stands as the most renowned map within the realm of Legend of Blood, without exception. This acclaim is attributed solely to its geographical advantage, as the entrance to the Stone Tomb is situated in the upper left quadrant of the safe zone in the town of Mengchong. Virtually every player of this game has traversed its paths. The map is distinguished not only by its generous experience points, but also by its impressive drop rates in the early game, earning it the reputation of being one of the most benevolent maps in the past. While other maps may boast a solitary boss-level creature, the Stone Tomb offers a diminutive space teeming with numerous bosses, often spawning dozens in rapid succession, rendering it a favored locale for all mages. In those days, when a Grand Mage would call out for level 7 to burn pigs, a throng of warriors would eagerly rush to partake in the quest for equipment. However, as time progressed, the once formidable white wild boars became increasingly trivial, leading players to derisively refer to them as water pigs. Yet, within this realm of both peril and opportunity, even the most generous of maps harbors its challenges. Aside from the white wild boar, The stone tomb is infested with one of the most loathsome creatures in legend, the moth. This was the first creature in the game to possess the ability to disrupt invisibility, not only revealing hidden players, but also inflicting the most inescapable condition, petrification, commonly known as paralysis. Should a player find themselves encircled by a swarm of monsters, including 4 or 5 moths, they could be rendered helpless, unable to retreat to safety, which is the primary reason for widespread disdain among players. Of course, mages who have reached level 29 are exempt from this plight, as they can charm the moths despite their paralysis attribute. Nonetheless, mages generally prefer the black evil maggots and the clawworms. The former boasts unparalleled speed and attack rate among creatures that mages can charm, while the latter possesses the highest health and resilience. After gathering at the entrance of the stone tomb, the trio descended the stone steps directly into the first level. The initial layers of the stone tomb span vast areas, and upon their arrival, the number of monsters was sparse. Given its proximity to the safe zone, it was certain that players would be battling within. Mu Tianshu took the lead and hurried towards the second floor. Along the way, there were a few scattered monsters, but they were by no means numerous. Mu Tianshu did not pause, and neither did Ada and Su Su intervene. Only when they encountered the black evil maggots did Mu Tianshu stop and lure them in to serve as temporary minions. At present, Mu Tianshu was equipped with the skill necklace and had rarely donned the invisibility ring in public, having also advised Su Su to refrain from wearing the luck necklace within the city. Even though Su Su's necklace had already been exposed, Mu Tianshu remained indifferent to others discovering the secret of luck. However, he preferred to keep it concealed for as long as possible, until no one reached luck level 9. The true function of luck would remain uncertain. After all, luck below level 9 was utterly useless. Moreover, he had previously instructed young Master Gio to discreetly collect blessing oil, and Mu Tianshu was confident that for an extended period, no one would know the purpose of luck. When the trio arrived at the entrance of the second floor, Mu Tianshu had already summoned 3 minions. At the entrance, 2 factions were engaged in battle, the Wushuang Pavilion and the Moonshadow Divine Realm. It was not that Mu Tianshu recognized these individuals, but rather that most of their IDs began with either Wushuang or Moonshadow, making it hard not to be aware of them, given that both were among the top 10 guilds. The Moonshadow Divine Realm was evidently at a disadvantage, with only about 10 members remaining, while the Wushuang Pavilion boasted around 16 to 17 individuals. Upon noticing the approaching trio clad in level 22 attire, both sides slowed their actions slightly, wary of unexpected developments. A few members from the advantageous Wushuang Pavilion approached, clearly on guard. Once both factions recognized the IDs of the newcomers, their eyes lit up, and they began to calculate internally. Machen Tianshu, the current leader of the only guild, Angel's Wing. For ordinary players, it was typical not to recognize everyone, but for players from the same top 10 guilds, this name had been resounding since the establishment of Angel's Wing. For Mu Tianshu, as he was unfamiliar with both sides, he had no interest in participating in such a thankless endeavor, so he stated, "We are merely passing through. Continue with your business and make way for us." With that, he proceeded directly towards the stone steps, to avoid inadvertently stepping into a firewall and causing self-harm. Mu Tianshu led the way, with Su Su and Ada following closely behind, disregarding the dozen or so individuals still fervently engaged in combat. As Mu Tianshu ran into the firewall, a damage value of -1 appeared above his head. The mage casting the firewall seemed incredulous, as he considered himself a powerful mage within the guild, yet his spell had only inflicted single-digit damage, almost on the verge of breaking down. He defiantly unleashed a bolt of lightning upon Mu Tianshu, Mrs. Another lightning strike, MSS. Mu Tianshu typed 3 question marks on the public screen, then said, "Brother, at first I considered this an unintentional mistake, but it seems rather inappropriate for you to keep targeting me." On the side, the valiant General Wu Shuang quickly interjected, "No, it's all a misunderstanding. A Fu is merely encountering the first mage and the president of the Wings of Angels for the first time. Please don't take it to heart." President Tianshu, addressing Mu Tianshu, a Fu, who had just used a lightning spell, added, Yes, Boss Tianshu, it was merely a slip of my fingers. I intended to strike at the person in the moon shadow, so please don't hold it against me." Mu Tianshu nodded slightly at General Wu Shuang, choosing not to speak further as he continued onward. Meanwhile, the group chat in Wushuang Pavilion was abuzz with rapid exchanges. "Goodness, the gear is simply extraordinary. That particular skill necklace, I'm unable to discern its attributes. Should we attempt to take him down? If we all focus our fire, we could possibly eliminate him in an instant. Are you out of your mind? Whether we can kill him is debatable. If you strike now, it's a given that the wings of angels will hunt you down. Who doesn't he have a guild backing them? Are we truly intimidated by him? True, we have yet to establish a guild. But does that mean we've never engaged in battles before? That's not the crux of the issue. The reality is we haven't formed a guild yet. And we cannot be compared to the wings of angels. This is something we must acknowledge. Damn it, if we could loot just one piece of equipment. We strike it rich. It's much easier than taking down a boss. Don't pretend you're not tempted. Let us do it. He is merely the leader of the wings of angels. If he loses his gear, that's on him, not our concern. Chapter 53. A first taste of power. Mu Tianshu was naturally unaware of the intense discussion taking place. Upon arriving at the stone steps, he encountered a warrior named Wu Shuang, a Shu, standing at the entrance. After a brief pause, noticing that the man showed no intention of yielding, Mu Tianshu squinted slightly and stepped aside. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fire ring, propelling Wu Shuang, a Shu, several paces away. On the other side, Wu Shuang, a Lu, exclaimed, "President Tianshu, we have cleared the way for you, yet you still resort to violence. What does this mean?" "My meaning is quite clear," Mu Tianshu retorted. "If you wish to yield, then step aside further. Do not waste your breath on him. He was the first to strike. Brothers, finish him swiftly." With that, Wu Shuang, a Shu, charged forward, delivering a slash to Mu Tianshu. Simultaneously, two mages unleashed their lightning spells upon him. -6 miss. Having witnessed countless attempts to slay and loot, both justified and unjustified, Mu Tianshu found himself in a most unprecedented situation. Mu Tianshu stood his ground and let out a sharp exclamation, conjuring a fiery ring that repelled the three encroaching warriors. Then, he directed a swift beam of light towards the distant figure of Wu Shuang Afu. The rapid beam unleashed a formidable lightning laser, inflicting substantial damage upon targets aligned in its path. As soon as the conflict commenced, Mu Tianshu seized the opportunity during their equipment exchange to quietly utter a command: "Eliminate Wu Shuang Afu first." In an instant, Su Su applied the crimson and verdant poison. As the radiant beam from Mu Tianshu swiftly swept past, Su Su promptly followed with the Soul Fire Talisman. The level 24 mage, with a total health pool of merely 96 points, found himself reduced to the brink of death in the blink of an eye. Startled, the player known as Wu Shuang Afu let out a cry and hastily consumed a bottle of Sun Potion. The potion offered a brief respite, replenishing his health by 30 points and granting additional mana. Yet, before Wu Shuang Afu could savor the fleeting sense of security provided by the potion, Su Su's Soul Fire Talisman swiftly claimed his life. The world around him faded to darkness as he collapsed onto the ground, his vision turning monochromatic. Goodness. This player is cheating. One skill nearly eliminated me. I must report him. We can't even inflict damage. Ignoring Wu Shuang Afu's frantic cries, Mu Tianshu unleashed another radiant beam towards a warrior, whose health was reduced to half by the relentless strikes of a Su Su's Soul Fire Talisman followed suit. And it delivered the final blow, with damage numbers of -93, -41, and -44 cascading in succession. The level 23 warrior had no chance to resist, succumbing immediately without even a cry for help. In his final moments, he inadvertently dropped his weapon, the cutting sword. As he uttered the words, "My weapon broke, help me," his plea was abruptly cut short as it stepped forward to seize the fallen gear. Meanwhile, the two remaining warriors, having just approached Mu Tianshu, were repelled once more by a ring of fire resistance. With a deft sidestep to the left, Mu Tianshu unleashed another radiant beam, inflicting over 90 points of damage on three foes. Su Su targeted one of the afflicted, a poison priest, with a fire talisman, swiftly claiming that life. The player known as Yueying Guanghua, who was entangled with the priest, found himself momentarily stunned. Mu Tianshu surveyed the battlefield, noting that there were still 6 individuals from the Moonshadow Divine Domain and 11 from the Unparalleled Pavilion. 5 adversaries encircled his trio, while the forces of the Moonshadow Divine Domain appeared to hold the advantage. Mu Tianshu murmured softly, "First, eliminate the Taoists and mages. Join me in the assault. And let us swiftly dispatch all the Taoists on the opposing side." Following this directive, Mu Tianshu unleashed a bolt of lightning toward a distant Taoist. "Ada. Su Su, regroup," he instructed, turning to the members of the Moonshadow Divine Realm. "You three should form a group with us to avoid any accidental harm." Almost immediately, A system notification appeared. System notification. Moon shadow floating invites you to join a group. Another notification followed. System notification. You have joined the group. Upon receiving the notification, Mu Tianshu began igniting the ground with flames. The opposing fire mage had already been vanquished, leaving only the remnants of a flickering firewall. As warriors approached, Mu Tianshu repelled them with a ring of fire, concentrating on the ignition of the firewall, which soon spread across the ground in a vast expanse of flames. During this fiery onslaught, the Moon Shadow Divine Realm suffered another loss. Su Su, in concert with others, eliminated 2 members of the Unparalleled Pavilion. The opposing forces were now reduced to a solitary Taoist, 3 mages, and 5 warriors. Once the firewall encircled all adversaries, Mu Tianshu began coordinating with Su Su to take down the mages. Among the 3 mages, 2 were level 23 and 1 was level 24, all with health points barely exceeding 100. The combined damage from the 2 was sufficient to overwhelm them, even with the sun water, which served as a momentary restorative potion. It would not suffice. Each bottle occupied a slot in their limited inventory. And since they had come to acquire gear and level up, most carried only 2 or 3 bottles for emergencies. Since the arrival of Mu Tianshu and his companions into the fray, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. No Taoist or mage could withstand the concentrated fire from Mu Tianshu and Su Su, especially with Mu Tianshu commanding 3 black evil maggots and Su Su wielding a level 3 skeleton. In the blink of an eye, all opposing mages and Taoists had fallen. Seeing no opportunity for victory, the Unparalleled General uttered a sharp retort. "You will regret this. We are leaving." Just as he attempted to retreat to the city, Mu Tianshu unleashed a laser beam, downing yet another warrior, while Su Su personally claimed the Unparalleled General's head with a Soul Fire Talisman. The remaining 3 warriors hastily activated their return scrolls, vanishing from the first layer of the stone tomb. The fallen Unparalleled General lay there, visibly frustrated. "Damn, what terrible luck," he muttered. "Do you know that villains often perish through their own verbosity?" Moon Shadow Floating approached, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she regarded the fallen general. "It's just a game. Why not put on a show? It's merely one death. It's not as if it's unprecedented. This time, consider yourselves fortunate." With that, the Unparalleled General retreated, logging back in to resurrect. Mu Tianshu curled his lips and remarked, "To win gracefully and lose with dignity reflects a certain character. Though the name is rather ordinary, suggestive of an early demise. I appreciate your assistance this time. I shall inform the boss about this matter. In the future, feel free to reach out whenever needed. There is no need for such formality. We are merely navigating these waters together, acting in self-defense. You may continue your endeavors, while we shall descend to level up." With that, he did not linger for further pleasantries, but swiftly descended to the 2nd floor, closely followed by Su Su and Ada. It suffices to express the intent to cooperate, no matter how pleasant the words may sound now. When conflicts of interest arise, one must still be prepared to engage in battle. Chapter 54. Delivering medicine. As the trio made their way, they encountered numerous players teaming up to battle monsters. Yet the creatures here vastly outnumbered those on the 1st floor. This is primarily due to the fact that players expended considerable resources while fighting, necessitating a return home after only a few encounters. Mu Tianshu glanced at the situation on the 2nd floor and resolved to proceed directly to the 3rd floor. Although numerous monsters roamed this area, a significant number of players remained, which would inevitably affect the pace of leveling up. Upon entering the 3rd floor, it was evident that the monsters were significantly more abundant, yet it did not appear to be completely untouched by previous visitors. Mu Tianshu estimated that even if someone were to arrive, they would likely be few in number. Thus, the 3 commenced their journey towards the entrance of the next level, officially beginning their monster-clearing endeavor. With an average of over 300 experience points and an unending horde of creatures, the wizard's firewall proved to be nothing short of a divine skill in this setting. After battling monsters for more than 2 hours, Mu Tianshu inquired whether young Master Geo had resolved matters at the Hall of Corpse Kings. Young Master Geo, brimming with excitement, replied that they had successfully conquered it, and henceforth, all the skill books from the dozens of Corpse Kings within would belong to them. Mu Tianshu was acutely aware that such matters were not easily resolved. Seizing the present opportunity was crucial. Once future updates allowed anyone to descend, the competition would become fiercely intense. It is essential to enlist a person of unquestionable trust, a seasoned warrior, to assist us in delivering supplies to the third level of the stone tomb, while also gaining experience and acquiring equipment alongside us. The delivery of supplies poses no challenge, as I have numerous individuals contracted and compensated for their services. I will arrange for someone specifically to tend to your supply needs. As for the experience, it is of lesser importance. Maintaining your lead is paramount. I recommend that your main forces initially focus on the Centipede Cave. With a map in hand, exploration will be considerably more manageable. This locale currently hosts the greatest number of B0SS encounters, and it is best that you claim all of them. Rest assured, our guild's 70 members are diligently leveling up there. The map you indicated, encompassing the Dark Zone, is entirely under our control, and no one has yet managed to reach that area. Additionally, we must not underestimate the Worma Temple, as it is the sole location capable of yielding the horn. Each day that others lag behind provides us with an opportunity for further advancement. You need not worry. With detailed intelligence, we have other professionals poised to meticulously plan our strategies. By the way, our members encountered the malevolent centipede that you mentioned while in the coffin of death. Mu Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, not by the fact that they encountered the malevolent centipede, but rather by the astonishing speed and efficiency displayed. Once he regained his composure, a peculiar smile graced his lips as he inquired, "How does it feel?" "Don't even mention it. The experience is far more grotesque than you described. No one can approach it, as they are incapacitated from a distance. Most succumb to paralysis and perish without even a chance to return to the city. I told you, it's not yet the time to confront it. The cost outweighs the benefits, primarily because it cannot be vanquished." Mu Tianshu's words cannot be regarded as deceitful towards the ninth young master. This is primarily because the current version of the three divine weapons has yet to be updated. Defeating the malevolent centipede would yield nothing more than the moon in the well and the Wujigan. In the previous generation of this legendary game, disorganization and a lack of experience in maintaining large-scale games led to a chaotic array of versions, particularly concerning the weapons of the mage class. The level of the Worma 3-class weapons, Inferno, Magic Wand, and Silver Snake, revealed that the weapons of the Taoist were the least valuable due to their inferior attributes. This was largely because the Taoist class was exceedingly overpowered at the time, surpassing both the mage and warrior classes in every respect. After reaching level 35, possessing a dog book rendered one virtually invincible, with major guilds eagerly extending olive branches. Ironically, the Taoist class was also the most adept at stealing monsters. Just as a formidable boss was about to be vanquished, a Taoist would swoop in and snatch it away with a poison spell, inciting collective outrage among the players. Furthermore, the Taoist class had little fear of retaliation. Once they had stolen a monster, guilds would readily come to their defense. This led to an increasing audacity among Taoists, to the point where they would even seize monsters from their own guilds, leaving the guild leaders with little recourse but to mediate. If a leader dared to confront them, they could simply withdraw from the guild, leaving others to await their arrival, which resulted in a rampant and overbearing presence of Taoists. While every class had its share of such individuals, the Taoist was uniquely empowered to act with impunity. As a result, there was an abundance of players lamenting the Taoists' overpowering nature. In an attempt to restore balance, the developers significantly reduced many of the Taoists' equipment attributes, the most notable change being the removal of the platinum ring's defensive value. Consequently, the attributes of the Silver Snake became the lowest and least valued among the three classes. Before the advent of the three divine weapons version, the best equipment available were the moon in the well and the Wujigan. Indeed, there were no mage weapons to be found among them. Initially, mages believed their failure to acquire weapons was due to their own shortcomings, but as time passed, they gradually realized it was not a matter of luck. The weapons simply did not exist. This revelation left mages discontented. We are all part of the same game. I endure being the weakest class. I tolerate spending the most money, but how can I fulfill my role as a mage without any weapons? This is intolerable. However, as dissatisfaction brewed among an increasing number of individuals, the version featuring the three divine weapons was released. The arrival of the Zumo weapons slightly alleviated the grievances of the mages, yet it was not long before they realized that only a select few possessed the three divine weapons, while the majority did not. Consequently, complaints began to circulate, with mages lamenting that those without divine weapons were at a disadvantage compared to the other two classes, which only fueled their discontent further. In response, the developers released another update, introducing the Blood Drink, a weapon of the same caliber as the moon in the well for mages. However, The emergence of Blood Drink posed a dilemma for the developers if it were incorporated into the existing boss drop rates. Many high-level players without the 3 divine weapons would rush to claim low-level bosses, leaving new players with no bosses to battle. Thus, Blood Drink was endowed with an additional 5 accuracy attributes and placed on the minor bosses within the Red Moon map. These 5 points in accuracy rendered the value of Blood Drink nearly equivalent to that of the 3 divine weapons, and due to its rarity and aesthetic appeal, many players preferred to wield Blood Drink instead. This rivalry between the 3 divine weapons, namely the Bone Staff and Blood Drink, was born from this disparity. Nonetheless, irrespective of the players' grievances, the official weapon rankings remained as follows: Wolma level, Purgatory, Magic Wand, Silver Serpent Moon in the Well level, Moon in the Well, Blood Drink, Wuji Staff, 3 divine weapons, Judgment level, Judgment Staff, Bone Staff. Dragon Pattern Sword. Mao Tianshu's words to young Master 9 were thus a blend of truth and fiction. The reason for this was that while the cost outweighed the benefits, the assertion that it was impossible to defeat was false. Mao Tianshu currently possessed the means to vanquish the evil centipede. However, if the arduous effort only yielded the Moon in the Well, which the evil claw worm could drop at this stage, it would indeed be a fruitless endeavor. Young Master 9, unaware of Mao Tianshu's capability to slay it, remained silent for a moment before replying. "All right, I'll heed your counsel. I had no expectations, but it's worth a try. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for everyone to be perpetually preoccupied with it. For now, the priority is leveling up. I suspect the game will be updated soon, so we must prepare sufficiently for what lies ahead." WeVE also considered that with your mention of a secret map, our core members should be at least 2 levels ahead of the mainstream players. Our advantage is already substantial. Well, you all understand this. So I want to belabor the point. Let us arrange for the delivery of potions. We cannot hold out much longer. It's already arranged. The monk, aged 18, will be arriving shortly. Please pay attention to the messages. After concluding the private chat, it wasn't long before a message from the monk, aged 18, arrived. "Boss, I've reached the 2nd level of the stone tomb and will be there shortly. Please send me the coordinates. Coordinates, 23, 16, 2698. You can head straight over." Understood. The remaining blue elixirs were dwindling, yet they should suffice until the supplies arrived. Thus they chose not to halt their endeavors, continuing their training in a seamless manner. As the stock of potions diminished, the youthful monk, merely 18 years of age, finally arrived. Chapter 55. The Search for Little White Boss. I've arrived. As per your instructions, I have brought an ample supply of magical potions. Thank you for your efforts. You may simply discard the potions onto the ground. Mu Tianshu greeted the newcomer, while the abbot, a mere 18 years of age, began to toss bundles of extraordinary magical potions onto the ground. As he did so, he furtively glanced at the 3 legendary figures who were renowned within the guild for their unparalleled prowess across 3 distinct professions. The first, a Taoist, was known to possess sweets in his pocket. It was common knowledge that he was the younger sister of the 9th elder. Their paths had crossed in the game Sword and Fairy, the very moment when Mu Tianshu had decided to join the Radiant Wings. The first warrior, Bei Chen Tianxian, was a familiar sight from the forums, his equipment comparable to that of others. However, witnessing him in person revealed that the aura of his presence was far more formidable than any image could convey. As for the other leader, the first mage, Bei Chen Tianshu, adorned in exquisite gear, bore a striking resemblance to his 2 companions. After he had cast the potions down, Mu Tianshu turned to Su Su and said, "Bestow upon this brother 2 pieces of equipment. We cannot allow him to make the journey in vain." Before the abbot, who was still hesitant to refuse, could protest, Mu Tianshu continued, "I shall reimburse you for the potions later. If you wish to gain some experience together, let us form a party. You may attend to your own matters." The abbot hastily replied, "No need, no need. I shall return immediately. The equipment is truly unnecessary. I am under contract, and the guild will provide the gear." Mu Tianshu remarked with a hint of a smile, "Do you really not need them? These 2 pieces of equipment are personal items for you, which can be sold directly, ideally within the guild." "Ah? Can they be sold?" Su Su stammered. "I feel quite embarrassed, as I haven't done much," observing the playful demeanor of the 18-year-old monk. She collected several bundles of potions and proceeded to trade a skull helmet and a pair of death gloves, saying, "All right, enough of the pretense. We want to let you run this errand for nothing. Take the gear and quickly attend to your matters." Understood. After accepting the equipment, The young monk greeted a few people and instantly returned to the city. These two pieces of equipment were currently in high demand. The death gloves were worth approximately 3 to 400,000 gold coins, while the skull helmet could fetch around 2 to 300,000. Upon returning to the city, the young monk distributed the two pieces of equipment within the guild, prompting a flurry of requests for red envelopes. The enthusiasm in the guild chat soared to unprecedented heights. "You've done well, monk. Where did you acquire them? Little monk, you made a nice profit today. How about sharing a small red envelope with the sisters?" Yes, red envelopes. The young monk promptly replied in the guild chat, "Forget the red envelopes. This is a tip from Boss Tianshu for delivering potions. Boss is truly formidable." Calculating the minimum value of the two pieces at 600,000 gold coins. It was equivalent to over $1,000. Just for running an errand. What a bargain. I'm not concerned about that. I merely wish to understand why you, having just helped Boss Tianshu with an errand, have the audacity to claim such equipment. If similar opportunities arise in the future, please consider including me. Well said. Count me in. I am not greedy for the equipment. I simply wish to contribute to our guild and support our leader. You all can joke as you please. But I am solely focused on red envelopes. I can barely afford potions now. I echo that sentiment. A few brothers pooled some gold coins to buy me potions for leveling up. Finally joining the guild. My arduous journey of repaying debts has officially begun. The guild chat public screen, typically a space for casual banter, quickly veered off topic. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu and his companions resumed their new round of leveling and experience harvesting. After nearly 2 hours had passed, golden light surrounded the three as they successively reached level 27, with their experience now soaring to 1 million, double that of level 25. At this stage, the difficulty of leveling in the game had escalated significantly. It was no longer a matter of finding a monster-rich area and effortlessly gaining a level in a matter of minutes. Furthermore, experience from defeating lower-level monsters had dwindled to a meager amount, and even minor high-level creatures could no longer be dispatched in mere seconds as before. Consequently, the pace of leveling had drastically decreased, rendering it incomparable to the earlier stages. Mu Tianshu glanced at the time. The Woma Lord was about to respawn. With no veterans available, he could only slowly make his way back. If the Woma Lord did not spare anyone, he would have to traverse back and forth between the pig den and the Woma area, resulting in a considerable waste of time. It seemed that he would have to wait at the pig den for a while longer. Indeed, the experience gained in the stone tomb was somewhat higher than that of Woma, yet it was not significant enough to justify spending so much time on travel. The reason for his willingness to journey such a distance was certainly not solely for the purpose of leveling up. After explaining to the two individuals, Mu Tianshu donned the invisibility ring and swiftly made his way to the 4th level of the stone tomb. Indeed, at this moment, the malevolent centipedes, the white wild boars, the wicked venomous snakes, and other B0SS creatures have yet to yield the 3 divine weapons, primarily because this version has not yet been released. Through prolonged observation and experience, Mu Tianshu surmised that the current version closely resembles the legendary saga of the 3 heroes from his past life, version 1.10, albeit with certain elements that subtly surpass the present iteration. Furthermore, these B0SS entities were not originally intended for the current players. The reason Mu Tianshu sought out this boss was due to the fact that both the white wild boar and the evil poison snake could drop the memory bracelet. He needed only one more bracelet to complete the memory set. He had already acquired the memory ring, which had the lowest drop rate, and the next target was the memory bracelet. Currently, the white wild boar and the evil poison snake were unable to drop the 3 divine weapons, making the first kill likely to yield the memory bracelet. Before the update of the Stone Tomb Array and the legendary Pig 7, the white wild boar would randomly spawn on the 4th and 5th layers of the Stone Tomb. Thus, Mu Tianshu decided to try his luck. Having already spent considerable time on the 3rd layer and being quite close, he soon arrived at the entrance of the 4th layer. After organizing his potions, Mu Tianshu descended the stone steps into the 4th layer. At the stairway entrance, he encountered only a single moth, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he collected 350 experience points from several lightning strikes, easily passing through. The entrance to the 3rd layer was located in the upper right corner of the map, while the entrance to the 5th layer was situated in the lower left corner, essentially at opposite ends of the map. However, Mu Tianshu did not intend to use the random teleportation. This layer also had a chance to spawn the white wild boar, but the densely packed monsters made movement somewhat cumbersome. Regardless, he was determined to secure the first kill here. After spending over an hour following the upper path to reach the entrance of the 5th layer, he had yet to encounter the white wild boar, leaving him uncertain whether it simply had not appeared or had not spawned at all. Mu Tianshu did not dare to assert that the desired outcome would manifest here, as there were indeed some differences from his previous life. Thus, upon reaching the entrance of the 5th floor, he refrained from insisting on locating the white wild boar on the 4th floor. Chapter 56. A wish fulfilled. Mu Tianshu chose to descend directly to the 5th level. Upon arrival, he found himself confronted by 4 moths at the stairwell. Before he could react, he was paralyzed. The system prompted, "You have been petrified." The system prompted, "You have been poisoned." Mu Tianshu quickly regained his senses and began consuming drugs. 3 seconds later, as the paralysis effect subsided, he launched a fierce assault on the 4 moths before him. However, before he could slay even one, he was once again immobilized by a creature. System notification, "You have been petrified." System notification, "You have been petrified." System notification, "You have been poisoned." The 3 most repulsive monsters from his previous life, which everyone wished they could simply delete, are as follows: the evil centipede, touching dragon god. The ultimate boss of the centipede cave, notorious for its vast attack area, high paralysis probability, and abysmally low drop rate. It is deemed the most revolting monster, as it is one of the officially recognized sources of the dragon-slaying blade, yet it has never dropped anything worthwhile. Nonetheless, players are compelled to confront it. True veteran players understand this all too well. Then there is the moon demon spider, characterized by high damage, swift speed, frequent respawns, the ability to reveal stealth, and paralysis. With these 5 formidable traits, it truly lives up to its ominous title. Players generally seek to avoid it rather than engage, for encountering this creature often results in calamity. The moth is on the list because it is the only monster, akin to the moon demon spider, that employs a mixed magical poison attack. Both of these creatures' petrifying paralysis falls under toxic assault. Naturally, the moth does not possess the moon demon spider's high damage, swift speed, or frequent respawn characteristics, yet its inclusion on the list is justified, primarily due to a widely known legend in the gaming world. This legend compels most players to eliminate the moth upon sight. With Mu Tianshu's current 90 magical evasion rate, he finds it almost impossible to be harmed by magical attacks. However, he cannot entirely evade the loathsome petrification attribute. In the early stages, there are nearly no rings that provide poison evasion, leaving him with no choice but to endure the assault. Fortunately, he possesses a stealth ring, which prevents other monsters from targeting him. Otherwise, his survival would be in jeopardy. After enduring the petrification for over 10 seconds, he finally broke free from the immobilizing state. He then unleashed 2 bolts of lightning upon the moth, whose health was dwindling, successfully slaying the first one, which dropped a return scroll upon its demise. With 1 down, the remaining ones were easily dispatched. Within a minute, all had perished, granting Mu Tianshu a total of 350 experience points. Mu Tianshu gazed down at the 4 slain moths on the ground, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of recollection, as the tales of the martial world from his past life resurfaced in his mind. It was said that slaying these moths could yield the paralysis ring, one of the 3 legendary rings. This very rumor had prompted most players to adopt a mindset of better to believe than to doubt, leading them to eliminate every moth they encountered. Yet, this creature possessed the ability to disrupt stealth and induce paralysis, and curiously, it dropped nothing but town return scrolls, leaving each player feeling as though they had swallowed a fly after their futile efforts. The next time they encountered another, they would be plagued by the irrational hope that sparing it might result in a drop, only to repeat their mistake. In less than 3 seconds, Mu Tianshu's weapon lunged towards another moth on the ground. System notification, "You have obtained nothing." Next one. System notification, "You have obtained nothing." The next one. System notification, "You have obtained nothing." System notification, "You have obtained nothing." Indeed, rumors are just that, rumors. Fortunately, I do not place my faith in them. After muttering this to himself, Mu Tianshu dashed towards the staircase leading to the 5th floor, determined to conduct a thorough search. The wild boars of the 5th floor in the stone tomb were renowned for their generous drops, in stark contrast to the countless wild boars of the 7th floor. Only one could be found on the 5th, yet its drop rate was remarkably fair. This was precisely why Mu Tianshu was intent on securing the first kill. If no three divine weapons dropped and the memory bracelet eluded him, what would distinguish it as a benevolent little treasure? What difference would it hold compared to the water boars that would soon be farmed to oblivion by others? To avoid overlooking any boss, Mu Tianshu meticulously traversed each pathway, spending a full 2 hours scouring the vast expanse of the map. As Mu Tianshu began to doubt the existence of the white wild boar, he suddenly caught sight of an exceptionally large wild boar, its body entirely cloaked in pristine white, nestled within a small compartment. In its grasp was a meteor hammer, an unmistakable indication of its formidable offensive capabilities. Mu Tianshu's heart swelled with joy as he finally found you. Moreover, this position was truly perfect. The mage could effortlessly leverage the wall for optimal damage output. Once he secured his stance, Mu Tianshu unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the wild boar. The damage was a commendable -82, quite impressive indeed. As a level 27 mage with merely 111 health points, he could scarcely withstand more than 3 or 4 blows. Considering the wild boar's attack speed, he would likely not last beyond 3 seconds, perhaps even less than 2. Mu Tianshu's defensive capabilities with 2 sets of equipment have surpassed that of a warrior. However, his health remains unchanged, likely amounting to a mere 10 seconds of survival. Furthermore, Mu Tianshu has observed that the white wild boar's speed seems excessively swift. Fortunately, it is constrained by the walls, allowing Mu Tianshu to ignite 2 flames beneath the creature's feet. Consequently, the maximum damage inflicted upon the white wild boar is no longer from lightning, but rather from the fiery walls ablaze on the ground. A standard fire wall, when placed on the ground, inflicts damage every 2 seconds if the target remains stationary. Conversely, if the target moves, it sustains damage with each shift in its coordinates. Mu Tianshu observed the white wild boar darting back and forth on the other side of the wall, a series of damage values exceeding 80 floating above its head. He felt that using lightning was a sheer waste of magical energy. The boar moved with a speed that allowed it to change coordinates at least twice per second, inflicting around 160 damage per second. Coupled with the lightning spell, the total damage easily surpassed 200. However, within a mere 5 minutes, the white wild boar executed a spectacular 16x16 explosion. The rapid defeat of this B0SS was largely due to its own speed. Nearly 23 of its health was lost as it swiftly traversed the firewall. The perfect terrain, combined with his dual sets of equipment, enabled Mu Tianshu to dispatch a B0SS with unprecedented ease. As the B0SS fell, Mu Tianshu, filled with anticipation, eagerly scoured the ground for loot. Ice Howl. The ultimate skill for mages, a must-have for group healing, the level 33 group healing skill for priests, the Wuji staff, the Phantom necklace, the Dragon ring, the prayer helmet, the memory necklace, and the memory bracelet. Upon seeing the coveted items, Mu Tianshu was elated, rushing to collect the memory bracelet and the Wuji staff before methodically clearing the remaining monsters. After vanquishing all creatures atop the equipment, he began to examine the spoils. Wuji staff requires 25 Taoist skills, weighs 15, durability 25-25, attack 8-16, Taoist skills 3-5. A weapon of the level of the Taoist moon in the well, currently the best weapon available, sure to delight Su. Prayer helmet requires level 18, weighs 2, durability 55, defense 3-4, magic defense 1-2. This is the most common component of prayer gear and one of the most beloved helmets, boasting high defense and magic defense. Particularly remarkable for its low weight of just 2, offering astounding value and worth a considerable sum. Memory necklace requires level 26, weighs 1, durability 88, luck 1, attack 2-4. This piece left Mu Tianshu feeling exasperated. He had lost count of how many luck 1 necklaces he had encountered. Its addition felt more irritating than beneficial. Memory bracelet requires level, weighs 1, durability 66, magic 1-2. This is a premium memory bracelet, adding a slight increase to magical capacity. Unfortunately, this item seemed destined to serve as a mere tool. Had it added a couple more points, it might have been used as regular equipment. The remaining dragon ring and phantom necklace were both esteemed warrior equipment, undoubtedly valuable. After some contemplation, Mu Tianshu shared the attributes of the Wuji staff in the team channel. Su promptly responded with a smiley face. Mu Tianshu initially intended to defeat the boss on the 5th level and then proceed to the 4th level to utilize the remaining 3 random items, hoping to chance upon the elusive white wild boar. However, having now acquired the memory bracelet, he was consumed with the desire to experiment with it immediately. There was no longer any inclination to make a lengthy journey back, merely to gamble on the fortune of those 3 random items. Unlike Li Yuanfang, he was not one to wager on the certainty of an empty chamber. Without hesitation, he sent a message calling for a gathering at the Alliance's stronghold, then hurried to the warehouse in the town to retrieve the memory ring and helmet. Mu Tianshu gazed at the memory set nestled within the package, his excitement rendering a smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Having acquired the invisibility ring a day or 2 prior, he had already braced himself for joy, including the necklace. Yet, this memory set was an exquisite ensemble crafted solely through his own endeavors. As he admired it, Mu Tianshu pondered the necessity of keeping it within his backpack at all times. Should he inadvertently perish and lose it, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a recurring question resurfaced in his mind. Would his other backpack drop items upon his demise? Logically, the two should be independent, each an isolated equipment slot and backpack, thus unrelated. Even if he were to die with a notorious name, losing everything within his current backpack should not affect the other. However, the ability to access that secondary backpack troubled him. He had previously used his second equipment slot without issue, suggesting some connection existed. He had long refrained from experimenting with this notion, primarily due to the simple fact that a notorious name barred him from entering towns, hindering his leveling and monster hunting endeavors. Yet, circumstances had changed. With the memory set now in his possession, what difference did it make whether he could enter the city? Mu Tianshu emerged from the warehouse and soared into the sky, arriving in a desolate expanse of Gobi. Surrounding him were several armored beetles and wolves, all of which fell victim to his bolts of lightning, resulting in a mere solitary point of experience. When one surpasses the level of monsters by a considerable margin, they are subjected to experience penalties, which is one of the reasons why frequent changes of location are necessary for leveling up. Mu Tianshu replaced the white tiger tooth necklace, ebony bracelet, demon-slaying ring, and magical helmet in the second equipment slot, donning the memory set instead. The system prompted, "You have activated the memory attribute, allowing you to wield the power of the unity of heaven and earth." Another notification followed. To exercise the power of the unity of heaven and earth, you require the consent of your teammates to authorize the command. Upon seeing these 2 system prompts, Mu Tianshu promptly addressed Su Su and Ada in the team channel. "You two, issue the command to permit the unity of heaven and earth. I wish to conduct an experiment." "Done. I have issued it," replied Ada. As both confirmed their commands, Mu Tianshu lightly raised his left hand and softly uttered, "Unity of heaven and earth." In an instant, 2 sounds of teleportation echoed around him, and with a flash of light, Su Su and Ada found themselves beside Mu Tianshu. "Is this the memory set?" Su Su exclaimed, taking a few excited steps. "This is incredibly overpowered. It can teleport others to your side in an instant. Who would ever need someone else to buy potions again? I can simply return to town for supplies at will." Indeed, this item is utterly invincible. When others think they can take you down alone, you can instantly summon a host of allies. Everyone should have a set. Its utility is simply beyond measure. Mu Tianshu remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. "More sets, you say? Huh, were it not for the first kill?" Such notions would be utterly fanciful. After years of operating numerous servers, it is well known that the memory sets across the entire region are strictly limited in quantity. To think you could each possess a set, what a preposterous dream. Without further ado, Mu Tianshu declared, "You two, remove your gear and allow me a chance to strike." With a hint of confusion, they complied, shedding their jewelry. Mu Tianshu switched to an area attack mode and unleashed a torrent of damage upon Ada. As Ada's health dwindled to a mere 50 points, Mu Tianshu stowed his wand in his bag, summoning a bolt of lightning. Ada's anguished cry resonated as he collapsed to the ground. System notification: Beichen Tianxian has exited the group. System notification: You have committed murder. Turning to Su Su, Mu Tianshu remarked, "It's your turn now." He unleashed a similar electric assault on her, removing his weapon at the critical moment. Once the two rejoined the game, Mu Tianshu invited them back into the group, once again invoking the unity of heaven and earth to draw them close. After 2 attempts, as Su Su fell once more, Mu Tianshu's name turned crimson. Swiftly, he transferred all his equipment to the secondary bag and potions to the primary one, stating, "You too. Switch to kill mode." Though puzzled by his experiment, they refrained from questioning him and donned their gear without hesitation. Ada, ready first, approached and struck Mu Tianshu with a blade, causing a significant drop in his health. Shortly thereafter, Su Su, equipped as well, unleashed a soul fire talisman upon him, further diminishing his vitality. After 2 or 3 rounds of their assault, Mu Tianshu was left with but a sliver of health, culminating in Ada's final strike. Mu Tianshu suddenly collapsed onto the ground, and the area around him was instantly strewn with potions. As he lay there, he carefully examined the items that had emerged, a ruby ring, along with an array of potions and random teleportation scrolls, as well as town return scrolls. Unyielding in his disbelief, he opened his backpack, and indeed, all the items in his second bag remained intact. His notorious red name had caused a significant drop, yet it bore no consequence for the second bag. However, he was not entirely devoid of loss, even if others were to focus their attacks on him in the future. The only items that would be dropped were those stored in his first backpack. By ensuring that all valuable possessions were placed in the second bag, while reserving the first for mere junk equipment or potions, upon his demise, he would only relinquish a few potions and worthless gear. To outsiders, it would merely appear as though fortune had turned against them, and they would not suspect that the issue lay with Mu Tianshu himself. Mu Tianshu was filled with unexpected joy with this development. He would no longer have to fear the hidden danger of his invisibility ring being stolen from his backpack and subsequently destroyed. Now, he could carry all his precious items, including his memory set, on his person. As for the gear of his main account, apart from a few exceptionally rare pieces, the loss of the others would not cause him much distress. This was merely his worst-case scenario. Furthermore, under ordinary circumstances, who could possibly defeat him? Chapter 58. Current situation. After a brief retreat, Mu Tianshu re-emerged, appearing in the Red Name village, which was densely populated with at least several dozen individuals. Beside the village, a newly erected notice board had made its debut. The last time the trio visited this place, such a board had not yet existed. Mu Tianshu approached and discovered that it was an explanation of the rules concerning the infamous Red Name status. Upon clicking to open the announcement board, he could also see the sin value he carried. Within the confines of the Red Name village, one could reduce 8 points of sin every 5 minutes. While in the wilderness, defeating monsters would allow a reduction of 5 points in the same time frame. Should the sin value exceed 500, one would be marked with a red name. The Red Name village offers the same amenities as various safe zones, including browsing forums, watching films, and listening to music. Furthermore, it is the only place where a character can maintain their logged-in status after going offline, facilitating the ongoing reduction of their sin value. Upon reading the final sentence, Mu Tianshu narrowed his eyes, plunged into contemplation. After a while, he scrutinized the announcement once more, finding nothing else of significance. Thus, he hastened towards the outskirts of Hongming village. Initially, Mu Tianshu intended to run further away, hoping to summon Su Su to deliver some medicine, and then have her accompany him with the memory gear, so that he could teleport directly to the Woma temple. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was confronted by a throng of people engaged in a fierce brawl, skills flashing in every direction. Mu Tianshu stepped aside, furrowing his brows as he glanced around, hesitant to venture out. With only a meager amount of health remaining, he feared that a careless encounter could lead to his demise, resulting in a significant loss should his equipment be dropped. During his recent experimentation, he had not contemplated such scenarios, leading to all his potions being stored in his primary backpack, which were subsequently lost upon his death. Just as he was preparing to take flight, Mu Tianshu suddenly heard someone calling him from nearby. "Boss, what brings you to the Red Name village?" Mu Tianshu turned his head and beheld a warrior adorned with angelic wings, known as D, with one eye tightly shut. "Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally turned red." Oh, the leader is indeed the leader. A mere accident can lead to such a fate. It took me quite some time to attain that status. Mu Tianshu instinctively filtered out flattery, aware that many violent individuals, the K-maniacs, took pride in their infamous red names. He retorted, "How did you acquire such a red name?" "Ah, I earned mine in the Centipede Cave. Now, the Eternal Empire has also discovered the Dark Territories and wishes to venture in for a fight. We certainly cannot consent to that, hence the ongoing commotion over there." Mu Tianshu nodded and then spoke. "Oh, what will you do now? Will you rush back to continue the battle? I just noticed that my sin value is just over 500. If I log off for a meal, my red name will turn yellow, and I will be able to return to the city directly. You can attend to your matters. There's no need to worry about me. Well then, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal." Mu Tianshu nodded, and after uttering his words, he instantaneously vanished, soaring through the air, only to find himself at the Shabak apothecary. There, he procured an ample supply of potions, sparing Su and Ada from the task. The apothecary was bustling with 3 or 4 patrons, one of whom was a member of the Angel Wings. Upon noticing Mu Tianshu's arrival, he promptly greeted him, calling out boss. The others quickly echoed the same, and Mu Tianshu deduced that these individuals were likely former members of the Radiant Wings Guild. Currently, they were at a relatively low level, none exceeding level 22, all gathered here to grind experience, yet not having joined any guild. Mu Tianshu nodded in acknowledgement. After procuring the potions, he pondered briefly before descending into the secret passage adjacent to the dilapidated war chariot by the city wall. Upon entering, he observed 2 or 3 small teams engaged in leveling up at the foot of the staircase, with several more teams gradually appearing ahead. It was evident that the fragrant stone ancient tomb below was bustling with activity, as this location served as a connection to the second level of the stone tomb. Descending to the second level of the stone tomb led to an expansive area devoid of the previous stone staircase, rendering it impossible to return to the fragrant stone ancient tomb. To re-enter, one would have to descend anew through the secret passage. After surveying the situation within, Mu Tianshu chose not to inquire further and once again employed teleportation to exit this map. Mu Tianshu soared to a desolate expanse of Gobi, whereupon he invoked the unity of heaven and earth to summon Su to his side. He then proceeded to exchange the memory set with her, saying, I am unable to return to the city and cannot afford to fly randomly. After you reach the Worm Temple, summon me there. You now possess the memory set, and I shall send Ada to the Centipede Cave to explore alongside the guild. Mu Tianshu was not particularly concerned about any unforeseen circumstances. After all, the first Taoist of legend and the sister of the president of Angel Wings possessed the capability to avoid unnecessary troubles. Those lacking such abilities would not pose any threat. Su accepted the memory set, replied affirmatively, and promptly made her way to the Worm Temple. Subsequently, Mu Tianshu briefed Ada on the situation. You should accompany the 9th young master and his group to the Centipede Cave for development. We will head to the Worm Temple. Going there alone would be less advantageous for you. Ada responded, All right, I will proceed directly to the Centipede Cave. Take care of yourselves. The reason why Mu Tianshu always brings Ada along during their trips to the Worma is not merely to engage in monster hunting or level grinding together. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that warriors serve as the sharpest tools for small-scale combat. Under identical levels and equipment, in one-on-one encounters, warriors generally hold the upper hand. Consequently, mages often seek the assistance of a warrior to help carry potions. Beyond merely acting as a potion bearer, clearing away other disturbances is equally significant. Mages thrive on high damage output and possess numerous area of effect skills. Large guild battles, leveling, and acquiring equipment are realms dominated by mages. On the other hand, Taoists rely on stealth, poisoning techniques, and their summoned companions, allowing them to navigate any scenario effortlessly, especially during boss fights where their presence is indispensable. Yet, warriors, while less effective in leveling and equipment acquisition, remain the most popular class. This appeal stems from their close-quarters combat style, delivering blows that resonate with raw intensity and visceral excitement. The survival of a warrior hinges upon their prowess in small-scale skirmishes, allowing them to serve as bodyguards, vanguard fighters, and formidable meat shields. As long as they are not swiftly eliminated, they can relentlessly pursue mages and Taoists, rendering them incapable of casting their spells. A mage or Taoist devoid of skills is akin to being defeated. With the advent of the memory set, Ada can now be summoned effortlessly for battles, eliminating the need to waste time running back and forth. With nothing pressing at hand, Mu Tianshu opened the guild panel to assess the current state of the guild level 2, a guild with over 100 members, each at level 28, and a total contribution of 300 million experience can be upgraded to level 3. The guild can accommodate 659, 830 members. To recruit guild members, face-to-face interaction is required, and the other party must issue the command, join the faction. The guild is nearing its capacity, yet it is evident that reaching level 3 remains a considerable distance away. Although Mu Tianshu possesses a Worma horn, this is not the opportune moment to establish a branch guild, especially when no other guilds have been formed yet. While it is certainly possible to proceed, one can foresee becoming a target of scrutiny. Advancing too far ahead without allies to share in the benefits may lead to betrayal from even allied guilds. Conversely, if he were to sell the Worma horn now, it would diminish the time available for independent development under the Angel Wings banner. Therefore, it must be temporarily set aside. Ideally, if he could obtain another horn from the Worma Lord, selling one and then establishing a branch guild would be the most favorable outcome. Chapter 59. The power of the memory set. Mu Tianshu was still lost in thought when news from Su Su arrived. After issuing his orders, Su Su utilized the unity of heaven and earth, instantly pulling Mu Tianshu to her side. As Mu Tianshu opened his eyes, he found himself on the second floor of the Woma Temple, which once again inspired a renewed admiration for Su Su. Although he had anticipated Su Su's fortuitous luck, he was still taken aback by the fact that they had arrived at the second floor of the temple in just over half an hour. Previously, it was always Su Su who reached the entrance first and awaited their arrival. However, it now appeared that others had long since arrived, unbeknownst to him how long they had been waiting. In contrast, based on his former pace, traversing from Mingzhong to the Poison Snake Valley and then to Bitch was no small feat within that time frame. One could even assert it was quite swift, if fortune did not favor him. It was not uncommon for the journey to take 1 or 2 hours if he did not land on a coordinate that was relatively close. Yet, in the same span of time, Su Su had remarkably journeyed from Mengzhong to the Poison Snake Valley, then through the Woma Forest, and finally reached both the first and second floors of the temple. This astonishing speed utterly shattered Mu Tianshu's perceptions. Akin to arriving at the door after merely 2 or 3 random teleportations, akin to wielding a counterfeit teleportation ring. Upon teleporting, Mu Tianshu received the memory set exchanged by Su Su, donned the invisibility ring, and hastened towards the 3rd floor. After nearly 10 minutes of running, he reached the entrance of the 3rd floor and could not help but glance skyward, exclaiming in dismay at the disparity in fates among individuals. Why did it take him 10 minutes to traverse this level of the map, while others had already crossed half of the Mafar continent? Regaining his composure, Mu Tianshu entered the 3rd floor, where he was met with a dense throng of monsters. However, several piles of potions lay scattered at the entrance, suggesting that conquering this area was merely a matter of time. Consequently, Mu Tianshu exerted some effort to gather all the Dark Warriors from the upper half of the map to the vicinity of the entrance. Dark Warriors, being ranged attackers, were not bound by coordinates, unlike melee attackers that could not strike if they were unable to encroach upon the player's vicinity. After Mu Tianshu summoned a horde of monsters, one fortuitously appeared in the upper left quadrant of the map, immediately spotting the Woma Master. He sent a message to Su Su, instructing her to cloak herself. Once she complied, he performed a celestial summoning to bring her to his side. Upon her arrival, Su Su surveyed the surroundings, summoned a companion creature, and gathered the monsters around her before launching the first attack on the Woma Master. Mu Tianshu, demonstrating no hesitation, swiftly positioned himself and unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the Woma Lord. There was no need for him to draw aggro. All that was required was to secure a favorable position from the outset. Coupled with their impressive output speed, their assaults resembled a mere skirmish with a minor foe. The only distinction lay in the duration of their confrontation. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, the Woma Lord could no longer withstand the onslaught and fled. The duo spent 5 minutes in search of him, only to ascertain that his health had surely replenished. 2 minutes later, Mu Tianshu chanced upon a Woma Guardian and promptly summoned Su Su to his side. In a matter of moments, they dispatched the foe with ease. After all, upon finding the Lord once more, he would be at full health, and any boss was a worthy target. They collected the barbaric charge and the mind bracelet dropped by the Woma Guardian, tidied the battlefield, and resumed their search. After a further 3 minutes, they discovered him nestled in the farthest corner at the very bottom. Mu Tianshu had previously traversed this area without a thorough inspection, thus wasting precious time. Having battled the Woma Lord on several occasions, Su Su had acquired considerable experience, yet she was taken aback when he fled again, this time before his health dipped below half. As they ventured out in search of their quarry, they encountered a second Woma Guardian once more. Mu Tianshu and Su Su once again chose to eliminate the Woma Guardian first, as they were uncertain whether they could locate it before the poison on the leader dissipated. If they were to disengage from battle and the poison were to vanish, the boss's health would regenerate at an exponential rate, rendering it nearly impossible to confront it once it had fully restored its vitality. Thus, they decided to disregard everything else and confront the minor boss first to avoid the necessity of circling back to find it later. This particular Woma Guardian was quite generous, bestowing upon them 2 pieces of Woma equipment, a platinum ring and a life necklace. The skill book, however, only yielded a single volume of the warrior's killing sword technique. After collecting the equipment, Su revealed the attributes of the Platinum Ring. Platinum Ring requires 17 Taoism, weight 1, durability 55, defense 0 to 2, Taoism 0 to 6. Mu Tianchu's eyes widened in astonishment. One could say that Su was on the verge of becoming extraordinarily exceptional. With a sense of exasperation, Mu Tianchu resumed his quest to locate the cult leader. This time, the Taoist did not take long. He found the leader just slightly below the center of the map. After summoning Su, they immediately engaged in battle. Fortunately, the cult leader did not flee this time. After more than 20 minutes, the two successfully vanquished the Worma cult leader once again, leading to a significant bounty. Among the spoils were the Worma horn, the fire sword technique, the sacred word technique, a magic wand, the Sibel bracelet, the mind bracelet, the memory helmet, and the memory necklace. Altogether, they amassed approximately 10 pieces of equipment, 2 advanced skill books, and another horn, finally eliciting a smile from the corner of Mu Tianchu's mouth. With the third Worma horn in hand, he exhaled, relieved that the horn could finally be sold. He knew that once others began to scour the map, its value would diminish. Although the 2 advanced skill books could not be immediately liquidated, in time, they would prove to be the most valuable among these items, aside from the horn. Given the vast number of players, advanced skill books were only dropped by bosses, making them exceedingly rare compared to previous iterations of the game. The magic wand required level 26, weighed 10, had a durability of 15, a magic range of 2 to 5, and a strength increase of 1. Once again, it was a minor exceptional item with a 1 strength attribute. To be candid, this attribute is rather inconsequential. It merely prolongs durability, saving a modicum on repair costs. For ordinary players, it is somewhat practical, but it offers no substantial advantage in combat or monster hunting. The Sibel bracelet required magic level 24, weighed 1, had a durability of 66, and provided a magic range of 0 to 3. At last, they had discovered a mage's bracelet, a superb Sibel bracelet that, along with its hidden attribute of 2 accuracy, rivaled the magic bracelet currently equipped, though it paled in comparison to another Sibel bracelet with 4 magic. It finally allowed Mu Tianchu to replace the last remaining 2 ebony bracelet he possessed. Now, take a look at this, Su said, revealing the properties of another piece of equipment. The memory necklace, which required level 26, weighed 1, had a durability of 88, offered 3 luck, and an attack range of 2 to 6. Here, I must interject. There are those who claim that revealing one's secrets to a woman from the outset leads to a dead end. Such a narrow perspective. In reality, when a woman approaches you to converse, would you truly respond with hostility? Surely, if a woman were genuinely interested in speaking with you, you'd not exceed a volume of 60 decibels. This is a virtual game, after all. Do you not understand the principle of reciprocating kindness? In a situation devoid of animosity, if someone greets you warmly, are you certain you would respond with aggression? Furthermore, the following statement is of utmost importance. Explicitly stated in the text to clarify, the necklace and the special ring are not secrets. Not secrets. It is no secret. The protagonist harbors but one secret. Concerning the enigmatic prophet following their traversal, which has not been disclosed, I assure you. Please understand the context. We dwell in an era dominated by artificial intelligence. And once entrusted to its care, human intervention becomes futile. These compensations were acquired by Mu Tianchu through an alternative account, allowing for their open utilization without fear of discovery. Unlike other narratives that feature a clandestine system, which must be concealed, this distinction is significant. In adherence to the 3 laws of artificial intelligence, no one can access the protagonist's information without their consent. For those unfamiliar, I encourage you to research the 3 laws of artificial intelligence. Furthermore, regarding claims of low damage, it is noteworthy that many pieces of equipment below the Worma tier do not augment primary attributes, resulting in inherently low stats in the early stages. One strike yielding 999 at the onset of a new realm may later translate to combat power in the hundreds or even trillions. The complete Worma set, inclusive of weaponry and garments, offers a mere 24 points in magic. If one dons early-stage miscellaneous gear, they may only possess around 10 points in attributes. It is entirely normal to not achieve double-digit magic before level 20. As for assertions of lacking attributes, I took the liberty of crafting a chapter detailing the attributes of 3 level 25 characters, during which someone pointed out that the warrior's accuracy was mistakenly recorded as 0. This oversight arose from a failure to account for passive skills. Upon recollection, I assumed readers would recognize the omission and thus did not amend it, which led to a few unfavorable critiques. I regrettably acknowledge this lapse, and it has since been rectified. In conclusion, I am not a professional author. I simply possess a passion for legends and a fondness for reading related novels. When I found myself unable to locate one that resonated with me, I seized upon fleeting moments of leisure to pen my own. I am aware of numerous shortcomings, and I ask for your understanding. Each individual harbors their own vision of a legend, and I strive to recreate it, though it is impossible to perfectly align with everyone's unique interpretation. After all, 1,000 individuals can envision 1,000 different Harry Potters. These tales are part of our collective youth, and it is inevitable that we view them through a certain lens. This understanding is appreciated. Should you encounter any bugs, please do alert me, and I will endeavor to rectify them. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 60. The Wormahorn Set for Auction. Mu Tianshu felt the profound injustice of the world. How many necklaces had he forged? Most of them were either ordinary or merely imbued with a stroke of luck, whereas this girl seemed to be the very embodiment of fortunes, having collected exquisite equipment far surpassing that of the majority. Fortunately, the remaining soul bracelet and memory helmet were merely commonplace items, sparing Mu Tianshu further provocation. With this memory necklace in hand, it was only natural to replace the lantern necklace he had reserved for Ada with this newfound treasure. After vanquishing the boss, the two promptly returned to town, fully aware that they could not engage in battle within the third level of the Worma Temple, lest they be swiftly overwhelmed by other players, which would inevitably lead to a guild war. Upon returning to the main city, Mu Tianshu discussed the matter of the Worma horn with young Master Gio, who suggested broadcasting the sale of the horn across the entire server. He had received word that various major guilds were already organizing expeditions to the Worma Temple. Had it not been for the current limitations on resources and potions, they would have infiltrated it long ago. Moreover, the second level had become rather devoid of monsters. If they could muster more players to strategically position themselves there, eliminating any spawned creatures immediately to ensure the supply line remained unimpeded, conquering the third level would merely be a matter of time. Mu Tianshu understood that the situation was far from simple. To conquer the third level of Woma, one could either launch a direct assault or resort to stealth, as he had done. However, others would find it impossible to emulate his method. A direct attack would require at least several hundred formidable warriors to force their way through. Currently, the number of players was greater than that of the monsters, making leveling up a daunting challenge. Most players found their levels stagnating between 22 and 24. Furthermore, many of the adept solo players had been claimed by the Wings of Angels. Unless several guilds united and sacrificed everything, any attempt at conquest would be nothing short of a farce. This, however, only represented the theoretical challenges. The true deterrent that prevented players from wagering everything was the uncertainty surrounding the number of layers in this map. What if, beneath the third level, there were yet another 3 layers? What would everyone do then? Mu Tianshu contemplated for a moment and realized that, sooner or later, he would have to sell. Why constrain himself so rigidly with time? Thus, he spent over 3,000 gold coins to purchase 2 broadcasting horns and announced, server-wide broadcast, Bachin Tianshu, esteemed players. I shall auction the essential item for guild creation, the Woma horn, tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. sharp. All interested parties are warmly invited to participate in the auction. 5 minutes later, Mu Tianshu sent out another broadcast, server-wide broadcast, Bachin Tianshu, esteemed players, I shall auction the essential item for guild creation, the Woma horn, tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. sharp. All interested parties are warmly invited to participate in the auction. This announcement reverberated through the server like a depth charge thrown into a tranquil pond, stirring an immediate frenzy among the players. While casual gamers remained relatively composed, guild members began to share the news fervently. Despite the broadcast reaching all, it seemed that unless they relayed the information themselves, others would remain oblivious. The most affected were undoubtedly the guild leaders, who felt as if they were being roasted over an open flame, unaware of where the Woma horn dropped while others had already procured a second one for auction. Most speculated that the Woma horn was likely located within the Woma Temple in the Woma Forest, but no one had ever confirmed this, leaving it shrouded in mere speculation. Moreover, the difficulty of conquering the Woma Temple was daunting. The lengthy battles necessitated an abundance of potions, which often proved insufficient to reach the third level. Even if they managed to ascend to the third level, the uncertainty loomed over whether the boss that dropped the horn resided there or deeper within the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels. Mu Tianxiu understood that if everyone were to discover that the Woma horn could be obtained at the 3rd level, its value would plummet exponentially. Unless other mainstream players could effectively engage in combat at the 2nd level, the guild would face no obstacles in venturing into the 3rd level for exploration. Consequently, discussions regarding collaboration had already commenced among the players. However, with the upcoming auction, all attention was inevitably diverted to the event scheduled for tomorrow evening. Mu Tianxiu returned to the city, storing his equipment and the horn in the warehouse. He then spoke to Su Su. I plan to go out for dinner with Ada, so I may be online later. When you log in, please refrain from heading to Mengchong immediately. Instead, go to Ama to level up. Are you going out? That's fine. Just send me the address later. I will join you, Su Su replied. All right then. I'll log off and contact you via phone. As Mu Tianxiu prepared to log off, he glanced at the multitude of private messages flooding in. He opted to set his account to block strangers and chose to log off. However, on the other side, the game was buzzing with excitement. Various guilds were embroiled in fervent discussions, regardless of whether they were adversarial, neutral, or allied. All were fixated on the upcoming auction, convinced that securing the horn was of utmost importance. The sooner a guild could establish itself, the greater its competitive advantage. Indeed, this game had evolved beyond mere entertainment. The virtual realm was intricately woven into reality, and the increasingly peculiar stance of the Federation had everyone on edge. Nonetheless, every player believed their guild should seize the Wama horn, even comparing it to the angel wings. Consequently, this event gradually transformed into a topic of widespread discourse, traversing from the game itself to forums, with anticipation building for the auction extravaganza slated for 8 p.m. the following night. Furthermore, leaders of allied guilds had already begun inquiring about the young Master Geo, with even those with whom they had little rapport reaching out, all seeking the same information. The responses from young Master Geo were consistently diplomatic. This matter concerns Brother Tianxiu personally, and we are not in a position to interfere. However, rest assured, I will ensure your message is conveyed. However, no one doubts the authenticity of this news, for it was announced by the sole leader of the entire server's guild, the Angel's Wings, named Beichen Tianxiu. Moreover, it is said that the first item, the Horn of Woma, was also obtained by someone else, indicating that the rumors may indeed have some basis in truth. Offline, Mu Tianxiu paid no mind to such matters at that moment. He was occupied with discussing where to dine with Su Su. Su Su had already suggested several places, but Mu Tianxiu claimed he had not dined at any of them, merely stating he was fine with any choice. Originally reluctant to compromise, Mu Tianxiu, now in a more financially stable position, was even less inclined to deprive himself. Yet, given the limited options available to him, it was not surprising that he was unfamiliar with many establishments. Eventually, he decided to have Su Su make a reservation, planning to go directly with Ada when the time came. After conveying this, Mu Tianxiu, relieved of the need to make further choices, went to take a shower. Ada, already prepared, began arranging transportation on his phone. By the time Mu Tianxiu finished his shower and emerged, the car had arrived downstairs. The two of them got in and headed towards the address provided by Su Su. Upon their arrival, they found Su Su already waiting at the entrance, leading Mu Tianxiu to momentarily wonder if she had used a random teleportation scroll. The three of them entered the reserved private room, where another individual was already seated, an exquisite beauty. With her hair dyed a striking golden hue, she appeared to be of a similar age to Su Su, though her attire was considerably more provocative and alluring. Mu Tianxiu cast a subtle glance at Su Su's bosom, then shifted his gaze to the chest of the golden-haired beauty, curling his lip in disdain. However, this discreet gesture did not escape the notice of a certain individual. Mu Tianxiu felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Upon turning around, he found Su Su smiling at him. Chapter 61. A match of equals. This is a transitional chapter. If it does not pique your interest, feel free to skim through it. Under the watchful gaze of Su Su's smile, Mu Tianxiu felt a slight prickling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, at that moment, the golden-haired beauty seated in the room stood up and extended her right hand towards the two of them. Greetings, I am Su Su's good friend, Jiang Weishi. You may call me Weishi or Xiaoxi. Ada was the first to extend his hand, shaking hands with Jiang Weishi. Hello, I am Mu Tianxian. Mu Tianxiu gazed at the hands clasped together, then nodded slightly at Jiang Weishi. After uttering a few words, he found a seat for himself. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed an unusual stillness in the air. Looking up, he observed that Ada and Jiang Weishi had yet to release their intertwined hands. Jiang Weixi's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly desiring to withdraw her hand. Yet, her fingertips remained subtly curled around Ada's hand, refusing to let go. To an outsider, it appeared as though Ada was reluctant to part. But only Ada could sense that it was, in fact, her own fingers that were gently clasping his palm. At nearly the same moment, Mu Tianshu and Su Su emitted a soft cough, as if jolted by an electric shock, hastily retracting their hands and sitting down in silence, their heads bowed. Were it anyone else, one might genuinely assume there was a mutual affection brewing between them. However, Mu Tianshu's slightly lowered gaze distinctly caught a glimpse of Jiang Weishi, whose lips curled into a subtly mocking smile as she bowed her head. As for Ada, there was no need for further explanation. He appeared to be a rather simple-hearted giant, yet upon sitting down, he cast a meaningful glance at Mu Tianshu. Having grown up together, Mu Tianshu easily deciphered this look, which conveyed the notion that this woman was formidable, far surpassing the typical level of a scheming seductress. Mu Tianshu and Su Su exchanged a glance, subtly tilting their heads towards the two individuals beside them, each comprehending the unspoken message in the other's eyes. A match of wits, a meeting of talents. Su Su was undoubtedly well acquainted with her close friend, and had it not been for their discussions about establishing a guild, she might have genuinely believed that Ada was infatuated with her companion. However, after witnessing Ada's penetrating insights into human nature, articulated with profound eloquence, she felt an unsettling sense of danger surrounding her friend. Su Su understood that her companion, blessed with a favorable upbringing, stunning beauty, and an alluring physique, had always thrived in the realm of romance. What man could resist such a woman? Thus, Jiang Weishi, who had never tasted defeat in love, assumed she was seasoned in matters of the heart. After each conquest, she would typically initiate a breakup within 3 days, all the while offering consolation with a cheerful smile. The result was that some of those she parted ways with remained infatuated with her even after the separation. In Su Su's eyes, this superficial experience was unlikely to escape Ada's keen perception. If Jiang Weishi couldn't even deceive herself, how could she emulate others and play the field? She resolved to gently remind her friend after their meal to tread carefully and not to invest herself too deeply. At that moment, a server approached to inquire if they were ready for the dishes to be served. After Su Su nodded, the server retreated, and soon the dishes were brought to their table. Su Su proceeded to explain, "This is abalone braised with pearl vegetables, known for its benefits to vision, nourishment of the blood, and enhancement of the stomach, as well as fortifying the liver and kidneys. It boasts a delightful flavor and is a signature dish here. I specifically inquired about its availability before making the reservation." She served a bowl to Mu Tianshu and Ada, continuing, "And this is fish maw stewed with ham and fragrant roasted venison spine." Throughout the meal, Mu Tianshu discovered for the first time the exquisite intricacies of dining. While Ada and Jiang Weishi engaged in a flirtatious exchange that made Mu Tianshu roll his eyes in exasperation. After finishing their meal and rising from the table, Su Su asked, "Will you two head home to log in? Or, how about we take a stroll? The atmosphere has felt quite tense lately," she suggested. Jiang Weishi interjected, "Oh, brother Tianshu, Su Su mentioned you were quite skilled at gaming. Could you guide me? I'm progressing so slowly in leveling up with my classmates. You have a master right beside you. Why not seek her guidance?" Jiang Weishi remarked, casting a glance at Su Su. "I would love to, but she won't take me under her wing," Su Su exclaimed, not expecting the sudden shift of attention towards herself, hastily covering Jiang Weishi's mouth. Mu Tianshu was taken aback for a moment, then cast a glance at Su Su, causing her ears to flush a deep crimson before he finally spoke to clarify, "I am not referring to Su Su." Mu Tianshu nodded towards Ada, who stood on the other side of Jiang Weishi, and continued, "I am referring to this master, a level 27 warrior, with you by his side. There is no one in the entire district who would dare to be arrogant in your presence, not even Vladimir." He spoke while giving a thumbs up. Jiang Weishi turned to glance at Su Su, who affirmed with a nod, and then she looked back at Ada. Ada raised his hands and shrugged, saying, "I am more than happy to serve you." Jiang Weishi and Su Su had been inseparable friends since childhood. Their primary purpose for being here was to meet the master who had caused Su Su to decline playing with her. It was well known that Su Su had always been by Jiang Weishi's side during their gaming adventures, so the news of her being accompanied by a master, leaving Jiang to play alone, left the proud Jiang Weishi feeling somewhat neglected. Thus, when she saw Su Su log off, she promptly followed suit, eager to catch up. However, Now she found herself in a predicament to seek out a master, and this clumsy giant was merely a level 27 player. If she were to refuse, her intentions would become glaringly obvious. Besides, she harbored a new idea she wished to experiment with on this clumsy giant. Thus, she could only nod in agreement. Her spirits lifted with her acceptance. At that moment, the group arrived at the front desk, where Mu Tianshu approached to settle the bill. "Good day, sir. Your total expenditure is 8,268. I will round it down for you to 8,200. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card?" "By card, please." Just as he was about to complete the transaction, Susu suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment. I have a membership card, number 010, Susu." "All right, please hold on." Mu Tianshu gazed at Susu and remarked, "Ah, a regular patron. No wonder you seem so familiar. The culinary skills of the chef here are indeed commendable. My mother is quite fond of this place." Susu replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Weishi keenly observed that Susu consistently responded to Mu Tianshu's inquiries with utmost seriousness, which caused her to harbor some concern for her dear friend. Of course, she could not fathom at that moment that her confidant shared a similar sentiment. "Greetings, Miss Su. Your membership card entitles you to a 20% discount. There is no need for an account. The discount will suffice," Susu replied to the server before turning to Mu Tianshu and declaring, "Today, you are treating. You shall settle the bill." Mu Tianshu was genuinely fond of the girl's perceptive nature, thus he nodded in agreement. "Good day, sir. The total after the discount is 614 yuan. Mu Tianshu handed over the bank card, and after entering the password to complete the transaction, he turned to Susu and inquired, "Did you drive here?" Upon seeing Susu nod in affirmation, he continued, "I went out for a stroll with Ada to aid digestion. Are you heading back? Or would you like to join us?" "Let's go together," Susu replied, turning her head to reveal a gentle smile. Chapter 62. Arrogant and overbearing, the four of them exited the restaurant together, with Susu going ahead to retrieve the car while the three waited by the roadside. Mu Tianshu raised his gaze to the sky, observing the twilight fading and the evening glow dissipating. On one side, Ada and Jiang Weishi were engaged in conversation. He turned back and re-entered the restaurant, emerging moments later with a pack of cigarettes in hand. With practiced ease, he unsealed the package, selecting a cigarette to place between his lips. As he patted himself down, a sudden realization struck him. He had vowed never to smoke again in this lifetime. Thus, he pivoted and returned to the restaurant to request a lighter. Although Ada was conversing with Jiang Weishi, it was primarily Jiang who posed questions about various aspects of the game, allowing Ada to provide answers, while he deftly filled in gaps with fabrications. Upon witnessing Mu Tianshu emerge with a lit cigarette, Ada, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Didn't you say you quit smoking? What is going on? Are you uncertain about something?" Mu Tianshu glanced at Jiang Weishi beside him, then took a deep puff of his cigarette, exhaling slowly before he spoke. "I suddenly felt the urge to smoke one. Just for the sake of it." Ada subtly observed Jiang Weishi as well, and without uttering a word, he added, "I'll have one too, please." Mu Tianshu handed over the cigarette box and lighter, then walked to a small pavilion by the roadside, finding a stone bench to sit upon, lost in thought. Jiang Weishi observed Mu Tianshu, who had moved to the side and sat in silence, and quietly inquired of Ada, "Hey, big guy, what's wrong with him?" Ada turned to glance at Mu Tianshu, who was smoking alone in the pavilion, reclining comfortably on the stone bench, his cigarette flickering in the dimming twilight. He then smiled and said, "Perhaps he wishes to reach out and pluck a star." Jiang Weishi found this nonsensical response somewhat perplexing and pressed on, "How do you know?" Ada chuckled, "Of course, I don't know. So why mention reaching for stars?" Just then, Susu's car slowly approached, and Ada smiled at Jiang Weishi without further elaboration, walking to the vehicle to open the door. Jiang Weishi, still pondering the meaning behind Ada's words, unwittingly got into the car, while Ada opened the door on the other side and took his seat. As Jiang Weishi was about to speak, Mu Tianshu had already arrived, glanced at the situation inside the car, and quietly took his place in the passenger seat. Suddenly, Jiang Weishi realized she was seated in the back and felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts, so she chose to remain silent. The journey unfolded in silence, with only the soft strains of music gently enveloping them. Upon arriving at the park they frequently visited, Susu found a spot to park the car, and the four of them strolled leisurely through the park. Jiang Weishi, still curious about the earlier remark, intentionally distanced herself from Susu and Mu Tianshu. Mu Tianshu watched as Ada and the others walked further ahead, and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Susu looked at him in confusion, prompting Mu Tianshu to explain. Well, Ada, like myself, is an orphan, yet he possesses a uniqueness. Susu playfully inquired, Oh, do you know what troubles me the most? Mu Tianshu retorted, seemingly aware that Susu was unaware of the answer, and continued, What I fear most is that he might choose to become a monk. Why would you fear that? Susu genuinely questioned, her curiosity piqued. He is someone who finds it exceedingly difficult to muster interest in anything, Mu Tianshu replied. Of course. I refer to a genuine passion. Some are drawn to travel, music, or cinema, while others may favor combat sports, rock climbing, or skydiving, and the list goes on. Even I occasionally experience a fervent desire to engage in certain activities, be it a meal or a seemingly trivial matter. Yet, he lacks hobbies, or rather, he possesses little desire. Were it not for the instinct to survive, he might not even wish to eat. Ironically, he has an acute understanding of human emotions, and I dread the day he might confide in me that he wishes to renounce the world. Susu pondered for a moment before remarking, It feels as though you speak with the wisdom of someone who has weathered many storms, as if you have transcended worldly attachments. Indeed, not merely an impression. Mu Tianshu replied, If he had not grown up alongside me, I would almost believe him to be a soul who has lived many years, merely donning the guise of youth. Susu crossed her arms and responded, Why does it seem that your words carry such an unsettling tone? Could it be that you are that very person? Mu Tianshu gazed at the setting sun, its descent casting a warm glow. And then he removed his outer garment to drape it over Susu. I do not mean to pry, but if your friend truly embodies the essence of a Casanova, consider my words unspoken. However, I believe your friend lacks a certain depth. Out of friendship, I advise you to help your close companion gain a clearer understanding of herself. Susu tightened the coat around her, feeling the warmth emanating from it, and a subtle smile graced her lips. I shall certainly clarify this matter. But are you and he truly brothers? The disparity in your physiques is quite pronounced. We are not biological brothers. After a brief pause, Mu Tianshu recalled the moments of his illness when Ada fed him painstakingly, and the times Ada had sought medical help for him from door to door, until they were ultimately discovered by the director and returned to the orphanage. Reflecting on this, Mu Tianshu remarked softly, We merely relied on each other since childhood. Susu understood that sometimes, regardless of the nature of the bond, two individuals who have supported one another through thick and thin can offer a reliability that transcends all other relationships. Mu Tianshu observed Ada and Jiang Weishi ahead, where Jiang Weishi incessantly bombarded Ada with questions. A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Mu Tianshu to huddle his neck, while Susu's eyes curved into a delightful arc as she turned to Mu Tianshu and said, Shall we return? Certainly. Susu called out loudly to Jiang Weishi and Ada, and as they turned back, the four of them commenced their journey homeward. Upon exiting the park, Mu Tianshu and Ada escorted the two to the parking area. Watching Susu drive away, the two began their walk back. Ada glanced at Mu Tianshu and remarked, This is rather uncharacteristic of you. Is she truly that captivating? You know, I am the least inclined to believe in love at first sight. Such sentiments often stem from mere physical attraction. However, when someone embodies every aspect of your aesthetic preferences, an occasional exception may not be unwarranted. Ada rolled his eyes in disbelief. Such audacity. But what of it? Can one truly die a second time? Yet, do you genuinely hold no interest in Jiang Weishi? Interest is hardly the phrase to use. The youth are brash and presumptuous, eager to toy with me, huh? They are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. I could indulge her whims for a time. As Ada spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 63. The white wild boar. On the fourth floor. Originally intending to return home and log online, the two encountered their landlady at the entrance, descending to dispose of the trash. Spotting them, the landlady hastily greeted, Little Mu. I must inform you both that you may need to find a new place to live. Mu Tianshu felt somewhat bewildered. Auntie, is everything all right? Sighing, she continued, Well, my little Yu has been in a relationship for several years, as you know. The families had agreed to a wedding by the end of this year, and they had already purchased a house, which was in the process of being renovated. However, the couple has unexpectedly welcomed a child, necessitating an earlier wedding. This shift in timeline has complicated matters, making it impossible to complete the renovations in time. Therefore, I would like to propose using your current residence as their marital home. You can continue to pay rent this month, but I kindly ask that you vacate the premises by the end of next month. For that month, I want to charge you rent. Would that be acceptable? After listening, Mu Tianshu chuckled softly. All right, no problem, Andy. We have been staying with you for quite some time, and we understand that it was not your intention. Rest assured, we will calculate the rent as it should be. Oh, good, good. In truth, having you here puts my mind at ease. Your rooms are kept in splendid order. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't have broached this topic. The landlady replied, It's nothing, Auntie. We completely understand. We'll head upstairs now, and before the end of next month, once we find a suitable place, we will give you a call, all right? The landlady nodded vigorously. Yes, that sounds good. You all carry on with your activities. I won't intrude any longer. With that, she stepped aside, indicating for them to leave first. Once they returned to their room, they collapsed onto the sofa. Mutiancha sighed. Moving again. To be honest, this landlord is quite pleasant. Well, even if she is agreeable, we still have to move. Let us go out tomorrow and take a look. Perhaps the day after. Tomorrow, I need to sell my Horn of the Abyss. It's a perfect opportunity to see its current market value. With so many corporations entering the realm of legend, it should fetch a decent price. If the profits are satisfactory, we will buy. If not, we will simply rent. Ada rose to prepare a glass of water. After taking a sip, he casually remarked, Let us go online. Mutianchu was slightly taken aback. They had just returned home, and already he was eager to log on. Ada set down his glass and walked into the room. After a moment of contemplation, Mutianchu chuckled softly and followed suit. After browsing the forum for a while, Mutianchu logged in and noticed Susu was already online. He called for Susu, and together they made their way to the Woma temple. It had been over 3 hours since the last Woma lord had appeared, and considering their travel time, it was nearly time for the next spawn. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Mutianchu ran to the center of the map and noted that the lord had yet to respawn. He decided to search for the Woma guards first to eliminate them. 2 Woma guards yielded 3 pieces of Woma equipment, the ruby ring, the spirit bracelet, and the celestial pearl necklace. Mutianchu bore a ring for vanquishing demons, yet he had no intention of exchanging it for the ruby ring. After all, donning the latter would merely enhance his primary attributes by 2 points, with the hidden attributes offering a mere 10 points of firewall damage and duration. In contrast, the demon-slaying ring conferred a substantial 4 points of magical defense. While others might readily opt for the ruby, Mutianchu, adorned in 2 sets of gear, found that his output remained unaffected. Thus, the benefits of the demon-slaying ring were evidently greater. It was not solely about the superiority of the equipment. After defeating 2 Woma Guardians, Mutianchu ventured to the center of the map and discovered that the Woma King had indeed respawned. As the distance was minimal, he utilized the technique of unity between heaven and earth to summon Susu, and together they commenced their battle against the king. Following 2 instances of the Woma King's retreat, Susu managed to claim its life with a soul fire talisman. The screen was aglow with the dazzling brilliance of equipment. Despite having witnessed numerous boss drops, Mutianchu felt perpetually captivated by the spectacle. In the center, a brand new piece of equipment lay upon the ground, prompting Susu to exclaim with urgency, A special ring. There is a special ring. Upon glancing at the ground, Mutianchu's heart leaped with joy upon spotting a super overload ring lying in the center. This was not akin to the private servers or modified versions of his previous life, where one could easily encounter items boasting levels in the hundreds or thousands, dealing damage in the thousands with a single strike. During that era, mages and priests often faced the predicament of wearing clothing or wielding weapons that were too heavy. Despite meeting the requisite levels or other conditions, insufficient carrying capacity rendered them unwearable. In the past, his former leader possessed a 5 black iron helmet, arguably the most formidable priest headgear in the entire realm, yet it was burdened with a weight of 20, rendering it unsuitable for priests. It is essential to note that a priest's weapon weighed merely 26, while the soul armor weighed only 15. Thus, a helmet exceeding the weight of the armor was quite absurd. Furthermore, the black iron helmet demanded an attack requirement of 46 points. Given the meager carrying capacity of priests, it was nearly impossible for them to don equipment requiring 46 points of attack to meet the wearing criteria, resulting in the most extraordinary priest helmet becoming merely a decorative piece. However, with the acquisition of the super overload ring, this dilemma would be virtually resolved. It would enhance carrying capacity and strength, effectively doubling one's load-bearing capability, encompassing both backpack weight and equipment weight. Consequently, this would enable Susu to apply blessing oil to Ada's weapon, thereby crafting a complete set of luck-enhanced gear at level 9. Mutianchu meticulously examined his findings. In addition to the overloaded ring, he discovered a silver serpent, a ghostly necklace, a mage's skill book titled Magic Shield, and a memory helmet. The loot was rather impressive: a special ring, 2 pieces of Wormer equipment, one of which was a weapon, alongside a shield book. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the Wormer horn was conspicuously absent. Ironically, what Mu Tianshu yearned for most at that moment was precisely the Wormer horn, as the allure of the Wormer equipment had waned significantly for him. In order to save time, Mu Tianshu swiftly gathered all the equipment and called upon Su Su. The two of them made their way back to the city, where he traded the memory set to her. Subsequently, he headed to the warehouse to store all the gear, replenishing supplies and repairing his equipment in the process. Upon arriving in the Earth City, Su Su immediately descended into the stone tomb and, upon reaching the 3rd level, summoned Mu Tianshu to join her. They commenced their leveling efforts together. Ada, meanwhile, was teaming up with the reclusive mushroom in the Centipede Cave. Preferring to avoid unnecessary travel and capitalizing on the warrior's advantageous position in the cave, he opted not to join them. Their leveling pace was remarkably swift, especially with Ada, a considerable experienced consumer, in tow. Furthermore, with potions no longer a concern, they could purchase them immediately upon depleting their supply, thus maximizing their efficiency. After clearing a spacious area, Mu Tianshu, utilizing the invisibility ring, ventured down to the 4th and 5th levels in search of the white wild boar. This time, taking an alternate route to the 5th level, he finally discovered the white wild boar in a secluded corner on the 4th level. Spending a little time to position the monster effectively, he then messaged Su Su to cloak herself before utilizing the skill unity of heaven and earth to teleport her to his location. Upon her first sighting of the white wild boar, Su Su was somewhat intrigued, taking a moment to observe before gracefully applying poison to the creature. The encounter proceeded without any complications, resulting in a bounty of equipment and potions left behind. Summon Divine Beast, Holy Word Technique, Infinite Staff, War God Armor, Mail, Dragon Ring, Memory Necklace, Memory Bracelet, Frostblade, and more. Chapter 64. The Third Horn. Without elaborating on the 2 skill books, Mu Tianshu immediately noticed a staff lying in the center of the ground, renowned as the Infinite Staff, an artifact coveted by Taoists in the early stages. Mu Tianshu swiftly ignited the flames, clearing away all the minor adversaries surrounding the equipment, and then collected all the gear. Upon picking up the first item, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What the heck?" The item was the Infinite Staff, requiring a Taoist skill of 25, weighing 15, with a durability of 2,127, an attack range of 8 to 16, Taoist damage of 3 to 7, and an accuracy bonus of 1. This weapon astonished Mu Tianshu, as it enhanced his Taoist skill by 2 points and added an accuracy boost. Such attributes were indeed the pinnacle for a Taoist. Presently, the finest weapon in the entire server, aside from the Infinite Staff possessed by Su Su, was the Silver Serpent, which barely matched half of this weapon's attributes. However, Su Su was not yet able to exchange her weapon, so there was no rush. Primarily, she lacked blessing oil and would need to wait until her return to enhance her weapon's fortune. The War God Armor, Male, requiring an attack of 46, weighing 45, with a durability of 3,030, a defense range of 5 to 10, and a magic defense of 3 to 5. At last, he had obtained a piece of what could be considered the ultimate attire for the time, and it was indeed exceptional. The armor's defense should ideally range from 5 to 9, with an additional point in its primary defensive attribute, thereby doubling its value. Although this armor would eventually become commonplace, it was undeniably at the pinnacle of its class at present. The Dragon Ring, as it is commonly known in the martial world, is among the most valuable adornments within the Womagrade equipment. Additionally, there existed the Memory Necklace and Bracelet. The necklace was of little consequence, but to acquire another memory bracelet was a delightful surprise. With one more ring, he could complete a full set of memory gear. After inspecting the remaining equipment and finding none of exceptional quality, Mu Tianshu continued his journey toward the 5th level. Upon entering the 5th floor of the stone tomb, it wasn't long before he discovered a white wild boar cornered in a niche, effectively trapping itself in position. Mu Tianshu directly walked to the opposite corner of the earthen wall. After sending a message for Su Su to conceal herself, he utilized the technique of unity between heaven and earth to transport her over. Upon her arrival, Su Su, instead of curiously observing the wild boar, promptly applied poison to it and commenced her assault with soul fire talismans. Mu Tianshu, on the other hand, began to unleash his powers without any pressure. After laying down a series of firewalls beneath the white wild boar, he incessantly cast lightning spells upon it. Despite the boar towering at 4 to 5 meters, the mechanics of the system prevented it from directly surmounting the high walls, leaving it to roar furiously from the other side. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the second white wild boar in the 5th level of the stone tomb met its demise. Observing the ground strewn with an array of equipment and potions, Mu Tianshu cast a disdainful glance at the boar, which had once embodied the essence of a water pig in his past life, before beginning to inspect the loot. Among the items were Ice Howl, Crescent Blade, Magic Wand, Ruby Ring, Gold Bracelet, Memory Helmet, Memory Bracelet, and Azura. After spending 2 minutes clearing the surrounding minor creatures, Mu Tianshu collected all the equipment and examined each piece, only to find none of exceptional quality. The 2 skill books contained advanced skills, the level 35 Mage's ultimate skill, Ice Howl, and the Soul Area skill for warriors, Crescent Blade. Yet, as he gazed at the 2 memory bracelets nestled in his backpack, he fell into deep contemplation. Mu Tianshu was uncertain whether there was an error in his memory segment. However, after much contemplation, he distinctly recalled that in his previous life, memory bracelets were indeed quite rare. Although they were slightly more abundant than rings, they paled in comparison to the prevalence of necklaces and helmets, which were exceedingly scarce. Yet, having defeated merely 3 white wild boars, he had acquired a memory bracelet from each. Could it be that in this life, memory bracelets had transformed into commonplace items, now deemed essential equipment? After pondering this for a moment, Mu Tianshu returned to the Earth City, stored all his gear in the warehouse, replenished his supplies, and then sent a message to Susu. Mere seconds later, he found himself back on the 5th level of the stone tomb. After Mu Tianshu was teleported here, he donned an invisibility ring and began igniting fires on the ground, gradually clearing out small monsters while carefully positioning himself against the wall. Once he had cleared a few areas, Susu ceased her invisibility, summoning mutated skeletons to allow them to attack at will, and began to lure surrounding monsters toward them. Their experience points began to surge, yet the notion of leveling up as effortlessly as before became increasingly unrealistic. 3 hours later, Susu received the memory set and invisibility ring from Mu Tianshu through a trade. She discarded all potions in her backpack, collected an abundance of equipment, and then used a return scroll to teleport back to the city of Mingzhou. Mu Tianshu continued to slay monsters, awaiting Susu's arrival at the Woma Temple for the subsequent summoning. In a previous life, it would have been virtually impossible to relinquish the entire memory set and the invisibility ring to Susu solely based on an online camaraderie. After more than half an hour, Mu Tianshu received a message from Susu, prompting him to return to the Alliance's stronghold in the Soil City, where he meticulously organized his equipment and stored everything that needed to be saved. Once prepared, he sent a message to Susu, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him away from the Soil City. Upon his arrival at the entrance of the 2nd level, the surrounding monsters erupted into chaos. However, Susu had already cleared a small area at the entrance. Quickly receiving the memory set and invisibility ring from Susu through trade, he donned the items and proceeded toward the entrance of the 3rd level, vanishing into the 2nd floor of the Woma Temple. Only the suddenly quiet small monsters and the already invisible Susu remained. Once inside the 3rd level, Mu Tianshu skillfully lured the surrounding dark warriors back to the entrance. With 30 to 40 dark warriors present, no one could withstand a single wave of attacks. The prospect of others strategizing was futile. A mischievous smile crept across Mu Tianshu's face as he utilized a skill to randomly escape the monster's aggro and ventured deep into the map to locate the Woma Lord. Upon reaching the center of the map and spotting the Woma Lord, Mu Tianshu sent a message and awaited Susu's response, at which point he summoned her to his side with a celestial invocation. Susu swiftly summoned skeletons, gathering the monsters around her to form a wall of creatures, and began to poison the Woma Lord. Once the Lord had been poisoned, Mu Tianshu unleashed his full offensive. Armed with the invisibility ring and the memory set, the duo found themselves capable of overcoming most challenges, barring a few peculiar terrains and monsters. They effortlessly vanquished the Woma Lord, remarkably without any deaths, lingering before the small monsters until demise, subsequently dropping a plethora of equipment and potions. Among the spoils lay the Woma Horn, the Hellfire Sword Technique, Firewall, Purgatory, Platinum Ring, Heavy Armor, Mail, Moral Ring, Magnifying Glass, White Tiger Tooth Necklace, and more. Chapter 65, the striking weapon attributes as Mu Tianshu meticulously searched through the abundant items on the ground. His eyes were immediately drawn to the highly valuable Woma horn and purgatory. The skill Hellfire Sword technique was currently decent, but it would only reach its peak value once mainstream players reached level 35. Having acquired yet another Woma horn, Mu Tianshu now possessed 3, allowing him to add another item to his auction list for the following day. Now is the most opportune moment for the Woma horn to be valued. After defeating the Woma Lord, the two parted ways to search for the Woma guards. With the advantage of an invisibility ring, Mu Tianshu was able to swiftly locate one first and called Leisai Su over to quickly resolve it. They obtained a group healing spell and a mind bracelet. Regrettably, there were no exceptional items. Thus, the two once again separated to search, and Mu Tianshu found another Woma guard, summoning Su over. This time, apart from a pair of ghostly gloves, there was nothing of significant value. Mu Tianshu traded the forgotten Wujigan to Su, instructing her to return to Biki to organize it and, in the process, enjoy the fortune of the weapon. Upon examining the attributes of the Wujigan, Su's face instantly lit up with joy as she eagerly shared the details with Mu Tianshu. Wujigan requires Dao skill 25, weight 15, durability 21-27, attack 8-16. Dao skill 3-7, accuracy 1. Hidden attributes, skill strength 10, attack 2, attack speed 1. Mu Tianshu's eyes nearly bulged out, although the value was merely 10. This pertained to the potency of the skill, not its damage output. To put it simply, skill damage is only beneficial for abilities capable of inflicting harm. Skills that cannot deal damage are rendered ineffective. The intensity of skills varies remarkably. When all skills are effective, an increase of 10 in skill intensity signifies that every skill benefits from a boost of 10 attributes, encompassing both damaging and non-damaging skills, as well as passive abilities. Non-damaging skills such as the Ghost Shield, Divine Armor, Invisibility, Group Invisibility, Healing, Mass Healing, and the Summon Skeleton spell employed by the Taoist are noteworthy. Similarly, the Mage possesses the Magic Shield, Teleportation, and the Seduction Light, among others. The Warrior, too, has fundamental sword techniques and the Killing Sword technique, which are either passive or non-damaging skills. For the Taoist, an attack increase of 2 is hardly significant. It is common for them to lack mana and resort to melee combat. Conversely, an increase of 1 in attack speed is considerably potent, representing a coveted attribute pursued fiercely by all professions. Indeed, in many altered versions of the game, the adage attack speed reigns supreme prevails. Although this equipment has long existed, it is the first time I have encountered hidden attributes, eliciting a tinge of envy. Once Su returned, Mu Tianshu used a return scroll to teleport back to the city of Mengchong. Since he had never entered the safe zone of Baichi and was directly transported by Su to the Woma Temple, his return would still lead him back to Mengchong. After organizing his belongings, he swiftly made his way to the third layer of the stone tomb, where he performed a unity of heaven and earth to summon Su. When the Woma leader was ready to respawn, he would instruct Su to return to the city with the memory set, allowing direct access to the safe zone of Baichi. This would significantly reduce travel time. Bypassing the major maps of Mengchong, the Poison Snake Valley, and Baichi Province, one would set their return point in Mengchong while the other established theirs in Baichi, making travel convenient for both. Essentially, the duo created a makeshift humanoid teleportation system, temporarily substituting the memory set for a teleportation ring prior to its acquisition. While it pales in comparison to the teleportation ring, it still saves a considerable amount of time. After clearing a small area in the third layer of the stone tomb, Mu Tianshu proceeded to the fourth layer in search of the white wild boar. Upon locating it, he summoned Su to apply poison, and together they swiftly dispatched the creature before Mu Tianshu continued onward to the fifth layer. Employing the same strategy to eliminate the white wild boar on the fifth layer, they commenced grinding for experience on the spot. After more than 2 hours, they both reached level 28. With their potions depleted, they returned home for supplies. With their bags full, Mu Tianshu returned to store his equipment. After spending 3.5 hours in the stone tomb, he had Su don the memory set and invisibility ring to venture into the Woma forest. And thus they continued their cyclical journey. The following morning, after Mu Tianshu ended logged off for a brief breakfast, he discovered that the gaming pod could dispense nutrient fluid, capable of sustaining players for up to 3 days without needing to log off for food. However, as they both used gaming helmets, they lacked such a feature and could only hastily log off for a quick meal before rapidly logging back in. Upon returning to the game, they first sought out Su Su to grind for experience together. As Su Su prepared to head back to the Woma Temple, a departed ways with them and directly ventured into the Centipede Cave. As Mu Tianshu and Su Su continued to slay monsters until noon, they finally reached level 29. Though the experience required for the next level had escalated to 1,800,000, in addition to acquiring 7 new pieces of warmer equipment. Mu Tianshu had also obtained a warma horn once again. Su Su learned a new skill, the Demon Binding Spell, while Mu Tianshu found himself with no skills left to master for the time being. The next skill, Hell Thunder, would only be available at level 30. At 4:40 p.m., after emerging from the gaming pod and spending half an hour on her personal grooming, Su Su descended the stairs and noticed her mother and elder brother already dining in the restaurant. With a slight pursing of her lips, she uttered, "Mom, you carry on eating. I have something to attend to," and proceeded to stride past the dining area and out the door. Xia Yuyo was having dinner with Su Jio in the restaurant when she saw her daughter descend the stairs. As she prepared to call Su Su over to join them, she was taken aback when Su Su bypassed the dining area entirely and exited. Xia Yuo's mouth fell slightly agape, and she stood frozen, her gaze trailing Su Su until she caught sight of her driving away. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she kicked her son lightly with her leg and inquired, What is wrong with your sister?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Su Jio responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What is up with her lately?" "Well, it seems she has made plans with someone from the game," he replied cautiously, attempting to provide some cover for his sister. Xia Yuyo's brows furrowed, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized her son. She had learned that in the game, Su Su had befriended a player named Beichen Tianshu and had been teaming up with him and another player named Beichen Tianxian. Now, Su Su was recognized as the top priest in the game. Su Jio's previously languid tone sharpened, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 66, Mother and Son. Are you implying that Su Su now plays legend alongside Beichen Tianshu, and she is the most formidable, the top priest? Indeed, Su Jio confirmed. According to her, she follows Beichen Tianshu's lead, and they have made significant progress during the beta testing. Our equipment, the advancement in map exploration, even the gear I possess has been provided by Beichen Tianshu. Su Su has been keeping pace with them, and as a result, both her level and equipment far surpass those of all other priests, earning her the title of the top priest across the server. Xia Yuyo was genuinely taken aback and pressed further. Are you saying that even your equipment is supplied by someone else? Feeling a bit awkward, Su Jio admitted, yes. The accessories I wear were purchased from him, but the weapon was a gift. Currently, only they can acquire weapons of this level. Just last night, half of our guild managed to obtain the first weapon of the same tier. Xia Yuyu cast a fleeting glance at her son, fearing that even the methods of wielding weaponry were imparted to him by others. This left Su Jio feeling even more awkward. We're family now. It's only natural for everyone to contribute a bit. I assenti it? Xia Yuyao shot him a sharp look. What do you mean, family? Is that something you can just casually say? Realizing her displeasure, Su Jio quickly clarified. That's not quite what I meant. Essentially, the essential materials for establishing our guild, the Wormhorn, were provided by Beichen Tianxiu, so I'm currently in a collaborative state with him, each holding 50 of the guild's shares. Xia Yuyao was no mere ornament. She was a graduate of the prestigious business school of Zhongzhou University. Due to her romance with Siyu during their university days, she devoted herself to supporting her husband and expanding the family business, only turning her focus to home after having children. Upon hearing this, she sensed something amiss and inquired, with a guild share system in place, when disagreements arise, who holds the final say? At this moment, Su Jio's expression grew peculiar, as if he were hesitant to speak. Actually, I find it rather perplexing as well. We discussed this issue at the time, and he proposed a voting system where both parties hold 2 votes each. He paused, and Xia Yuyu listened quietly, knowing there was more to the story. After all, 2 votes each would not suffice to resolve disputes. Indeed, Su Jio continued, in addition to our 2 votes each, he proposed that Su Su possess 1 vote independently. His rationale was that, for us, Su Su is my biological sister, thus granting us 3 votes, while for their team, they would also have 3 votes. It seemed like the optimal solution. But then he realized something was amiss, Xia Yuyu remarked, furrowing her brow. Su Jio offered a wry smile. Yes, eventually, I too recognized the flaw. They had only played together for a few days. What gave them the right to grant Su Su a vote? Xia Yuyao pondered in silence for a moment before speaking. The virtual realm of the game, Legend of Blood, is a vast expanse, so immense that even the district government cannot consume it and must entrust it to the federal government. Although we are merely one of the 7 districts of the Federation, any industry associated with the word legend inevitably attracts boundless wealth and prestige. Yes, my son has always found this aspect perplexing, she added. With a light laugh, Xia Yuyao continued, ultimately, there are just a few possible outcomes. First, he is confident in his ability to persuade your sister to follow his lead. That is impossible, Su Jiao interjected. Their time together was far too short. And anyone who truly knows my sister would realize that while she appears amiable, she is quite difficult to approach. Second, he is confident he can sway you. Xia Yuyao posited. Su Jiao pondered deeply before shaking his head. That too is implausible. It is even more fantastical than the first scenario. For differing opinions signify a fundamental disagreement between him and me. Xia Yuyu gazed at her son, extending 3 fingers. Thirdly, he deemed these matters insignificant, or perhaps not of utmost importance, yet this aspect was indispensable, prompting him to seek a collaborator. Xia Yuyu retracted her outstretched fingers, picked up a spoon from the dining table, savored a sip of soup, and then took a tissue to dab at the corners of her mouth, glancing at her son. For instance, you. Meanwhile, Su, who had left without delay, drove directly to the location that Mu Tianshu had previously sent to her phone. This time, the trio opted not for a more upscale restaurant, but instead chose a modest eatery close to the park, one frequented by Mu Tianshu and Ada. After taking her seat, Su was offered a cup of complimentary tea by Mu Tianshu, which the restaurant provided. Su was indifferent, taking a generous sip and then listening to the ongoing conversation between the two. Are we truly going to search on our own? Shouldn't we consider an agency or something? We don't have that much time, do we? Indeed, everyone was racing against time to upgrade. Yet we still had ample time, over a month remained, no rush, we could take our time to find it. Su, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what are you looking for? At that moment, the owner brought over the prepared dishes, and Ada, accepting the spicy chicken from the owner's hands, explained, oh, we were discussing the housing situation. Ada wishes to search at his own pace, claiming it's a way to pass the time. Housing? Aren't you living comfortably? Has something happened? Mu Tianshu explained while serving food to the 3 of them. The landlady has some matters to attend to, and the house is no longer available for rent. It is an unavoidable situation. I was considering going with Ada to search for another place to rent. By the way, do you have any specific requirements? I can inquire on your behalf. Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment before responding. As long as it is not too noisy, a pleasant environment would be preferable, and an area of around 100 square meters would suffice. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. By the way, regarding tonight's auction, do you intend to sell all the Woma horns? Yes, in fact, I refrained from involving an intermediary simply to ascertain the selling price of the Woma horns. If the outcome meets my expectations, I plan to purchase a property directly, which would provide a home for both myself and Ada. At this juncture, both Mu Tianshu and Ada wore faint smiles. Su nodded thoughtfully. Well, after the auction concludes, I will inquire on your behalf. Additionally, my brother asked me to ask whether it would be possible to reserve one of the horns. I had already contemplated this. I will retain one for use by the Angel Wings branch. A peculiar expression crossed Su's face. No, what my brother means is to set aside a single horn. Whatever price the horn fetches at auction, he will compensate you accordingly, as this particular horn is sought after by others. Mu Tianshu found it somewhat peculiar and thus inquired, has someone sought your brother's assistance, and is he unable to decline? The more he probed, the more the expression on Su's face radiated joy. It seemed that this individual was indeed someone he could not refuse at present. Chapter 67, Gong Feixian. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Mu Tianshu wore an expression of curiosity, intrigued by the peculiarities surrounding him. From Su's demeanor, he could undoubtedly discern something unusual. The smile on Su's face could no longer be concealed. Her eyes crinkled with delight. The one who sought him out was Gong Feixian. Yes. If all proceeds as expected, this individual may very well become my sister-in-law. My brother seldom asks for my assistance, so it is imperative that you help me fulfill this request. Upon learning that his future wife had come to seek him out, Mu Tianshu found it difficult to refuse her request, thus he nodded in acquiescence, stating that it mattered little to whom he sold. Upon hearing Mu Tianshu's agreement, Su's smile widened, and she continued, Gong Feixian is the cherished jewel of the Gong family. Unlike me, who plays games only occasionally, she is utterly enamored with them. And her game, D, is titled Mo Ran Ching Chum. Mu Tianshu was not particularly surprised. He had encountered many women who enjoyed playing games. However, the name seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, is it Mo Ran Qingqing, the one from Ming Min Fei Xian? Su Su's smile remained unwavering as she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the very same Mo Ran Qingqing. Initially, she merely intended to create a guild for fun, and the Gong family certainly did not lack the funds. However, with the rise of the legendary game and the popularity of virtual reality, the value of the guild in Gong Fei Xian's hands has skyrocketed. Taking a small bite of a shrimp dumpling, Su Su continued to explain, albeit with a mouthful. A significant influx of capital has poured into the legendary game, and the Gong family would not lag behind. My brother, for instance, was originally an investor in the guild from his own enterprise, allowing him complete control over it. Everything was going splendidly. Yet, for the Gong family. She glanced at Mu Tianshu and remarked, regardless of how cherished one might be, when vast profits are at stake, the struggle for influence becomes inevitable. Unless you can demonstrate that you can bring benefits to everyone, they will naturally heed your words. Otherwise, I see now. Gong Fei Xian approached your brother with the intent to establish a guild using the worm horn, thereby solidifying her influence. Precisely. She cannot simply relinquish a guild she established herself, especially now that it has suddenly gained value. After all, the guild is her own creation and a prized possession of the Gong family. Thus, Ming Min Fei Xian still retains control. However, the stakes involved are exceedingly high, and consequently, the pressure is immense. Mu Tianshu set down the bowl in his hand, took a piece of tissue to wipe his hands, and then filled a daz bowl with half a serving of rice, continuing. Will this have any impact on the matters between your brother and the others? Su Su looked at Mu Tianshu with a hint of curiosity. Have you been watching too much television? Setting aside contracts, agreements, and shares, what they truly desire is merely a voice in the matter. What belongs to the Gong family will forever remain theirs, and even if they were to marry in the future, it would simply enhance the cooperation between the two families' enterprises, forging a tighter bond. Having finished the bun in her hand, Su Su took a piece of tissue to wipe her hands. Moreover, such matters are surely backed up by the government's artificial intelligence. We are no longer in primitive society. Who could still engage in the tricks of a cat swapping for a prince? Mu Tianshu nodded and then spoke directly. Let us hasten our meal so we may return swiftly. We should go online early, for at 7 o'clock we must engage in a battle against the Woma Lord. The drop rate of the Woma horn seems quite favorable at present, and my anticipation for acquiring the Woma horn grows ever greater. Su Su nodded in agreement, remaining silent, yet quickening her pace to finish her meal. Mu Tianshu watched as Su Su drove away, then returned home with Ada. He promptly logged in and traded the God of War armor to Ada in the Earth City. By this time, Ada had already donned the moon in the well and was clad in heavy armor, fully equipped with the War Moss set, attracting a throng of onlookers as he circled the city. Ada then decided to follow his previous teammates into the Centipede Cave, politely declining Mu Tianshu's suggestion to venture into the Pig Cave, leaving Mu Tianshu momentarily stunned. Glancing at the time, he noted there was still a while before the War Ma Lord would respawn. After handing over the armor to Ada, Mu Tianshu made his way to the stone tomb. Not long after, he spotted Su Su logging in. Once she was ready, he invited her to join him on their journey of leveling up. By 6:30 p.m., Su Su, adorned with her memory set and invisibility ring, made her way to the Warma Temple. 20 minutes later, she messaged Mu Tianshu to inquire if he was prepared. He responded affirmatively, and the two of them readied themselves to confront the impending respawn of the Warma Lord. Half an hour later, Mu Tianshu stood atop the Warma Lord, his heart leaping with joy at the sight of the Warma horn in his backpack. With this addition, he now possessed 5 Warma horns, including the ones acquired earlier that day. The pair quickly cleared all the Warma guardians on the 3rd level before returning to Earth City. Upon their return, Mu Tianshu extracted all the Warma horns and located the Call Administrator button at the bottom of his character panel, selecting it directly. Transferred once more to the small room, Mu Tianshu reflected on his surroundings before conveying his needs to Xing He. Mr. Bei Chun Tianshu, after calculations, this auction will indeed advance the game's progress. However, the system cannot be altered by a select few players. Therefore, a 0.5 handling fee will be deducted for your auction of the Warma horns. I can agree to that, but the system must announce it server-wide. Agreed. With those final words, Mu Tianshu exhaled in relief. He understood that the system's acquiescence was not due to his negotiation skills surpassing artificial intelligence, but rather because this auction would yield greater benefits for the system. Establishing a guild would facilitate better strategies for the map, as the simplest attack modes rendered those without a guild incapable of large-scale map conquests. The legendary attack modes were limited, either a peaceful attack mode, which was impractical for monster hunting in the wild since it only allowed others to hit you without inflicting damage in return. Who would willingly endure such an unfair disadvantage in a game? Either adopt the group assault mode, wherein all individuals aside from squad members become targets, with each squad limited to a maximum of 11 participants, relying heavily on area attacks during large-scale battles, which inevitably leads to friendly fire. Alternatively, one may choose the guild assault mode, clearly designed for guild members exclusively, which is one of the reasons others are eager to establish guilds. Large-scale battles and exploration can thus proceed without the risk of harming allies. Other modes, such as the good versus evil attack mode, are evidently restricted to engaging red-named players, rendering them impractical. This auction requires both visibility and promotion, and the Star River organization is in dire need of such exposure. My only necessity is to ensure that my presence is acknowledged during the system broadcast, which is merely a secondary benefit. Strictly speaking, the true victor is the legendary entity, while I merely benefit incidentally. At this moment, discussions regarding the upcoming auction proliferate throughout the game world, with everyone eagerly anticipating the arrival of 8 o'clock. Suddenly, the system alert resonates across the entire server. System notification: the first auction initiated by the president of the Angel Wings Guild, Baichen Tianshu, will officially commence in 5 minutes. All accounts with over 10,000 yuanbao or 1 million gold coins are permitted to enter the auction house. Other players may access the live broadcast through the forum homepage. The notification echoes repeatedly, clearing out over 95 of the game characters as they rush to enter the auction room or flock to the forum to witness this monumental event. Many, despite their financial capability, typically refraining from excessive spending, hurriedly recharge their accounts to partake in this extraordinary experience. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu finds himself instantly transported to an expansive chamber, where at the far end stands a platform identical to that of the beach palace, upon which he now stands. In one corner of the platform, an NC is available, allowing access to auction functionalities and direct interaction with the inventory for item management. Mu Tianshu felt that the design of this auction house was exceedingly humane, leaving him to ponder whether it had been meticulously prepared long in advance. Only to be unveiled at this moment, Mu Tianshu stood alone atop the high platform, feeling rather uneasy. Thus, he donned the memory ensemble, hoping to summon Susu. Utilizing the technique of the unity of heaven and earth, Susu instantly materialized beside him, observing the quaint little room before her. Susu quickly grasped the situation after a brief explanation from Mu Tianshu. Mu Tianshu contemplated for a moment before sending a message to the 9th young master, inviting him to join the team. He then instructed him on how to execute the command to allow for the convergence of heaven and earth, subsequently teleporting the 9th young master over. This clearly stood to benefit the promotion of the guild immensely. Bringing the 9th young master into the limelight was only fitting. However, the 9th young master seemed far more preoccupied with the notion of his teleportation, persistently inquiring about it. Thus, Mu Tianshu had no choice but to let Susu gradually explain it to him. He then opened the NC interface beside him, activated the auction feature, and selected to commence the bidding. The crowd waiting outside had long grown impatient, repeatedly attempting to enter the auction house, only to be met with a message indicating that it had yet to begin and urging them to be patient. Even though the auction featured the sole guild in the entire region, the illustrious leader of Angel's Wing, Baichen Tianshu, the cacophony of discontent echoed relentlessly. Suddenly, upon realizing that entry was permitted, everyone hastily chose to enter the auction house, resulting in the safety zone being vacated by a significant portion of its occupants. Inside the room, individuals continued to arrive, the sound of teleportation lights ringing incessantly. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to the 3 resplendent figures atop the platform. Angel's Wing, Baichen Tianshu, Angel's Wing, 9th Young Master. Angel's Wing, Dodoli Yutang. Above the names of the 9th Young Master and Baichen Tianshu, a smaller inscription read, Guild Leader. My goodness. This is the leader of the premier guild, and his equipment surpasses even the most lavish revelations on the forum. What does that matter? Just look at Dodoli Yutang beside him, the foremost Taoist, wielding a weapon whose prowess eclipses that of my 3 combined. With a single feminine hygiene product, I could be sent back to the City of Tranquility. Taking down these 3 would yield greater rewards than vanquishing any boss. My friend, I cannot say if you would profit, but you certainly will never escape the safety zone. Do you believe it? This gentleman jested, thinking he could truly defeat these three. If they chose not to kill you, you ought to be grateful. The voices of the crowd merged into a tumultuous din, rendering Mu Tianshu unable to discern their words, prompting him to mute the scene. Once everyone realized they could no longer speak, they heard Mu Tianshu's voice resonate from the platform. Esteemed brothers present here and friends in the forum's live stream, I apologize for the interruption. Since this is our Angel's Wing auction, let us first listen to the words of our esteemed brothers. As Mu Tianshu spoke, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Young Master Jio, having already received a private message from Mu Tianshu, stepped forward and declared, "The reason we, the Wings of Angels, have chosen to auction the Woma Horn today is to ensure that our Jiuzhou region takes the lead over the other 7 federations. The establishment of our guild will facilitate the conquest of maps, benefiting all. Words may be sweet and free to utter, yet the gravity of the occasion must be acknowledged." After delivering a fervent and impassioned speech, young Master Jio took a step back, signaling that the main event was about to commence. Mu Tianshu stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and continued, "Let us forego the trivialities and dive straight into the matter at hand. We have a total of 3 level 26 weapons and 2 worm horns up for auction. Each profession will have 1 weapon. Before we commence with the main auction, let us warm up with a small piece of jewelry, the worm level necklace for the Taoist, the Tianju necklace. I shall now present its attributes for your perusal." Upon finishing, Mu Tianshu nodded towards Su Su, for only she could equip the Taoist gear and reveal its hidden attributes. At his cue, Su Su disclosed the properties of the Tianju necklace, which immediately incited a stir among the attendees. Had it not been for the imposed silence, an uproar would have ensued, for the vast majority were unaware that equipment could possess hidden attributes. Tianju necklace requires Taoist skill level 22, weight 1, durability 77, Taoist skill 1 to 5. This necklace is cursed. Legend has it that those who wear it shall receive blessings in life, but be cursed in death. Hidden attributes, exceptional drop rate 5. Personal drop rate upon death 10. Mu Tianshu gazed at the somewhat agitated crowd and remarked, "Let this first item serve as a modest benefit for everyone. The starting price is 1 ingot, and 400 gold coins may also be valued at 1 ingot. Each of you need only click on the price bar before you to input your bid." Mu Tianshu glanced around, and then declared, "Let the auction commence." With a swift gesture of his right hand, a small platform materialized atop the high stage. Upon placing the equipment upon it, a virtual screen emerged, displaying a price of 1 gold coin, with no seller indicated. Simultaneously, every individual present at the auction house found a pricing field before them, where they could input their bids and confirm, thereby indicating their willingness to participate. Bidding was unlimited, but one could only increase the price, not decrease it. And the bid could not exceed the total amount of gold coins in one's possession, otherwise, the submission would be rejected. In an instant, the attendees comprehended the instructions displayed in the pricing field, and the necklace on the small platform witnessed a meteoric rise in its price. The bid soared, 100 gold coins. Bidder, Wushuangalu. 800 gold coins. Bidder, Dominate You, Grandpa. 1,000 gold coins. Bidder, Who among us has not been confused in youth? 1,300 gold coins. Bidder, Half remaining. 6,800 gold coins. Bidder, Vladimir. 11,600 gold coins. Bidder, Hell never closes. 12,000 gold coins. Bidder, A smile, intoxicated. As the price reached 9,000 gold coins, the ascent slowed considerably, surpassing the 10,000 mark, saw a stark decline in bidding frequency, with intervals of silence before another bid emerged. Mu Tianshu, upon witnessing the new round of bidding, found himself both amused and exasperated. He remarked, "Dear drunken souls, kindly refrain from bidding. I promised everyone a benefit, yet it seems my own people are the ones securing the items." As the auction concluded, he vowed to personally distribute a wave of benefits to the entire guild, ensuring collective participation. In that instant, a message from Yi Xiao Zue lit up the chat, eliciting a chorus of laughter. He had faced misfortune, battling numerous wicked-clawed insects in the centipede cave, yet had failed to procure a single necklace. The inaugural internal auction for necklaces had been claimed by Hongjia, leaving him in a state of discontent. Just then, the price on the small platform surged once more. The price reached 13,000 gold ingots, with the auctioneer identified as Nananziu Irenting. After a brief pause of 20 seconds, Mu Tianshu noticed the absence of further bids and opted for a countdown, causing a 5-second timer to materialize above the necklace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 sold. Chapter 69 sold. The word sold radiated brilliantly, surrounded by a golden glow. Congratulations to Nanan Zhu E. Ren Ting for successfully acquiring this heavenly pearl necklace. As soon as Mu Tianshu's words fell, a flash of white light appeared before him, and he found himself teleported upwards. It seemed that after auctioning an item, one could indeed transport oneself back. Mu Tianshu gazed at the individual before him, clad in light armor, and murmured, "Congratulations, my brother." The armored figure promptly replied, "Thank you. Thank you. May I inquire if we can proceed with the transaction now?" To which Mu Tianshu responded, "My dear brother, why the haste? Since I have proclaimed this as a gesture of goodwill, it is certainly not sufficient to merely auction off a piece of equipment as a form of charity." Mu Tianshu gently clapped his hands and remarked, "Regardless of who secures this piece of equipment, I shall only charge them half the price. Do not hold it against me for not announcing this sooner. Had I disclosed it initially, the base price would have escalated, rendering the discount meaningless." After concluding his statement, Mu Tianshu opted to finalize the auction and proceed with the transaction. Instantly, the auction house erupted in a flurry of excitement. Due to the muted nature of the event, the public screen overflowed with text, overwhelming the viewers. Once both parties consented, the necklace was swiftly transferred into the backpack of the solitary listener, who was then teleported down from the elevated platform. A system notification appeared. Your gold has increased by 6468. Remaining gold, 18492. Upon receiving the gold, Mu Tianshu disregarded the flood of regretful comments. Filled with sentiments of had I known it would be half price, I would have sold everything to acquire it, and smiled faintly. He then addressed the audience. Esteemed guests and brothers in the live stream, the warm-up activity has concluded and the benefits have been distributed. Let us now commence today's first auction item. A level 26 Taoist weapon, the Silver Serpent. With that, he equipped the Silver Serpent and revealed its attributes. Silver Serpent requires level 26, weight 26, durability 24-24, attack 7-14. Taoism 1-3, accuracy 1. Hidden attribute, Soul Fire Talisman damage 5, Taoism 1. The starting price for this weapon is 3,000 gold. With each bid not to be lower than 200 gold. The auction commenced. Price, 3,800 gold. Bidder, Master, wait for me. Price, 4,000 gold. Bidder, warning of high energy ahead. Price, 4,600 gold. Bidder, love in a city of elegance. Price, 14,200 gold. Bidder, myth of the peerless. Price, 18,000 gold. Bidder, talisman of the wind. In a mere short span, the price surged to 18,000, showing no signs of weakening. After all, this was a weapon, visibly enhancing one's capabilities. And every advanced piece of equipment contributed positively to the guild's image. Thanks to his earlier remark urging the guild members not to bid on these 3 pieces of equipment, he had informed several high-ranking officials in the guild to refrain from participating, resulting in no bids at that moment. Price, 23,500 gold. Bidder, Eternal Ascendancy. Price, 24,000 gold. Bidder, Imperial Martial Arts. Price, 26,000 gold. Bidder, warning of high energy ahead. Once the price exceeded 20,000, the competition among various guilds intensified. But true affluent bidders remained unaffected by guild affiliations. Before they reach the psychological threshold of others, they will not show any deference. Price, 26,200 gold. Auctioneer, Eternal Unfading. Price, 27,000 gold. Auctioneer, The Path in the Wind. Price, 27,200 gold. Auctioneer, Eternal Unfading. Price, 35,000 gold. Auctioneer, The Path in the Wind. It seemed that the increments were consistently 200, which provoked the path in the wind, leading to a direct bid of 35,000 gold. Just when Mu Tianshu thought the price would stabilize, it unexpectedly surged again. Price, 36,000 gold. Auctioneer, high energy warning ahead. Price, 38,000 gold. Auctioneer, The Path in the Wind. It was evident that the Path in the Wind was resolutely determined to acquire the item, and the price undoubtedly reflected a significant markup. However, the absence of alternatives made the difference between 10,000 and 20,000 negligible for these individuals, even if others chose to withdraw. It was not due to a lack of funds, but rather a belief that it was not worth the expense. Ultimately, no further waves were stirred. After the path in the wind successfully secured the weapon, he promptly teleported onto the stage. Upon seeing him, Mu Tianshu was momentarily taken aback. Then a joyful smile graced his lips as he said, "I never expected that brother in the wind would be one of our guild members. Since you have won the bid, I cannot allow our own to suffer a loss. For the first weapon, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. And let us advance together." Naturally, the path in the wind had no objections. It was a boon when someone offered a discount. After exchanging pleasantries, he accepted the weapon and teleported away. Meanwhile, after applying the discount and deducting a 5,000 service charge, Mu Tianshu ultimately pocketed 30,248 gold, leaving a total balance of 48,740 gold. Upon completing the transaction, Mu Tianshu continued. Now, for the second weapon, a level 26 Mage S weapon, the Magic Wand. After speaking, he revealed the attributes of the wand. Magic Wand. Required level 26, weight 10, durability 15-15, magic 2-5. Hidden attributes, light of temptation chance 30, magic duration 20. The minimum price for this weapon is 4,000 gold, and the bidding increments must not be less than 200 gold. The auction begins. As soon as Mu Tianshu's words fell, the price of the magic wand surged to an astonishing 10,000 gold coins, then to 15,000, and subsequently to 20,000. With no pauses in between, it seemed as though the ascent would continue indefinitely. Finally, after reaching 30,000 gold coins, the rate of increase gradually began to slow. Yet it remained robust until it surpassed 40,000 gold coins, at which point the growth showed signs of fatigue. Ultimately, the price settled at a remarkable 46,500 gold coins. Price, 46,500 gold coins. Auctioneer, Mo Rent Ching Ching. Mu Tianshu lingered for a moment on this platform, not for any particular reason, but rather due to the unusual circumstance of seeing the actual person after a daytime discussion. It was quite customary for her to bid on a weapon, especially since she had secured a certain Woma horn through the connections of the 9th young master. Thus, there was no need to reserve funds for seizing the Woma horn. Moreover, as she sought to enhance her influence within the guild, acquiring a weapon for herself was entirely reasonable. Soon, a sorceress clad in a magical robe teleported in and approached Mu Tianshu, extending her hand. Although Mu Tianshu felt somewhat bewildered, she reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, Mo Ran Ching Chung offered a smile to the 9th young master and nodded at Su Su before promptly opting for the transaction and teleporting away. Mu Tianshu has once again secured 46,268 gold coins, bringing the total balance to 95,008 gold coins. Mu Tianshu smiled, finding the outcome of the auction to be far more successful than he had anticipated, and he knew that the main event had yet to unfold. The atmosphere of the auction exceeded expectations, prompting Mu Tianshu to step forward once more and announce, having auctioned 2 weapons already, let us shift our focus. Next, we shall auction a crucial material for establishing a guild, the Worma Horn. Many have come specifically for this, so I need not elaborate further. The Worma Horn starts at a bid of 100,000 gold coins, with increments no less than 1,000 gold coins. Now, let the auction commence. With that, Mu Tianshu placed the Worma Horn on the small platform and stepped back. Instantly, a blue light enveloped the item, announcing, Worma Horn, essential for guild establishment, starting bid, 100,000 gold coins. Current bidder, none. Silence fell over the hall, yet the live forum was in an uproar, with viewership surpassing 200 million, an impressive feat. Considering the absence of artificial data inflation, the live stream showcased the auction proceedings, with each bid inciting a flurry of comments, and every transaction igniting fervent discussions. The first peak of excitement in the comments erupted when Mu Tianshu declared that regardless of who won the bid, they would receive a 50% discount. What is the essence of surprise? Pray tell, what on earth constitutes surprise? In terms of bravado, I am unmatched, unless I too am granted a 50% discount. I dare not say much, but I intend to flaunt my own prestige in the future, proclaiming, today, I shall offer you all a boon. I shall give you this bag of fruit at half price. Apologies, my dear, but I cannot wait for you to establish a guild. Take me across the far continent. For the president of Angel's Wings has provided me with far too much. Look at other guild leaders who frequently offer discounts of 50 or 80%. I simply ask, what do the members of other guilds think of this? Ah, a virtual necklace sold for 13,000 coins, while I recall the necklace I have worn for 6 years, which cost less than 3,000 Tears welled up instantly. As the auction progressed, each peak of excitement followed another. Goodness, a Taoist silver snake fetched over 30,000. Do I still have hope of ever acquiring such a weapon? To those above, you are not alone. Who dares venture outside the safe zone with such weapons? Will I ever sleep soundly again? Brother, your hesitance to go out does not imply that others share your fear. Just look at those who carry their ultimate staffs daily. Who would dare speak against them? Are the weapons of mages truly this valuable? Is my future now visible to the naked eye? I revere the deities. I am genuinely astonished. This is a staggering sum of 40 to 50,000. Merely for a staff. Are you certain you are focused on the right thing? The Wormahorn starts at 100,000. I wager this item will fetch at least 1 million as a minimum. To those above, muster your courage. Remove the word "at least" and turn it around. I would like to share some insider information. It is rumored that Big Pineapple Holdings has mobilized funds exceeding 8 figures today. To the individual upstairs, why not claim 10 figures? If you can gather such intelligence, why linger here instead of attending the event in person? Regardless of the fervor in the forum's live chat, Mu Tianshu is well aware that everyone desiring the Walmart horn is present here. Thus, Mu Tianshu lifted the silence. After all, those who are about to take action are all significant figures, and silencing them would be rather unreasonable, bordering on pretentiousness. After a brief silence in the auction hall, voices began to emerge as participants realized they could speak. At that moment, the price displayed above the Walmart horn flickered for the first time. Price, 120,000 gold. Bitter, wind, frost, rain, and snow. Moments later, the screen updated again. Price, 150,000 gold. Bitter, all things perish. The screen continued to refresh the auction prices. Price, 180,000 gold. Bitter, heavenly blade. Price, 200,000 gold. Bitter, the monk desires to return to secularity. 1,000,000 gold. Bitter, the dominant brother. What had been a gradual increase in price was suddenly interrupted by a bid of 1 million gold, causing the previously steady rise to halt abruptly. The dominant brother remarked, "Why not commence the bidding directly? Incremental increases feel like we are filming a movie. Do we wish for a glorious return?" The figure under the moonlight agreed. "That's right. Everyone's time is precious. Let us resolve this swiftly. Moonshadow Domain, 1,500,000 gold." Following this, a new bid flashed across the screen. Price, 1,500,000 gold. Bidder, the figure under the moonlight. Dynasty, 2,000,000 gold. The dynasty did not elaborate further, yet all eyes were now focused here. There is no better place to enhance one's visibility. Thus, the usually reticent dynasty prefaced with their guild name. Everyone present was astute. The figure under the moonlight initiated, and the dynasty promptly followed suit, understanding each other perfectly. Carefree Alliance, 2,200,000 gold. Price, 2,200,000 gold. Bidder, Carefree Dust Immortal. Mingmen Feishen, 2,400,000 gold. Price, 2,400,000 gold. Bidder, Ink-Stained City. Unmatched Pavilion, 2,600,000 gold. Price, 2,600,000 gold. Bidder, Heavenly Talent Unmatched. Eternal Kingdom, 2,800,000 gold. Price, 2,800,000 gold. Bidder, Eternal Stars. Ruling the World, 3,000,000 gold. Price, 3,000,000 gold. Bidder, Bright Moon Rowing Alone. God of Death, 3,200,000 gold. Price, 3,200,000 gold. Auctioneer, Demon Lord Killing God. With every bid, the figures on the luminous screen fluctuated. It seemed as though several major guilds had conspired to raise their voices in unison. Just as other guilds were poised to make their move, the price suddenly surged dramatically, quelling their intentions. Dominant for eternity, 5,000,000 gold. Price, 5,000,000 gold. Auctioneer, Overlord Disarmament. This figure rendered the auction hall momentarily silent, not from fear, but from the sheer unexpectedness of such a steep increase. However, those present were not individuals lacking in wealth. Their silence stemmed from contemplation. Regardless of the grandeur of any item, be it labeled as priceless or a rare treasure, it would invariably possess a tangible value when put up for auction. Once the price exceeded their psychological expectations, none were willing to bid carelessly. They all needed to deliberate carefully. No one wished to expend 100 for an item worth merely 50. Those present were acutely aware that this horn was not an exceedingly challenging item to procure. The wings of angels had been established only recently, yet several had already emerged. The current auction was merely a tactic for many to seize an opportunity. It is indeed true that numerous conglomerates have entered the realm of legends, and financial resources are no longer a concern for many. However, should the cost of this slight advantage prove exorbitant, no one would be inclined to proceed. Everyone is willing to invest only when tangible profits are anticipated. No one is foolish. Those who have ascended to this level are certainly not naive. Chapter 71. The tyrant lays down his armor. While it is easy to say that 5 million is not a substantial amount for many present, it is by no means an insignificant sum. One must recognize that this requires a genuine cash outlay. If an asset worth 100 million allows for the free use of 5 million in cash flow without any repercussions, it is already considered a premium asset. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Forum's live broadcast room reached a crescendo, with a flurry of comments flooding the screen. Just as many marveled at the grandiosity of the tyrant. Someone could no longer restrain themselves. The dynasty, 5,200,000 gold coins price. 5,200,000 gold coins bidder. The unyielding dynasty 6,000,000 gold coins price. 6,000,000 gold coins bidder. The tyrant lays down his armor before anyone could fully comprehend the situation. The tyrant lays down his armor, swiftly raised the bid, seemingly determined to acquire this horn without a moment's hesitation. The unyielding dynasty frowned, not due to the price, but because their bid had been effortlessly overshadowed by the tyrant. In the eyes of onlookers, it appeared that the unyielding dynasty was inconsequential to the tyrant, regardless of whether that was truly the case. When others recount this incident in the future, they will undoubtedly perceive it in that light, while the horn holds significance. Reputation is evidently of greater importance to these grand guilds. 6,200,000 gold coins price. 6,200,000 gold coins bidder. The unyielding dynasty 7,000,000 gold coins price. 7,000,000 gold coins bidder. The tyrant lays down his armor 8,000,000 gold coins price. 8,000,000 gold coins bidder. The unyielding dynasty. The screen displayed 3 consecutive bids, and the auction hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Aside from a few individuals wearing enigmatic smiles, the majority were captivated by the unfolding drama. Just as the tyrant lays down his armor prepared to call for 8 million gold coins, they realized that the opposing bidder had already claimed that price. It dawned on them that while their desire to swiftly conclude the matter was understandable, allowing a rival guild of equal standing to lose face could transform this into a matter of pride, complicating the situation considerably. Thus, the tyrant turned to the unyielding dynasty and clarified, "This is merely a standard bidding process, without any ulterior motives." Then, turning back, they called out, 8,200,000 gold coins. A new bidding opportunity promptly emerged on the screen. The price stood at 8,200,000 gold coins. The bidder was the formidable Balwang Xiejia. The dynasty of the unyielding had not resorted to intimidation, and considering the long-standing rivalry between the two guilds, it was rare for them to offer even a modicum of explanation, yet they did acknowledge the need for decorum. The notion of respecting one's adversary is, in essence, a reflection of self-respect. Of course, this gesture was not motivated by the fact that the current bid had already surpassed his psychological expectations. After all, several groups with whom he was negotiating were still in discussions, and he had not yet secured sufficient financial backing. While it was indeed possible to forcibly seize the item, attempting to outspend capital was hardly a wise strategy. Observing that the two did not engage in conflict, the onlookers sighed in disappointment. As the rivalry between the dynasty and Baki Qianqiu was not a novel occurrence, and many had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, just when it seemed that the excitement would be lacking, another voice chimed in with a bid from Wushuang Pavilion, 8,500,000 gold coins. The price was now 8,500,000 gold coins. The bidder was Tianjiao Wushuang. Having completed the preliminary exchanges, it was time for the real competition to commence. Yueying Xinyu then placed a bid of 8,800,000 gold coins. The price was now 8,800,000 10,000 gold coins. The bidder was the shadow beneath the moonlight. 10,000 gold coins. The price was now 10,000 gold coins. The bidder was Bawang Xiejia. This price was quite strategic. Guilds interested in this horn had internal discussions centered around this price range, indicating a degree of flexibility. However, Bawang Xiejia's multiple leaps in bidding revealed a resolute determination to secure the item. The attendees were certainly not swayed by such posturing. After all, who among them did not harbor the same ambition? Yet, his bid was perfectly timed, rendering it difficult for others to make a decisive move. At that moment, a feminine voice arose. Mimin Feishan, 12,000 gold coins, declared, if Baki Qianqiu can still raise the bid, I shall withdraw from this contest for the horn. Price, 12,000 gold. Auctioneer, Mo Ran Qing Chung. As the announcement resonated, a new bid promptly appeared on the screen. Bawang Xiejia furrowed his brow slightly. When competing with others, one only needed to gauge their psychological limits. As long as he prevented others from profiting, he would not incur a loss himself. However, the current bidder was an exception. She was a woman, and one who had previously caused him significant misfortune. Although she had also suffered losses alongside him, or rather, he had followed her into the depths of loss. The reality remained that the losses were tangible. It is a harsh truth that when a person is willing to inflict harm upon you, even at the cost of their own suffering, it becomes exceedingly difficult to escape the shadows of the past, especially when that person is a woman. Fortunately, she had spoken up. As long as the bidding continued, she would withdraw. Moreover, none of the guilds present likely had a higher bid at their disposal, and she likely did not genuinely wish to acquire the Worma horn at such an inflated price. The extra 2 million seemed merely intended to vex him. Yet he could not gamble on that outcome, given her dubious history. With this in mind, Bawang Xiejia begrudgingly clasped his hands toward Mo Ran Qing Cheng and declared, Bachi Qianqiu, 13,000 gold. Price, 13,000 gold. Auctioneer, Bawang Xiejia. Mo Ran Qing Chung smiled faintly, stepping back and refraining from further comments. The others exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads. It was clear that Ba Qi Qianqiu was intent on securing that horn. Everyone understood that Ba Qi Qianqiu and Guang Huizhi had historically been at odds. Now, what was once Guang Huizhi had transformed into the current Tian Shizhi, the only guild radiating brilliance throughout the district. It would be disingenuous to claim that Ba Qi Qianqiu felt no pressure. In such circumstances, his desire to obtain the horn was entirely justifiable, after all. Driven by necessity, Mu Tianshu stood atop the high platform, observing that no one was raising the bid. He then proclaimed, the countdown begins now. Should no one place a bid, the Woma horn shall belong to the unyielding king. As the 10-second countdown elapsed, the unyielding king appeared on the platform, approached Mu Tianshu, extended his right hand, and said, Unyielding king, it is an honor. Baichen Tianshu, likewise an honor. After retracting his hand, the unyielding king gestured towards the young Master Jiao, stating, regardless of the circumstances, you have secured the first place this time. However, we shall soon catch up. You would do well to strive harder. The young Master Jiao responded with a slight smile and a nod, saying, I have taken a fortunate shortcut this time. If you wish to catch up, it is you who must put in the effort. Both men encouraged each other to exert themselves, having previously exchanged victories, yet this time, it was indeed the young Master Jiao who led the way. Therefore, the unyielding king refrained from further conversation, nodded to Su Su, and proceeded to the small platform to retrieve the Woma horn, which shimmered brilliantly before being teleported off the stage. In Chapter 72, titled Competing to Establish Associations, the first vest has been issued, as the unyielding king claimed the Woma horn. Mu Tianshu received a notification from the system. Your ingots have increased by 12,935,000. Remaining ingots, 13,030,008. Upon seeing the notification, Mu Tianshu smiled and stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Woma horn auction has concluded. Next, we will auction the 26th level weapon, the Purgatory. With that, the young Master Jiao stepped forward to announce the attributes of the Purgatory. Purgatory requires level 26, weight 60, durability 28-28, attack 0 to 25. Hidden attributes, swordsmanship effect 20, armor breaking 2. Starting price, 5,000 ingots with a minimum bid increment of 100 ingots. Let the auction begin. The original price of the weapon was displayed on the screen. But within less than a minute, the price soared to over 10,000 ingots. Subsequently, the price increase became less frenzied, as many participants were merely indulging in the thrill of bidding without genuine intent to purchase. As Mu Tianshu waited, he noticed the screen suddenly freeze. Upon closer inspection, a new price was displayed above. The price, 40,000 ingots. Bidder, Chao Zai. Yet, this price held for less than 20 seconds before a new bidding message appeared. Price, 40,200 ingots. Bidder, Indelible Armor. Mu Tianshu was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the individual, having encountered him at the entrance of the Worma Temple, seemingly in the company of Beidao. As Mu Tianshu pondered this memory, the bidding prices shifted once again. Price, 45,000 gold coins. Bidder, 100 years of solitude. Price, 48,000 gold coins. Bidder, Demon Lord Killer. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Bidder, Chao Thief. Price, 52,000 gold coins. Bidder, Eternal Masterpiece. Price, 80,000 gold coins. Bidder, Chao Thief. After a fervent contest, Chao Thief ultimately secured the weapon, promptly donning it and inquiring whether Mu Tianshu's guild was still accepting new members, expressing a desire to join for some enjoyment. A level 26 or higher warrior, equipped with a professional weapon, how could they possibly refuse? Consequently, he was welcomed into the guild, prompting an ear-to-ear grin from Mu Tianshu. Profits were gained, and the weapon would be utilized by one of their own. Following this, Mu Tianshu refrained from further elaboration and casually tossed the Worma horn onto the small platform, declaring, "Esteemed guests, I trust no introduction is necessary. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with each increment not to be less than 1,000 gold coins. Thus, let the auction commence. Price, 8,000 gold coins. Bidder, the Unyielding Dynasty." The bid commenced with a direct call of the highest price from the previous round. The Unyielding Dynasty had no intention of winning the Worma horn this time. Their guild often collaborated with others. They aimed to raise the stakes, offering support for their allies, and perhaps benefiting from a bargain if others hesitated. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Bidder, Moonlight Rowing Alone. This second bid shattered the Unyielding Dynasty's hopes of securing a deal while simultaneously dispelling the ambitions of many eager participants. Price, 11,000 gold coins. Bidder, Peerless Hero. Price, 12,000 gold coins. Bidder, Moonlight Rowing Alone. Upon the announcement of this price, a profound silence enveloped the room for a considerable time, ultimately leading to no one daring to surpass this figure, thereby bringing the auction for the Worma horn to a swift conclusion. At last, Mu Tianshu proclaimed that the Worma horn had been acquired by Mingwei Zhaogazu. Previously, Junlin Tianxia and the Ninth Young Master had maintained a relationship akin to two rivers flowing separately. So when Mingwei Zhaogazu approached Mu Tianshu and the Ninth Young Master for a brief conversation, the essence was to promote mutual exchanges in the future. After this, Mu Tianshu announced the conclusion of the auction, which had amassed a total of over 25 million. He glanced at his balance of ingots. 25,049,608. It appeared he would no longer need to rent a place, Mu Tianshu mused quietly. However, he realized that withdrawing his funds would incur a 5 handling fee. And with previous deductions, it amounted to a total of 1. Those unscrupulous merchants. Upon returning to the Earth City, Mu Tianshu couldn't help but mutter in frustration. The Ninth Young Master, after extending his congratulations, urged Mu Tianshu to establish a guild. After agreeing with a nod, Mu Tianshu advised the Ninth Young Master to find someone to create the guild together. At that moment, the system notification sounded. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Dominant Legacy. Guild members will receive additional benefits. Monster Experience 3. Passionate achievements lead to glory. Legends forge brilliance. The continent of Mafa holds more unknowns, eagerly awaiting exploration by all. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Dominant Legacy. Guild members will receive additional benefits. Monster Experience 3. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Dominant Legacy. Guild members will receive additional benefits. Monster Experience 3. Upon observing the recent system notification, Mu Tianshu noted that the experience bonus was a mere 3, and the guild leader possessed no attribute enhancements. It appeared that the All-Attribute 1 bonus was a privilege exclusive to the leader of the first guild. After reviewing the system announcement, young Master Joe proposed, "We shall establish a branch guild. We can simply instruct the management to create it. Once it is established, we can transfer all members who meet the level requirements to elevate the guild's ranking." Indeed, by the way, just a moment ago, as Mu Tianshu's words echoed, the system announcement resounded once more. Congratulations to the guild ruling the world for its successful establishment. Guild members will receive additional benefits. Monster Experience 3. The fervor of achievements brings glory, and legends forge splendor. The continent of Mafra holds countless mysteries. We eagerly await your exploration. The system announcement repeated, "Congratulations to the guild ruling the world for its successful establishment. Guild members will receive additional benefits." Monster Experience 3. "Let us head to the palace to capitalize on this wave of excitement," Mu Tianch urged, then swiftly made his way to Bitch City. Moments later, upon arriving at Bitch, Mu Tianshu beheld the palace surrounded by a throng of onlookers. At that moment, he received a message from the 9th young master. "Tianshu, hurry to the palace. The guild leader can directly establish a branch." Mu Tianshu was momentarily taken aback. Such a function existed? He hurried toward the palace. For the map of this vast realm was indeed daunting. Despite the crowd, he wasted no time and swiftly entered the palace. Chapter 73. Sword of the Seraph. Upon entering the palace, Mu Tianshu glanced around, noticing that the formidable Qianquan and Junlin Tianxia were still present. After exchanging greetings with the already arrived 9th young master, he opened the dialogue box for the king of Biki. Indeed, beneath the option to create a guild, there appeared a choice to establish a branch. It seemed that one must first form a guild for this option to manifest. Mu Tianshu examined the requirements, a worma horn and 2 million gold coins, with the cost having doubled. However, these conditions were certainly within reach, as managing a branch would undoubtedly prove more effective than establishing a separate guild. Thus, Mu Tianshu opted to create the branch. A dialogue box prompting for a name emerged, and he chuckled at the necessity of naming the branch. After inputting a few characters, the system announcement resonated. System announcement. Congratulations. The first guild in the server, Wings of Angels, has successfully established the branch Sword of the Seraph. Guild members will receive additional bonuses. Monster Experience 3. Glory through fervent achievements. Legends forged in brilliance. The continent of Mafa holds more unknowns, awaiting your exploration. System announcement. Congratulations. The first guild in the server, Wings of Angels, has successfully established the branch Sword of the Seraph. Guild members will receive additional bonuses. Monster Experience 3. System announcement. Congratulations. The first guild in the server, Wings of Angels, has successfully established the branch Sword of the Seraph. Guild members will receive additional bonuses. Monster Experience 3. Upon witnessing this announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through everyone. The Wings of Angels had established a branch. Meanwhile, the nearby Ba Wang and Mingyue quickly opened the King of Biki's dialogue box to check the conditions for forming a branch. They discovered that one required a worma horn and 5 million gold coins, with the guild level needing to reach level 2 to establish the first branch. At that moment, a single thought surged in their minds: to expedite the guild's advancement. Mu Tianshu was currently examining the description of the branch guild. The branch guild was regarded as an independent subsidiary of the main guild, sharing the same rank and requiring no additional upgrades, allowing it to utilize the main guild's attack mode. Essentially, for an expenditure of 4 million gold coins, a new guild could bypass the upgrade process and still share the attack mode. It was inevitable that branch guilds would be established in the future. But with the current high cost of the horn, Mu Tianshu genuinely felt that this investment was not particularly profitable. Nevertheless, he understood that once the guild was formed, the third level of Woma would soon be conquered, and the horn would no longer be an elusive rarity. However, for the short term, several million gold coins were still manageable. Ultimately, this was merely a one-time transaction. Upon opening the guild panel, he indeed found an option for the branch interface at the top. Upon selection, he was directly taken to the branch guild, which bore no distinction from the guild panel of the Wings of Angels. Moreover, the guild level was also at level 2, with the experience bonus for guild members adjusted to 3. The guild level was shared, thus alleviating the need for higher-level individuals to transfer in to enhance the guild's rank. Mu Tianshu approached the 9th young master, handing over the Woma horn, and remarked, "Here is the Woma horn you requested. As for the matters concerning the guild, you are more adept at handling them than I am. I must take my leave now. Su is still waiting for me in Mengchong." However, scarcely had his words faded when the system announcement resonated once more. System announcement. Tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Legend will unveil the brand new version 1.20, The Legend of Three Heroes. The all-new Tri-God weapons will be launched with great fanfare. For further details, please click to view. This update will also address the congestion issue in the safe zones with the new NC feature. We invite you to experience the specifics firsthand. Update. System announcement. Tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Legend will unveil the brand new version 1.20, The Legend of Three Heroes. System announcement. Tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Legend will unveil the brand new version 1.20, The Legend of Three Heroes. This prompted a fervent discussion among all players regarding the new version. Upon returning to Bitch, Mu Tianshu ascended to the second floor of the warehouse. There, a waiting individual greeted him with a respectful gesture, saying, "Brother Tianshu, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The journey was excessively congested. I trust my brother Huang Chao will understand." "Haha, not at all. I believe young Master Jiao has already apprised you of the situation, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Our alliance with Guangwei has always been one of mutual support and shared endeavors. However, due to unresolved negotiations regarding capital, our current liquidity cannot compare to others. At present, I can only offer 7 million ingots, with the remaining 3 million guaranteed to be provided within a month." Mu Tianshu smiled and remarked, "No problem. It is essential to give some face to our allies. Let us proceed with the transaction directly. You can settle the remaining balance with young Master Jiao later." "Indeed. Brother Tianshu, you are straightforward as always. Let us finalize the exchange." After a brief discussion, the two engaged in a face-to-face transaction. Mu Tianshu transferred the last horn to the Unfallen Dynasty, resulting in an increase of 7 million in his treasury. He had acquired both horns from the Mingmen Faxian and the Dynasty for 10 million yuan each, while the Dynasty could only initially offer 7 million. Mu Tianshu accepted this arrangement, recognizing that connections and favors can prove invaluable at times. The Mingmen Faxian would wait until their guild was established before having young Master Jiao collect the dues. After obtaining the horn, the Unfallen Dynasty exchanged polite words and took their leave. Just 2 or 3 minutes after returning to the city, they were greeted by a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Mingmen Faxian. Guild members will receive additional buffs. Monster Experience 3. Achievements of Valor bring glory. Legends forge brilliance. The continent of Mafa holds many more mysteries, and we eagerly anticipate your exploration. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Mingmen Faxian. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Guild Mingmen Faxian. Mu Tianshu glanced at the crimson announcement, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the Unfalling Dynasty had ultimately met its demise. System announcement. Congratulations to the Guild Unfalling Dynasty for its successful establishment. Guild members will receive additional bonuses. Monster Experience 3. The fervor of achievement and glory is forged in legend. The vast unknowns of the Mafar continent await your exploration. As the Unfalling Dynasty was founded, the first batch of guilds had been fully established. Just upon returning to the Earth City, Mu Tianshu noticed various calls for recruitment from different guilds, including his own Angel Wings, though now it was the branch, Seraphim Sword, that was seeking new members. Disregarding the clamor around him, Mu Tianshu made his way directly to the Alliance City, where he and Su descended into the stone tomb to commence their leveling journey. With the teleportation function of the memory set now at his disposal, Mu Tianshu saved a considerable amount of travel time, dedicating it instead to leveling up, and his experience points surged rapidly. Presently, Mu Tianshu's level was nearing 30. Yet his health points stood at a mere 122, starkly in contrast to Su's 227 points, rendering him as fragile as a lowly monster. Comparatively, Ada, who was also at level 29, boasted a health pool of 397, and upon reaching level 30, he would undoubtedly surpass the 400 mark. However, with just one more level, he would be able to practice the mage's quintessential core skill, the magic shield, which fueled Mu Tianshu's determination to grind. Although ascending to the next level required 2 million experience points, achieving level 31 before the version upgrade tomorrow seemed feasible. Yet, considering the need to hunt the white wild boar and the Worm King, time was becoming a bit pressing. At that moment, young Master Jiu sent a message indicating that the ingots from Mingmin Faxian had been credited. After handing the memory set to Su Su, Mu Tianshu returned to town to collect the 10 million ingots from young Master Jiu. He took the opportunity to restock supplies and stored all his equipment in the warehouse. Glancing at his ingot balance, he saw 42,049, 608. In his previous life, he was not destitute, possessing modest assets. After tallying it all up, he might have had about 10 to 20 million in total. Yet, with this single transaction, he had already exceeded the entirety of his previous wealth, regardless of the circumstances. Witnessing his fortune grow was always a cause for celebration. Mu Tianshu withdrew 42 million gold coins, intending to collaborate with Ada to resolve their housing issues, while retaining over 40,000 gold coins for their personal use, which would prove more than sufficient. After all, his expenditures were minimal, and he still had a substantial number of unprocessed equipment in his inventory, which could be swiftly converted into gold coins when necessary. Once he had organized his supplies and the gear in his backpack, Mu Tianshu instructed Su Su to teleport him back to the stone tomb to continue leveling up. When the time to hunt the boss arrived, Su Su hurried to the Worma Temple, while Mu Tianshu descended to deal with the white wild boars. Once Su Su had refreshed the return point to Bitch City, the two re-established their human teleportation system as before. Given that a new version was to be released at noon, Mu Tianshu and Ada remained online throughout the morning, grinding until just before noon, and at that moment, their levels were on the brink of reaching level 31. Suddenly, they received a system notification. Your guild level has reached level 3. Please check the details yourself. They exchanged glances, continuing to battle the monsters before them while inspecting the guild panel. Guild name: Wings of Angels. Guild level 3. Guild members exceeding 100, with levels reaching 30, and a guild experience contribution of 500 million can elevate the guild to level 4. Capacity for members: 2, 336, 850, 000. To recruit guild members, one must be within 10 meters of the individual, and they must issue a command. Join the faction. Level 1 Authority: Guild Master, 2 positions, possessing all guild and branch permissions. Level 2 Authority: Vice Master, 8 positions, possessing all permissions of level 3 and below, plus the authority to expel newcomers and promote ordinary members to elite status. Level 3 Authority: Elite Members, 6,000 positions, possessing level 4 permissions and the authority to establish voice channels for guild groups. Level 4 Authority: Ordinary Members, enjoying an experience bonus of 5-2, guild level bonus. As Mu Tianshu accessed the guild panel of the Seraphim Sword, he observed that, aside from the experience point bonuses, both guilds were nearly identical. However, the membership of the Seraphim Sword had now surpassed that of the Angel's Wing. Guild name: Seraphim Sword, Angel's Wing Branch, Guild level 3, upgradable alongside the main guild. Member capacity: 2, 588, 650. 000. Tier 1 Authority: Guild Master, 2 positions, Tier 2 Authority: Vice Guild Master, 8 positions, Tier 3 Authority: Elite Members, 6,000 positions, Tier 4 Authority: Ordinary Members, who enjoy an experience boost of 3-2, guild level bonus. As the remaining monsters dwindled to but a few, a radiant dragon-shaped pillar of light suddenly enveloped Mu Tianshu, signaling that he had finally reached level 31. Mu Tianshu swiftly retrieved the magical shield he had acquired during his last return to the city, and without a moment's hesitation, chose to learn its intricacies. In an instant, accompanied by a distinctive sound effect, a golden protective barrier, resembling an egg, enveloped him entirely from head to toe. Mu Tianshu reached out to touch the luminous barrier, feeling as though his hand passed through an unseen layer, yet it posed no threat to him. This was the coveted skill that every mage yearned for. With this ability, a mage could finally claim a modicum of self-preservation. He now harbored the confidence that, should he encounter those individuals from the second level of the pig cave again, he could single-handedly vanquish them all, one by one. Upon acquiring the firewall skill at level 24, he transformed into a formidable fire mage, renowned for his prowess. However, it was only upon mastering the magic shield skill at level 31 that he attained remarkable durability and exceptional attack power, evolving into a class that boasted resilience second only to that of warriors, earning the title of Shield Mage. Su Su, observing this skill from the sidelines, appeared quite intrigued. After eliminating the remaining monsters, she approached and poked at the barrier with her finger. Does this skill maintain itself continuously? How much mana does it consume? She inquired. It doesn't drain mana continuously. It only expends a small amount upon activation. I wonder how long it can be sustained. Perhaps it warrants experimentation. Such an infuriating skill. To what extent can it reduce damage? Mu Tianshu's lips curled slightly. You'll know once you try, but let us elevate you to level 31 first. With that, Mu Tianshu activated his magical shield and dashed forward, continuing to lure a horde of monsters to incinerate. Just as the last of the creatures lay scorched, a dragon-shaped beam of light enveloped Su Su, marking their ascension to level 31 as well. After vanquishing this wave of foes, Mu Tianshu glanced at the time, 7:51 p.m., with less than 10 minutes remaining before the version update of the Three Heroes legend. It was evident that this iteration differed significantly from the original. In his previous life, the legend transitioned from version 1.10 of the Three Heroes legend to version 1.28 of the Wealthy World. There was no mention of a 1.20 version, suggesting that this one had undergone considerable optimization. As the moment for the new version approached, he decided to return to the city to organize his equipment. Upon returning to the Earth City, Mu Tianshu stored all the gear in his bag, repaired his equipment, and organized his supplies. During this time, the number of followers behind him grew steadily. With a glaring magical shield, running through the Earth City was a first for many, leaving them uncertain whether it was a skill or an effect of his equipment, prompting them to test it out. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would strike or fire talismans would be flung, yet due to his white tiger tooth necklace, most attacks from these individuals were ineffective. However, the sheer number of attackers meant that he occasionally lost a slight amount of health. Unlike the past, where characters would momentarily halt upon being struck, this version of the legend allowed for continued movement, albeit with a somewhat awkward rhythm. Standing in the safety zone, Mu Tianshu declared, "What I possess is the level 31 mage skill, the magical shield. Once you reach the requisite level, you may learn the skill directly from your skill book. There's no need to follow me." After standing for approximately 3 to 4 seconds, he reiterated this statement before hastening toward the storage, with many still trailing behind. Though no one continued to attack, curiosity was the only motivator, and among men, agreements are easily formed. It manifests as an instinctive urge to follow when one observes peers, friends, or colleagues passing by, akin to casually asking in a dormitory, "Shall we go?" prompting everyone to don their jackets and accompany you. Mu Tianshu found himself powerless against the herd mentality. One cannot simply make so many individuals vanish, can one? If he were capable of defeating them, he could easily command one or two to leave, a tactic familiar to those who have played the legendary game. However, faced with a multitude, who would dare to issue such commands? As long as they did not disturb him, it sufficed. Yet, just as Mu Tianshu neared the entrance of the warehouse, he was struck by a series of bolts of lightning. MSS. Mrs. Mu Tianshu paused momentarily, disregarding the situation. However, the incessant lightning continued to strike around him. He turned his gaze towards a young mage amidst the crowd, recently graduated from elementary school. Mu Tianshu turned around to see a player who had just graduated from elementary school, incessantly unleashing skills. Consequently, he typed on the public screen, a row of question marks appearing above his head. Despite the confusion evident in Mu Tianshu's expression, the elementary school graduate continued to release skills as if oblivious to his bewilderment, prompting Mu Tianshu to refrain from further comment. Due to the attack lock, the name of the elementary school graduate had turned brown, and Mu Tianshu unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him, dealing -128 damage. The elementary school graduate collapsed to the ground, and only then did he send a message in the chat. Is this the president of the first guild? Bullying a mere level 21 novice. How amusing. Fine. If I can't provoke you, I suppose we wandering players shall just steer clear of you. Having said this, he logged off without waiting for Mu Tianshu's response. At least 100 people were present, and most of them expressed the same sentiment in the chat. Meanwhile, some timidly inquired, "Is level 21 really considered a novice?" However, a number of players began to sense something amiss, for whether it was an attempt to frame or to shift blame, one must at least set a trap for others. Yet here, it seemed he was merely staging a performance for himself. Was it not embarrassing? Who could he possibly deceive? Mu Tianshu was equally perplexed, appearing neither to seek trouble nor to frame others. He furrowed his brow slightly, a vague suspicion beginning to stir within him. This resembled a profession from a past life, an editor or a content creator. They would capture scattered snippets of video, then piece them together in a misleading manner to craft entirely new narratives, subsequently uploading them online to garner attention and, in turn, profit. Mu Tianshu turned and entered the warehouse, paying no further attention to the matter. Mu Tianshu gazed at the worm horn nestled within his backpack, raising an eyebrow before depositing it into the warehouse. At noon, he awoke from slumber and, after a brief wash-up alongside Ada, ventured out for breakfast. At that moment, he received a call from Su, informing him of a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment for sale in her friend's community, spanning over 150 square meters and exquisitely renovated, albeit with a somewhat steep price. The final offer stood at $11 million, a friendly price indeed. Could they take a look? Oh, I meant if it's convenient now. Certainly. Are you at home? I shall come to fetch you. Ada and I are dining. Yes, the usual place. Have you eaten? I am in the midst of my meal. Please wait for us to finish. Once Su concluded the call, Mu Tianshu resumed his breakfast with Ada. After finishing their meal, as they stepped out of the restaurant, they encountered Su driving up. Consequently, they hopped into her car, and she whisked them away in a flurry. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived, disembarking at the community's entrance while Su proceeded to park in the underground garage. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted the 4 prominent characters, Xinglan community. The duo strolled about the ground floor, noting the comprehensive amenities and excellent location. No wonder the price was so high. Shortly thereafter, Su approached with a woman in her 30s, who scrutinized Mu Tianshu with keen interest before extending her hand and introducing herself. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the owner of the apartment, Lu Xiaoli. Hello, I am Mu Tianshu. And I am Mu Tianxian. Shall we ascend to view the apartment directly? Yes, please lead the way, Lu Jia. The group promptly took the elevator to the 16th floor. Upon entering the apartment, they were greeted with ample natural light and a small balcony of approximately 10 square meters. Mu Tianshu and Ada moved in unison, directly pulling open the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, there was a set of tables and chairs, and the view ahead was expansive. The park was not far away. It seemed unlikely that any tall buildings would obstruct the scenery in the future, and the setting sun was perfectly aligned before them. They exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is it, Sister Lu. We shall take this house. As for the price, Su has already informed us. Please let us know when it would be convenient to proceed with the transfer of ownership. Aren't you going to take a closer look? No need. Do you have any other questions? Not for the moment. Very well, then I have nothing further to add. Su's judgment is indeed commendable. This young man is quite decisive. We can handle the transfer today. I have time now. Excellent. Let us proceed with it now. Su, you. I'll accompany you. I have nothing pressing at the moment. All right then, let us be on our way. Chapter 76. The Staff of the Fallen Angel 7 p.m. Upon the emergence of Mu Tianshu, it became evident that the fervently discussed topic on the forum regarding the Angel's Wing Guild leader, Bei Chen Tianshu, who was unjustly accused of slaying a wandering player, had ascended to one of the most sensational news stories of the moment. Countless players have divided into 3 factions, one that offers support, another that vehemently condemns, while the majority merely observes the unfolding drama. Mu Tianshu chose to disregard the matter, opting for silence. Meanwhile, another topic of great fervor emerged as the formidable Qianxiu strategy penetrated the depths of the 3rd layer of Woma. Vanquishing the Woma Lord and obtaining the coveted Woma Horn, the second such entity in the entire server, aside from the North Star Tianshu. Upon confirmation of this news, the 3rd layer of Woma became a bustling hub, teeming with nearly 20 guilds vying for dominance, as no single guild could claim sole ownership of this coveted realm. Upon logging in, Mu Tianshu inquired about the current situation in the 3rd level of Woma from young Master Jiu. Young Master Jiu quickly responded, indicating that dozens, if not hundreds, of guilds were present there, alongside countless independent players. Typically, the situation was manageable, with monsters appearing in sufficient numbers for players to engage. However, when the time to spawn the boss arrived, chaos ensued as everyone frantically scrambled to secure a kill. The Bashi Guild, having rushed into the fray shortly after its establishment, found themselves with valuable loot that they could not conceal. While one might assume they wished to keep it secret, it was merely a leak from a spy that exposed them. In truth, Bashi would have preferred to remain under the radar for a while longer, with hopes of not only recovering their investments, but perhaps even profiting significantly. Nevertheless, the events of the afternoon presented an opportunity for me. Under the pretext of this incident, I transferred all players below level 26 from the Angel Wings Guild to the Seraphim Sword. By the end of the month, if we did not meet the required standards, all would be reassigned to the Seraphim Sword. While this strategy may not entirely eliminate the threat of internal spies, it would certainly raise the cost for others attempting to place spies within our ranks. Are you suggesting that Angel Wings will no longer recruit openly? For a branch of the Seraphim Sword, will these slots suffice? After all, the entry requirements for a branch guild are undoubtedly lower than those of Angel Wings, which would lead to an influx of potential recruits. Let me tell you, during the second boss spawn, it unexpectedly appeared right beside us, dropping a horn. For now, this information is known only to our team and has not yet leaked. Their horn is the first of its kind, and I have received word that they are already in negotiations with the Eternal Empire for its sale. We can use it ourselves, but we are merely waiting for your return online. If I were to establish a branch guild myself, they would instantly realize that the leader had been taken from them. We had already claimed during the boss encounter that we had not seen it, as maintaining our facade is essential. If you were to establish it, you could claim it was left over from your previous endeavors, and no one would question it. Very well, where is the horn? I have already traded it to Su. You can retrieve it from her. All right, I shall proceed to establish the branch. Should anything arise, do keep in touch. After concluding this conversation, Mu Tianshu prepared to have Su teleport him to Bitch, when he suddenly spotted a familiar NPC in the safe zone, an old veteran from Mengzhong. Mu Tianshu approached the old soldier and greeted him. Good day, sir. In an instant, a dialogue box appeared before him, offering the option to teleport for free to the safe zone or to spend 2,000 gold coins to transport to various shops. Alternatively, one could directly expend 5,000 yuan about to reach the provincial cities. However, at this moment, teleportation was limited to Beeching and 2 novice villages. It appeared that this was a functional NPC, which was quite typical in the realm of legends. Nevertheless, Mu Tianshu found himself questioning whether the teleportation fees for the provincial cities were indeed accurate. Given the current exchange rate of gold coins to yuan bao at 1,500, was it truly the case that a single teleportation would cost 2,500 gold coins? Mu Tianshu's lips twitched for some time before he could no longer contain himself and uttered a curse. After discerning the function of the veteran at Mengzhong, he opted not to teleport, but instead requested Su to bring him to the safety zone of Biku. Upon acquiring the Woma horn, he hastened towards the Biku Palace. Upon arriving at the palace, he chose to establish a second branch. The king of Biku informed him that a level 3 guild is permitted to create only 2 branches, and similarly requires another Woma horn. Yet this time, a sum of 7 million coins is necessary. Mu Tianshu glanced at his backpack, which contained only over 3.6 million gold coins, insufficient for establishing a branch guild. However, the gold coins had already been prepared by the 9th young master and were handed over to Su along with the Woma horn. After receiving 5 million gold coins from Su, he promptly chose to establish the second branch guild. System announcement: congratulations to the first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, for the successful creation of the branch guild staff of the Fallen Angel. Guild members will receive additional bonuses: monster experience 3. Glorious achievements in the heat of battle, legends forged in brilliance. The continent of Mafra holds many unknowns, eagerly awaiting exploration by all. System announcement: congratulations to the first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, for the successful creation of the branch guild staff of the Fallen Angel. System announcement: congratulations to the first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, for the successful creation of the branch guild staff of the Fallen Angel. Instantly, every member of the guild felt a twist in their hearts. The rapid development of Wings of Angels was astonishing. Several prominent guilds had yet to establish their own, while Wings of Angels had already formed 2 branches, totaling 3, including the main guild. This left those eager to establish their own guilds, yet unable to do so, feeling increasingly anxious. The remaining guild leaders disregarded their personal connections and approached the 9th young master, expressing their desire to purchase a Woma horn. After receiving an inquiry from the 9th young master, Mu Tianshu responded, questioning whether the Woma horn had lost its market value. Not exactly, he replied. The main issue is that too many guilds have been established in recent days, creating an illusion that Woma horns are readily available, leading to a significant decline in their prices. I do have another Woma horn, obtained just before the version update last night. What do you think it's worth now? I believe it's worth around 3 to 5 million. I've noticed that about 2 or 3 Woma horns drop daily, with major guilds monopolizing the initial supply. Eventually, the price will experience a drastic fall. However, it still holds value at present. Everyone wishes to establish their guild promptly, as there are only a limited number of high-end players. If others claim them, how can one continue to play? All right, whom do you think I should sell it to? Just contact me when you have a decision. Sure, I will keep you updated. Mu Tianshu closed the dialogue, selected the veteran of the Beiki, and after a moment of astonishment, dismissed the chat box. With a swift motion of his hands, he executed a teleportation, vanishing from his original location. Over half an hour later, Mu Tianshu found himself standing in the bustling city of Mengzhong, glancing at the remaining hundreds of thousands of gold coins in his possession. He hurried to the warehouse to retrieve some equipment, intending to list it in the auction house to earn some gold. However, upon opening the auction house, he discovered that he could no longer list items. It was only available for submissions once a week. All participants could submit their items, but the bidding would only take place on Saturday evenings from 8 p.m. to midnight. The guild shop was now open, allowing all guild members to sell or purchase items within the guild marketplace. Mu Tianshu gazed upon this message, clearly indicating a push for all individuals to join the guild. However, the Wings of Angels had only reached level 3, and it would be commendable for other guilds to attain even level 2. Even if every slot were filled, the number of participants would still be limited. Thus, it is highly probable that equipment merchants will once again proliferate, at least until a certain threshold of guilds is reached. The role of equipment merchant will become a sought-after profession once more. Previously, the system's opening of an auction house had rendered nearly all equipment merchants obsolete. Yet with its closure, the clamor for equipment in the safe zone will undoubtedly resurge. Mu Tianshu opened the guild panel and indeed discovered a guild shop, which displayed an array of items, all consisting of materials, ingredients for crafting poisons, ores, various fundamental skills, and a modest supply of sunwater potions. Chapter 77, Business Partners. Mu Tianshu suddenly noticed someone selling 2 potent sun elixirs for 5,000 gold coins each. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased them. A thought struck him, and he quickly opened his personal shop, placing a bundle of super mana potions for sale. However, a message appeared stating that the item could not be sold. Mu Tianshu sighed. Indeed, it was not so easy to exploit the loopholes of artificial intelligence. The sun elixirs, being instant recovery potions that were not available in regular apothecaries, could be sold as commodities, yet the various potions within the marketplace were not permitted for resale. Otherwise, players would simply forego returning to town for supplies, using the marketplace as a mere intermediary. Mu Tianshu intended to extract all equipment below level 15 and display it in the marketplace at a modest price. Suddenly, he realized that those eligible for membership could be considered high-level players. The items they lacked were not of such a low tier. Consequently, he decided to withdraw a few pieces of level 20 equipment to sell. However, he was met with the disheartening message that the items were not available for sale. Confused and perplexed, Mu Tianshu wondered if he was attempting to sell them incorrectly. Despite various attempts, he could not succeed in selling the items. It was only after inquiring in the guild chat that he learned the unfortunate truth. The guild marketplace did not permit the sale of equipment. Mu Tianshu suddenly comprehended that he had initially assumed the guild's marketplace had supplanted the auction house, only to realize it was merely a platform for trading materials, primarily catering to novice players engaged in mining and crafting poisons. This revelation suggested that equipment merchants would likely thrive perpetually. Upon reflection, it became evident that many individuals prefer commerce over combat. Thus, if the game were to introduce automated selling features, players would find themselves in fierce competition, potentially alienating a segment of the community. Moreover, it appeared that the game was intentionally evolving to attract a broader audience. However, this meant he would have to seek out those legendary merchants once more. With this thought in mind, he perused his friends list and found a contact labeled Merchant D, sending a message forthwith. Bachin Tianshu, are you purchasing equipment below level 15? Legendary Merchant number 4, huh? Is that you, Boss Tianshu? Yes, I am buying. Whatever you have, I'll take it all. Bachin Tianshu, I await you at the Qingzhong warehouse. Legendary Merchant No. 4, understood, I shall be there shortly. Mu Tianshu closed the dialog box and retrieved the equipment below level 15. After waiting for a short while, Legendary Merchant No. 4 approached, Following their cordial exchange, the merchant remarked that equipment under level 10 has become virtually worthless, priced at merely 5,000 gold pieces each. He continued to explain that items ranging from levels 10 to 15 are valued between 50,000 to 100,000 gold, while those from levels 15 to 20 command prices from 100,000 to 1,000,000 gold. Mu Tianshu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that the devaluation of low-tier equipment is an inevitable reality, as such items are difficult to diminish in number. Yet the transition through lower levels occurs at an alarming pace. For instance, if one is fortunate enough to have a companion upon entering the game, they may simply be escorted through the maps without the need to engage in combat, passively accumulating experience instead. Conversely, those without guidance find themselves devoid of gold to procure equipment. Thus, the fact that items below level 10 still command a price of 5,000 is merely a reflection of the short passage of time. Ultimately, such gear will be rendered obsolete, destined for the shelves of the shop. In stark contrast, equipment above level 15 is steadily appreciating in value, driven by the influx of gold and a growing player base, which has unveiled numerous opportunities for profit. Notably, the two Horns of War recently fetched an astounding auction price of 25 million ingots, an amount equivalent to the value of Star River currency. Consequently, the worth of equipment is poised to rise rapidly in the near term, while it is undeniable that lower-tier items are experiencing significant depreciation. After all, who among us lacks a few friends? A brief period of assistance can easily facilitate the traversal of the frail phase below level 10. Even in the absence of friends, one may simply invest ingots to enlist the aid of others. Presently, players in their teens and 20s are capitalizing on this by offering services to guide newcomers in exchange for ingots and gold, illustrating yet another lucrative avenue for revenue generation. Mu Tianshu no longer collects equipment below level 10, as he deems such items to be of little value. The items in his warehouse are remnants from the past, and rather than let them linger, he decides to sell them off, considering it a waste of time to simply discard them. Once Susu arrives, Mu Tianshu processes all the low-level gear from both their warehouses and sells over 60 pieces of worthless equipment to the legendary merchant for 300,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he possesses more than 130 pieces of level 10 equipment, which he sells in a bundled deal for 11 million gold coins. For the equipment ranging from levels 15 to 17, each piece is priced at 400,000 gold coins, totaling over 170 pieces. Mu Tianshu offers all of them for 68 million gold coins, and ultimately, the legendary merchant acquires the entire collection for 80 million gold coins. After acquiring the substantial sum of gold, Mu Tianshu decided to invest 10 million to upgrade his warehouse once more. This enhancement expanded the capacity of a single warehouse by an impressive 120 slots, resulting in a maximum of 240 slots. With two warehouses at his disposal, he now possessed a total of 480 slots, transforming his previously cramped storage into a spacious haven. Were it not for the ability to stack identical equipment in the warehouse, as only the warehouse allows such stacking, while the backpack is limited to materials, he would have long since run out of space. Upon completing the upgrade, he instantly teleported and summoned Susu to engage in a transaction, exchanging 20 million gold coins to enable her to upgrade her own warehouse in Biku. After Susu enhanced her storage, she remarked to Mu Tianshu, "There is no shortage of buyers for the current equipment. Why not reach out to the guild members for a more efficient disposal of everything at once? All of it consists of low-level gear, and I suspect that the guild members are unlikely to require such equipment at their current levels." "What do you mean by guild equipment merchants?" he inquired. "Are there still equipment merchants in the guild? Can they be trusted? If not, I can introduce you to one. The prices are certainly fair, and the usable gear can be absorbed within the guild. Trustworthiness is assured. She happens to be my cousin, considerably older than I, and her children have already begun school. She is also playing the game and is preparing to engage in equipment trading." "That sounds great. No objections here. But why didn't you mention this sooner? I logged in earlier than you, and I was unaware that the auction house no longer dealt in equipment. I only just received the information from my cousin," Susu sighed. Meanwhile, a female warrior within the safety zone of Biku, who was peddling equipment, received a message. "Daudu has candy. Sis, the matter you mentioned has come to fruition. If you wish to proceed, join the group first. Then issue a command to allow for the summoning." After accepting the group invitation, the player named Coffee Refill responded, Alright. After a short while, Su Su sent a message to Mu Tianshu. The individuals are ready. You may pull us in. Mu Tianshu utilized the convergence of heaven and earth to teleport the two individuals from Bichi directly to their location. Coffee, astonished, exclaimed, "You can actually teleport others across maps? Is this some sort of skill or equipment?" He then continued, "Oh, when your brother mentioned this, I couldn't believe it. I never imagined it to be true." While speaking, he scrutinized Mu Tianshu, seemingly realizing that he merely had an anime-like visage, and after a few glances, discerned nothing further. Thus, he directly inquired, "How much equipment do you still possess? I assure you, I will ensure you do not incur any losses." Mu Tianshu gazed at this familiar face, reminiscing about the first time he encountered Su Su. A faint smile graced his lips as he dismissed the other inquiries and directly announced, "I possess over 400 pieces of equipment ranging from level 17 to level 25. Among these, there are more than 210 pieces from levels 17 to 19, over 130 pieces from levels 20 to 22, and around 70 pieces from levels 23 to 25. Chapter 78. Moving house. Before Mu Tianshu could finish speaking, the glimmering eyes of the barista, who was refilling the coffee, sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly interjected, "All right, for levels 17 to 19, I shall value your goods at 210,000 gold. For levels 20 to 22, I shall equate them to 260,000 gold. For levels 23 to 25, I shall assess them at 210,000 gold. In total, that amounts to 680,000 gold. As this is my first venture, I shall make it a round figure of 700,000 gold. What do you say?" Mu Tianshu understood that the price had indeed become negligible, serving merely as a means of gaining reputation. Consequently, she ceased her conversation and withdrew all equipment below the Woma level, proceeding with the transaction. Once the exchange was complete, Su Su, unable to withstand her cousin's gaze any longer, took the memory set and returned to the city, heading towards the stone tomb. Mu Tianshu nodded and also returned to the city to prepare supplies, requesting Su Su to summon her, and the two set off together. Upon reaching the third level of the stone tomb, they dedicated themselves to leveling up. The third level of Woma had already been conquered, eliminating the possibility of quietly ambushing the boss, so they focused solely on gaining experience within the stone tomb. Currently, the main force of Angel Wings was monopolizing the evil claw worm in the Centipede Cave, while other factions were fixated on the Woma Temple, awaiting the Woma Lord. This resulted in a sparse presence in the stone tomb, prompting the two to return home for supplies when they ran out of potions. They pressed on, ultimately settling in the fourth and fifth levels of the stone tomb for their leveling endeavors, at a time when most were still occupied in the first and second levels. Few could have imagined that there were players consistently leveling up in the fourth and fifth levels of the stone tomb. After each defeat of the white wild boar, they would first engage the boar before continuing their leveling. The absence of back and forth travel significantly enhanced their efficiency. Thus, the two remained focused on their training, eschewing other maps to avoid wasting time. 7 days later, as a dragon-shaped beam of light enveloped Su Su, both players finally reached level 35. They exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered the word "let's go." Without regard for the remaining injured wild boars, they used a city teleportation scroll and returned to the Alliance's capital. Upon reaching the warehouse, they retrieved their ultimate skills, each selecting to learn them. Mu Tianshu has mastered the ultimate skill of the mage, Ice Roar. Conversely, Su Su has acquired the ultimate skill of the Taoist, Summon Divine Beast. 3 days ago, upon reaching level 33, Su Su also learned another skill, Group Healing. After completing these skills, Mu Tianshu took stock of his recent gains. He had obtained 27 ultimate skill books, over 100 advanced skill books for infinite sticks, and 2 Wellspring Moons. However, he still had not acquired the blood-drinking weapon of the same level as a mage, indicating that the earlier drops were likely exhausted. The promised 3 celestial weapons remained elusive, likely due to the fact that the white wild boars on the 5th level no longer dropped equipment of this caliber. He had sourced 21 Worma weapons, 6 from the Inferno, 7 wands, and 8 silver serpents. Additionally, over 140 Worma accessories surfaced, among which Mu Tianshu discovered a magical bracelet, Sibel, with a power of 0 to 4. He also found a ruby ring with a magical power of 0 to 6 and a new exquisite garment, the Demon Robe, male, which requires 28 magic, weighs 19, has a durability of 2,525, a defense rating of 4 to 8, a magical defense of 3 to 5, and a magic power of 1 to 5. At the time he acquired this robe, he was only at level 32, but his overall encumbrance was insufficient to equip it. Only after donning an overburdened ring, which had been languishing in his storage, was he finally able to wear this garment. Notably, he did not anticipate that his demon-slaying and exorcising ring and the exquisite magical bracelet would remain unexchanged until now. The bracelets and rings he had obtained in recent days merely replaced 2 ordinary Cybele bracelets and ruby rings. Mu Tianshu's magical attributes have now reached an impressive 64 points. And with the addition of skills and various bonuses, his damage output is simply astronomical. Su Su, adorned in exquisite divine gear, has recently mastered the art of summoning divine beasts, allowing her to traverse the world with ease. After completing her skill training, Su Su turned to Mu Tianshu and inquired, "Are you moving today? Do you need any assistance?" "No need," he replied. "Your task today is to level up the little one to level 1. Once we settle into our new home, we shall venture into the new map." At 2 in the afternoon, Mu Tianshu and Ada loaded the last of their belongings onto the vehicle. Mu Tianshu waved goodbye to the landlord and left behind many items that were no longer needed for her to handle. During their stay, the landlord had been quite helpful. And since the new house was already exquisitely furnished, there was little need to transport many items. Upon arriving at Xinglan Community, the movers assisted in bringing their belongings to the 16th floor. The two of them casually arranged their items and handed out a pack of cigarettes to each mover. As they had no close friends, there was no need for elaborate housewarming festivities. Once the movers departed, they began to tidy and organize their rooms. Fortunately, their luggage was not excessive, yet it took over 2 hours to get everything in order. After a refreshing shower, they sent a message to Su Su and hurried to the restaurant they had booked. The 3 of them shared a meal, which served as a simple celebration. Upon returning home, after tending to their nightly routines and entering the bedroom, Mu Tianshu found himself gazing at the newly installed gaming pod, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of where his mind had wandered. Regaining his composure, Mu Tianshu connected his phone to the gaming pod, lay back, and pressed the start button located above his head. A cascade of digital streams danced across the transparent glass canopy as he gradually drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, Mu Tianshu found himself awakening in the bustling city of Mingzhou. A message from Su Su awaited him, urging him to log in and send her a message. After Mu Tianshu sent a message to Su Su, he subsequently reached out to the 9th young master. The latter succinctly conveyed that the current focus of everyone's attention remained on the Woma temple, as only 2 or 3 Woma horns were dropped daily, and not even a single one had been distributed per person as of yet. A player known as Baki Qianqiu had managed to seize the second Woma horn 5 days prior, thereby attracting subtle hostility from all guilds, nearly making it untenable for him on the 3rd level of the Woma temple. It was only after the establishment of a new guild yesterday, which reached a sufficient membership, that the situation improved significantly, allowing him to precariously maintain his position on the 3rd level. The evident targeting stemmed from Baki Qianqiu's utilization of this Woma horn to establish his own branch, the Baki Qianqiu Second Guild. Logically, when one seizes a boss, the spoils rightfully belong to them. However, this game, intricately entwined with reality, is devoid of laws or law enforcement to safeguard one's rights. When the collective opinion turns against you, the distinction between right and wrong becomes irrelevant. In Chapter 79, The Light of the Holy Angel, the second alias has been issued. It is noted that the 9th young master had initially acquired a Woma horn, discreetly permitting Mu Tianshu to establish the staff of the fallen angel. The following day, he secured another Woma horn, and due to the formidable reputation of the angel's wings, no one dared to voice dissent. Yet, the 9th young master committed a particularly distasteful act by auctioning off this Woma horn on the spot, excluding those who had already established guilds from participating in the auction. He proclaimed that everyone should unite, insisting that the formation of branches should wait until most had established their guilds, at which point everyone could develop according to their own abilities. However, seasoned players, akin to ancient foxes, were unlikely to heed such fanciful rhetoric. However, the fact remains that the majority have yet to establish their guilds. Thus this assertion, which is evidently beneficial to all, quickly garnered the consensus of most. Furthermore, the young master only charged 3 million gold coins to bestow the coveted Woma horn upon a warrior named You Are My Grandson Thief. This individual promptly ventured to the palace to establish a guild, aptly named the Free Alliance. Consequently, Even if players managed to defeat the boss, it became abundantly clear to everyone present whether or not the Worma horn had dropped. Those within guilds who acquired the horn could only auction it off, with prices evidently failing to rise. The price of the previous Worma horn still lingered. But if one deemed it too cheap to sell, they would face the wrath of all. As the dominant Qianxiu guild seized the opportunity to claim the second horn under such circumstances, who, one might ask, is the formidable figure behind the Bawang Xiejia guild? They single-handedly laid the foundation of the dominant Qianxiu, a name that suggests an unwillingness to be subservient, and without hesitation, established a branch guild. Soon after, the dominant Qianxiu found itself beset by ambushes from the majority, and apart from the Angel Wings guild, no other guild could withstand the pressure from so many others. The Angel Wings, however, thrived thanks to the secret maps provided by Mu Tianshu, alongside the Centipede Cave map, allowing them to maintain a significant advantage in levels and equipment. Presently, the elite members of the Angel Wings in the Centipede Cave have yet to return. Once they do, a sweeping victory is anticipated. Nevertheless, others are gradually progressing, which is why the young master employed strategies to delay the accelerated development of rival guilds, striving to ensure that everyone develops at a normal pace. The dominant Qianxiu did not foresee such a strong backlash, resulting in their guild failing to access the third level of the Worma Temple for 3 consecutive days to seize the boss. During this time, the young master managed to claim the Worma Lord multiple times, securing 3 Worma horns, aside from one that had already been auctioned. Following an analysis by the guild's management, it was determined that the number of established guilds had reached a substantial figure, with nearly 20 guilds in existence. Given the circumstances, peaceful development became increasingly challenging. Ultimately, the last Worma horn was retained by the young master. However, as Tier 3 guilds can only establish 2 branch guilds, it remained in storage. The young master informed Mu Tianshu that during the day, their guild had upgraded to a Tier 4 guild and summoned Mu Tianshu to establish a guild in Bitch. Considering he had previously laid the groundwork for the initial guilds, it was deemed appropriate for him to oversee the subsequent guilds as well, ensuring that the 2 leaders each fulfill their respective roles. After all, Mu Tianshu typically did not involve himself in the daily affairs. If he remained aloof from all matters, it could adversely affect the guild's development. Regardless of the depths of involvement, this is ultimately not reality. It is a game devoid of death, and within this virtual realm, individuals place a greater emphasis on moral integrity. The struggle for power and profit is vividly illustrated in reality, yet in the realm of gaming, it is met with universal disdain. Mu Tianshu, having experienced the intricacies of the online society, is acutely aware of the moral standards upheld by the online sages. Consequently, he strives to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the guild, recognizing that it is not his forte. Should he act recklessly, he would undoubtedly fail to garner respect. Instead, he focuses on maintaining his superior equipment level and expressing his stance on significant events, ensuring that no one can challenge him. When Mu Tianshu arrived at Bichi, the 9th young master was already there. After trading the Worma horn and 10 million gold coins to Mu Tianshu, he set off towards the palace alongside him. Mu Tianshu noticed that there were also gold coins among the traded items. He remarked, "I still have some gold coins on my end. Last time, I sold all the worthless equipment and amassed several million. Does the guild currently lack gold?" "Indeed, it is impossible for us not to be in need," came the reply. "To be frank, the guild's finances are quite strained. While others may not be affected, we have over 5,000 employees bound by contracts from both the past and present. The guild must cover their leveling expenses. As for the profits of these individuals, it is undeniable that the initial investment is substantial. In the beginning, the equipment acquired is hardly sufficient for personal use, and the guild requires funds to operate. It seems that once all the capital is invested, we should be able to enter a virtuous cycle." Mu Tianshu nodded, acknowledging the substantial initial investment, which was undoubtedly considerable, yielding almost no returns. However, once the armament reached an adequate level and entered a virtuous cycle, the need for further investment would diminish significantly. Moreover, the 5,000 individuals mentioned by the 9th young master merely represented those who had signed contracts. The majority of players do not regard gaming as a profession and therefore refrain from signing. This segment of players comes and goes at will, bound only by the emotional connections forged within the game. In today's world, where reality and virtuality intertwine, the complexity of relationships will only deepen. Among these 5,000 individuals, a portion are longtime employees, thus possessing a profound understanding of one another. Previously, the Radiant Wings had only 3,000 fixed professional members, but within less than a month. That number is on the verge of doubling, a testament to the vast user base of the legendary game. The willingness to sign contracts and treat the game as a profession will continue to grow, ushering in an explosive period of expansion. Many individuals have already taken up mining. When gold depreciates in value and mining becomes less lucrative, these players will seek guilds to sign contracts, transforming into professional logistical support teams for the guilds. Most of these individuals may not possess exceptional talent and may struggle in battles, but previously, they could simply choose not to play. Now, however, not participating is no longer an option, making the entry into major guild logistics a commendable choice. As the two conversed, they arrived at the palace, where a considerable number of individuals were gathered, primarily Taoists practicing the summoning of skeletons, all members of various guilds. While training their summoned creatures, they could also gather intelligence. The number of Taoists capable of summoning skeletons was overwhelming, yet the few armed guards were evidently insufficient, resulting in diminished efficiency in creature training. The two entered the palace directly, and simultaneously, news of their progress swiftly circulated among the major guilds. Before the information could settle, a notification from the system chimed in. System announcement: congratulations to the first guild in the entire server, Wings of Angels, for the successful establishment of the branch Holy Light of Angels. Guild members will receive additional benefits: Monster Experience 3. Glory in passionate achievements. Legends forged in brilliance. The continent of Ma-Fa holds more mysteries. We look forward to your exploration. Following the completion of the branch establishment, Mu Tianshu accessed the guild panel. At the top, in addition to Wings of Angels, there were now 3 branch options available. Chapter 80. Gradually taking shape. Guild name: Wings of Angels. Guild level: 4. Guild members exceed 100, with levels reaching 35. 1,000 members at level 30. A guild experience donation of 1 billion is required to upgrade to level 5. Capacity for members: 51, 555 1,000,000 to recruit guild members. One must be within 10 meters of the target, who must issue the command, join the sect. The hierarchy of permissions is structured as follows. At the apex, we have the president, 2 individuals, who are endowed with all guild privileges. Following them are the vice presidents, 10 individuals, who possess all permissions of the 3rd tier and below, along with the authority to remove newcomers and elevate ordinary members to elite status. The 3rd tier comprises elite members, 10,000 individuals, who enjoy the privileges of the 4th tier and have the capability to establish voice channels for guild subgroups. The 4th tier consists of ordinary members, who benefit from an experience bonus of 5/3 due to guild level enhancement. Moreover, the 3 subguilds, while offering experience bonuses that are 2 points less than those of the Angel Wings, maintain identical statistics otherwise. The Angel Wings has already transitioned all members below level 25 to the subguilds and is no longer publicly recruiting members. The conventional pathways to enter the Angel Wings are limited to 2. One is through being a sub-guild member who, upon reaching level 26, receives a recommendation. The other is for independent players who attain level 28, granting them the opportunity to observe. In due course, the criteria for joining will also be elevated. Mu Tianshu gazed upon the more than 50,000 members of the Angel's Wings, indicating that there were at least 50,000 members who had surpassed level 26. Yet, this number was far from complete. Many members had yet to join the main guild for various reasons, remaining in their respective branches. These individuals were indifferent to the additional 2 experience points offered by the primary guild, as a closer examination would reveal that defeating 100 monsters only amounted to a meager increase equivalent to slaying just 2 more. The assistance rendered was minimal. Having it was preferable, but lacking it was inconsequential. What mattered most to the majority was the prestige of being associated with the primary guild. When embarking on adventures with a group of companions, one would naturally wait for everyone to reach the same level, for no one wished to be labeled as abandoning their comrades. Although all were aware of the distinctions within the legends, most still regarded the legend as a unique game, leading to unusually high moral standards among players. In summary, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that the total number of members above level 26 across the Angel's Wings guilds could easily reach 100,000. The members of the main guild of Angel's Wings primarily congregated within the Centipede Cave, while the 2 major branches, now expanded to 3, were occupied with the young master or several on-duty vice presidents. aimlessly loitering around the Worm Temple in pursuit of bosses. It could be confidently stated that all other guilds were of a distinctly lower caliber compared to the current Angel's Wings. Presently, Angel's Wings boasted 3 branches capable of accommodating 300,000 guild members, and with the main guild included, the total membership could reach 400,000. While this might seem a mere fraction compared to the vast player base, these were elite members, an exceptional task force. Where to say they were 1 in 100 would be an understatement. With the guild panel dismissed, Mu Tianshu returned to the Earth City. Making his way to the entrance where throngs of people formed layers of circles, their voices a cacophony of chatter. What level is that skill? How can a summoned pet have 300 health points at level 0? Ignorant, are we? That is the ultimate skill of the Taoist, summoned divine beast. Wow, that pet is truly impressive. What use do I have for this skeleton? Is it any wonder that others are the top Taoist? Damn it. I'm already level 20 and still Haven T learned to summon a skeleton. How ridiculous. Haha, I've actually learned to summon a skeleton. But these profiteers are selling a level 19 skill for 5,000 gold. For a moment, I relished the sounds of discussion around me. Once upon a time, I too was among them. Mu Tianshu withdrew his thoughts and gazed into the heart of the gathering, where Su Su, clad in simple attire, was diligently practicing summoning her baby creatures. Surrounding her were several members of the Angel Wings faction, maintaining order, not out of arrogance, but due to the initial chaos when Su Su first arrived, with numerous individuals summoning their own baby creatures. It was no secret that she had previously summoned skeleton babies in the Soil City, and those who were observant could easily deduce the situation. Thus, beneath the feet of every blade guard of Mingzhong and the sword guards of Bitch lay a plethora of bones. When Su Su called forth her baby creature, it startled those who were also practicing with their skeletons, as everyone else was summoning pale, skeletal forms. The moment she summoned a blazing red divine beast, it was only natural for curiosity to peak. The esteemed player known as D was not a mere nobody. He had long been recognized as the foremost priest in the entire server. Even those who typically shunned forums were aware of who was currently practicing. Consequently, many gathered to witness the first divine beast in the server, which boasted an astonishing 300 health points at level 0, a testament to the creature's extraordinary prowess. As other priests gathered to observe, the number of onlookers quickly became overwhelming, hindering their practice. Initially, Su Su contemplated abandoning her efforts. Yet there were always those eager to experience the power of the first divine beast firsthand. After all, imagination could only take one so far, and the desire to witness it in action was irresistible. Thus, they began to engage with Su Su. The attack power of a level 0 divine beast was marginally stronger than that of a level 5 skeleton, yet weaker than that of a level 6 skeleton. However, the divine beast's defenses far surpassed that of the skeletons. Even a level 7 skeleton could not withstand a direct encounter with a level 1 dog, conversely. A level 7 dog could easily take on a wild boar. This was the foundation upon which priests established their livelihoods in the realm of legend. In this arena, where players were training their creatures, there were no level 7 skeletons. Most were level 0 or 1 skeletons, with only a handful of health points. Once attacked, Su Su's mutated divine beast rose to its hind legs, its form swelling to 3 times its original size, towering over the onlookers. With a single breath, it dispatched one of the skeletons, while few could endure even 2 blows from such a creature. Yet, standing near the blade guards, it was not long before one of their blades met the head of Su Su's creature, swiftly sending it to the cycle of reincarnation. Su Su, who had intended to depart, noticed the altercation and promptly called for assistance within her guild. Upon hearing that their esteemed leader was being bullied in the Soil City, her guildmates rushed to her aid. After all, who wouldn't he be curious about a priest creature? They hurried back in droves, clearing the area around the blade guards with their skills, and without hesitation, they retaliated, stabilizing the situation. However, the audience remained, making it nearly impossible for her to level up after an entire afternoon of effort. When Mutianshu arrived, Su Su was nearly finished with her practice. After observing for a while, he sent her a message and then returned to the city to replenish his supplies. He found a CAF for a refill, transferred all his equipment to her, and then employed his teleportation skill to head directly to their destination, the Zuma Temple. Chapter 81. The Carefree Immortal of the Mundane World. The third alias Destiny has been released. When Mutianshu arrived at the Zuma Temple, he found the entrance deserted and proceeded directly to the first floor. A few members of the Xiaoyao Alliance were engaged in battling the unique monster, the Great Rat. But Mu Tianshu paid them no mind and continued on his way. Occasionally, he encountered scattered players from various guilds, seemingly exploring the area. After some time on the path, Mu Tianshu suddenly noticed 3 solo players fighting the rats. Had they been members of a guild, he would have approached them directly. However, the fact that these solitary players were still able to contend with the rats piqued his curiosity. Thus, he stood nearby, observing for a while. The trio exhibited a well-balanced composition: a warrior, a mage, and a priest, all at level 30. Their equipment consisted of top-notch gear suitable for level 20, and the warrior wielded a frostblade of level 25. Their coordination was impressive, and soon the rats succumbed to their combined efforts. Frostblade requires level 25, weight 20, durability 2020, attack 10 to 13. This weapon boasts a remarkably balanced attack and is one of the most sought-after weapons for warriors beneath the warmer equipment tier. Even many guild leaders today may not possess such a fine weapon. Noticing Mu Tianshu observing them, one of the players, a Taoist named Destiny, approached and greeted him. "Are you Bachin Tianshu, the leader of the Angel's Wings? Hello, may I inquire if you need assistance?" "Oh, no, I simply found it intriguing to see you battling here." Given the challenges your current equipment presents, the group seemed to have only recently arrived and shared their thoughts. "Indeed, we discovered this area when we first entered, and we were promptly defeated. Now that we are level 30, we still find ourselves only able to tackle minor monsters, and the loot leaves much to be desired." Mu Tianshu understood that the first level would yield little of value, with the Great Rat being a potential source of the God of War armor. However, encountering such an extraordinary drop from a mere Great Rat on the first level would be akin to striking a lottery, improbable, if not impossible. He advised his companions to venture into the latter half of the Centipede Cave map, or to confront the Woma Lord in the Woma Temple to acquire some Woma equipment, as this was the next phase following the Woma territory. Observing the skeptical expression on the sorceress across from him, Mu Tianshu continued. "It is not entirely unfeasible to engage now, yet the likelihood of obtaining anything worthwhile in this area is negligible. Currently, this place sees little activity, and with only the 3 of you, penetrating the subsequent maps is unachievable. While we are aware of what you speak, reaching the deeper sections of the Centipede Cave poses significant challenges for us, and accessing the Woma Temple is even more daunting, as it is heavily dominated by various guilds that fiercely guard the Lord, leaving little room for others to approach." Upon hearing this, Mu Tianshu smiled faintly. "Do you currently belong to a guild or plan to join one? You wish for us to join the Angel's Wing? It's not entirely out of the question, but we are accustomed to our freedom. Joining someone else's team may pose some challenges for us. There is no need for concern. We are not as rigid in our expectations. You may continue as your own small team, and should you wish to form a more permanent group with others, that is entirely up to you. However, joining the Angel's Wing does come with a probationary period." "A probationary period?" The female warrior, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow. "Indeed, you have your own aspirations, and we do not accept just anyone. Thus, we gather if it suits us and part ways if it does not. If you wish to give it a try, I can admit you into the guild now." Destiny pondered for a moment before nodding. "Then let us experience what the legendary First Guild truly entails." Mu Tianshu welcomed the 3 individuals into the guild, and then remarked, "You may inquire within the guild about who is currently in charge of the Centipede Cave. I suggest you first explore the cave to see if there are opportunities to acquire the Wormer equipment. However, if you prefer to engage in battle here, that is entirely your choice." Destiny nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, since we are here, let us first attempt to fight and see how it goes. We will reconsider our options if we find ourselves unable to continue." Mu Tianshu nodded and beckoned the 3 companions before continuing deeper into the map. Along the way, numerous monsters appeared, yet their presence was manageable, suggesting that many had ventured here to explore. Mu Tianshu understood this, as the area was not particularly concealed, and it was natural for curious souls to come and test their mettle. However, at this stage, it was likely that most encounters would end swiftly. News of Mu Tianshu's appearance at the Zhuma Temple quickly spread among the various guilds. Simultaneously, the leader of the Xiaoyao Alliance, Xiaoyao Hongchun, instructed her guild members to abandon their efforts at the Zhuma Temple. A nearby novice warrior was puzzled, prompting Xiaoyao Hongchun to elucidate. "It is rumored that Beichen Tianshu and Do Liu Tang have both reached level 35. They possess the necessary equipment to tackle Zhuma Temple at this level, making it impossible for us to explore. Are we to merely watch them acquire gear?" The warrior retorted. Incredulous. Xiao Hanshan responded, that would be foolish. Even if we allowed them to proceed, how much gear could they truly obtain? When thousands charge in, what impact could one individual make? Besides, if we cannot overcome them, we have already tested our limits countless times. Even entering the third layer is a challenge. Others have progressed far beyond us. We should learn from them. Remember, weakness and ignorance do not hinder survival, arrogance does. Yes, Brother Jun, I understand, the warrior replied. But let us maintain a long-term perspective. I promised your father that I would guide you. However, this is a game, not reality. No one will show you leniency. If you push others too far, they may retaliate, even at the cost of their own demise. Do you truly wish for that? Isn't Yangzheng, the formidable figure of the Baki Qinxiu, equally impressive? Should he push the daughter of the Gong family too far, she would likely meet him with the same fate, leaving him no option but to concede. Has the Gong family even ventured into this realm? I had never heard of it. Indeed, they have been fortunate. Previously, they did not engage in this domain, allowing Gong Feixian to navigate it alone, and astonishingly, she managed to carve out her own niche. However, with the advent of virtual mirrors and the explosion of virtual gaming, their family will soon have much to witness. Furthermore, to prevent your missteps, let me be direct. Do not seek trouble with Beichen Tianshu. Know your place. Do you truly believe Sujio is an easy target? His willingness to co-manage Angel's wings with Beichen Tianshu, regardless of the reasons, signifies that Beichen Tianshu is now the leader of the foremost guild. Observe how many are establishing guilds now. Who dares seek recognition in his presence? The novice warrior, exasperated, replied, Brother Jun, I am not foolish enough to intentionally seek him out. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu, unaware of the unfolding events, stood at the entrance of the second layer, cloaked in an invisibility ring, with no one in sight. Chapter 82. The Zuma altar. Mu Tianshu received a message from Su Su, informing him that the divine beast had reached level 1. Their objective this time was to enter the 7th layer of Zuma, and they did not intend to squander time in the preceding layers. At this moment, Mu Tianshu's backpack was filled with random teleportation scrolls. The newly updated general store now offered bundles of random teleportation scrolls, and upon opening a bundle, one would find 6 scrolls contained within. Mu Tianshu carried a total of 20 bundles of random teleportation scrolls, primarily for the sake of expediency on his journey, facilitated by the memory set that alleviated the need for potions. After spending over an hour reaching the 3rd level of Zuma, he did not hasten to ascend to the 4th level. This was because, at the inception of the legend, behind the lower left wall in the middle of the 3rd level map, there existed an entrance to a concealed area known as the Zuma altar. Although the map was modest in size, it harbored a formidable Zuma guardian with a health pool of 1400. Recognized as the sole known fixed spawn point for such exceptional monsters, this was the only creature Mu Tianshu intended to confront before venturing to the 7th level. Speaking of exceptional monsters, one must also consider the creatures residing within the Zuma temple. The temple is home to 2 particularly repugnant entities, the blight moth and the horned fly, alongside a unique creature, the giant rat. Early in the game, the giant rat epitomizes cost-effectiveness, dropping level 22 class garments and various accessories and weapons around level 20. On occasions of extraordinary luck, players might even procure items such as the God of War armor, wind potion, and spirit potion, although the drop rates for such treasures are disappointingly low, akin to certain games where players frequently win limited edition skins. Yet the fortunate winner is seldom oneself. These 3 types of monsters are widely dispersed in the initial 2 layers, gradually diminishing from the 3rd layer onward, only to be supplanted by the primary Zuma creatures, the Zuma Guardian, Zuma Statue, and Zuma Archer. Notably, both the Zuma Guardian and Zuma Statue possess a health pool of 495, while the Zuma Archer has 385. However, these monsters exhibit an array of differing attributes. Aside from the standard variants, one can encounter Zuma Archers with 800 health, Zuma Statues with 900 health, and Zuma Guardians with 1000 health. Remarkably, the Zuma Guardian boasts a 3rd attribute with a staggering health pool of 1400, surpassing even that of the White Wild Boar in the Pig Cave and the Minor Boss, the Wama Guardian in Wama Temple. The names and appearances of these variously attributed monsters are identical, prompting players to refer to those with higher health as exceptional monsters. Of course, these statistics pertain to the monsters of the previous iteration of the legend. It remains uncertain whether these exceptional creatures qualify as bosses or if their attributes and sizes have undergone changes. The hidden area on the 3rd level, the Zuma altar. stands as the only definitive locale for the spawning of a Zuma Guardian with 1400 health. Apart from this hidden area on the 3rd level, other locations may yield exceptional Zuma monsters, but the spawning of the 3rd level Zuma Guardian remains uncertain. Additionally, in the past iteration, a Zuma High Priest would spawn here, albeit merely as a Fade. While its attributes mirrored those of the true Zuma High Priest, it did not drop any other items. The only item that can be obtained is the Zuma Avatar. The Zuma Avatar and the Wormahorn are both unique items, yet they serve different purposes. The Wormahorn is utilized for establishing guilds, while the Zuma Avatar is employed to initiate the siege of Shabak. Following the conclusion of the first Shabak contest, the guild leader who conquers Shabak will become the new lord of the city. Any guild that refuses to submit to the ruling guild merely needs to present a Zuma Avatar along with a certain amount of gold at the NC located at the Shabak entrance to challenge the current ruling guild. If they triumph over the reigning guild, they shall usurp the title and become the new lord of Shabak. The reason for the presence of the Zuma chief here is likely to facilitate the advancement into the 10th level of the Zuma map, as the difficulty of ultimately entering the chief's domain is considerably high. Hence, the Zuma chief spawns here, and this boss does not drop equipment. It solely yields the Zuma Avatar necessary for the siege. From the 4th level of Zuma onward, there will be a slight appearance of elite monsters, with their frequency increasing in the 5th level. Descending further leads to the Zuma Pavilion, commonly referred to as the Zuma Maze. And beyond that lies the 6th level of Zuma, which features a vast hall, eventually leading to the terrifying 7th level of Zuma. This 7th level is teeming with elite monsters, making it exceedingly challenging for even the most formidable characters to withstand the onslaught of adversaries. The sudden escalation of difficulty in the 7th level can be attributed to both the monsters and the terrain. The first 5 levels of the Zuma Temple consist of expansive maps, reminiscent of eerie ancient castle dungeons, where walls are composed of countless small rooms. Thus, mages thrive in this environment, even if they cannot defeat the monsters. They can evade them with relative ease, provided that they can find unoccupied spaces after initial exploration when fewer monsters remain. Currently, one might consider mingling in the Stone Tomb and Centipede Cave instead. The first 3 levels of the 7th level of the Zuma Temple are entirely open corridors. Indeed, the 7th level comprises 3 distinct tiers, and compared to the preceding 5 levels, the map is relatively small, making it difficult to find advantageous positions against monsters. Moreover, the monsters spawn in large groups, rendering solo players virtually suicidal. Even a Taoist spirit beast cannot withstand the multitude of elite monsters present. Who could? Of course, those equipped with an invisibility ring may have a different experience. Mu Tianshu hurried to the entrance of the Zuma altar, eager to confront the extraordinary monsters within. Without hesitation, he chose to enter, and indeed, the portal was accessible. In his previous life, this map had been restricted after a certain period, and Mu Tianshu was unaware of the precise reasons. He had just worried that he might find himself unable to enter, rendering his efforts futile. With great anticipation, he sought the remarkable Zuma Guardians, but after taking just a few steps, he smacked his forehead in realization. Every monster appeared identical, leaving him uncertain as to which one was the exceptional creature. He called upon Su Su to conceal herself, and, after ensuring his companion was safely resting in a secure zone, he donned his memory set. With a seamless fusion of heaven and earth, he summoned her forth. Mu Tianshu instructed Su Su to sequentially employ the mind revelation skill, revealing the health of all monsters. As he observed Su Su commencing her skill usage on the creatures, he ventured deeper into the altar. Along the way, upon encountering the moths, he effortlessly dispatched them with lightning strike, all the while searching diligently. Mu Tianshu wandered through the Zuma altar, his intent clear, to ascertain whether the Zuma master still resided here. Though in his previous life the Zuma master did not drop equipment, who could say for certain now? After all, circumstances had changed. Should equipment drop here, it would present an additional boss to conquer. While Mu Tianshu was lost in thought during his search, he heard Su Su mention the absence of exceptional Zuma guardians, prompting him to summon the divine beast. Zuma monsters possessed a unique characteristic when they first spawned. Both the Zuma guardians and Zuma statues were petrified and could not attack players. Naturally, these monsters were also in an invincible state, rendering them unselectable. In such circumstances, skills could not be employed against them. The activated Zuma guardians were no exception. Thus, he could only call forth his companion, awakening the other monsters one by one. As soon as Su Su summoned the divine beast, It was akin to a drop of water hitting a hot oil pan, causing an explosive reaction. She then proceeded to search through the unactivated monsters, while Mu Tianshu continued his quest for the master across the map. Once Su Su had examined all the activated monsters, Mu Tianshu used his memory set to teleport her to his side and resumed his search. The Juma altar was not particularly large. After half an hour of exploration, Mu Tianshu had yet to catch sight of the Juma master. He remained uncertain whether it was merely not spawning or if he had overlooked something, or perhaps other factors were at play. However, as he had found nothing, he resolved not to search again. At that moment, Su Su conveyed once more that she had not located any exceptional monsters. Thus, Mu Tianshu instructed Su Su to become invisible and retreated to a corner of the map, where he utilized the technique of uniting heaven and earth to draw her into the secluded space. He then commenced the elimination of the monsters, unleashing a lightning strike upon a Juma Guardian. The damage dealt was -137, indicating it was not an exceptional Guardian, though the damage was satisfactory. Ordinary Juma Guardians possessed a mere 495 health points, requiring only 4 or 5 strikes to dispatch. Ideally, the most effective method would be to employ Hell Lightning, with 2 mages detonating simultaneously. Regrettably, Mu Tianshu realized he could not withstand such an onslaught alone. While ordinary monsters posed minimal threat, given Mu Tianshu's doubled defense, he felt pressure only if 1 or 2 exceptional monsters were present. It was not that he could not endure, but the demand for instant recovery potions would significantly increase. Unfortunately, the Sun Water could not be purchased directly from stores and had to be acquired from other players. This was not merely a matter of price, even with quantity. The Angel Wings Guild's storage capacity should suffice for his needs. The primary concern was the inconvenience. Potions did not stack, and instant recovery potions occupied a slot each. If he were to rely on them regularly, it seemed he would need to return every 10 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Su Su's level 1 companion had yet to perish, boasting 420 health points and inflicting considerable distress upon a horde of ordinary Juma monsters. The warrior companion's level up would only enhance health and attack. Defense would remain unchanged. Thus, the defense of a level 1 divine beast and a level 7 mutated skeleton was identical. In his previous life, Mu Tianshu had conducted tests indicating that the defense of summoned skeletons was approximately 14 points, while that of divine beasts was around 38 points. On the surface, the level 7 skeleton's attack and health far surpassed that of the level 1 divine beast. Yet, why was it commonly asserted that the level 1 divine beast was superior? The formidable defense of the divine beast is approximately 2.7 to 3 times that of the mutated skeleton, reaching an impressive defense of around 38. This exceptional strength renders all early-stage adversaries utterly insignificant, serving as the divine beast's trump card in one-on-one confrontations with bosses. It is worth noting that Mu Tianshu, with 2 sets of armor, barely achieves a defense that exceeds 20, while his health currently hovers at a mere 159 points. To speak candidly, Su Su's companion is truly an invincible entity within the entire server. After dedicating some time to their endeavor, the two managed to clear a space in the corner. Su Su resumed her search for the exquisite Zuma Guardian, while Mu Tianshu took it upon himself to eliminate the minor monsters. At long last, their perseverance bore fruit. After approximately 20 minutes, as Su Su employed mind revelation on a Zuma Guardian positioned slightly to the upper left of the divine beast, a formidable Zuma Guardian with a health value of 84,000 suddenly appeared before her eyes. It was an exceptional Zuma Guardian. Su Su gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Mu Tianshu also discerned the abnormal health of the elite Zuma Guardian, which stood motionless, encircled by a throng of minor creatures. Otherwise, given the elite Zuma Guardian's remarkable speed and attack rate, it would surely have been noticed by now. The two partners, already in perfect sync, required no further discussion. Su Su swiftly unleashed a poison attack, closely followed by Mu Tianshu, who commenced casting Thunderbolt upon the elite Zuma Guardian, marking the official onset of their battle. The elite Guardian, ensnared amidst the lesser creatures, found itself unable to maneuver. Unlike when confronting the white wild boar, Mu Tianshu refrained from deploying a firewall beneath the feet of the Zuma Guardian. This was due to the fact that the surrounding monsters also harbored a fear of flames, and the firewall constituted an area attack. Igniting the vicinity would likely incinerate the minor creatures surrounding the elite Guardian. Should any of the lesser monsters perish, The resulting space would render it even more challenging for Thunderbolt to land its strike, significantly prolonging the duration of the battle. Moreover, Mu Tianshu was acutely aware that, aside from its swift mobility, the most formidable aspect of the Elite Guardian was its rapid attack speed. Not even a warrior could withstand its onslaught alone, regardless of whether it was now or even a month later. The only two viable strategies to defeat it involved utilizing the dog path or having a mage trap the creature. Of course, this discussion pertained to scenarios with fewer players. In instances of larger groups or guild-organized raids, alternative tactics would undoubtedly emerge, which need not be elaborated upon. Historically, the elite monsters had been the primary culprits behind catastrophic incidents in Zuma. During significant monster spawns, the appearance of an elite guardian often caught players unawares, leading to swift retreats that left them bewildered. Mu Tianshu would naturally not allow the two individuals to find themselves in such an awkward predicament. They would first ensure the monster was adequately positioned before attacking. Although this exceptional guardian possessed a staggering 84,000 health points, the two had long since evolved beyond their initial state, where their combined attributes barely reached 20. Presently, their output surpassed 10,000 per minute, and with the debilitating effects of red and green poison preventing any chance of recovery, the Zuma Guardian ultimately succumbed to their relentless assault. It could only emit a mournful wail in its final moments, as it perished, scattering a plethora of items and potions across the ground, while a radiant column of light, towering over a meter in height, stood resolutely upon the earth. Mu Tianshu focused his gaze. It was the dragon bracelet, an exceptional piece of equipment. Upon seeing the radiant beam, Su momentarily froze, then, filled with excitement, exclaimed that the manner of its emergence clearly indicated its extraordinary nature, undoubtedly a high-level artifact. Mu Tianshu spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. First, let us eliminate the monsters and then take the equipment. After the demise of the exceptional Zuma Guardian, he no longer fretted about the threat posed by the creatures, for only this singular elite Zumu monster spawns in this area. Instantly, an array of electric sparks enveloped him, radiating outward. Hell's Thunder, a divine technique for exterminating foes, unleashed a series of lightning strikes, clearing a substantial area in just 4 or 5 rounds. 2 minutes later, Mu Tianshu gazed at the items within his inventory. Dragon Bracelet requires 28 magic, weighs 3, durability 66, magic range 0 to 4. Wishing everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 84. The Exceptional Zumu Dragon Hand. Remarkably, it was indeed of superior quality. It seemed that venturing into uncharted territory was truly invincible. Of course, Su, who had just traded for the equipment, undoubtedly played a significant role. In his previous life, the 100 districts boasted items of extraordinary caliber, such as the magic level 7 Dragon Hand. Who could deny the allure of such treasures? Additionally, there was a Hellfire weapon and some lesser gear, but upon inspection, he found nothing else of particular interest. After defeating this elite Zumu Guardian, Mu Tianshu instructed Su to return home while he exited the altar alone. For Su was unaware of his quest for the Zumu Lord, and thus, he chose to remain silent. After leaving the altar, Mu Tianshu adorned himself with the Dragon Bracelet, replacing his previous 3 Magic Sabella bracelet. Upon inspecting the attributes, he noted a significant change. The Dragon Bracelet required a magical strength of 28, weighed 3, boasted a durability of 66, and offered a magic range of 0 to 4. Its hidden attributes included 5 spell penetration and 3 accuracy, 2 seemingly simple enhancements, yet their impact was profoundly desirable, bordering on the extraordinary. Wearing the bracelet, Mu Tianshu raised his hand to examine it. The bracelet was crafted from the fangs of the legendary dragon, with a dark red gemstone at its center, emanating a subtle glow, exuding an aura of mystery. It instilled within him a sense of considerable enhancement in his combat prowess. Shaking his head to dispel such fanciful thoughts, Mu Tianshu hastened toward the 4th level of the Zuma, knowing that apart from the altar, the first 3 levels harbored no exceptional Zuma guardians. Mu Tianshu had no intention of searching slowly, one by one. With the invisibility ring and the memory set at his disposal, descending directly to the 7th layer was undoubtedly his optimal strategy. After running for half an hour, Mu Tianshu finally reached the entrance to the 6th layer from the 5th. Beyond this door lay a labyrinth, yet the pathways could not deter him. He was intimately familiar with the various routes of the mazes within the game. Successfully descending to the 6th layer of Zuma, he found himself in a grand hall devoid of any monsters. In his past life, This location had been regarded as an iconic map in numerous private servers, frequently utilized for various activities and bosses. What was once merely a hall had now expanded to the size of 2 or 3 football fields, a stark contrast to its former self. Mu Tianshu sent a message to Su Su, and after her reply, he utilized the memory set to bring her over. After giving her a few instructions, Mu Tianshu entered the 7th level of Zuma. At the entrance, there was a moth capable of revealing hidden entities, given Mu Tianshu's current strength. If he were to encounter a multitude of such creatures, it might cause him some trouble. However, a single moth posed no threat, allowing him to stand still as it sprayed its attacks without concern. After swiftly dispatching the moth, Mu Tianshu instructed Su Su to remain hidden and settled his companion to rest in the 6th level of Zuma before bringing her over. Although most monsters were petrified, certain creatures like the giant rat, the moth, and the Zuma archers remained unfazed and naturally active. Thus, the two began to clear away these minor foes. In this level, moths and giant rats were scarce. The majority consisted of Zuma warriors, Zuma statues, and Zuma archers. With a single cast of lightning spell, Mu Tianshu reduced the health of the first Zuma archer by a fraction. An elite Zuma archer. The first one is an exceptional creature. Let us use mental revelation. Su Su activated mental revelation to display the monster's health and then applied poison, commenting, "So this is the explosive column for 64,000 health, right?" Indeed, anything over 64,000 triggers the explosive column, but it still depends on luck. Mu Tianshu had no intention of hiding this from Su Su. As they had always fought monsters and leveled up together, it would be unrealistic to keep secrets. Su Su never pressed for details, and Mu Tianshu was uncertain how to explain, so they maintained a tacit understanding. Against an elite archer, the two were well equipped to handle the challenge. Mu Tianshu had already reached level 2 of the magic shield, which made enduring a few elite Zuma warriors or statues somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, with a Zuma archer, they faced no issues. Although the elite archer's attack speed was significantly faster than that of a regular one, the standard archers were not particularly swift either, especially when compared to the Zuma warriors and statues. As long as they could withstand the damage, they could continue fighting, especially since the Zuma archer was inferior in most aspects compared to the warriors and statues, with the sole advantage of its reach, allowing it to attack without needing to approach players. If there were few monsters, it would be a favored foe, but if there were many, the situation could become dire. After 5 or 6 minutes, a mournful bleat echoed, followed by an impressive 8x8 explosion on the ground. Among the loot, a radiant titan ring caught Mu Tianshu's eye, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Having just cleared a small area, Mu Tianshu hurriedly collected the equipment. Su Su, under the effects of her invisibility spell, was unable to move after Mu Tianshu reminded her not to do so upon reaching the 7th level, and thus could only watch as he gathered the items. After Mu Tianshu collected all the equipment, he began to examine them on the spot. Titan Ring requires 24 Taoist skill, weighs 3, has a durability of 15, and offers a Taoist skill bonus of 2 to 6. This surpasses the Platinum Ring's Taoist skill by a margin of 2 to 2, rendering the Titan Ring one of the most cost-effective pieces of equipment among the Zuma gear. Given the overpowered nature of early-game Taoists, the attributes of the Worma-level weapon, Silver Serpent, are rather disappointing, making it a disgrace among equipment of the same tier. Phantom Gloves requires level 25, weighs 5, has a durability of 88, and provides a defense of 0 to 3. Glancing at another piece of Worma-level gear that dropped, it is merely an ordinary warrior's glove. Nonetheless, it remains one of the most valuable pieces of equipment at present, and its price is undoubtedly high. However, the next item brought a smile to Mu Tianshu's face. Ebony Bracelet requires level 19, weighs 1, has a durability of 36, and offers a magical bonus of 0 to 5. A magical bonus of 5 on the Ebony Bracelet significantly outperforms the Sibel Bracelet, and to put it bluntly, even the ordinary Dragon Bracelet pales in comparison to this ebony piece. After all, ordinary Dragon Bracelets are becoming increasingly common, whereas this magical Ebony Bracelet is a rare find. With its modest level 19 requirement, this item can be considered the ultimate accessory for flaunting one's prowess. Its value is beyond dispute. Mu Tianshu traded the Titan Ring to Su Su, instructing her to return home to repair it, as the equipment's durability was rather low, and he was hesitant to use it immediately. Upon Su Su's return to the city, Mu Tianshu promptly posted the attributes of the Ebony Bracelet on the guild's public screen. which was shared by the 4 major guilds. Instantly, everyone was invigorated, as the public screen, already bustling with activity, became a flurry of fresh updates. Since the last version update, the guild leader and vice leader's messages on the public screen were now pinned, ensuring they wouldn't be drowned out by the deluge of messages. This led everyone to return to public screen discussions, as the guild leader needed to maintain an air of mystery, yet the vice leader still had to frequently make an appearance. Chapter 85. Oversight. Since the establishment of the branch, the Wings of Angels ceased direct recruitment, and the young master and his associates relinquished their roles in managing the guild's daily logistics. Following the version update, they completely withdrew from managing trivial matters, delegating all such responsibilities to specialized logistics personnel, allowing them to focus on treasure hunting and leveling up. After all, if one were to fall behind, it would be a blemish not just on oneself, but on the entire group. Upon seeing the equipment posted by Mu Tianshu, the players in the public screen, including the likes of Blooming Other Shore, Moldy at Home, and No Cry No Fuss No Brag, immediately flooded the chat with a barrage of question marks. Blooming Other Shore, are you kidding me? A magic level 5 ebony? Moldy at Home, Brother Tianshu, I know this is routine for you. Please name your price. A drunken smile. Boss Tianshu, just name your price. I want that bracelet. No Cry No Fuss No Brag. What the hell? You're just a Taoist. Why are you making a fuss? A drunken smile. Well, you know I got engaged recently. Little White Dragon. We agreed to stay single together. And yet you secretly held hands? With so many participants, the conversation quickly veered off course. Nevertheless, the bracelet was ultimately acquired by a drunken smile for 15,000 gold. As the rise of legends made valuable equipment increasingly expensive, though boasting was one thing, when it came to the crunch, everyone remained quite considerate. After all, it was merely an ebony bracelet. If it had been a weapon or armor, a drunken smile would have found it much harder to speak up. After Mu Tianshu summoned Su Su once more, he entrusted her with the memory set, then returned to the city for a brief replenishment. Following a transaction with Ishaozue, he made his way back to the 7th level of Zuma. Once the two had nearly cleared the archers, Su Su summoned her pet. As all the monsters were activated, they began to methodically eliminate them together. Su Su took on the responsibility of locating the elite monsters and applying poison, while Mu Tianshu meticulously picked them off one by one. If there was a need for assistance, he would summon his pet to block the monsters' positions. Having collaborated since the inception of the server, they were well-versed in their roles. Perhaps due to the initial phase of exploration, the equipment drop rates were notably favorable. Aside from the 2 pieces of Zuma equipment that dropped at the outset, there had been no further developments, while the equipment and skill books from the Wama monsters seemed to drop consistently from nearly every elite monster encountered. At present, Mu Tianshu possesses over 2,000 skill books in the warehouse, and it is nearly time to commence the sale of skill books for levels below 30. As the scarcity of such books has become quite severe, Mu Tianshu was still engaged in clearing the lesser foes when he suddenly heard Su Su exclaim, "An exceptional guardian worth 84,000 at the 11 o'clock position." As Mu Tianshu followed Su Su's words, he spotted a Juma guardian in the distance, marked with a staggering 84,000 health points, standing motionless. After surveying the surroundings, Mu Tianshu declared, "Let us attack directly, it can't reach us." Upon hearing this, Su Su promptly applied poison, and the two commenced their relentless assault on the first elite Juma guardian within the 7th level. For the two adept at invisibility, the absence of competition amidst a plethora of monsters presented an ideal scenario. Whether facing a single elite Juma guardian or numerous others, they would remain unscathed. Just as they focused on their output, an ordinary Juma guardian in front of Mu Tianshu moved slightly. All monsters, once activated, occasionally shifted, and it was this very movement that led to Mu Tianshu's significant misfortune. The elite Juma guardian, already traversing back and forth, was agitated by the monsters that had been blocked. Despite the invisibility ring rendering him unseen, the guardian was still capable of perceiving its attackers. As the ordinary Juma guardian made a slight repositioning, the elite Juma guardian seized the opportunity and charged towards Mu Tianshu, swinging its hammer down upon him. -21, -19. Even at level 35, Mu Tianshu's health had dwindled to a mere 159 points. It is noteworthy that he was a shield mage. With a 2-level magic shield and 2 sets of equipment, losing this much health was alarming. Had it been any other mage without a magic shield, Mu Tianshu would wager they would not withstand even 2 strikes. Fortunately, he still had some endurance left. Not anticipating such a scenario, he had only brought 3 potent healing potions for survival. As he observed the monster's remaining health at 289 points, Mu Tianshu gritted his teeth and said, "Keep going. I can hold." Su Su, without further ado, unleashed a barrage of soul fire talismans upon the monster. Mu Tianshu also continued to cast lightning spells. Yet the monster's attack speed exceeded his expectations. For every strike Mu Tianshu landed, the elite Juma Guardian retaliated with 3 to 4 blows. And even the 3 potent healing potions could only restore 150 health points. In such a relentless assault, Mu Tianshu found it impossible to regain health. The Guardian's attacks were not magical, rendering his necklace's magical evasion useless. As he watched his health plummet, Mu Tianshu quickly halted his actions, refraining from further attacks, and shouted to Su Su, "Su Su, apply poison to draw aggro." Su Su, having sensed the urgency, had already begun casting her poison skill before Mu Tianshu's warning. Although the poison skill was renowned for drawing monster aggro, the casting required time. During the interval of Su Su's spell, the elite Juma Guardian dealt 2 more crushing blows to Mu Tianshu. With a pained cry, he collapsed, marking his first death since the onset of their battle. Mu Tianshu. Su Su. Su Su gazed silently at Mu Tianshu, who lay on the ground. Mu Tianshu glanced at the shattered Sabella bracelet and several vials of potent magical elixirs scattered about, then looked at his own empty right hand. Feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over him. "Do not concern yourself with the gear. Fortunately, I had just returned to town to repair my equipment, and my memory set is still with you. Simply summon me once I am online, while you focus on vanquishing the B0SS. After speaking, Mu Tianshu cast a glance at the Juma Guardian, whose health had dwindled to less than 100. Upon hearing his words, Su Su quickly reacted and began her assault on the Juma Guardian. 3 soul fire talismans claimed the head of the Juma Guardian, and in an instant, the ground was adorned with an array of equipment. The bone jade scepter. Mu Tianshu fell to the ground, emitting a sound of surprise. Right before Su Su, a white scepter lay across the ground, upon which stood a statue of a Juma. Chapter 86. The emergence of divine weapon. Upon uttering this statement, Mu Tianshu immediately went offline, only to hastily log back in with remarkable speed. He sent a message to Su Su, who promptly initiated text communication with him, swiftly pulling him into their conversation. Once Mu Tianshu arrived, he found himself positioned beside his Sibel bracelet. After donning his equipment, he and Su Su joined forces to eliminate the lesser monsters. Mu Tianshu first diverted the Juma statue atop the bone jade staff using a lightning spell, allowing Su Su to advance and promptly activate her invisibility spell. Despite her rapid concealment, 2 monsters began to assault Su Su. With no formidable foes in the vicinity, she summoned her long-trained divine beast. After 2 or 3 minutes, the duo finally collected all the equipment. Su Su then discarded the divine beast to the side, paying it no further heed, and began to examine the gear. Mu Tianshu was initially cooperating with the divine beast to assault the monsters. However, upon witnessing the attributes emanating from Su Su, he became quite agitated. The bone jade staff requires level 35, weighs 20, possesses a durability of 12-18, and offers an attack range of 6 to 14, along with a magical power of 2 to 8 and an accuracy bonus of 1. The increase of 2 points in attack may seem trivial, yet the enhancement of 2 points in magic is extraordinary. Furthermore, with the addition of a slight boost in accuracy, this weapon can be regarded as a remarkable treasure. Overall, the properties beneficial to a mage have increased by 3 points, rendering it a significant find. Mu Tianshu couldn't help but feel a bittersweet smile emerge within him. He was well aware that Su Su's luck was formidable, yet he lamented that he was not a Taoist and lacked the art of invisibility. Otherwise, he would have bestowed the invisibility ring upon her, allowing her to gather equipment, and the chances of acquiring exceptional items would have been significantly heightened. Although it seemed somewhat mystical, it was undeniable that the loot others collected often boasted superior attributes compared to his own. There was simply no rationale to explain this phenomenon. Despite the fact that the wand in his possession was among the finest weapons available in the game, it paled in comparison to the bone jade staff. Just when he thought it was all over, Mu Tianshu suddenly noticed that Su Su had once again announced another piece of equipment, the Phantom Gloves, requiring level 25, weighing 5, with durability 68, defense 0 to 4, and attack 0 to 3. What a revelation! Mu Tianshu was left speechless, regardless of the circumstances. This attribute alone would easily surpass the warrior-grade equipment of the Zulu tier. The attack of 3 and defense of 4 for the Phantom gloves were unheard of in his experience. While he had seen sturdy gloves with such attributes, this was, after all, a piece of equipment from the Worma tier, complete with hidden attributes beyond its basic stats. It could be said that, at this stage, the 3 divine weapons could not compete. However, once more of the 3 divine weapons were obtained, it was certain that none would rival the value of this bracelet. After clearing a small area of the monsters at the entrance, Mu Tianshu returned to town to organize his equipment, naturally carrying the newly acquired bone jade staff. After a special repair in town, he procured 10 bottles of blessed oil from the CAF and traded away his lower-tier equipment to her. This time, the haul was modest. And after deducting the cost of the blessed oil, he was left with less than 10,000 gold. Once the transaction was complete, Mu Tianshu sent a message to Ada, requesting him to notify him upon his return to town, and then he returned to the 7th level of Zulu. After trading the weapons and blessed oil to Su, he awaited her assistance in bestowing luck upon his weapon. Fortunately, most weapon requirements were based on level. Aside from the warrior weapons, which were initially too heavy to wield, the advent of the overload ring alleviated this concern. Before long, Su traded the bone jade staff to Mu Tianshu, who gazed at the staff with a luck attribute of 5 within his inventory, once again feeling the world's malice. Yet, fortunately, this time, Lady Fortune seemed to be on his side. After a smile graced Mu Tianshu's lips, he replaced the wand in his hand with a scepter of pristine white jade, its surface gleaming like the purest ivory. Mu Tianshu examined the attributes of the staff after adorning it. Bone jade staff. Requires level 35, weighs 20, with a durability of 18-18, an attack range of 6 to 14, magic power of 2 to 8, and an accuracy bonus of 1. Hidden attributes, skill strength 15, agility 2, magic 1. Upon observing the newly acquired attributes, Mu Tianshu felt an overwhelming joy. It is well known that the concealed properties of wands offer little enhancement to immediate combat efficacy. However, the attributes of the bone staff saw a substantial increase. Although the success rate of the skill Lure of Light diminished, it is not this skill that defines a mage's prowess, but rather the multitude of area effect abilities and damage-dealing techniques. An instantaneous enhancement of 15 to skill strength translates to a visibly significant increase in damage. Of course, skill strength solely indicates the foundational enhancement of a skill. For instance, the lightning bolt is reputed to be the highest single-target damage skill for mages, with a level 3 lightning bolt providing an approximate damage multiplier of 1.8. If the base damage is fixed at 100, the final damage dealt by the lightning bolt would be 100 multiplied by 1.8, resulting in 180. Following an increase of 15 in skill strength, the final damage would then be calculated as 100 multiplied by 1.80, 15, yielding a total of 195. Naturally, this is merely a rudimentary calculation. Actual attacks must account for factors such as the monster's defense, magical resistance, and elemental vulnerabilities. Some monsters may be weak to fire, while others are susceptible to lightning, all of which must be factored into the computations. As for the increment of magic by 1, this merely enhances the base attributes. The addition of this single piece of equipment appears impressive, yet its significance is rather modest. It can only be deemed marginally beneficial. Should other Juma equipment feature an increase in magical percentage in the future, the impact would not be negligible. However, the Dragon's Ring already possesses such properties. And as of now, it seems that Juma equipment lacks this attribute, existing solely within weaponry. Whether the higher tier of the Chi West set includes such features remains uncertain. After transferring the bone staff to the second equipment slot, Mu Tianshu advanced forward, instructing Su to stand at a distance. He then removed his invisibility ring, instantly activating all nearby monsters. The activation of monsters entails a brief delay of approximately 1 second, and upon witnessing the full activation, Mu Tianshu promptly utilized a return scroll. The two had previously devised a strategy for clearing the area. Once the monsters were activated, Su commenced casting Poison Dart, luring them one by one for systematic elimination. Meanwhile, Mu Tianshu returned to the Earth City, teleporting to a secluded location, whereupon Su once again summoned him back. Upon returning to the 7th layer of Juma, Mu Tianshu did not linger to battle alongside Su but pressed onward with his objective, which was to confront the Juma Lord. The primary reason for clearing a small area at the 7th layer was to ensure that Su Su could pursue her solo endeavors without pressure. Along the way, upon spotting the moth, Mu Tianshu began eliminating them from a distance. Fortunately, the monsters at the 7th layer were not overly abundant, allowing for an unobstructed passage. He arrived unscathed at the entrance to the 2nd layer of Juma, passing through the threshold without hesitation. Although the map had significantly expanded, it ultimately remained finite. The increase was merely proportional, and the layout bore little difference from the previous model. Without a moment's contemplation, Mu Tianshu dashed into the 3rd layer of Juma. Each time he traversed a throng of monsters, he felt grateful for his earlier decision to equip the invisibility ring. Before the final threshold of the Juma Lord's residence, known as the abode of the Juma Lord, Mu Tianshu paused momentarily, twisted his neck, and then plunged headlong into the sanctum. However, what Mu Tianshu did not anticipate was the immediate receipt of a system announcement emblazoned in crimson upon his entrance. Chapter 87, World Variables. The Descent of the Abyss system announcement. In light of the fact that certain players have attained a requisite level of strength, the player's Stronghold Shabak is now officially inaugurated. The contest for Shabak will take place 3 days hence, from 6 p.m. to midnight. All revenues from Shabak will be entirely at the discretion of its lord. And following the conclusion of the siege, a significant update titled World Variables will commence at midnight. System announcement. In light of the fact that certain players have attained a requisite level of strength, the player's Stronghold Shabak is now officially inaugurated. System announcement. In light of the fact that certain players have attained a requisite level of strength, the player's Stronghold Shabak is now officially inaugurated. The repetition of the system announcement left Mu Tianshu, having just entered the Lord's residence, blinking innocently. What does it mean to say that players have reached a certain level of power? Surely, they cannot be referring to me? It felt as though he had inadvertently triggered a pivotal quest in a legendary saga. Yet, what exactly is this world variable? He had no recollection of it whatsoever. Only a name remained, devoid of any further elucidation, and it was clear that it was not a feature from his previous life's gaming experience. Moreover, the initiation of the Shabak contest was imminent. The item pickup protection mechanism had already distanced players from one another, and the onset of the Shabak contest would further estrange guilds. At its core, it was a matter of enticing interests. The item pickup system only affected small groups, creating divisions among individuals, while the Shabak contest targeted larger collectives, fracturing guilds. Currently, conflicts revolved around small teams or individuals vying for equipment. For a guild, the loss of a single piece of gear was inconsequential. However, the income from a city represented a vast and unceasing source of wealth and prestige. As Mu Tianshu contemplated the situation, he realized that the current moment was indeed opportune. At this juncture, no guild could rival the wings of angels in strength. Just then, the 9th young master sent a message, to which Mu Tianshu replied, "It's fine. We can proceed normally. Presently, none of the guilds can withstand our wings of angels. In fact, the competition is beneficial, as our growth continues to close the gap. Eventually, we will face greater challenges." The 9th young master responded, "All right. I shall first check the forum for the rules regarding the competition." After finishing his message, he severed the voice connection. Mu Tianshu chose not to respond. Not out of indifference, but because he knew the 9th young master would seek him out for further discussion. Upon entering the lair of the Juma Lord, he was met with a plethora of monsters, surrounded by a vast expanse of petrified Juma minions and an overwhelming number of moths. As Mu Tianshu relentlessly pursued the insect, bursts of explosive flames and lightning spells flickered continuously. Just as Mu Tianshu was preparing to eliminate the creature before bringing Su Su over, the 9th young master initiated a voice call. After connecting, the voice of the 9th young master, unmistakably tinged with instability and urgency, trembled as he uttered, "Hurry, the forum has encountered a significant event." Mu Tianshu's expression abruptly turned serious, his brows furrowing. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he recognized that whatever was troubling Su Jiao must be of utmost significance. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Mu Tianshu opened the forum and immediately encountered a prominently pinned post. "To all players of the Jiuzhou region, we are immensely proud of you. Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, greetings. This is an announcement from the Jiuzhou region government of the Earthstar Federation regarding the game Legend of Blood and Passion, at the dawn of the year 3600 in the Star River calendar. Since the inception of Legend of Blood and Passion, the Earthstar Federation has been ushered into an unprecedented transformation. In August of the year 3599 of the Star River calendar, which corresponds to last August, our Federation received an invitation from the cosmos. The ninth era, the abyss descends. The central world of the universe has once again initiated an invitation for the alliance of all realms. Fortuitously, yet regrettably, we have become one of its participants. The Tianhe United Front Zone, the Sunlight Battle Zone, the Earth Star Zone. We could neither refuse nor decline this opportunity. As a member of the alliance of all realms, the Federation has been granted 12 servers from the virtual abyss, which corresponds to the 12 districts of Earthstar, distributed as follows: Earthstar Districts 1 and 2, Juzhou Region, Earthstar Districts 3 and 4, Americas Region, Earthstar Districts 5 and 6, Nordic Region, Earthstar Districts 7 and 8, Russian Empire Region, Earthstar Districts 9 and 10, Archipelago New District and Oceanic District, Earthstar Districts 11 and 12, South Africa Region. Among these, the odd-numbered districts are designated for civilian use, while the even-numbered districts are allocated for military purposes. All servers are directly connected to the cosmic abyss. Each time the abyss of demons manifests, the abyss will randomly link to 36,000 realms. Should the abyss emerge victorious, the remaining realms will undergo a transformation, merging into the central universe, thereby becoming new life forms within this grand cosmic expanse, infusing it with fresh vitality. Thus, our homeland realm escapes its confines, liberated from external influences, achieving eternal existence. Following each connection of realms, the abyss endeavors to synthesize an evolutionary system that is comprehensible to all realms, subsequently presenting it in a widely accessible gaming format. This particular evolutionary framework and gaming mode was officially completed on the evening of December 30th, 3599, in the galactic calendar. Henceforth, the combat doctrine was established, giving birth to a legendary saga. All beings who log into this legend and meet specific criteria will receive rewards from the abyss. Furthermore, any individual or team that fulfills the conditions set by the abyss within a designated time frame will officially activate the legend, at which point the abyss will fully manifest. Indeed, the esteemed citizens of the 9 provinces, the legend currently exists merely as an intersection with reality. In other words, it remains a mere beta version, offering only slight enhancements to physical capabilities. Should the abyss fully descend, the dreams of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth will no longer be mere fantasies. One may soar on the winds with a sword in hand or stomp upon the ground, shattering mountains and rivers. Beyond this, the only information we possess is that if an individual or team within the 12th district of Earth can meet the abyss's conditions within a year, an announcement will be made. World variable, the abyss descends. Outside of this knowledge, we remain in the dark regarding the nature of the abyss of demons and the meaning of the cosmic abyss. We are unaware of the conditions established by the abyss. Though it is presumed they are not overly complex, their purpose likely serves to eliminate realms that do not align with this evolutionary path. However, without explicit objectives, we hesitate to take any missteps, and to avoid inciting chaos, we strive to maintain silence. As long as we remain quiet and with the presence of artificial intelligence in each district, any turmoil that may arise will be contained. All of this is in pursuit of stability in the progression of the legend. We have diligently awaited this moment. Finally, the announcement of world variable has reached us from the 9 provinces, and in just half a month, you have validated our alignment with this evolutionary path. Esteemed colleagues, we stand on the threshold of an era marked by the transformation of realms and the ascension of the world. We have been fortunate to pass the first hurdle. Yet, greater challenges loom ahead. To be chosen is both a blessing and a curse. The fortunate aspect is the opportunity to exist in such a radiant golden age where anything is possible. The unfortunate reality is that retreat is not an option. To step back leads only to the unfathomable abyss of demons. Everything we know has been inscribed in this communique. May we unite in purpose. For Earth shall surely emerge victorious in the end. Here lies our final piece of knowledge. The abyss descends, and the earth unites. May you all find success. And may humanity thrive. Chapter 88. A grain in the vast ocean. After reading, Mu Tianshu furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a prolonged period. The post was concise, devoid of superfluous words, detailing the myriad of astonishing events since the launch of the legendary server, as well as the government's inexplicable silence. Mu Tianshu could comprehend this. If the government were to provide a response, regardless of its nature, it would inevitably fail to satisfy everyone. The time frame set by Xu Yuan was within 100 days, And within such a brief period, maintaining silence would lead the majority to adopt a stance of cautious observation. As for the elusive national team, they were likely in the second district, which explained the complete lack of news. What intrigued Mu Tianshu the most within the post was the notion that the intersection of the virtual and the real was merely a test. If this assertion holds true, following the siege, the so-called Shuyuan would allow for a profound amalgamation of the virtual and the actual. How would this integration manifest? Would equipment materialize in reality? If such gear were to appear, what are the skills? Contemplating this further, the post's mention of sword flight and earth-shattering roars could no longer be dismissed as mere fantasies. One must acknowledge the plethora of spectacular skills that would emerge in the later stages. Skills such as 10 steps to a kill, frost storm rain, hurricane break, shadow clone technique, meteor fire rain, sun-slaying sword technique, heaven-splitting strike, and earth-cleaving blade were all described as magnificent and awe-inspiring. There were even mentions of the primordial spirit clone and heroic joint attacks. Lost in thought, Mu Tianshu suddenly pondered if there were indeed primordial spirit clones, whether his own would manifest as one or two, and whether the equipment slots for the clone would consist of one complete set or two. Mu Tianshu was interrupted from his contemplation by the ninth young master, to which he responded, "I have finished reading. What are your thoughts?" Mu Tianshu pondered for a moment, feeling as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Despite the indisputable strength of the angel's wings in District 1, he now realized that they were merely one among the 12 districts of Earthstar. Indeed, even though the advanced strategies of the 6 military districts may not surpass theirs, the overall progress would undoubtedly be comparable, and the collective strength of the guilds would certainly exceed theirs. Moreover, there were higher battle zones, such as the Daylight War Zone and the Tianhe Unified War Zone, alongside other unified zones. With a total of 36,000 realms and countless districts, being merely the first in Earthstar District 1 signifies that they were merely at the commencement of their journey. Recently, I have observed a somewhat domineering approach within the guild. Regardless of right or wrong, it has not been conducive to development. This situation may serve as a timely opportunity for everyone to regain their composure. I will reach out to others and engage in some ideological work. You should focus on advancing progress and strive to maintain your lead. Very well. Concerning guild matters, you ought to be more attentive. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, I shall not hold back. With that, the young Master Ji concluded the call. Mu Tianshu let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the transient nature of existence. We are but ephemeral beings in the vastness of the universe, akin to a mere grain of sand in the boundless sea. Regaining his composure, he quietly set aside the recent turmoil. After navigating through the intricate paths, he finally found himself at the center of the map. At the heart of it stood a monument, approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, crowned by the intricately carved statue of the Juma leader. According to official lore, the Juma sect initially reigned as the undisputed sovereign of the Mafai continent, dominating a substantial portion of its expanse, stretching from the Ginkgo Valley in the south to the Alliance Desert in the north, with countless followers across all races. Due to the prominent status and widespread influence of the Zoomer sect, players in the game encounter numerous murals and sculptures. Furthermore, the leader of the Zoomer sect possesses a remarkable magical ability, enabling him to bestow life upon these sculptures. Legends suggest that the leader of the Zoomer sect is a half-orc of pure bloodline, feared and revered among his kin. Yet he fell prey to the powerful Crimson Moon demon. The demon took residence within his body. However, during the Great War between humans and demons, a heroic figure of humanity inflicted severe damage upon the Crimson Moon demon, allowing the Zoomer leader to break free from its control. In this process, he also acquired some of the demon's powers, but was subsequently sealed away by others within the Zoomer temple. As time passed, the seal began to weaken, and should any living creature approach the Zoomer leader's dormant domain, he would momentarily break free from his stone prison to punish those who disturbed his slumber. For seasoned players like Mu Tianshu, strategies to defeat the Zoomer leader are well known. It could be said without exaggeration that with an invisibility ring, he would be the easiest boss to conquer. This is because the Zoomer leader possesses a unique skill that no other boss has. When attacked, he summons monsters from within the Zoomer temple to aid him, colloquially known as summoning minions. The mechanism by which the Zoomer leader summons minions follows a saturation danger level system, a detail known only to the most veteran players. When the Zoomer leader's danger level falls below a certain threshold, he will summon minions for protection. His danger level is calculated by dividing his current health by his maximum health and multiplying by his initial danger level. If this results in a value below the current danger level, he will summon minions. The Zoomer leader's initial danger level is set at 5. And with each summoning of minions, his danger level decreases by 1. For instance, if his health stands at 3,000, he will not summon minions unless he has taken damage. If he loses 100 health, his health becomes 2,900, and the calculation yields 2,900, 3,583, which is below the current danger level of 5, prompting him to summon minions. The danger level then drops to 4, and if he suffers further damage to 2,600 health, the calculation results in 2,600, 3,533, which exceeds the current danger level of 4, meaning he will not summon additional minions. He will continue to summon minions until his health descends below the thresholds of 55, 45, 35, 25, and 15, summoning a total of 5 times. There are those who argue that he only summons 4 times, not 5. Which brings us to the minion saturation mechanism. The variety and quantity of monsters summoned by the Zoomer leader are randomly determined within a specified range. Initially set at a minimum of 8 and later modified to 12, meaning he can summon more than 12 minions at random. If the number of summoned minions exceeds 30, he will cease summoning, regardless of his health. Often, defeating the leader relies on the priest's binding spell to contain a multitude of minions, making it exceedingly difficult to summon the 5th wave. In subsequent versions and private servers, the Zoomer leader's characteristics evolved significantly, starting with increased health. As the game progressed towards its decline and the proliferation of private servers, the Zoomer leader became increasingly formidable, with some private servers allowing for limitless minion spawns. Nevertheless, the original Zoomer leader featured many innovative designs, and his introduction was truly unique. Initially crafted as the ultimate boss, the game saw moderate success in Korea. But upon reaching China, it gained immense popularity, leading to a surge of players. Under the might of the third calamity, the once unstoppable Zoomer leader became vulnerable. This paved the way for the Crimson Moon Demon to render mass attacks ineffective, though that is a tale for another time. For now, Mu Tianshu faces only the Zoomer leader. With the stealth ring in his possession, Mu Tianshu aims to topple this formidable boss. For a seasoned player, such a feat is undoubtedly not a challenge. Chapter 89. The Emergence of the Divine Artifact. Mu Tianshu deliberately left one of the moths in the vicinity, systematically eliminating the rest with precision. Once Su was prepared, he utilized the memory set function to draw her to his side. He then directed the remaining moth to be ensnared by the lure of light spell, casting the enchantment several times, its radiant brilliance illuminating the surroundings. As the name of the moth was barely adorned with its suffix, it was akin to a drop of water splashed into a hot oil pan, igniting a fervor among the surrounding monsters. After fulfilling its purpose, it succumbed to the relentless assault of the enraged creatures, falling lifeless to the ground in less than 3 seconds. It had scarcely glimpsed this world before dissipating into the ether, yet despite its fleeting existence, it had undeniably served its singular purpose. Mu Tianshu gazed at the towering half-orc before him, standing over 5 meters tall with a pair of horns adorning its head, and silently honored the unfortunate moth that had not received a proper farewell for 3 seconds. After all, its sole purpose had been to liberate the Zuma Lord from a petrified, invincible state. Observing the surroundings, Mu Tianshu found a suitable position and summoned Su back to his side, then once again employed the fireball spell to attract a moth. Once the moth had successfully lured the surrounding monsters, it completed its mission. Mu Tianshu then signaled to Su and began to unleash their attacks on the Zuma Lord. As customary, Su initiated with poison, followed by Mu Tianshu launching a full-scale assault, with monsters encircling them and both concealed from view. The B0SS found itself without the opportunity to retaliate. Once again, a classic B0SS trapping formation was established. After Su cast Mind Revelation on the Zuma Lord, it revealed an unprecedented maximum health of 240,000. Their combined damage output remained above 10,000. Yet it would still take nearly half an hour to vanquish this Zuma Lord. With the enhancement of their equipment, it had been quite some time since they had encountered a B0SS that demanded such a lengthy battle. The Zuma Lord soon commenced summoning minions, yet the duo remained undistracted, wholly focused on damaging the Lord. Despite the Lord possessing a staggering 240,000 health, making it the most formidable creature they had ever faced, the inability to approach rendered high attack power futile. Unsurprisingly, Their cooperation was well practiced. And after the Zhuma Lord summoned minions 3 times, it ceased further summons. After all, besides Mu Tianshu swiftly eliminating each moth summoned, they had not slain any of the other minions. Mu Tianshu calculated that the Zhuma Lord would summon minions whenever it lost approximately 112 health points, and each summoning would yield at least 100 creatures. The Zhuma Lord summoned Zhuma Guardians and Zhuma statues, all of which were petrified. In order to observe the quantity of summoning, Mu Tianshu deliberately left behind a moth to entice and subsequently activate the minions during the Lord's initial summoning.